top student Ye Qiu was dumped by the school beauty. After the heartbreak, he went abroad to relax. The plane unexpectedly crashed, leaving him stranded on a desert island with 8 women. A policewoman, a nurse, a flight attendant, and even the school beauty's mother. Wild beasts on the island, unknown dangers. Ye Qiu leads the women in wilderness survival. I am heaven. I am the lord of this desert island. Chapter 1. Little Peach Grove. Ye Qiu was heartbroken. Damn it, a top student from Jiang University like me actually got dumped. And the woman who cheated on him was none other than Jiang University's school beauty, Qin. Spring was in full bloom, all things reviving. The day they broke up happened to be the beginning of spring. After the breakup, Ye Qiu's mood hit rock bottom. He had no energy for classes, no appetite for food. The whole world seemed shrouded in gray. Forget it, I'll just go clear my head. After some online research, Ye Qiu bought a ticket to Peach Blossom Village. 3 hours later, he arrived. Peach Blossom Village was locally famous, named for the peach trees blooming throughout the village. Arriving in this place filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, his mood lifted considerably. With mountains, water, birds, and flowers, it had something of the idyllic paradise described by Tao Yuanming. Following a country path, Ye Qiu leisurely took in the scenery, inhaling the scent of peach blossoms. Before he knew it, he had wandered into a lush peach grove. Such beautiful scenery. Ye Qiu pulled out his phone, ready to capture the mesmerizing view. Just then, from a small grove nearby, came a strange sound. Why did that sound stir such wild imagination? Curiosity piqued. Ye Qiu quickened his pace toward the sound. After walking about 100 meters, he saw several peach trees swaying back and forth. Taking a few steps closer, he saw 2 figures standing in the grove, a man and a woman, their backs to him. The man wore a suit, balding, with a beer belly, about 1.5 meters tall. Though Ye Qiu couldn't make out his face clearly, the figure screamed greasy, middle-aged, and out of shape. The woman, however, had a tall, slender figure that left Ye Qiu dry-mouthed. What a beautiful woman. Manager Chun, please stop. I'm begging you. The woman pleaded submissively, but the man showed no sign of stopping. They say a man isn't a man without a bit of roguishness. Sometimes it's not even the man's fault. It's just that the woman is too alluring. Ye Qiu felt a twinge of envy for this man. Suddenly, the man reached out and pulled the woman into his embrace. Manager Chun, don't do this. The woman struggled free. At that moment, Ye Qiu's pupils dilated as he stared at the woman. Isn't this Qin Wan's mother, Su Xiaoyu? What was she doing here? And who was this Manager Chun? As Qin Wan's boyfriend, or rather, ex-boyfriend, Ye Qiu knew a thing or two about her family. A year ago, Qin Wan's father, Qin Wan, had died in a car accident. The driver responsible had paid $1 million in compensation. Though Qin Wan's family was modest, that compensation money had catapulted his ex-girlfriend's quality of life to a whole new level. Ye Qiu, meanwhile, came from a poor mountain village. Even his university expenses were sponsored by his fellow villagers. The gap between them had grown wider and wider. Until one day, a rich second-generation heir had set his sights on Qin Wan. Back then, Qin Wan had been drawn to Ye Qiu's talent. Now, in her eyes, a penniless Ye Qiu was increasingly beneath her. Damn, Qin would have been dead barely a year, and Su Xiaoyu couldn't resist temptation, getting involved with Manager Chun and specifically coming to Peach Blossom Village for a rendezvous. But from the looks of it, Su Xiaoyu seemed reluctant. Maybe it wasn't what he thought? Ye Qiu ducked behind a peach tree. He wanted to see how this drama played out. Manager Chun, please show some respect. Didn't you bring me here to meet clients and discuss business? I never thought you were this kind of man. Smack. Manager Chun slapped her across the face. Su Xiaoyu, you slut, don't play innocent with me. Your husband's been dead a year. Aren't you lonely at night? A mature woman like you, I don't believe you haven't fooled around with other men. Su Xiaoyu clutched her burning right cheek. Manager Chun, I may be a widow, but I have my bottom line and principles. Manager Chun laughed. Su Xiaoyu, stop acting. I've seen plenty of women like you. Principles? Bottom line? You just want money, don't you? Today, if you satisfy me, I'll give you 100,000 and promote you when we get back. How about that? Manager Chun, take your filthy hands off me. I, Su Xiaoyu, am not that kind of woman. Bitch, you reject a toast only to drink a forfeit. Smack. Manager Chun slapped her again. Damn it, I'm putting my cards on the table today. If you don't go along with this, I'll fire you immediately. With that, Manager Chin's hands began roaming again. Stop. Please stop. Though Su Xiaoyu struggled desperately, she was just a woman. How could she match Manager Chin's strength? Hearing Su Xiaoyu's sobs, Ye Qiu hesitated. Then he thought of Qin Wan's betrayal, and rage surged within him. Huh, Qin Wan, you dumped me. Look, karma's come around, hasn't it? Your mother's being violated right now. Truly, heaven's justice knows no escape. Manager Chun, I'm begging you, please stop. No, Su Xiaoyu wept. At this moment, tears wouldn't come. She was beyond crying. Hearing the school beauty's mother weeping, Ye Qiu hesitated again. Ah, Qin Wan dumped me. That was her fault. I shouldn't transfer that hatred onto Su Xiaoyu. What should I do? Should I help or not? Su Xiaoyu, if you make another sound, I'll kill you. Don't you think I'd have lasted 5 years as manager without some connections? If you stick with me, I promise I'll treat you well. Manager Chen didn't loosen his grip. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Stop! Manager Chen frowned, turning coldly to look at the young man who had appeared. Young man, why are you yelling in broad daylight? Disturbing my date with my wife? Get lost. As he spoke, he pulled Su Xiaoyu close, as if to prove they were indeed husband and wife. To his surprise, Ye Qiu laughed. Kid, what's so funny? If you don't leave, I'm calling the police. Su Xiaoyu, still shaken, finally came to her senses. Ye Qiu, what are you doing here? Seeing her daughter's boyfriend, Su Xiaoyu's body trembled, a flush of embarrassment rising. Su Xiaoyu, you two know each other. Manager Chen hadn't expected to run into someone Su Xiaoyu knew in this godforsaken place. His heart started racing. Damn it, I just said Su Xiaoyu and I were husband and wife. Now I've been exposed, haven't I? Instantly, Manager Chun put on a smiling face, pulled a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket, and said with a grin, Young brother, let's have a private word. Ye Qiu ignored him, instead pulling out his phone and playing a video. After watching the video, Manager Chen's face went white as a sheet. Chapter 2. Keeping the school beauty's mother's secret. Young man, everything can be negotiated. It turned out Ye Qiu had secretly recorded the video of Manager Chen assaulting Su Xiaoyu. If he reported it, Manager Chun would be in serious trouble. At best, detention. At worst, prison. Apologize to Aunt Su. Right now. All right, I'll apologize immediately. Manager Chen didn't dare refuse, obediently lowering his head to Su Xiaoyu. Manager Chun, I think you misunderstood. I meant kneel and apologize to Aunt Su. Manager Chen's anger flared. He was a manager at a major company. How could he be pushed around by some brat? Damn it, you little punk. Don't think recording a video means you can threaten me. You two wait. I'll deal with you. With that, Manager Chun turned and fled. After he disappeared, Ye Qiu approached Su Xiaoyu and asked with concern, Aunt Su, are you all right? Su Xiaoyu shook her head. Xiao Qiu, I'm fine. Listen, about what happened just now. Could you not tell Xiao Wan? Suddenly, a question occurred to her. Xiao Qiu, shouldn't you be at school right now? Why are you here alone? Playing truant? And where's Xiao Wan? Why didn't she come with you? Aunt Su, Xiao Wan and I broke up. Just recently. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. What? You broke up? Why? Is Xiao Wan throwing a tantrum? Just coax her a bit. It'll be fine. Aunt Su, Xiao Wan has fallen for some rich second-generation heir at school. She thinks I'm too poor, so she dumped me. Xiao Wan is going too far. Tomorrow, I'll go to the school and have a good talk with her. In Su Xiaoyu's heart, Ye Qiu was a very motivated young man. She thought highly of him and had long considered him the Qin family's future son-in-law. Aunt Su, let's not talk about this. It's getting late. We should head back. Looking up, he saw the sun was about to set. All right. They walked side by side. As they passed a downhill slope, a young man came rushing toward them and bumped straight into Su Xiaoyu. Seeing her about to fall, Su Xiaoyu instinctively grabbed Ye Qiu's clothes. Worried she might get hurt, Ye Qiu held her tightly. They tumbled several times before finally stopping. Awkwardly, Su Xiaoyu ended up lying on top of him. Since Qin Wen's death, this was the first time she had been this close to a boy 20 years her junior. And this boy was her daughter's ex-boyfriend. Remembering his identity, she quickly pushed herself away. Xiao Qiu, let's go. Ye Qiu smiled wryly. That feeling just now had been wonderful. Back in town, Ye Qiu asked, Aunt Su, are you heading back today? Su Xiaoyu checked the time. Sigh, I've already missed the last bus back to Jiangbei. I'll go back tomorrow. How long are you planning to stay? Aunt Su, I'll head back tomorrow too. After dinner, it was around 7 in the evening. Aunt Su, I booked 2 rooms. They're right across the street. 2 rooms? Xiao Qiu, you're still a student. You should save money. Just book 1 room, a double will do. I'll pay you back. Ye Qiu was stunned. 1 room, 1 man and 1 woman? Had he heard that correctly? Aunt Su, just 1 room? Yes. What, afraid I'll eat you? For some reason, Su Xiaoyu felt like teasing Ye Qiu. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Ye Qiu handed his ID to the front desk clerk. The clerk saw he was only 19 and gave him a strange look. A moment later, the check-in was complete. As they stepped into the elevator, the two desk clerks began whispering. Xiao Chui, did you see that? My God, that young man was only 19, proper and scholarly, probably a student. And that woman with him, she must be around 40. Oh my God, they say old cow eats young grass, but this is the first time I've seen old grass eats young cow. Well, these days, money talks. But that woman didn't look rich. Probably just pretty and knows how to seduce men. A few minutes later, Ye Qiu and Su Xiaoyu arrived at room 303. And Su, you take the big bed. I'll take the small one. Entering the room, he saw two beds of different sizes. Xiao Qiu, either bed is fine. Somehow, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Though he had dated Qin Wan for a year, they had never gone to a hotel together. And now, here he was, sharing a room with his ex-girlfriend's mother. Ye Qiu felt at a loss. Xiao Qiu, after walking all day and working up a sweat, I'm going to take a shower. With that, Su Xiaoyu took out some clothes from her backpack. A few minutes later, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him. Ye Qiu stole a glance and nearly lost his soul. What an alluring woman. Xiao Qiu, sorry to keep you waiting. Go ahead and shower. Ye Qiu nodded and quickly retreated to the bathroom. Just then, his phone rang. Xiao Qiu, your phone. Aunt Su, could you answer it for me? Without looking closely, Su Xiaoyu picked up the call. Hello. Ye Qiu, where the hell are you? Huh, why does this voice sound so familiar? She looked at the caller ID. It was Qin Wan. Perfect. I was just about to call you. Xiao Wan, it's me, your mother. On the other end, Qin Wan was shocked. Why is Ye Qiu's phone with my mom? And it's so late at night. Has Ye Qiu gone to my house? That can't be right. Didn't my mom go on a business trip with her company's manager Qin today? Chapter 3. Shamelessness Su Ai. Could you please hand me a bath towel? Suddenly, Ye Qiu's voice echoed from the bathroom while Su Xiaoyu was conversing with her daughter. Su Xiaoyu attempted to cover the microphone, but alas, she was a moment too late. Wasn't that just Ye Qiu's voice? How dare he ask my mother for a towel? This thought incensed Qin Wan. She was convinced that her mother and her ex-boyfriend were undoubtedly in the hotel together. Enraged, Qin Wan exclaimed, Mom, could you not have a shred of dignity? How could you seduce my boyfriend? From this day forth, I disown you as my shameless mother. Su Xiaoyu was flustered. She hurried to explain, Xiao Wan, please let me explain. It is not as you think. Not as I think. You two are in the same room. It is late at night, and Ye Qiu asked you for a towel. How can you still claim that nothing is happening between you? Su Xiaoyu wished to clarify further, but the line went dead with a series of beeps. Her daughter, in her fury, had hung up the phone. Su Xiaoyu promptly tried to call back, only to realize that her calls were futile. It seems my daughter has blocked me. Auntie, could you please hand me a towel? After a prolonged silence with no response from Su Xiaoyu, Ye Qiu called out again. Just a moment, I will bring it right over. Regaining her composure, Su Xiaoyu retrieved a pristine bath towel from the hotel wardrobe and hastened to the bathroom door. Moments later, Ye Qiu emerged from the bathroom. Su Ai, are you asleep? Perhaps due to a troubled mood, Ye Qiu found it hard to slumber. Xiao Qiu, is there something on your mind? I can't sleep and would like to chat with you. Su Xiaoyu hesitated to decline. Considering the 20-year age gap between them might leave little common ground for conversation. Nevertheless, she could not bring herself to refuse. What would you like to discuss, little brat? Auntie, I am already 22. I am no longer a child. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu refer to him as a little brat, Ye Qiu's expression soured. To me, you are still a child. I feel Auntie is like a woman in her 30s, not at all old, possessing elegance and beauty. Surely, there must be many suitors vying for your attention. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback, unsure why Ye Qiu posed such a question. Oh, Auntie is old and unwanted. Where would I find suitors? Please do not say that, Su Ai. As long as you wish, countless men would eagerly seek to marry you. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu felt an immense joy. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, even an ethereal goddess who does not relish the sweet words of admiration from men. Oh, Xiao Qiu, I never noticed before. Your words are indeed sweet. No wonder you managed to win Xiao Wan's heart. Yet, Ye Qiu quickly shook his head. Auntie, please do not misinterpret. Although Xiao Wan and I have been dating for nearly a year, we have merely held hands. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. Could it be? Her daughter, breathtakingly beautiful, and Ye Qiu, a vigorous young man, were merely holding hands? She found it hard to believe. To validate her suspicions, she cautiously inquired, Xiao Qiu, have you and Xiao Wan ever? Although she left her sentence unfinished. As an adult, Ye Qiu surely understood her implication. Su Xiaoyu, I can now swear to the heavens that I have absolutely no involvement with Xiao Wan. If I utter a single falsehood, may I meet an untimely demise. Silly child. Annie was merely inquiring casually. Why such a grave oath? Su Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Qiu, there is something I have kept hidden for Xiao Wan. Annie, what is it? Ye Qiu inquired with curiosity. Alas, Xiao Wan is not my biological daughter. Due to certain circumstances, I was unable to conceive. After discussing with my husband, we decided to adopt a child. Unexpectedly, one night, while heading to my early shift, I discovered an abandoned infant girl by the roadside. Are you suggesting that Xiao Wan is that very infant? Yes. We have concealed this from Xiao Wan all along, fearing she might not be able to accept the truth. Song Hui was intrigued as to why Su Xiaoyu chose to reveal the lineage of Qin Wan to him. Suddenly, he recalled the manager Chun who had bullied Su Xiaoyu earlier in the day. Annie Su, what is the story with that manager Chun? If you return to the company, he will undoubtedly find ways to trouble you and take advantage of you. The mention of manager Chun filled Ye Qiu with anger. How dare he bully Annie Su? Su Xiaoyu felt a warm surge of affection swell within her. Since her husband's passing, no man had shown her such care. Those insincere suitors had merely coveted her body. What is this, Xiao Qiu? Are you beginning to care for Auntie? You and T also harbor thoughts about Annie like manager Chun, would you? Su Xiaoyu dist bluffily. Ye Qiu quickly shook his head. Auntie, I'm not that kind of person. Besides, you are Xiao Wan's mother. How could I dare to have such thoughts about you? Ha! So you admit you have feelings for Auntie, but are merely too afraid to act on them, correct? At that moment, Ye Qiu found himself at a loss for words. Seeing his prolonged silence, Su Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment and sadness. She let out a heavy sigh. Auntie, why are you sighing so late at night? I am perfectly fine. It's getting late. Let us rest. Is Annie upset? The atmosphere in the room suddenly felt peculiar. The two remained silent for a long while. Annie, there is something I must say, but please don't take offense. Speak up. Annie 1T hold it against a little child. To be honest, a woman as beautiful as you is the dream of countless men. In response, Su Xiaoyu posed a piercing question. Chapter 4. Sábeme Su Xiaoyu Ismail de Luringli. Xiao Qiu, you just said that I am the dream lover of many men. Does that include you as well? Auntie, I don't know. Ye Qiu genuinely struggled to respond to this question. The enchanting woman before him was undeniably captivating, especially tonight. Upon learning from Su Xiaoyu that his ex-girlfriend Qin Wan was merely an adopted child, he secretly rejoiced, feeling an inexplicable urge arise within him. Auntie, do you wish for me to regard you as a dream lover, or do you prefer otherwise? Ye Qiu cleverly provided an ambiguous answer, tossing the dilemma back to her. Su Xiaoyu smiled fondly. What do you think? Goodness, what a cunning woman. It must be said that Su Xiaoyu possesses remarkable emotional intelligence. At this moment, in the adjacent room, a woman in her 20s wears an expression of sheer delight. Upon the arrival of an odd sound, Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Moments latte. She realizes beads of sweat are forming on her back. Goodness, what is happening to me? Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu hears footsteps approaching. She cautiously peeks out, discovering it is Ye Qiu, who has ventured to the restroom. Just then, a series of urgent knocks reverberates from the neighboring room. Husband, who is it? Could it be your girlfriend? How utterly disappointing. Rest assured, with me around, even if she comes, you need not fear. Li Zhongshan, you scoundrel, come out here. I know you're in there. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu feels a rush of excitement. Now a spectacle is about to unfold. Li Zhongshan, Dunning Arua, opens the door with an irritated expression. Song Yunxia storms into the room, her anger palpable, spotting the woman nestled in the blankets. She points at Li Zhongshan and unleashes a torrent of abuse. Li Zhongshan, you worthless cad. With a swift motion, she yanks back the covers and raises her fist to strike. The woman beneath the covers lets out a scream. Stop it, Song Yunxia. Li Zhongshan intervenes, shielding his girlfriend from the blow. All right, Li Zhongshan, I will call the police right now. Just as Song Yunxia retrieves her phone, is snatched away by Li Zhongshan. You, Song Yunxia grits her teeth in fury. You and your shameless mistress. I'll have my sister come over. With that, she turns to leave. Suddenly, Li Zhongshan reaches out and pulls her back. Li Zhongshan, what are you trying to do? Haha, what do you think I'm trying to do? You just ruined my good fortune. So of course, I must seek compensation. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Song Yunxia struggles fiercely in an attempt to escape. After a strenuous effort, she manages to open the door and dashes into the corridor, but Li Zhongshan is hot on her heels. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Please save me. Song Yunxia cries out desperately. Coincidentally, Ye Qiu emerges from the restroom, having caught the faint cries for help due to his proximity to the door. Su Ai, did you hear someone calling for help? Yes, I heard it too. I will go check. Seeing Ye Qiu about to step out, Su Xiaoyu hastily stands to block his path. Xiao Qiu, do not meddle in this. Auntie, please stay in the room. I will call you if needed. With that, Ye Qiu opens the door and steps into the corridor. Upon arrival, he witnesses a man harassing an exceptionally beautiful woman. Sir, please help me. Upon seeing Ye Qiu, Song Yunxia clings to him like a lifeline, her pitiful demeanor eliciting compassion. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. As Ye Qiu approaches, Li Zhongshan immediately issues a warning. Come on, I'm not easily intimidated. Besides, this woman is stunningly beautiful, rivaling Su Xiaoyu. If you take advantage of her, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss for me? A minute later, Ye Qiu stands before the two. With just a glance, he is instantly captivated by the woman. Who would have thought that such a mesmerizing beauty would reside next door in this modest 3-star hotel? Could it be that fortune and love is finally smiling upon him? Chapter 5. The police flower sister. At this moment, Song Yunxia was clad in a light blue low-cut short-sleeve top and white ultra-short shorts. Her long, fair legs were encased in torn black stockings, complemented by a pair of red high heels, one adorning her foot, while the other lay on the ground. As Ye Qiu gazed upon her exquisite feet painted with crimson nail polish, his heart raced with excitement. He felt a tinge of envy towards the man before him. Darling, are you done? Why are you dawdling with this wretched woman? Don't delay us from attending to business. A woman's voice echoed through the room. Stealing a glance, Ye Qiu beheld a woman heavily made up, dressed provocatively, and exuding a seductive charm. Could it be that the man was caught in the act with his mistress by the legitimate wife? Noticing Ye Qiu's lingering gaze on his woman, Li Zhongshan seethed with anger. Kid, what are you staring at? She is my girlfriend. This is our private matter. Stay out of it. Li Zhongshan pointed at Song Yunxia. What a fool this man must be to have such a beautiful girlfriend yet indulge in infidelity. Sir, we have broken up. Do not believe him. Save me. Song Yunxia implored, resembling a delicate flower. Li Zhongshan kicked her, growling, wretched woman, if you dare to speak out of turn again, I will make you regret it. Li Zhongshan, you scoundrel, not only do you consume my resources, but you also use my money to support your mistress. I've informed my sister, and she is on her way here. You two shameless lovers will not escape today. Oh, your sister is just a little police officer. Am I supposed to fear her? You're unaware that Lily's brother-in-law is the chief. With that, Li Zhongshan dragged Song Yunxia into the room and threw her onto the bed. Today, I shall have my way with you, haha. His gaze turned greedy as he admired Song Yunxia's alluring figure. Just as he was about to close the door, Ye Qiu pudding. Kid, what do you intend to do? Do you fancy my woman too? How about this? Once I tire of her, I can give her to you. With a sharp slap, Ye Qiu struck Li Zhongshan. Scoundrel! Li Zhongshan, caught off guard, received the blow. The stinging sensation ignited his fury. You dare hit me? He lunged forward, grabbing Ye Qiu's shirt. Thus began a fierce scuffle between the two men. Seeing her man being bullied, Jiang Lily rushed over, seizing Ye Qiu from behind. A startled Song Yunxia stood frozen in fear. Perhaps due to Ye Qiu's youth, being merely a student, he was quickly overwhelmed by their combined efforts and fell to the ground. At that moment, Song Yunxia's phone rang. Li Zhongshan, my sister is downstairs. You two are not getting away. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongshan shot a glance at Jiang Lily. The two of them fled in haste. Observing this, Song Yunxia blocked their path. Get out of the way. Li Zhongshan, frightened, shoved her hard. Losing her balance, she stumbled and struck her head against the edge of the bed. Sir, are you all right? Seeing Ye Qiu bleeding profusely, Song Yunxia was deeply concerned. I'm fine. Suddenly, Song Yunxia's eyes glazed over, and she fainted onto the bed. Miss, what has happened to you? Ye Qiu anxiously inquired, preparing to call emergency services. At that moment, a young female police officer hurried into the room. Sister, what is the matter? Song Yunmei gazed at her unconscious sister lying on the bed. A stranger, a young man, was gripping her sister's hand, and her disheveled attire, especially the torn black stockings, incensed Song Yunmei. Is it you who has wronged my sister? She demanded angrily. Song Wei glanced back. The woman, approximately 1, 75 meters tall, bore lustrous short black hair, exquisitely delicate features, full crimson lips, and a voluptuous figure. Clad in her police uniform, she exuded an unusual kind of beauty. Noticing Ye Qiu's stare, she sharply rebuked. "What are you staring at, Yin? How dare you bully my sister?" "Madam, I'm a stranger to your sister," Ye Qiu replied calmly. "Stranger? Then how do you explain being in the same room with her? Moreover, her attire is disheveled, and her stockings are torn. Don't tell me you are not responsible?" Song Yunmei retorted fiercely. Ye Qiu was speechless. "I meant well to help, but was misunderstood. What a troublesome predicament. Your sister was just assaulted, and I came to assist." She insisted. "I only know you were alone with her." "Young man, how dare you lay a hand on my sister? Do you seek death?" Song Yunmei persisted, unwilling to listen to any explanation. From the adjoining room, Su Xiaoyu, hearing the commotion, sensed trouble and emerged in her nightgown. She saw Ye Qiu arguing with the female officer. "Aunt Su, why are you here?" "Xiao Qiu, what is happening?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Ye Qiu briefly recounted the incident. "Officer Song, we live next door. We heard your sister calling for help, so I came out and rescued her." "I can attest to this," Su Xiaoyu affirmed. Song Yunmei regarded them with suspicion. The woman before her appeared to be in her early 40s, mature and well-nourished, while the young man was no older than 20. Sharing a room late at night, could their relationship be of that nature? Perhaps she was supporting a young lover? This thought caused Song Yunmei to scorn Ye Qiu further. Such a young man, neglecting his studies, seeking shortcuts by attaching to a wealthy woman? "What is your relationship?" she asked Ye Qiu with an air of unchallengeable certainty. "Officer Song, why should I tell you?" Ye Qiu retorted. Without hesitation, Song Yunmei produced her police badge. "As an officer, I inquire about your relationship. I suspect my sister's injury may relate to you both." Good grief, this woman is utterly unreasonable. Ye Qiu wanted to respond, but was silenced by a glance from Su Xiaoyu. "Officer Song, Ye Qiu is my daughter's ex-boyfriend," Su Xiaoyu declared. "What? My daughter's ex-boyfriend?" Song Yunmei's world seemed to collapse. "My goodness, these two are shameless," she exclaimed. "Mr. Yi, you are utterly disgraceful. Keeping one foot in two boats." Su Xiaoyu, angered by the accusation, retorted sharply, "Officer Song, be clear in your words. One may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly." A smirk curled Song Yunmei's lips, disdain evident on her face. "Oh, did I speak falsely? For a woman, the utmost virtue is to uphold chastity. How audacious of you to become involved with your own daughter's former boyfriend." "Officer Song, my relationship with Xiao Qiu was entirely innocent. You must not slander me with baseless accusations." "Oh, you share the same room and still deny it?" "Frankly, I couldn't care less about your trivial matters." Then, Song Yunmei pointed at Ye Qiu and said, "Young man, you had better confess honestly. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to escort you to the police station. Since you are young, I am willing to give you a chance. But if you continue to conceal the truth, once at the station, the consequences will be far graver." Suddenly, a cough interrupted the moment. Chapter 6, Examination. Song Yunxiao rubbed her head and opened her eyes. Her mind was still somewhat foggy. "Xiaomei, you have arrived." "Sister, you scare me terribly." Song Yunmei pushed Ye Qiu aside and hurried to her sister's side. "Sister, did that scoundrel mistreat you? Do not fear. I will take him to the police station immediately." "Xiaomei, you misunderstand. It was this gentleman who saved me. Had it not been for him, I might have been violated by that scoundrel Li Zhongshan." "What? Li Zhongshan? This young man rescued my sister?" Song Yunmei glanced at Ye Qiu. "Sister, when I came in earlier, only this young man was in the room, and his hand was on your abdomen. Are you certain he was the one who saved you?" She doubted whether her sister was still confused and had yet to fully regain consciousness. Earlier, it seemed that Ye Qiu was taking advantage of her. "Xiaomei, the truth is this. Over the past fortnight, I noticed Li Zhongshan often stayed out all night. I felt something was amiss, so I secretly followed him and discovered he was involved with another woman. Today, he lied to me, claiming he was working overtime at the company. I followed him again and found him with a woman named Lily, checking into a hotel. Upon hearing her sister's account, Song Yunmei realized she had indeed misjudged the young man. "Mr. Yi, I apologize for my rashness earlier. Fortunately, your sister has awakened. Otherwise, I might have spent the night at the station," Song Yunmei said with some embarrassment. "Sister, rest assured, since Li Zhongshan injured you, I will ensure that this scoundrel is brought to justice." With that, she helped her sister prepare to leave. As they reached the doorway, Ye Qiu called out loudly. Officer Song, please wait. Had he not already apologized to this woman? Was he dissatisfied and seeking further trouble? Song Yunmei's tone turned icy cold, resembling a goddess atop a snow-capped mountain, exuding an aura that repelled all approach. Mr. Yi, do you have something else to say? At that moment, her voice was frigid, as if forbidding any further interaction. Officer Song, are you ill? Might I examine you? Upon hearing this, the three women were utterly stunned. What? On their first meeting, he accused her of being sick? Su Xiaoyu was frightened and tugged at Ye Qiu's sleeve, whispering, Xiao Qiu, don't cause trouble. She suspected Ye Qiu was attempting to take advantage of the beautiful policewoman. Song Yunxiao looked shocked. Earlier, she had developed a favorable impression of Ye Qiu, feeling that the young man was not only handsome, but also possessed a strong sense of justice. Mr. Yi, you saved me earlier, and I am deeply grateful. However, you must not curse my sister, can you? At this moment, Song Yunmei's face was as cold as frost. She glared fiercely at Ye Qiu, gritting her teeth as she declared, Mr. Yi, if you are a man, repeat what you just said. As she spoke, she retrieved handcuffs from her waist. This audacious fellow dared to tease her in front of her sister. He was truly courting disaster. Ye Qiu miré disimulit indifferently. Officer Song, I just suggested you might be unwell. Would you like me to conduct a thorough examination? Hearing this for the second time, Song Yunmei was infuriated. Ye Qiu, you are asking for trouble. Unable to contain herself, she launched a flying kick towards him. Ye Qiu swiftly retreated, thinking to himself, this woman strikes hard. If I had been hit, I would have been finished. Song Yunxiao was aware that her sister had practiced taekwondo and had undergone 2 years of specialized training at the police academy. A common man like Ye Qiu stood no chance against her sister. Although Ye Qiu had offended her, he had also saved her life. Concerned that her sister might injure Ye Qiu, Song Yunxiao quickly called out, Xiaomei, enough, let us leave. Sister, that rascal bullied me just now. I must teach him a lesson, so he thinks twice before teasing young ladies again. With that, Song Yunmei executed a mantis kick that struck Ye Qiu's left leg. Ye Qiu cried out, sweating from the pain. Officer Song, I was merely trying to be kind, and you resort to such brutality. Young man, was your comment about me being unwell a gesture of kindness? You truly have no shame. Song Yunxia thought Ye Qiu's excuse was utterly ridiculous, something even a 3-year-old would not believe. Officer Song, I genuinely believe you are unwell. Ye Qiu, I am in perfectly good health. How dare you utter such curses against me? I will not let this go. Song Yunmei was beside herself with rage. Not only had he teased her earlier, but now he was cursing her as well. A tiger does not show its claws, and she was not to be underestimated. She swung her fist towards Ye Qiu. Not one to be foolish, he quickly dodged. Thus, the two of them chased each other around the cramped room. To an outsider, it might seem as if they were playing a game of tag. After several laps, Song Yunmei inadvertently swayed and fell onto the bed. The opportunity had arisen. As she attempted to rise, Ye Qiu lunged at her, pinning her down firmly. Get off me, you scoundrel. Today, I will make you pay. Desperately, Song Yunmei struggled. Yet, despite her impressive skills, she could not match Ye Qiu's strength. Time ticked away. Ye Qiu, let go of me. I am a police officer. If you continue like this, I will charge you with assaulting an officer. Please, Officer Song, you initiated the attack first. This is self-defense, Ye Qiu retorted, observing their exceedingly intimate posture. Song Yunxia could no longer bear to watch. Mr. Yi, you should get up. Xiao Qiu, enough of this nonsense. As someone who had experienced similar situations, Su Xiaoyu could see that Ye Qiu had reached a critical point of potential eruption. If they remained in such close proximity, trouble was bound to ensue. Very well. Officer Song, I will let this go for your sister's sake and refrain from further conflict. Concerned that Song Yunmei might launch a surprise attack, Ye Qiu leapt off the bed and sought refuge behind Su Xiaoyu. Ye Qiu, just you wait. Chapter 7. The Police Flower. Sister, let us depart. Song Yunmei grasped her sister's hand and made her way toward the door. As she passed by Ye Qiu, she suddenly extended her right leg and aimed a kick. Mister. Yeah, be cautious. What was thought to be a concluded matter had unexpectedly transformed into a sudden ambush by Song Yunmei, who was unwilling to let Ye Qiu have the upper hand. Instinctively, Ye Qiu evaded, retreating to the edge of the bed. Song Yunmei lunged forward, but ultimately missed her target. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qiu retaliated against Song Yunmei. You scoundrel, let me go. Officer Song, how insidious of you to resort to a sneak attack. Ye Qiu, you rascal. A gentleman does not engage in conflict with a wicked woman. I have no time for your games. What? This guy dares to label me as a wicked woman? It infuriates me. Observing the two, Song Yunxia could not contain her laughter. Sister, my little sister is being bullied, and instead of helping, you are laughing? Xiaomei, why do I feel as though you two are a pair of lively treasures? The ancients say that one does not truly know another until they have fought. It seems both of you are single. How about I play matchmaker? Perhaps harboring a fondness for Ye Qiu. Song Yunxia even entertained the notion of having him as her brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Miss Song, is Xiao Qiu dating my daughter? Aunt Su, did you not just say that Mr. Ye and your daughter have already broken up? Hearing Song Yunxia refer to her as aunt made Su Xiaoyu somewhat displeased. Am I that old? Can't you just call me sister? Oh, what does Su Xiaoyu mean by that? I have already broken up with Qin Zhuan. Could it be that Aunt Su is feeling envious? The thought sparked an inexplicable thrill within Ye Qiu. Unless every man in the world were to perish. How could I have an interest in you, Officer Song? The two exchanged barbs, engaging in a verbal duel once more. Mr. Ye, I'm quite curious. Earlier, you asked my sister to undress for a thorough examination. I do not believe you to be a frivolous individual. Could you elucidate the reasoning behind your request? Song Yunxiao recognized that Ye Qiu's earlier remark had served as the catalyst for her sister's fury. If the reasoning could be clarified, perhaps the two could reach an understanding. Officer Song has an ailment, so I wish to conduct an examination. Ye Qiu, you are the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Song Yunmei was both furious and exasperated. Officer Song, do you think I wish to take advantage of you? Do you believe your figure is so exceptional? It is merely a bit more ample than average. Aunt Su is not less attractive than you, nor does she lack in figure or maturity. You, Song Yunmei was rendered speechless by rage. Conversely, Su Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. Mr. Ye, do you claim that my sister is unwell? Are you a doctor? Is that true? To be candid with Miss Song, my grandfather is a venerable, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with 50 years of experience. Although I'm not a doctor, I learned quite a bit from him during my childhood. I possess a basic understanding of diagnosis and treatment. Miss Song, I can attest that Ye Qiu's grandfather is quite renowned in their hometown. He cured my cold uterus syndrome with Su Xiaoyu's endorsement. Song Yunxia felt a mix of belief and skepticism. How despicable, old Chinese doctor. I see you as nothing more than a lecher. Song Yunmei continues to struggle vigorously. It is all you're doing. You are simply intolerable. Concerned about Ye Qiu losing control, Song Yunmei relinquishes her fight. Miss Song, if my deductions are correct, has your sister's left hand suffered an injury? How do you know that? Both sisters from the Song family are taken aback. Moments ago, I noticed that Officer Song's left hand occasionally trembled slightly, suggesting an old injury that is yet to heal, possibly due to pressure on a nerve. Then I continued, Officer Song, does your left hand often ache every winter? Yes. Now, may I take a look at your left arm? No. Song Yunmei resolutely declines. Very well. Ye Qiu refrains from uttering another word and releases her. At that moment, a girl in her early 20s, clad in athletic attire and radiating youth, approached from the end of the corridor. Everyone turned to look, and in an instant, Su Xiaoyu's expression shifted. Xiaowan, what brings you here? Indeed, the newcomer was Qin Wan. Mom, are you not welcoming my presence? Or have I interrupted some delightful affair between you two? Qin Wan's tone was icy. Her gaze fixed firmly on Ye Qiu. Wan, it is not as you imagine. Sharing a room and claiming nothing is amiss. She then pointed at Ye Qiu and berated him. Scoundrel, do you have no shame? Qin Wan, what absurdity are you spouting? Moreover, I have broken up with you. What I choose to do is none of your business. Ye Qiu retorted without hesitation. Ye Qiu, you truly are impressive. I underestimated you. At that moment, she finally noticed the presence of two stunning women in the room, each more beautiful than the last. Ye Qiu, who are they? Seeing women 10 times more attractive than herself beside, Ye Qiu only fueled Qin Wan's fury. Suddenly, Ye Qiu reached out, taking one sister from the Song family in each hand. Allow me to introduce my friends. Expecting Song Yunmei to sabotage the moment, she was pleasantly surprised when both sisters cooperated harmoniously. Particularly, Song Yunxia leaned affectionately against Ye Qiu. Xiao Qiu, is this your ex-girlfriend? From now on, I will take care of you, dear. Let's go shopping. Song Yunmei feigned a pout. Ladies, Ye Qiu is merely a country bumpkin with no wealth. Why would you choose to associate with a pauper? If you prefer, I can introduce you to two wealthy heirs. Huh, Miss Qin, your concern is unwarranted. Foolishness. I simply cannot fathom what you two see in him. Are you attracted to Ye Qiu's youth? That is of no concern to you. You're not welcome here. Qin Wan gritted her teeth in anger. Ye Qiu, you will pay for this. Mom, this is the last time I will call you that, from now on. We are no longer related, and I shall not return. I forgot to mention, my wealthy heir boyfriend has already purchased a house for me. We are about to wed. Su Xiaoyu, worried for her daughter's well-being, hurriedly tried to intervene. Before she could utter a word, her daughter cut her off. Xiao Huan. No matter how much Su Xiaoyu called out, Qin Wan did not look back. Ye Qiu, I just helped you out a tight spot. We are even regarding your assistance to my sister. Goodness, this woman is exceedingly cunning. Mr. Yi, may I request your contact information? At a convenient moment, I would like to invite you to dine with me as a modest expression of my gratitude. Concerned that Ye Qiu might decline, Song Yunxiao retrieved her mobile phone. Chapter 8. A meeting with a beauty observing Song Yunxiao's earnestness. Ye Qiu promptly took out his phone. After a brief scan, the two added each other as contacts. Mr. Yi, my sister and I shall take our leave now. When I am free, I will invite you to a meal. Very well, Miss Song. Until we meet again. Watching the two women's departing figures, Ye Qiu sighed deeply. What is the matter? Reluctant to see them go? You just added the contact of a great beauty. You can arrange to meet her anytime, Su Xiaoyu remarked with a smile. Aunt Su, are you jealous? Huh, you little brat, what jealousy? You are overthinking. Ye Qiu did not expose her pretense, and only smiled faintly. I should return to school now. What about you? I'll head straight to the company. After checking out, they each took separate rides away. Although this brief trip lasted less than 2 days, Ye Qiu felt he had gained much. He had a subtle intuition that he might meet Su Xiaoyu again and perhaps become entangled with this woman. How could he harbor such thoughts? Had he perhaps developed feelings for her? 3 hours later, he arrived at school. Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, Qin Wan was already waiting for some time. What's she doing here? Ye Qiu wanted to avoid seeing her and planned to turn away. Ye Qiu, are you avoiding me? Qin Wan called out after him. Qin Wan, we have broken up and have no relationship now. What do you want from me? What? I can't come to you if I have nothing to say. By the way, I have 2 tickets for a concert, 3rd row seats. How about we watch it together? Ye Qiu was somewhat startled, eyeing Qin Wan cautiously. What was her true intention? What do you want? I'm not interested. You and your boyfriend go. Seeing Ye Qiu's refusal, Qin Wan blocked his path, grabbed his clothes, and kept trying to get close. Ye Qiu stepped back in alarm. Qin Wan, what exactly do you want? We have broken up. Please don't pester me anymore. Ye Qiu, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have left you. Please give me another chance. Wang Chao dumped me and took back the apartment. Ha, so you were discarded by a wealthy second-generation heir. Damn it, I'm not a garbage bin. You want to reconcile? Sorry, I'm not that lucky. You should find someone else. Ye Qiu, what do you mean? I'm giving you a chance now. And you don't cherish it? Oh, I get it. Are you involved with my mother? Qin Wan, Su Ai is your mother? How can you slander her like that? The other day, I went to Teotihuacan to clear my mind and happened to meet Su Ai. To save on room costs, we shared a room. Do you think everyone is as depraved as you? Ying Huan laughed. Huh, don't bother explaining. Explanation is just a cover-up. My mother is beautiful, mature, and elegant. It's only natural you fancy her. That's enough. Stop talking, you lunatic. Ye Qiu was infuriated and turned away abruptly. Ye Qiu, just wait. You will regret this sooner or later. Regret? Ye Qiu coldly. A woman like Qin Wan, driven by materialism, would never accept anything less than what she desires, not even if it were offered freely. A man, after all, must possess integrity. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was precisely noon, and his stomach growled incessantly. Ye Qiu made his way to the cafeteria, only to be met with a throng of people. He decided it was best to venture outside for a box meal instead. As he exited the campus, he passed by a lottery shop. Reaching into his pocket, he discovered 2 coins. Without much thought, Ye Qiu entered the lottery shop and requested the owner to generate a random set of numbers for him. The evening arrived swiftly. In his dormitory, he lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he remembered the lottery he had purchased earlier in the day. He hurriedly opened the website to check the results. To his astonishment, he had won the second prize, amounting to over 400,000. The unexpected windfall filled him with immense joy. That night, Ye Qiu decided avink. The following morning, he rose early, had breakfast, and made a beeline for the prize redemption center. Under the guidance of the staff, he He spent less than half an hour before successfully claiming his winnings. Watching the bank notification on his phone, he was overwhelmed with excitement. With this newfound wealth, he could accomplish many things. Half a month later, as the school broke for summer vacation, Ye Qiu planned to return to his hometown to gift his grandfather 100,000 yuan and make some simple renovations to the old house. However, before he could embark on his journey, he received a call from Song Yunxia. "Oh, what does she want? Miss Song, how can I assist you?" "Mr. Yi, you may call me Xia Jie from now on. By the way, do you have any free time this summer?" Perhaps influenced by her charm, Ye Qiu replied without hesitation. "Xia Jie, I don't have much planned for the summer. I'm preparing to head back home." "Well, it's like this. I've been wanting to express my gratitude for your help the other day. Would you allow me to treat you to dinner?" That might seem a bit cliché, but our company is organizing a trip abroad for employees, and each one can bring along a friend or family member with all expenses covered by the company. I plan to go to Maldives, but I'm hesitant to go alone. Would you be willing to accompany me as my guardian angel? Don't worry. I promise to treat you well. Treat me well? Is it possible that Xia Jie is offering more than just a dinner? The thought of Song Yunxia's alluring figure set his heart racing with excitement. "All right, Xia Jie, when do we depart?" "This afternoon at 3. Where shall I pick you up?" "Wait, we're leaving today. Why the rush?" After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to seize the opportunity. After all, it was a rare chance to accompany a beautiful woman, and since it wouldn't cost him anything, he had nothing to lose. Subsequently, Ye Qiu sent his location. In less than 20 minutes, a red sports car pulled up at the school gate, immediately attracting a crowd of students. Song Yunxia stepped out of the car gracefully. Wow, what a stunning woman. Goodness. Her figure and face rival those of Star. She is clearly a wealthy heiress. If only I could spend some time with her. I'd gladly trade years off my life. Look, she seems to be here looking for someone. Listening to the students' chatter, Song Yunxia smiled faintly. "Xiao Qiu, where are you?" "I've arrived at your school's entrance." Ye Qiu rushed towards the gate. Upon lifting my gaze, I immediately spotted Sister Xia adorned in a delicate pink dress. Her voluptuous figure, with alluring curves and long, fair legs, presented a captivating sight that would stir the hearts of any man. "Sister Xia, Sister Xia." Ye Qiu waved his hand. The students present turned a glance. "Oh, isn't that Ye Qiu, the former boyfriend of Qin Wan, the belle of the accounting department?" Some murmured in envy, while others expressed disdain. "This lad truly has the fortune of beauty, managing to charm a wealthy heiress." Thoughts of jealousy surfaced among those who considered themselves more handsome, questioning why they had not garnered her attention. Their musings were met with laughter and admiration. Yet Ye Qiu remained unfazed, confidently taking Sister Xia's delicate hand in front of the gathered students. Chapter 9. Sister Xia as Ye Qiu opened the car door. A striking female student approached briskly. "Ye Qiu, who is she?" Upon turning, Ye Qiu was surprised to find it was Qin Wan. "She is my friend. What do you need?" He replied coolly. "Your friend? Ha, more like your girlfriend." Qin Wan assessed Sister Xia with a scrutinizing gaze. Dressed in a thin white short-sleeved top that accentuated her ample figure, Sister Xia embodied a sensuous and alluring woman. "Qin Wan, we have broken up, and my affairs are no longer your concern," Ye Qiu stated as he prepared to enter the vehicle. However, Qin Wan blocked the door, pointing at Sister Xia. "Oof. Ye Qiu, don't think I'm unaware. You're being kept by her, right? Just a poor boy from the mountains. I truly cannot fathom why any woman would be interested in you." Sister Xia frowned, finding this woman insufferably irritating for belittling Ye Qiu. "Miss Qin, my car is quite expensive. If you damage it, I fear you may not be able to afford the reparations," she remarked. Startled by the implication, Qin Wan hastily stepped away from the car door. Despite the domineering attitude of this affluent heiress, she possessed the means to back it up. And after being cast aside by her wealthy boyfriend, Qin Wan realized the gravity of damaging someone else's luxury vehicle. "Hello, I am Qin Wan, Ye Qiu's ex-girlfriend. I should inform you that Ye Qiu is lacking. He has no money and, frankly, there are certain issues with him. It must be noted that when women seek revenge, they can be even more formidable than men. If they cannot possess something, they would rather destroy it. Shall we leave?" Ye Qiu expressed his desire to avoid further entanglement with her. "All right, Ye Qiu," Sister Xia responded as she closed the car door and accelerated away. "Miss Song, thank you." Ye Qiu expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing. We are friends after all." Sister Xia replied with a radiant smile. "By the way, from now on, call me Sister Xia." Ye Qiu nodded in agreement. Inside the car, A delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Am I beautiful? Compared to your ex-girlfriend, who do you think is more attractive? I or Miss Qin? Without a doubt, Sister Xia, he declared. Ha ha, little Qiu, you truly know how to please your sister. If you enjoy the view, I can assure you that sister will grant you such sights every day. Unbeknownst to Ye Qiu, Sister Xia playfully accentuated her curves, making her allure even more apparent. Little Qiu, today I have helped you tremendously. How do you plan to show your gratitude? After pondering, Ye Qiu responded earnestly, Sister Xia, just tell me what you desire, and I promise to fulfill it. Really? You wouldn't deceive your sister, would you? Ye Qiu placed his hand over his heart, vowing, a gentleman's word is his bond. Hee, sister is just teasing you. By the way, do you like your sister? And what about that Miss Su you encountered at the hotel? What is your relationship with her? Is there something between you two? Su Xiaoju? Xiajia, Su Ai is the mother of my ex-girlfriend. Our meeting that day was purely coincidental. Seeing that Song Yunxia seemed a bit skeptical, Ye Qiu did not hide the truth and recounted his visit to Taohua village to unwind, where he witnessed Su Xiaoyu being bullied by Manager Chen. I'm sorry, Xiao Qiu, I misunderstood you. After saying this, she blew a kiss from a distance. Unexpectedly, while Song Yunxiao appeared to be demure and gentle, she was actually quite bold, which caught Ye Qiu off guard. What? Do you think your sister is a frivolous woman? Xiajia, that is not what I meant, Ye Qiu quickly denied. Song Yunxia gazed at Ye Qiu with alluring eyes. Xiao Qiu, tell me honestly, do you like your sister? At 31, Song Yunxia was in her prime, akin to a perfectly ripened apple, although she was married and presented a facade of sweetness with her husband. The reality was stark. Ever since Li Zhongshan had a car accident that resulted in the removal of his left kidney, she had been living in a state of mourning for nearly 5 years. In truth, many men pursued Song Yunxia, but her innate pride led her to dismiss all suitors. It wasn't until a few days ago, when Ye Qiu came to the aid of Li Zhongshan during an unexpected incident, that Song Yunxia's long-dormant heart began to flutter with excitement. In her eyes, Ye Qiu was youthful, vibrant, and possessed a strong sense of justice, while those other suitors were merely attracted to her physical appearance. Feeling her intense gaze, Ye Qiu dared not meet her eyes. Xiajia, you're so beautiful, of course. I like you, it's just that I... Observing Ye Qiu's nervousness made Song Yunxia unable to suppress a laugh. She extended her finger, gently lifting his chin, and gazed deeply into his eyes, saying, Since you like your sister, what are you waiting for? For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, she felt an irresistible urge. Just as Ye Qiu was at a loss, Song Yunxia suddenly embraced him, pulling his head into her bosom. Sister, I'm scared. Song Yunxia paused for a few seconds, taken aback. This fellow has a stunning girlfriend. Could it be that they have not yet reached that stage? Suddenly, she recalled a remark made by Qin Wan. Qin Wan had told Song Yunxia that Ye Qiu had some health issues. Could it really be true? Silly boy, what are you afraid of? Your sister is not afraid. Why should a strong man like you be nervous? Goodness, what is happening to me? Ye Qiu was just over 20, and she was more than a decade older. How could she act on such feelings? The thought of this made Song Yunxia's face flush even more. Among her suitors, many were more handsome than Ye Qiu. Yet she felt an inexplicable impulse towards this young man. Faced with the seductive advances of a woman like Song Yunxia, a spirited Ye Qiu found himself at a loss. At that moment, both were testing the waters. Just as the atmosphere became delicate, the phone rang. Song Yunxia frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Who was it that disrupted their own fortunate moment at the crucial juncture? Had it not been for that call, today would have been the day to win over Ye Qiu. You little rascal, sister must answer just one call. Song Yunxia retrieved her phone and, to her surprise, it was her younger sister calling. She glanced at Ye Qiu and made a shushing gesture. Ye Qiu nodded in response. Chapter 10. Travel? Xiao Omei. Do you need something from me? Sister, I have taken a half-month vacation and plan to travel. If anything happens at home, contact me at any time. Hearing that her sister intended to travel, Song Yunxia was somewhat taken aback. Where do you plan to go? Perhaps the Maldives or Hawaii? If you really go to the Maldives, wouldn't that mean we might run into each other? Yet, if my sister were to discover that Ye Qiu and I secretly slipped away on a trip, she might misunderstand. Never mind, it's no matter. After exchanging a few words, the sisters concluded their call. You little rascal, you are quite cooperative. Sister Xia, I'm indeed quite honest. Song Yunxia smiled faintly. Honest? Let me show you where you are honest. As she spoke, she caressed Ye Qiu's left cheek. Suddenly, Song Yunxia flipped over and pulled Ye Qiu into her embrace. Sister Xia, Song Yunxia swiftly covered his mouth. Xiao Qiu, don't speak. Suddenly, Song Yunxia ceased her movements. You little rascal. I'm not a woman to be trifled with so easily. Once you pass the test, sister will give you. Damn it. Ye Qiu was utterly frustrated. This woman really knew how to tantalize. Song Yunxia tidied her clothes, the flush on her face yet to fully fade. Let us go directly to the airport. Sister Xia. So soon? I never like to dawdle in my affairs. By the way, give me your ID card. I will arrange for someone to book the tickets. At 3 in the afternoon, Ye Qiu and Song Yunxia successfully boarded the international flight bound for the Maldives. Unfortunately, their seats were separated by an entire row. As Ye Qiu settled into his seat, a young and beautiful girl beside him blinked and smiled sweetly. Sir, may I ask your name? Ye Qiu responded, glancing briefly at the girl. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her figure alluring and enticing, causing Ye Qiu to swallow hard. Yet her simple attire, devoid of designer labels and makeup, exuded a natural beauty. Truly a youthful and radiant maiden. Notijing Ye Qiu se gaze. The girl's cheeks flushed lightly as she lowered her head and whispered, Mr. Yi, are you from Jiangbei as well? Ye Qiu nodded. Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Yang Jinfeng. Miss Yang, it is a pleasure. May I ask where you work? Is your trip to the Maldives for leisure or business? Though Ye Qiu found the barrage of questions somewhat intrusive, aware as he was that such exchanges were customary among strangers, he felt averse to the interrogation. Miss Yang, I work as an investment consultant at an international financial investment firm. Perhaps in an effort to win her favor, Ye Qiu fabricated a plausible occupation. Impressive. You have a promising future. Seeing Yang Jinfeng's admiring expression, Ye Qiu felt gratified. For some reason, whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he could not resist striking up a conversation. Perhaps this is the essence of a man's nature. Mr. Yi, may I contact you in the future if I have investment needs? Certainly. Miss Yang, I am always at your service. Upon hearing the word service, Yang Jinfeng's face flushed crimson. It reminded her of her previous visit to a club for a massage, where the attendant's first words were, Miss Yang, what service do you require? Just then, Song Yunxia approached. Seeing Ye Qiu engrossed in a lively conversation with a beautiful woman, she immediately grew irritated. Beautiful lady, could you please swap seats with me? Yang Jinfeng was taken aback, scrutinizing Song Yunxia from head to toe. Such poise, such mature elegance. May I ask why you wish to change seats, miss? Song Yunxia pointed at Ye Qiu with a smile. My dear, he is my boyfriend. What? This fellow actually has a stunning girlfriend? Yang Jinfeng was astonished. Ye Qiu shot Song Yunxia a sharp glance, fully aware she was jealous and deliberately provoking him. Xiao Qiu, can you behave yourself? Immediately upon boarding, you start flirting with a beautiful woman? Just wait until we get home. As he spoke, he kept glancing at Yang Jinfeng. Sorry, I prefer not to change seats. Miss, accommodating others is also accommodating oneself. Apologies, but I must decline. Yang Jinfeng declined once more. Song Yunxia was rendered speechless with anger. After she walked away, Yang Jinfeng smiled. Miss Yang, what are you laughing at? Mr. Yi, your girlfriend is so beautiful and alluring. You must be very fortunate, she teased. Ye Qiu scratched his head awkwardly. He wanted to say that he had only met that woman twice. What kind of couple were they? What? You're not happy? Or do you mean you are inadequate? Yang Jinfeng said again. How dare you say I'm inadequate? Miss Yang, if you doubt me, just try and see. Ye Qiu shamelessly glanced over her figure. Pervert, what are you staring at? Indeed, all men are lecherous. Even with such a beautiful girlfriend, you still flirt with others. Which man does not adore beauty? Ye Qiu. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from nearby. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Ye Qiu looked up, almost fainting. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoyu was also on this flight. Aunt Su, are you traveling too? Su Xiaoyu strode over. Xiao Qiu, our company organized a trip abroad for outstanding employees, and I chose the Maldives. Oh, are you going to the Maldives as well? Don't tell me you're traveling too? From Su Xiaoyu's perspective, Ye Qiu was always frugal, working diligently to support himself, and with his means, he had no chance of traveling abroad. Aunt Su, I'm accompanying a friend. Yang Jinfeng secretly observed Su Xiaoyu. Although she appeared to be in her 40s, her skin was smooth and well-maintained, and her blue professional attire enhanced her mature aura. What exactly was her relationship with Ye Qiu? Apparently, they were quite familiar. Suddenly, the airplane began to shake. The passengers murmured quietly. At that moment, a young and stunning flight attendant gracefully approached the center of the cabin, her enchanting smile illuminating the space as she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently traversing through the stratosphere and may experience brief turbulence, but rest assured, it will soon pass." Coincidentally, she stood in the aisle right beside Ye Qiu. Jie turned to glance and was astonished to see a familiar face. "You are Ye Qiu, my old classmate. I thought you wouldn't recognize me." Yang Jinfeng looked up and appraised Jie, clad in a delicate pink flight attendant uniform, with long legs and a slender figure. Her smile revealed two charming dimples, undeniably a striking beauty. How curious that this fellow encounters acquaintances wherever she goes, particularly alluring ones. Jie shared a significant history with Ye Qiu. They had attended the same high school, where Ye Qiu was renowned as an academic prodigy, honest, unassuming, and averse to socializing, often preferring solitude and displaying a unique individuality. In contrast, Jie was the belle of the school, the dream girl of countless male classmates. Despite the multitude of admirers, Jie held a special affection for the bookish Ye Qiu. Regrettably, Ye Qiu was solely focused on gaining admission to university and escaping his impoverished upbringing. After the college entrance examination, as Ye Qiu entered university, the two lost contact. 3 years later, it was unexpected for them to reunite. Seeing the man she had secretly admired for so long, Jie felt her heart race. "Ye Qiu, once I finish my duties, I shall seek you out." At that moment, she was preoccupied with soothing passengers, leaving no time for reminiscing with her old classmate. "Yes, you go ahead and attend to your tasks. Let us reconnect when you have a moment." Just then, a small boy began to cry. Jie hurried over, diligently comforting the child. "Oh, Mr. Yi, you have a classmate who is a flight attendant. What immense fortune you possess." "Miss Yang, do not speak so frivolously. What do you mean by immense fortune? I am merely an ordinary classmate." Yang Jinfeng stuck out her tongue and whispered, "Puffed. The way she looks at you is practically electrifying, and you remain oblivious? Just look at her. She has both figure and beauty." Ye Qiu was taken aback. The seemingly demure Yang Jinfeng possessed quite the open-mindedness. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" "Miss Yang, I find you quite amusing." Don't get any ideas. With your build, you wouldn't withstand my antics." Her audacity was astonishing. Sensing Yang Jinfeng's teasing, Ye Qiu felt irritation rising. "What is the matter? Is Miss Yang feeling bold enough to find a place to spar?" Yang Jinfeng smirked. Do you think I fear you?" Without further ado, Ye Qiu leaned closer. At that moment, their faces were nearly touching. "What do you think you're doing? We're on an airplane. I warn you not to act recklessly." Yang Jinfeng averted her gaze from Ye Qiu's eyes, her demeanor betraying her nervousness. Who was it just now that claimed not to be afraid? "You seem quite frightened already." Ye Qiu said, "I am not afraid." Yang Jinfeng insisted stubbornly, refusing to admit any fear. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiao in the front row appeared distracted. Firstly, the relentless turbulence of the airplane, coupled with the incessant cries of children, left her utterly distressed. Secondly, the mere thought of Ye Qiu seated beside an exquisite beauty, and then observing a stunning and alluring flight attendant who even took the initiative to greet Ye Qiu. All these signs suggested that Ye Qiu was quite popular among women and blessed with a flourishing romantic fate. This stirred her jealousy and deepened her worries. If only I had known, I would never have brought Ye Qiu along. This fellow barely had the plane taken off when he had already charmed 2 beautiful women. Truly a great romantic. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Damn, the airplane wing is smoking." Instantly, all the passengers grew tense. Those seated near the middle of the plane, close to the wings, peered anxiously through the windows. Indeed, thick smoke was billowing from the left wing. Minutes later, the right wing began to emit smoke as well. What on earth is happening? It was Ye Qiu's first time flying, and he felt incredibly unlucky, regretting not checking the almanac before traveling. At that moment, a female passenger pointed outside and exclaimed, "Fire! It's on fire!" Panic erupted among the passengers. Before anyone could fully react, the plane shook violently from side to side. Yang Jinfeng's face turned pale with fright, and she immediately buried herself in Ye Qiu's arms, sobbing, "I don't want to die. Ye Qiu gently patted her back and smiled reassuringly. Miss Yang, we will be fine. Although his voice was calm, Ye Qiu knew deep down that the situation was dire. Song Yunxia stood up hurriedly and rushed over to Ye Qiu's side, clutching him tightly. Ye Qiu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I and T insisted on bringing you on this trip abroad, none of this would have happened. Looking at the woman whose tears fell like rain, Ye Qiu smiled warmly and caressed her delicate cheek. Sister Xia, traveling with you has been my greatest joy. How could I ever blame you? Song Yunxiao was deeply moved. Xiao Qiu, if we survive this, I will marry you. With that, she pressed a kiss gently on Ye Qiu's forehead. Suddenly, the plane seemed to lose control and plummeted downwards. The cabin erupted into chaos as luggage tumbled and struck many passengers. Ye Qiu and others felt as if they were hurtling down from thousands of meters in the sky. Passengers huddled together. Children and women wept, while men prayed silently. After about 2 minutes, the fuselage cracked open near the fourth row. Within 10 seconds, it tore into a narrow, elongated gash that slowly widened. Screams were cut short as the fierce airflow violently expelled passengers from the cabin. God, please protect us. Guanyin Bodhisattva, we beseech your mercy. Some of the rear seats prayed fervently. Within mere seconds, several more passengers were thrown from the aircraft. The cabin descended into utter pandemonium. Suddenly, a metal beam hurtled forward. Seeing it about to strike Song Yunxia, Ye Qiu instinctively pressed her head down. In the next instant, the iron beam pierced through a man in his 50s seated in the rear row. The man never had a chance to scream before meeting his end. Slowly, the airplane plunged at an ever-increasing velocity. More and more passengers were hurled out by the force of the air currents. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu felt his vision blur, and soon, he lost consciousness. Chapter 12. Surviving against all odds, stranded on a deserted island. It was unclear how much time had passed when Ye Qiu gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, an excruciating pain engulfed his entire body. Cradled in his arms was a woman who clung to him tightly. It was Song Yunxia. Her eyes were tightly shut, her delicate features marred by tears, and her face was as pale as a corpse. Suddenly, the distant cries of seagulls and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks reached his ears. Ye Qiu rubbed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to realize that he was lying on a beach, surrounded by the wreckage of the airplane. Even more horrifying, numerous corpses floated on the surface of the sea, along with scattered debris. In an instant, he grasped the grim reality. The plane had met with disaster and had crashed onto a deserted island. How fortunate I am. The airplane fell from 10,000 meters, yet both I and Sister Xia have miraculously survived. With such luck, I could win the lottery. Overwhelmed with joy, Ye Qiu embraced Song Yunxia and showered her face with kisses. Suddenly, she awoke, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at him. Ye Qiu, what are you doing? She stammered, glancing around in confusion. Soon, realization dawned upon her. Little Qiu, are we still alive? Ye Qiu nodded, equally exhilarated. She wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him several times. However, her joy was short-lived as she caught sight of the shattered bodies and the blood-stained waters, which made her scream in terror. She had never witnessed such a gruesome and horrifying scene. Sister Xia, keep your voice down. Ye Qiu quickly covered her mouth. We have crashed onto a deserted island, and aside from the two of us, there may be very few survivors. As for this island, we know nothing about it. If you keep shouting, we might attract the attention of cannibals, and then we would be doomed. The mention of cannibals terrified Song Yunxia. She had seen their horror in movies. Moreover, the plane crash meant they had lost all supplies, including water and food, so it was better to conserve energy. Sister Xia, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Song Yunxia felt a surge of emotion and nearly wept. Little Qiu, surely we can't be the only survivors from the entire flight? Ye Qiu shook his head. I don't know, but I hope to find other survivors. No sooner had he spoken than they noticed several small trees swaying in the nearby forest. Ye Qiu remained vigilant, picking up 2 stones from the beach. Little Qiu, I'm scared. Could it be wild wolves? Song Yunxia trembled, clinging tightly to his back. Sister Xia, I will protect you. Don't be afraid. In that moment, Ye Qiu's image in her heart was monumental. 2 minutes later, from the woods emerged 3 stunningly beautiful women. As the 3 individuals approached, Ye Qiu was astonished to discover that among them were 2 women he recognized. One was the flight attendant Xia Jie, and the other was the enchanting beauty Yang Jinfeng, who had been seated beside him. Additionally, there was a voluptuous woman. Upon seeing an old classmate, Jie was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed towards him. Young Jinfeng, on the other hand, burst into tears, lamenting, "Oh, Ye Qiu, just before the plane crash, I thought I would never see you again." Ye Qiu gently patted her shoulder and replied with a smile, "Miss Yang, look, we are perfectly fine, aren't we?" While speaking, his gaze lingered on the unfamiliar woman. This woman seems somewhat familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before? Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Xiao Tingting. Upon hearing the name Xiao Tingting, Ye Qiu's pupils widened in shock. You're the superstar Xiao Tingting? Indeed, Xiao Tingting replied with a subtle smile. The sheer coincidence of encountering such a renowned celebrity was astonishing. It was well known that Xiao Tingting was the dream girl of countless men. Miss Xiao, are you also here in Maldives for a vacation? No. I came here with my assistant for a commercial performance, but unexpectedly, Xiao Tingting's expression revealed a profound sadness. One could sense the mixture of exhilaration from their survival and the despair of being stranded on a deserted island. What is wrong with all of you? Cheer up. Rather than waiting idly for death, we should take action and strive for a glimmer of hope. Ye Qiu encouraged them loudly. The women exchanged glances, and after a few moments of silence, Xiao Tingting spoke first. Mr. Yi is right. Since we have miraculously survived, it indicates that fate has smiled upon us, granting us a chance to live. If we unite, we can surely overcome this predicament. Inspired by Xiao Tingting's words, Song Yunxia, Yang Jinfeng, and Xia Jie felt their spirits lift. Xiao Qiu, what should we do now? Song Yunxia inquired eagerly. In truth, Ye Qiu was equally uncertain. To prevent them from sinking into despair once more, he smiled and said, Sister Xia, our utmost priority is to survive. Easier said than done. I understand that principle too. However, on a deserted island, lacking everything, we will inevitably starve. Xia Jie's remark was like a bucket of cold water. Yeah. Are you suggesting we do nothing and just wait to die? Young Jinfeng promptly retorted. Miss Xia, if you wish to await death, do not drag us down with you. Soon after, Xiao Tingting timidly added, perhaps sensing her previous comment had offended the group. Xia Jie quickly apologized. I did not mean it that way. All right, we must unite now and refrain from bickering. Ye Qiu wanted to prevent any internal conflict among the women at this critical moment. Look over there. At that moment, Song Yunxia pointed towards the north. The group raised their heads and noticed approximately 7 or 8 individuals in the distance. To their surprise, aside from the 5 of them, there were other survivors. Moments later, the group approached them. Aunt Su, is that you? Ye Qiu recognized the last woman in the group, who was none other than Su Xiaoyu. Ye Qiu, is it truly you? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. At this moment, the leader, a middle-aged man, approximately 178 centimeters tall, cast a glance at Ye Qiu and extended his left hand with a smile, saying, Hello, my name is Lu Chun, a Taekwondo coach. Greetings, Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu scrutinized Lu Chun, observing his seemingly benign smile, yet he sensed a certain insincerity in the man. Lu Chen's gaze frequently lingered on Su Xiaoyu, his eyes betraying a greedy glint filled with intense possessiveness. Lu Chen spoke loudly. It seems that only we survivors remain. To endure on this deserted island, we must devise a meticulous plan. Therefore, I propose that we elect a leader. Otherwise, we shall be like a flock without a shepherd, scattered and ultimately doomed. He continued, to be candid, I have frequently participated in various outdoor activities and possess substantial experience in wilderness survival. Chapter 13. Artificial respiration, do you wish to be the leader? Ye Qiu asked bluntly. Lu Chen shot a dismissive glance at Ye Qiu and retorted, Indeed, among us survivors. Who else comprehends outdoor survival better than I? Of course, if anyone disagrees, they are welcome to voice their opposition. No sooner had he finished speaking than an elderly man in his 50s from Lu Chen's group pointed at him, expressing his dissatisfaction. Young man, what qualifications do you have to lead us? Old fool, seeking death. Before the old man could react, Lu Chen threw a punch. The frail elder was sent flying. Under normal circumstances, that punch would not have been fatal, yet misfortune struck when the old man fell, striking the back of his head against a rock. After a brief struggle on the ground, he lay still. Lu Chen, you have killed him. The remaining individuals were filled with trepidation. What? I have killed someone? What can you do about it? Furthermore, on this desolate island, far removed from authority, the police cannot intervene. Let me tell you, if you disobey, that old man will be your fate. Under Lu Chen's intimidation, the onlookers fell silent. What do you mean, boy? Lu Chen pointed at Ye Qiu. I apologize. but I do not wish to entrust my life to another. If you wish to lead them, I have no objections. Ah, this is intriguing. However, do not come begging for refuge later. With that, Ye Qiu turned, followed closely by 4 women, Yang Jinfeng, Song Yunxia, Su Xiaoyu, and Xia Jie. Witnessing these 4 stunning beauties aligning themselves with Ye Qiu, Lu Chun gritted his teeth in anger. He clenched his fists, vowing to find an opportunity to eliminate Ye Qiu and seize these women for himself. Ye Qiu, what shall we do now? Ye Qiu glanced at the area where the plane had crashed into the sea and quietly responded, what do we lack the most right now? Water and food are our primary concerns. Yang Jinfeng followed Ye Qiu's gaze and quickly deduced his thoughts. Xiao Qiu, do you mean we should salvage supplies from the crash site? Precisely, Miss Yang, you are quite astute. Concerned that Lu Chun might get ahead of them, Ye Qiu led the women swiftly to the crash site and entered the water to begin salvaging supplies. Fortuitously, half an hour later, they managed to recover a substantial amount of biscuits, a lighter, and several bottles of mineral water. Ye Qiu, let us depart. Aunt Su next. We must remove all the clothing from those corpses and take it away. The 4 women were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances with one another, unable to decipher Ye Qiu's intentions. Consider this. On this desolate island, resources are scarce, and we have no idea when we might be rescued. The reason I asked everyone to collect clothing is primarily to keep warm in the future. Hee, you're quite thoughtful, Song Yunxia praised, giving a thumbs up. Just then, Lu Chun and his group rushed over. Ye Qiu, what do you mean by this? We are all stranded on the same island, yet you gather resources without informing us? Do you intend to hoard everything for yourselves? Spurred by Lu Chun's words, several men encircled them. Lu Chun, we have only salvaged a portion. There is plenty more over there for you to collect. Upon hearing of food, they surged forward like a swarm. Lu Chun was the first to discover a large chest. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it filled with jewels. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with greed. Soon after, several men surrounded him. Back off. This chest was discovered by me. None of you shall take anything. Lu Chun clutched the chest tightly, brandishing his dagger with a vigilant expression. Lu Chun, those who see it shall share it. We either divide this treasure among the 5 of us, or you shall perish. Do you really think I'm afraid? Come at me if you dare. Just as tensions escalated, unbeknownst to them, several large sharks were swiftly approaching. Ye Qiu, look. Su Xiaoyu was the first to spot the sharks. On Su Bevuet. Ye Qiu de Kovrut Hermot. He believed that Lu Chun and his group were unreliable. Keeping them around could lead to betrayal. It would be better to eliminate them using the sharks than to keep these ticking time bombs. Horrifying screams echoed. The 5 sharks opened their mouths wide. Within a minute, Lu Chun and the others were gruesomely torn in half, their blood staining the nearby waters crimson. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the women were terrified and began to cry. Fear not. As long as we do not approach the shoreline, the sharks will not attack us. Ye Qiu reassured them, and after much effort, the women finally calmed down. Come, let us find a place to set up camp. After walking for about 5 minutes, Ye Qiu halted. What is it, Ye Qiu? The women asked in unison. Look over there. It seems someone is lying down. As the 4 women approached for a closer inspection, they discovered it was indeed a woman. Upon closer examination, they found her to be an extraordinary beauty. The woman appeared to be no more than 23 or 24 years old, with delicate, fair skin, shiny black hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in designer clothes, exuding an aura of wealth and elegance. Compared to Su Xiaoyu's mature beauty, this woman was even more alluring and captivating. After gazing for several seconds, Ye Qiu felt parched. Ahem! Noticing Ye Qiu's fixation on the woman, Song Yunxiao intentionally cleared her throat. Xiao Qiu, have you had your fill of looking? Why not move a little closer for a better view? All men are lecherous. In this world, there is not a single virtuous man. Men only behave modestly when they are hung upon the wall. For women, each exchanging words, took turns to criticize Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu was at a loss for words. I merely glanced, without any ill intent. Why do you all have such strong objections? Suddenly, one woman's hand seemed to twitch. Xiao Qiu, she must have inhaled seawater. Quick, save her. Su Xiaoyu felt that the woman was likely not dead. Aunt Su, I'm not a doctor. How can I save her? Ye Qiu, don't you know artificial respiration? Give it a try, it might just work. Xia Jie urged Ye Qiu to act swiftly. Artificial respiration? This is my chance. Initially captivated by the woman, Ye Ye Qiu saw an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and wasted no time. He hurried to the woman, crouched down, and laid her flat on the beach. The woman was drenched, particularly her upper body. Ye Qiu couldn't help but salivate at the sight. "You big pervert. Stop staring and save her." Yang Jinfeng glutted at Ye Qiu. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiu forced himself to suppress his rising desires and commenced with artificial respiration. 3 minutes passed as he pressed his hands against the woman's chest, mimicking the life-saving techniques seen in dramas. 1 press, 2 presses. Ye Qiu's hands pushed down firmly on the woman's chest. Despite the woman's extreme allure, Ye Qiu harbored no ulterior motives, solely focused on reviving her. After 2 minutes, the woman suddenly coughed, expelling a significant amount of seawater from her mouth. Gradually, she opened her eyes, only to find a handsome man above her, prompting her to scream in terror. Before Ye Qiu could react, she slapped him. Chapter 14. A resounding slap with sharp sound. The woman struck Ye Qiu again. "Pervert! Big lecher, get away!" The right side of Ye Qiu's face burned with pain. "You ungrateful woman, I just saved you, and you dare to call me a rogue?" The woman eyed Ye Qiu warily, curling into a ball, but in her panic, her pants tore with a loud rip, revealing her form. "Big lecher, what are you staring at? Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes." Ye Qiu scoffed. "Do you think you're that beautiful? Why would I be interested in you? Just look at them." He gestured towards Su Xiaoyu and the other 3 women. The 4 of them simultaneously glared at her, as if to say, "Ye Qiu is right. Any one of us is no less captivating than you. Oof, I see you are all in cahoots. You filthy scoundrel must have taken ADV, miss." I can attest that just now, Ye Qiu was merely administering artificial respiration to you, without any impropriety. Xiajie felt that this woman was somewhat unreasonable. She then continued, "I am Xiajie, the flight attendant on this journey. You may not be aware, but the plane has crashed, and we are currently marooned on this desolate island. Thus far, apart from us few individuals, no other survivors have been discovered. Therefore, Ye Qiu had no obligation to save you." "What? We crashed?" The woman instantly comprehended her predicament. She was astute. If they were indeed the only survivors, and Ye Qiu, as the sole man, were offended, she would likely find herself isolated on this deserted island, rendering her situation exceedingly precarious. Realizing this, she promptly apologized. "Mr. Yi, I am Ouyang Xiaowan, and I sincerely apologize for my earlier misjudgment. I hope you can overlook my transgression." "Enough, enough." Ye Qiu waved his hand and glanced at the woman's upper body. The damp white short sleeve accentuated Ouyang Xiaowan's figure exquisitely. "Miss Ouyang, you should consider changing your attire." Ouyang Xiaowan looked down and realized, to her dismay, that her top had been torn. "Mr. Yi, could you please turn around? I need to handle this." Ye Qiu similed faintly. However, Ouyang Xiaowan soon discovered that her luggage had vanished without a trace, likely swept away by the sea. At that moment, Yang Jinfeng approached with a black long-sleeve shirt and tossed it to Ouyang Xiaowan. "Here, make do with this. Where did this clothing come from?" Yang Jinfeng remained silent, merely gesturing toward the bodies floating on the water. "What? You cannot be suggesting that this garment was taken from them? What do you think? Given the current circumstances, having something to wear is a blessing." Song Yunxia interjected curtly. Reluctantly, Ouyang Xiaowan changed into the new attire. "From this moment forth, we must unite our efforts. Otherwise, we may not endure until the rescue team arrives." "I concur. I agree as well." Xiajie and Song Yunxia simultaneously raised their hands in agreement. Soon after, Su Xiaoyu and Yang Jinfeng also expressed their approval. Only Ouyang Xiaowan hesitated. "Miss Ouyang, what is your stance? If you prefer not to join us, we will not compel you." Ye Qiu fixed his gaze on Ouyang Xiaowan. "Very well, I also agree. Fortunately, the lady has consented. Otherwise, Ye Qiu would have been genuinely concerned, as her beauty was quite captivating. "Ye Qiu, what shall we do now?" The women looked at Ye Qiu in unison. In that moment, Ye Qiu became their pillar of support. He understood that relying on others was futile. Depending on passing fishing boats or cargo ships to discover them could take an eternity. Instead of waiting idly, it was far better to take initiative. "Now, you all go gather some twigs." "Twigs? What do you need twigs for?" "Su Xiao doing guayiv, basiv." "You will understand in due course." The women set to work, and before long, they each gathered dozens of slender dry twigs. Ye Qiu arrived at an expansive beach, where he arranged dozens of twigs into a colossal SOS signal. "Mr. Yi, Is this truly your brilliant idea? Ouyang Shaowan remarked with a scornful smile. In her eyes, relying on a makeshift signal crafted from branches was utterly futile. Miss Ouyang, do you perhaps have a more ingenious solution? Do share, Ye Qiu replied, unperturbed, his gaze fixed intently upon her. I was merely expressing my thoughts. Am I not entitled to voice my opinion? She retorted. Miss Ouyang, regardless of your previous status, here, Ye Qiu is in command. Should you disagree, feel free to act as you wish. Song Yunxia, who had long harbored disdain for her, grew even less pleased upon witnessing Ouyang Shaowan's derision. You all! Ouyang Shaowan exclaimed in frustration. It was important to note that she was the esteemed daughter of the Ouyang family, having lived a life of adoration, and had never encountered such open defiance. Yet, at this moment, she felt quite vexed. Enough of this. To survive, we must unite. Do you understand? Ye Qiu stated, his eyes fixed on Ouyang Shaowan, awaiting her response. Mr. Yi, I comprehend, she huffed. I shall endure this. Once we escape this place and return to Zhongbei, I will ensure that you pay for this indignity, Ye Qiu. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze swept through, causing the women to shiver uncontrollably. Why are these women so concerned with appearance over warmth? Why dress so lightly? Ye Qiu, I'm feeling a bit cold, Song Yunxia admitted, leaning against Ye Qiu for warmth. Xiao Qiu, we must devise a way to create fire, Su Xiaoyu expressed anxiously, pondering the impending chill of nightfall. Well, they might face frostbite or worse. Sister Su, without a lighter, how can we ignite a flame? Now that we have dry twigs, we merely await the right conditions. Ye Qiu. The women turned their gazes towards him in unison, their curiosity piqued. Could one truly create fire without a lighter? Ye Qiu, do not boast. Ouyang Shaowan interjected. Xiao Qiu, if you can create fire, I shall reward you. Su Xiao Yutis. Aunt Su, will you keep your promise? Ye Qiu asked eagerly, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Was the reward she mentioned truly what he hoped for? Chapter 15. A special reward. The other women regarded Su Xiaoyu with odd expressions. Although she was the eldest among them, she exuded an aura of mature charm that they could not rival. They too were curious about what kind of reward this captivating woman, who could make any man swoon, would bestow upon Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu bent down to pick up a sturdy branch, smiling as he announced, Ladies, a marvelous spectacle is about to unfold. Cut the theatrics. Are you truly attempting to emulate ancient methods of fire starting? Ouyang Shaowan scoffed, hands on her hips, her expression rife with derision. In her view, Ye Qiu was simply seeking to garner the attention of the beautiful women through such ostentatious antics. Miss Ouyang, your silence does not render you mute. Song Yunxia was quite incensed. This woman, why does she always oppose Ye Qiu? Although she and Ye Qiu had yet to officially embark on a romantic relationship. In her eyes, Song Yunxia had long regarded Ye Qiu as her own. Being a naturally assertive person, how could she permit another woman to belittle her man? Indeed, Ouyang Shaowan, you must comprehend that we are all in the same boat now. Put away your temper. Here, no one will indulge you. The usually taciturn Yang Jinfeng could no longer tolerate it. Miss Ouyang, do you truly wish for Ye Qiu to fail in his endeavor? Do you wish to perish from the cold here? Xiaojia also voiced her protest. I did not mean it that way. Seeing that she had incited the ire of the group, Ouyang Shaowan hurriedly shook her head in denial. Shaowan, you should speak less in the future. Too much talk leads to mistakes. Do you understand? Su Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy for the girl, who was being ostracized, and stepped in to mediate. Thank you. Aunt Su, you are too kind. We are all in distress. Let us extend understanding and tolerance towards one another. Ye Qiu glanced around, but found no rope. The absence of rope meant that fire could not be kindled. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Ouyang Shaowan's feet, for among the women, she was the only one wearing a pair of sneakers. Miss Ouyang, would you kindly remove your shoes? Remove my shoes? The women looked utterly bewildered. Fire and removing shoes seemed unrelated. Could it be that Ye Qiu, under the guise of seeking fire, intended to take advantage? Mr. Yi, you want me to take off my shoes? Hurry. Noticing that the sun had already set, Ye Qiu felt the urgency. Without fire, they would have to endure the sea breeze at night. If one were to catch a cold and develop a fever, they would either endure it or await death. Of course, Ye Qiu was confident in his physical resilience. A mere cold should be manageable. However, the same could not be said for these women. Ouyang Shaowan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately removed her shoes. Ye Qiu swiftly approached, crouching to pick up one shoe. At that moment, a delicate foot came into view, and the fragrance emanating from Ouyang Shaowan nearly distracted him. How ironic. He had once dreamt of beautiful women daily. Now, surrounded by numerous beauties, he found himself in a dire predicament, stranded on this desolate island. What good were all these beauties in such a situation? Ye Qiu attracted Ashuedes, bent a branch into a bow shape and secured the ends with the lace. Subsequently, he gathered some fragile leaves and arranged them on the ground, preparing to use the bow drill method to start fire. Once the preparations were complete, Ye Qiu began to rotate the drill. Time passed quietly. Approximately 20 minutes later, the fragile, soft twigs on the ground began to emit smoke. Gradually, a flame emerged. After another 2 or 3 minutes, the flames erupted. Hurrah! Ye Qiu, you are truly remarkable, young Jinfeng exclaimed joyfully. She hurried over to crouch by the fire. The other women soon followed suit. However, Ouyang Shaowan, perhaps out of pride, remained rooted in place, her arms crossed, her body trembling intermittently. Miss Ouyang, are you certain you do not wish to join us? If you freeze to death, I shall toss your corpse into the sea to feed the sharks. Ye Qiu deliberately attempted to frighten her. Indeed, the once haughty Ouyang Shaowan promptly rushed over to join the gathering around the fire. Perhaps due to the cold, Ouyang Shaowan instinctively leaned closer to Ye Qiu. He remained silent, relishing the soft sensation. This feeling was simply indescribable. Aunt Su, now that the fire is lit, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Ye Qiu fixed his gaze upon Su Xiaoyu, his eyes lingering on her bosom. Noticing the fervor in his stare, Su Xiaoyu blushed deeply. Xiao Qiu, I haven't yet decided on your reward. Su Xiaoyu had merely spoken offhandedly. She had not anticipated Ye Qiu's success. Aunt Su, one must uphold their integrity. If you have made a promise, you must keep it. The other women nodded in agreement. This left Su Xiaoyu in a predicament. After pondering for a moment, she approached Ye Qiu with a smile and said, Xiao Qiu, close your eyes. At that moment, Ye Qiu seemed to guess her intention. Perhaps due to Qin Wan's presence, Su Xiaoyu dared not meet his gaze directly, hence the request for him to close his eyes. Suddenly, a soft sensation pressed against him. The women were taken aback, realizing that Su Xiaoyu's reward was a sweet kiss. Ye Qiu was overjoyed. The blushing Su Xiaoyu hurriedly retreated across the way, her head bowed in shyness. When Ye Qiu opened his eyes, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the women, a mix of anger and amusement. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. To his surprise, Song Yunxiao was pinching him. Humph, little rascal. When you claimed there was nothing between you two at the hotel, I didn't believe you for a second. A lone man and a lone woman? You must be jesting. Sister Xia, I assure you, Aunt Su and I are entirely innocent. If you don't believe me, ask Aunt Su. Ye Qiu felt as if he were being unjustly accused. Xia Jie chuckled. Xiao Qiu, I hadn't realized you possess such skills. She then deliberately glanced at Su Xiaoyu. To her astonishment, Ye Qiu had indeed been involved with Aunt Su. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shaowan looked on with disdain. Humph, you lecherous scoundrel. Aunt Su is over a decade your senior, and yet you dare to pursue her. You must be after her wealth, playing the gigolo and living off her. All right, now we have another matter at hand, finding a place to sleep. Ye Qiu was not keen on resting on the beach at night. Indeed, in our eagerness to warm ourselves, how could we overlook such an essential task? Yang Jinfeng was the first to agree. Well then, you all know how to set up tents, right? Yes, the women replied in unison. Now let us gather some slender branches. Remember, do not wander too far. Form teams of 3. Within a short while, they had collected a pile of branches. Everyone collaborated, and in just half an hour, they had constructed 3 makeshift tents, laying some soft leaves beneath them for comfort. With the resting area established, the only remaining concern was distribution. Aunt Su, I shall share a tent with you, Yang Jinfeng declared as she took Su Xiaoyu's hand. As Xiao Feng and Song Yunxiao were about to speak, intending to share a tent with Ye Qiu, unexpectedly, Xia Jie insisted on sharing with her. To avoid offending Xia Jie, Song Yunxiao reluctantly agreed. Ouyang Shaowan was left bewildered. According to this arrangement, she would have to squeeze into a tent barely measuring 1 square meter with Ye Qiu. The thought of Ye Qiu's lecherous gaze earlier filled her with trepidation, fearing he might take advantage of her while she slept. Miss Ouyang, do you not wish to share with me? Ye Qiu invited. Mr. Yi, could we discuss a matter? Would you mind sleeping outside tonight? The other women expressed their discontent upon hearing this. Presently, Ye Qiu was the sole male among the survivors. and they all relied on him to lead them to safety. If he were to catch a cold, they would be left without guidance. What do you mean, Miss Ouyang? Are you not aware that Ye Qiu is our cornerstone? How can you suggest he sleep on the beach? How could you even utter such a thing? Song Yunxiao was furious. Exactly. What Sister Xia said is right. If you are concerned, fine, you can sleep outside, and Ye Qiu can have the tent to himself. Are you worried that Ye Qiu might take advantage of you? I acknowledge your beauty, but we are not lacking in charm either. Do not think so ill of Ye Qiu. If Ye Qiu were to request it, I would gladly attend to him every day. Alas, the presence of so many women became a burden for Ye Qiu, who felt a headache coming on. Never mind, I will take the night watch. You all can rest peacefully. However, Song Yunxia was the first to object. Ye Qiu, you cannot possibly endure a whole night alone. I will accompany you on the watch. Why not divide into 3 groups and take turns watching through the night? Yang Jinfeng proposed her idea. Ye Qiu shook his head. If we take turns, no one will get sufficient rest. It would be better for me to bear the brunt of it. I am a man, after all, and I should shoulder more responsibility. Su Xiaoyu attempted to speak up, but was silenced by Ye Qiu. This is settled then. After dinner, let us all retire early. As for dinner, it was merely biscuits salvaged from the sea. Everyone was exhausted, so they made do with a simple meal. Tomorrow, we shall search for wild fruits and the like. Ye Qiu suggested, to which the women had no objections. Soon, the modest dinner concluded. Ye Qiu, why not take this opportunity to rest well, so you could be energized for the night watch? Song Yunxiao expressed her concern for him. Very well, Sister Xia, I shall take a short nap. Yet, upon entering the tent, he discovered Ouyang Shaowan had already settled in. Goodness, this woman truly knows how to indulge. Ye Qiu, what are you planning to do? Ouyang Shaowan's expression turned anxious as she saw him lying down. Miss Ouyang, this is our resting tent. Of course, I am here to recuperate, so I may have the strength for the night watch. Ye Qiu, I warn you, do not act rashly. Ye Qiu sensed that she was somewhat intriguing and decided to tease her. What will you do if I were to act rashly? Ouyang Shaowan curled up, gritting her teeth as she retorted, if you bully me, I will fight back. Ye Qiu, what are you laughing at? Miss Ouyang, with your limited strength, do you truly wish to challenge me? Perhaps you should reconsider. What are you staring at? If you continue, I shall gouge out your eyes and feed them to the fish. Allow me to remind you, I'm the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family. Should you dare to take advantage of me, my grandfather will ensure you face dire consequences, and you shall meet a most tragic fate. Ouyang Shaowan, fearing that Ye Qiu's audacity might lead him to ill-treat her, resorted to invoking the Ouyang family's prestige in an attempt to intimidate Ye Qiu, hoping to deter him from any reckless actions. The Ouyang family is quite formidable, is it? I have certainly never heard of them. Furthermore, on this deserted island, aside from us few, there seems to be no one else. If I were to truly deal with you, who would know? Suddenly, Ye Qiu reached out with his left hand and pulled Ouyang Shaowan into his embrace. You let go of me, she exclaimed, lowering her voice in concern of being overheard by the other women. If you continue to shout, do you believe I will toss you to the sharks? Instantly, Ouyang Shaowan's face turned pale with fear. Ye Qiu, as long as you do not touch me, upon my return to Zhongbei, I can offer you 1 million. Ye Qiu, how about 10 million? However, he did not respond further. Ouyang Shaowan could hardly fathom that Ye Qiu's appetite was so grand that he deemed 10 million insufficient. If 10 million is not enough, I shall have my grandfather give you 20 million. Ye Qiu shook his head. Miss Ouyang, you may not understand, but I possess but one inclination, a fondness for women. I have no interest in money. The next moment, Ouyang Shaowan burst into tears. Upon hearing her sobs, the other women exchanged glances. Ansu, do you think Ye Qiu has bullied Miss Ouyang? Yang Jinfeng inquired. Xiaofeng, Xiao Qiu is not that kind of person, replied Su Xiaoyu, doubtful that Ye Qiu would take advantage of her. I trust Ye Qiu. So do I. Come, let us see. Su Xiaoyu led them to the tent at the far end. Suddenly, Ouyang Shaowan rushed out in tears. Ye Qiu, what on earth happened? Why did you make her cry? And Su, I was merely joking with Miss Ouyang. I had no idea she would be so timid. Joking? Ouyang Shaowan glared fiercely at Ye Qiu. Had her gaze been lethal, Ye Qiu would have perished countless times. Ye Qiu, you cad. Enraged, Ouyang Shaowan charged at him. I shall not back down. Instantly, she tackled Ye Qiu and began flailing her arms wildly at him. Stop it, you mad woman. In less than 10 seconds, several fingernail marks adorned Ye Qiu's face. Witnessing her man in distress, Song Yunxia could no longer remain passive and forcefully pushed Ouyang Xiaowan away. Ouyang Xiaowan stumbled and fell to the ground. "You all are bullying me," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Xiaowan, this is all a misunderstanding. Do not be angry. Su xiao yu shuot ye qi a reproak fulgulance. Xiao Qiu, Miss Ouyang is inherently timid, and you deliberately frightened her. This is your fault. Listen to Auntie and promptly apologize." At that moment, Ye Qiu recognized that he had taken the jest too far. Chapter 17. Detoxification. "Miss Ouyang, I sincerely apologize. I should not have frightened you," Ye Qiu earnestly admitted, bowing his head in contrition. Ouyang Xiaowan merely snorted coldly before departing. As she walked away, she glanced back to ensure she was not being followed. Once satisfied, Ouyang Xiaowan arrived beneath a large tree. "Xiao Qiu, where did Xiaowan go?" Su Xiaoyu inquired with concern. "Su Ai, she is not a child, and besides, I'm not well acquainted with her. Why should I worry about her?" "Xiao Qiu, you are a boy. You ought to be magnanimous." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. "Oh no, it is Ouyang Xiaowan." Ye Qiu sprinted over at a speed akin to a 100-meter dash. 3 minutes later, he reached the base of the tree. "Miss Ouyang, what is the matter?" At that moment, Ouyang Xiaowan's sobs became audible. Ye Qiu, come quickly." Without a second thought, Ye Qiu hurriedly circled to the front. Upon reaching her, he found Ouyang Xiaowan sitting on the ground, tugging at her shirt, tears streaming down her face. "Woo woo woo. Miss Ouyang, what has happened to you? Why do you only cry?" Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaowan sprang to her feet. Leaping onto Ye Qiu's thigh, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. A spider, a huge spider. Ye Qiu looked up, and, indeed, above them on a tree branch, a spider the size of a sea turtle was extending its front legs, fixating on them. "How audacious! I shall exterminate you." Ye Qiu bent down, picked up 2 stones from the ground, and hurled them forcefully at the spider's head. To his surprise, both struck their target. The spider, in agony, plummeted from the tree. Seeing the spider attempt to flee and fearing it might summon companions, Ye Qiu did not hesitate to hurl 3 more large stones. After a vigorous assault, the spider lay motionless on the ground. Not satisfied, Ye Qiu stomped on its head. "Miss Ouyang, the spider has been vanquished. You should come down now." Why is there no response?" Ye Qiu looked down and was immediately alarmed. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaowan's complexion appeared pale, her body weakly leaning against him. "Ye Qiu, I think I've been bitten by the spider." This was dire. The spider could be venomous. "This is disastrous. We are utterly finished." In their current predicament, lacking water, food, and medicine, a venomous bite could very well mean a death sentence. Ye Qiu silently prayed, hoping the venom was not potent and that Ouyang Xiaowan would endure. As her complexion worsened, he realized he could not remain idle. "This one do. I must detoxify her." "Xiaowan, where were you bitten?" Only by knowing the location of the bite could he, much like in ancient dramas, suck out the toxic blood. "Here." Ouyang Xiaowan weakly indicated her chest. "Goodness, it cannot be there that the spider bit you. That wretched spider certainly knows how to choose its targets. Why are you looking so intently?" "Miss Ouyang, if I do not observe, how can I ascertain the severity of your injury? How can I detoxify you?" This woman truly lacked appreciation. He was risking much to assist her, yet she showed no gratitude. "What does your figure matter? I'm not impressed." "Ye Qiu, my earlier demeanor was inappropriate, and I apologize. Now, can you assist me in detoxifying?" The fear of death is universal, and Ouyang Xiaowan is no exception. If she were to lose her life at such a young age due to a mere spider, it would indeed be a grievous loss. "Have you made up your mind? Do not later accuse me of taking advantage of you." "Ye Qiu, I assure you, I shall not utter a word. Just now I was overly anxious and misspoke. It is my leg that has been bitten." Ouyang Xiaowan pointed to the inner side of her left leg. "Straighten your leg, Ye Qiu. Why do you stand there in a daze? Hurry." Observing Ye Qiu's fixation upon her, Ouyang Xiaowan felt both anger and annoyance. This fellow is indeed a lecher. Here I am, in peril, and he dares to entertain such impure thoughts. His mind is certainly not occupied with noble intentions. Ye Qiu took a deep breath, exerted a gentle force, and began to extract the venomous blood. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaowan's body trembled violently. This lasted for approximately 3 minutes until a drop of normal-colored blood was extracted, at which point Ye Qiu ceased his efforts. However, upon glancing at Ouyang Xiaowan, He was taken aback to find that she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Could it be that the spider's venom is too potent, rendering this detoxification method ineffective? With this thought, Ye Qiu carefully placed his fingers near Ouyang Xiaowan's nose to assess her breathing. Fortunately, her breath was steady. Moreover, her previously pallid complexion had regained a hint of color. Xiaowan awakened. Ye Qi Genti Tapit Hashuldev. Yet, Ouyang Xiaowan showed no signs of response. With no other options, Ye Qiu carried her to the small tent assigned to them. After settling Ouyang Xiaowan, he stepped outside, where several women gathered around him. Xiao Qiu, are you all right? Su Xiaoyu expressed her concern for Ye Qiu. Xiao Qiu, why did you save that woman? Your method of detoxification is perilous. You must not do this again. Do you understand? Understood, Sister Xia. I was worried sick about you. Song Yunxia was quite irate. All right, Sister Xia. I shall refrain from such recklessness in the future. Ye Qiu, you use your mouth to detoxify. Are you not afraid of succumbing to the poison yourself? Xia Jie glared at him. Ye Qiu is now the pillar of support for this group of women. If anything were to happen to him, what would they do? Suddenly, Ye Qiu had a realization. He hurriedly ran to the seaside and took several sips of water to rinse his mouth. Thankfully, Xia Jie had reminded him, if any traces of venomous blood lingered, he too could fall victim to the poison. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the tent. Upon hearing it, everyone rushed over. Inside, they discovered that Ouyang Xiaowan had awakened. Had the detoxification succeeded? Before Ye Qiu could celebrate, with a sudden burst of energy, Ouyang Xiaowan stood upright, wildly waving her arms and shaking her head, appearing rather deranged. Spiders, so many spiders. When the world is however, Ouyang Xiaowan incessantly repeated the word spider. Xiao Qiu, could it be that Miss Ouyang, bitten by a venomous spider, is experiencing hallucinations? Su Xiaoyu expressed her deep concern. Aunt Su, I've already extracted the venom. How could this still be happening? Ye Qiu was utterly perplexed. Perhaps the venom was not completely drained. Song Yunxia offered her insight. Just as everyone was at a loss, Ouyang Xiaowan moved again, her hands incessantly scratching her delicate body. Xiao Qiu looked quickly. At that moment, Yang Jinfeng pointed to Ouyang Xiaowan's left leg. To everyone's astonishment, her left leg appeared pale red, covered in numerous bumps, which looked quite repulsive. It itches. Ouyang Xiaowan's expression was one of agony as she scratched vigorously at her neck, gripping her tender skin. In no time, her snow-white skin was broken, oozing a few drops of fresh blood. Xiao Qiu, hurry, rinse it with salt water. Xia Jie suddenly recalled that when she was a child, she often sneaked into cornfields to steal corn and would invariably get bitten by caterpillars. Back then, her family was poor, and there was no money for anti-itch medicine. Therefore, her mother devised an effective solution, applying salt to the bumps. Although it was painful, it had remarkable anti-itch properties. Without further ado, Ye Qiu carried Ouyang Xiaowan towards the beach. Soon, they arrived at the shore. Ye Qiu gently placed Ouyang Xiaowan on the sand, cradling her in his arms, ensuring that her body was almost submerged in the seawater. Time flowed quietly by. After approximately 5 minutes, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously abundant bumps had not only ceased to spread, but were slowly receding. Xiao Jia, your method is truly effective. Of course, it's my mother's folk remedy. At that moment, Ye Qiu's gaze lingered on Ouyang Xiaowan's chest. Due to the seawater's immersion, her already flimsy attire rendered her black camisole distinctly visible. After just a few glances, Ye Qiu felt a parched sensation in his throat. Fearing he might lose control, he averted his gaze to the left. Yet, after a brief moment, his curiosity reignited. Damn it, I risked my life to save Ouyang Xiaowan. I shouldn't look, but I'm not peeping. This is genuine admiration. Before long, Ouyang Xiaowan awakened. Upon opening her eyes and discovering Ye Qiu embracing her, she screamed, "Pervert!" and slapped him across the face. Instantly, a fiery sensation flared on his left cheek. Madwoman, I just saved you, and you dare strike me? Truly a case of dog biting Lu Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good person. Ouyang Xiaowan, what do you mean by this? Not only did Ye Qiu detoxify you, but he also carried you to soak in the seawater to alleviate your itching. Yet, upon waking up, you indiscriminately slapped him. Upon witnessing Ye Qiu being struck, Xia Jia was indignant. Ouyang Xiaowan, how dare you hit my man? Song Yunxia, furious, rushed forward to confront Ouyang Xiaowan. Fortunately, several women intervened to restrain her. Xiaowan, it's not Annie criticizing you. You truly need to temper that princess temperament of yours. This is a deserted island, not your home where you can indulge in childish whims, Su Xiaoyu gently reproached. Realizing she had once again become the target of everyone's ire, Ouyang Xiaowan burst into tears. All right, everyone disperse and rest promptly, someone urged. Subsequently, everyone retreated to their respective tents. Ye Qiu, I apologize for my impulsiveness earlier, Ouyang Xiaowan admitted, recognizing her recklessness. After all, on this entire deserted island, Ye Qiu was the only man, and his fate intertwined with theirs. She certainly did not wish to be stranded here forever. Despite her apology, Ye Qiu remained displeased. The woman before him was utterly exasperating. He resolved to teach her a lesson. After some contemplation, he devised a plan. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaowan fixed her gaze intently on Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, you were the one detoxifying me just now, weren't you? Ye Qiu, puzzled by her sudden concern, candidly admitted it. Pointing at her wound, Ouyang Xiaowan said coldly, You use your mouth to suck out the poison from here? Yes. What of it? He replied. You scoundrel. You lecher, she exclaimed. Ye Qiu similit faintly. Miss Ouyang, if I hadn't used my mouth to suck out the poison, you'd have been a goner by now. What's wrong with taking advantage a little? Ouyang Xiaowan was rendered speechless by his shamelessness. It was the first time she encountered such a brazen man who described taking liberties so elegantly. Suddenly, Ye Qiu pointed her lower back. Spider! Spider! Immediately, Ouyang Xiaowan cried out in fright. Ye Qiu, quick, help me get rid of the spider. However, Ye Qiu remained unmoved. Ye Qiu, what are you doing? Hurry and remove the spider. I'm sorry, I can't help with this. Otherwise, someone might accuse me of taking advantage again, Ye Qiu replied. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Xiaowan clutched Ye Qiu's clothes, pleading earnestly, This time, I swear I won't blame you. Without hesitation, she nestled into his embrace, wrapping her legs around his waist. Ye Qiu grinned mischievously. Observing her nervous and fearful demeanor delighted him. Ye Qiu, please get rid of that thing quickly. I'm scared, she begged. Their posture was intimate. From afar, they resembled a couple deeply in love. At that moment, a subtle fragrance emanated from Ouyang Xiaowan. Miss Ouyang, could you please stop clinging so tightly? I won't let go until the spider is gone, she insisted. Ye Qiu was speechless. Miss Ouyang, you were the one who initiated this embrace. Lecher, had enough? Hurry up and get rid of it, she urged. Ye Qiu reached out and flicked vigorously. Beautiful lady, it's gone. Chapter ondokus, surprened ankle Ye Qiu. Did you really get rid of it? Ouyang Xiaowan was still trembling from the fright. Ye Qiu nodded. Beautiful lady, don't you want to see who actually did it? Watching the heiress he had teased, Ye Qiu felt triumphant, having vented his frustration. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaowan raised her head abruptly. Seeing Ye Qiu's mischievous grin, she seemed to understand something. Scoundrel, there was no spider just now. Are you trying to scare me on purpose? Huh, believe it or not. I'm a big bad guy. I trust you not at all. Suddenly, Ye Qiu felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he discovered that Ouyang Xiaowan was tightly pinching his right arm. Perhaps out of frustration, she even twisted it like she was tightening a screw. Ye Qiu was in such pain that he felt like giving this woman a piece of his mind. Damn it, your grip is truly ruthless. Oomph. Daring to toy with this young lady, this is your consequence, Ouyang Xiaowan declared angrily, with a half-moon shape rising and falling, nearly making Ye Qiu drool. Ye Qiu, from now on, we shall establish 3 rules. You are not to deceive me again, and without my permission, you are not allowed to enter the tent. Hearing Ouyang Xiaowan's demands, several women present could no longer remain silent. Miss Ouyang, do you think this is your home, where everything must cater to your whims? Xia Jie glared at her in anger. Song Yunxia was equally infuriated, watching her beloved man being bullied time and again by this willful heiress. She could no longer tolerate it. Ouyang Xiaowan, who do you think you are, bullying Ye Qiu? Either you listen to him, or you fend for yourself. I will not indulge you. Humph, Miss Ouyang, I can hardly bear to watch. I truly wonder what goes on in your mind. Haven't you yet recognized the situation? Yang Jinfeng felt that Ouyang Xiaowan was beyond redemption, her mind completely closed off. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyu was there to offer counsel and comfort. All right, while it's still light, let us wander around and see if we can find some food that has fallen from the plane. Ye Qiu believed that although they were at sea and had salvaged some food, he had no idea when they would be rescued. These limited provisions could sustain them for at most a week, They could not rely on the environment indefinitely. I think we should wait for rescue. Ouyang Xiaowan spoke again. Perhaps due to her fear of spiders, she was unwilling to venture out in search of food. Miss, waiting for rescue? Let's not count on that. Ouyang Xiaowan, if you refuse to seek food, at least finish the portion allocated to you, and then figure it out for yourself. Exactly. I detest those who want to reap without labor. Xiaowan, I will accompany you, several women chimed in. Soon, they reached a consensus. Along the beach, they searched for food. To their surprise, they stumbled upon several stranded fish and some shellfish along the way. Suddenly, a wave crashed in. The women were caught off guard and were knocked down onto the sand. At the same time, 2 bodies were washed ashore. As the women stood up and saw the bloated corpses, they were all startled. There are dead bodies. The timid Xia Jie was so frightened that she dove into Ye Qiu's embrace. Ye Qiu gently stroked his old classmate's hair, patting her shoulder softly, and quickly reassured her. Xia Jie, it's all right. I'm here, don't be afraid. At that moment, Yang Jinfeng began to cry. Wow, I want to go home. Mom. Having experienced life and death, she yearned to return home. Xiaofeng, you must remain resolute. Until the very last moment, never surrender. Reflect upon those passengers who perished on the plane. In comparison to them, are we not exceedingly fortunate? Since heaven itself seems to favor us so, I firmly believe we shall return home safely. Su Xiaoyu comforted Yang Jinfeng once more. And Su, I child, do not fear. We shall all be well. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaowan grasped Ye Qiu's hand tightly. Ye Qiu, from this moment forth, I shall no longer cause trouble. I will obey you wholeheartedly. Whatever you ask, I shall comply sincerely. Ye Qiu smiled with delight, appraising Ouyang Xiaowan from head to toe. Undeniably, this woman possessed a strikingly alluring figure. Xiao Qiu, I have an idea. Song Yunxia spoke up. The group turned their attention to her. She pointed toward the 2 corpses with a hint of melancholy and said, Though I was strangers with them both, our ancestors often said that one must rest peacefully in the earth. Why don't we find a place to bury them properly? I agree. Su Xiaoyu was the first to raise her hand in assent. Me too. Agreed. With no objections from the ladies. Ye Qiu and the others spent half an hour digging 2 graves, laying the deceased to rest with dignity. Ye Qiu, shall we continue searching for food? At this point, Xia Jie appeared weary. After all, she was merely a flight attendant accustomed to a life of ease. Engaging in manual labor was indeed taxing for her. Why don't you rest for a while? We can press on. Ye Qiu wished to resolve the food scarcity promptly. He did not desire to perish on this deserted island from hunger. No, I'll endure a bit longer. Xia Jie, timid and reluctant to stay alone, suddenly screamed. Startled, Ye Qiu feared something dreadful had occurred. Turning around, he saw Su Xiaoyu crouch down, her expression pained. Aunt Su, what's wrong? Young Jinfeng asked anxiously. Xiaofeng, I think I've twisted my ankle. Ye Qiu strode over swiftly. Aunt Su, I know a bit about bone-setting techniques. Allow me to try. Before Su Xiaoyu could respond, Ye Qiu knelt and gently touched her right foot with his left hand. Such exquisite, delicate feet. Gazing upon these refined feet, Ye Qiu's mind instantly conjured a phrase, 7-inch golden lotus. The skin was as tender as freshly fallen snow, the feet petite and exquisite, adorned with black stockings. Undeniably enticing. Xiao Qiu, is my foot seriously injured? Chapter 20. Bone setting for Annie Aunt Su. Allow me to examine it first. Without waiting for Su Xiaoyu's reply, Ye Qiu placed his left hand upon her precious foot. This woman radiated mature beauty from head to toe, stirring a restless yearning within him. Ye Qiu, are you really treating Annie's injury, or do you have other intentions? Su Xiaoyu noticed Ye Qiu's prolonged stillness and deliberately cleared her throat. Looking up, Ye Qiu met Su Xiaoyu's eyes. She lowered her head nervously, as if caught in a misdeed, barely daring to breathe. Nearby, Song Yunxia perceived the awkwardness and silently cursed Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, hurry up, Xia Jie urged from the side. Ouyang Xiaowan, having finally developed a modicum of affection for Ye Qiu, found that sentiment utterly extinguished at this moment. Ye Qiu feigned concern, gently pressing his fingers against the joint of her leg. Aunt Su, your left foot appears slightly red and swollen. However, it is nothing to be overly worried about. The instant he pressed the joint, Su Xiaoyu's body trembled violently, and she could not help but emit a soft groan. Aunt Su, I am about to realign your bones. It may cause some discomfort, but please bear with me. It will soon be alleviated. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip and nodded. In truth, Ye Qiu had no knowledge of bone realignment. Although his grandfather was an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Ye Qiu had never learned the art. His intent was merely to deceive the women present. Xiao Qiu, Annie is not afraid of pain. You have no idea. Childbirth is far more excruciating than this. The moment those words escaped her lips, Su Xiaoyu's face flushed a deep crimson. She herself was at a loss as to why she had uttered such a statement. Ye Qiu did not respond, but instead gently elevated her left leg. Aunt Su, I will commence now. Yes, please proceed. Ye Qiu took a deep breath, and, with a sudden exertion, there was a crack, and the dislocated joint fortuitously returned to its correct position. Simultaneously, in those fleeting seconds of intense pain, Su Xiaoyu could not suppress a cry. Aunt Su, allow me to assist you. The women exchanged glances, quickly discerning Ye Qiu's ulterior motives. Concerned that Ye Qiu harbored inappropriate intentions, Xia Jie stepped forward, directly supporting Su Xiaoyu. Ye Qiu was inwardly vexed, having hoped to carry Aunt Su back to the tent, thereby gaining a moment of advantage. Unfortunately, his old classmate had seen through his thoughts. However, after just a few steps, Su Xiaoyu let out a small yelp. What is it, Aunt Su? Song Yunxiao inquired with genuine concern. My foot still hurts a bit when I walk. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaowan fixed a skeptical gaze upon Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, did you not just help Annie with her bones? Why does she still experience pain? Clearly your skills are lacking. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware. You cannot realign bones at all and are merely trying to take advantage of Annie. Correct? Unexpectedly, Ouyang Xiaowan exposed Ye Qiu's intentions before the gathering of women. Ye Qiu felt an impulse to reprimand her harshly. Xiaowan, do not speak of Xiao Qiu in such a manner. Without him, I would not have been able to walk at all. Moreover, even after realignment, recovery does not occur instantaneously. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyu came to Ye Qiu's defense. Ouyang Xiaowan, Ye Qiu is a man of integrity. Do not assume all men harbor such base intentions. Upon hearing Ouyang Xiaowan's derision aimed at Ye Qiu, Song Yunxia grew incensed and retorted sharply. Observing the brewing conflict between the two, Su Xiaoyu hastily intervened. Xiao Qiu, what should we do next? Aunt Su, I believe it is getting late. Perhaps we should return? Before darkness falls, we ought to satisfy our hunger. We are still uncertain about the conditions on the island tonight. Therefore, it is imperative that everyone remains vigilant. The women, upon hearing Ye Qiu's rationale, found it quite reasonable. Subsequently, the group retraced their steps. Upon returning, the women were utterly exhausted. What would you all like to eat this afternoon? Ye Qiu inquired, glancing towards the sea. Alas, I find myself yearning for pizza. Woe is me. Ouyang Xiaowan licked her lips. I crave seafood. Several women expressed their desires in succession. Unfortunately, all of this amounted to mere daydreaming. Why not indulge in grilled fish this evening? Ye Qiu, where do we find fish? Xia Jie blinked her eyes, gazing at Ye Qiu with eager anticipation. In her heart, Ye Qiu was nearly omnipotent, having become her pillar of support. Merely seeing him brought her a sense of reassurance. The other women shared a similar sentiment. Foolish one, we are on an island. Do you truly fear there is no fish? With that, Ye Qiu led the way to the shore. Though lacking a spear for fishing, the beach occasionally bore gifts from the waves, such as scallops and fish. The women eagerly bent down to gather the treasures of the sea. In no time at all, they had collected over a dozen fish and more than 100 scallops. The group was elated. Subsequently, they gathered several slender twigs, stringing the fish together. Let us ignite a fire for grilling the fish. Time flowed silently. After a brief span of 10 minutes, a waft of briny aroma enveloped them. How delightful! I can hardly contain myself. I want to eat 5 grilled fish. The women chimed in one after another. The lively atmosphere temporarily alleviated the irritation of being stranded on the island. Thus, they feasted on grilled fish while engaging in cheerful conversation. Yet, Ouyang Xiaowan appeared particularly out of place. Miss Ouyang, will you truly not partake? No, it is too fishy. I have no appetite. Ye Qiu, my dear miss, this is a deserted island. Do you think we are at a bustling eatery or barbecue joint where exquisite meals are served? I shall not eat. Observing the obstinate woman, Ye Qiu found himself at a loss. If you refuse, do not blame anyone when hunger strikes. I will eat biscuits. Rest assured, even if I were to starve, I would never beg you. Chapter 21. The Wild Monkey's Attack, capturing the Monkey King. Since this woman was so unappreciative, Ye Qiu decided to ignore her and took hearty bites of the grilled fish. delicious, delightful, utterly marvelous. He repeated this mantra as he savored each bite. Ouyang Xiaowan, on the other hand, was nibbling on compressed biscuits. However, after a few bites, she found them tasteless. Observing the others enjoying their meal with gusto, she could not resist licking her lips. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu approached, holding 2 grilled fish. Xiaowan, the grilled fish is rather delectable. Do settle for it, as it is far superior to biscuits. Ouyang Xiaowan was no fool. She understood the subtle implication in Su Xiaoyu's words. Biscuits could only serve as a temporary fix, devoid of any nutritional value, while fish provided a wealth of essential nutrients. Moreover, in this nearly isolated island, where water and medical supplies were scarce, it was vital to bolster one's physical condition by any means necessary to survive. Contemplating this, Ouyang Xiaowan accepted the grilled fish with a soft thank you. Silly child. We are a team now. We must support one another, understand? Otherwise, we shall become a scattered bunch, and each of us may perish here. Onsu, I understand. Taking a bite, she was met with a strong fishy flavor. However, Ouyang Xiaowan managed to restrain herself and finished 2 grilled fish. After their meal, the women approached the seaside, freshened up briefly, and then retreated to their assigned tents. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu stood guard alone, patrolling the area. Today marked their first night on the isolated island, and they remained entirely unaware of what lurked within its confines. Thus, in the interest of caution, Ye Qiu resolved to stay vigilant throughout the night. Inside the tent, Song Yunxia tossed and turned restlessly. For the first time, sleeping on the ground was a considerable challenge for her. Sister Xia, why aren't you resting? Diao, Ye, I can't sleep. Neither can I. My heart feels so unsettled. Concurrently, in another tent, Su Xiaoyu and Yang Jinfeng were also unable to find repose. Aunt Su, do you think we can leave this island alive? As she spoke, tears streamed down Yang Jinfeng's cheeks. Silly girl, we must have faith in ourselves. Although the odds are slim, how can we know the outcome without attempting? Encouraged by Su Xiaoyu's words, Yang Jinfeng felt a surge of confidence. Ye Qiu paced back and forth, listening to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, inhaling the scent of the sea, and momentarily forgetting all his worries and troubles. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was midnight. The rhythmic sounds of women snoring filled the tent. At that moment, weariness enveloped Ye Qiu. He rubbed his eyes and continued his vigil, protecting the women. Suddenly, a large tree above him swayed slightly. Ye Qiu was startled, sensing a hint of danger. He looked up to see a wild monkey gripping a branch, peering down at the tent. Fortunately, it was just one monkey, but when he looked again, it had vanished. Time slipped away quietly, and approximately 20 minutes later, Ye Qiu, who had been dozing off, was abruptly awakened by a commotion. He shot up, eyes wide open. My goodness! A group of monkeys is charging toward us. Alarmed, he rushed into the tent, shouting, Ouyang Xiaowan, wake up! He also called out to the other 2 tents. Thankfully, the women quickly stirred awake. Xia Jia was the first to dash out of the tent. Stifling several yawns and rubbing her eyes, she inquired, Ye Qiu, what is happening? Grab a stick to defend yourselves. We're under monkey attack. The other women joined her outside. In unison, they looked up to see a dozen monkeys, their faces paling in shock. Ye Qiu, what should we do? Yang Jinfeng was on the verge of tears. What can we do? Just observe the monkeys' reactions. Ye Qiu was encountering such a situation for the first time and was at a loss. Surely, these monkeys couldn't be as troublesome as those from a May mountain. Could they? Thus, a standoff ensued between humans and monkeys, each party sizing the other up. Suddenly, the leading monkey lunged at Xia Jia. Xia Jia was paralyzed with fear, her legs trembling, just as the monkey's claws were about to seize her shoulder. Ye Qiu pushed her aside with all his strength and swung a branch, thick as his finger, forcefully at the monkey. The monkey deftly dodged, narrowly evading the blow. Ye Qiu swung again. After exchanging several rounds, the monkey was struck in the waist, writhing in pain on the ground. Ye Qiu pressed his left foot onto the monkey's head and sternly admonished the others, if any of you dare to disturb us again, you will be killed on the spot. The leading monkey muttered a few words under its breath. In the next moment, the rest of the monkeys scattered and left. Are you the Monkey King? Ye Qiu waited. The monkey nodded. Very well, I will spare you today. From now on, we will keep to our own territories. How's that sound? The monkey nodded once more. Ye Qiu stepped back, allowing the monkey to depart. Brother Yi, how could you let the Monkey King go? What they retaliate? Yang Jinfeng questioned, perplexed and disapproving of Ye Qiu's approach. Jinfeng, if I had slain the Monkey King just now, that group of monkeys would have fought desperately for revenge. Could the few of us possibly withstand an entire troop of monkeys? Sushaoyu valihivtarte supported Ye Qiu sonin. I think Xiao Qiu's analysis is quite sound. Xiaofeng, don't underestimate those monkeys. When enraged, we would be the ones suffering. Ye Qiu, what if those monkeys launch another sneak attack? Song Yunxiao expressed her worries anxiously. Yes, that is a possibility. To guard against their return, we must prepare in advance. Then he instructed, Aunt Sue, you and the others gather some slender, sharp tree branches. I have a use for them. Understood. Within 15 minutes, the women had collected over 100 fine branches. Ye Qiu, are you planning to set traps? Yang Jinfeng suddenly recalled the ancient hunting methods, digging deep pits in open spaces, placing sharp weapons inside, then covering them with a layer of leaves. Any prey stepping in would fall inescapably. Jinfeng, you're truly clever. Cool, mate. Let us all dig several deep pits near the tents. With many hands, they swiftly dug 10 pits within half an hour. Ye Qiu carefully arranged the traps in each pit. Done. This should suffice. You all may return to rest now. Ye Qiu, may I keep you company on watch? Song Yunxia, concerned for Ye Qiu, could not bear to see him guard alone through the night. Sister Xia, I'm a man. It's no trouble. You all should get some rest. Ye Qiu replied firmly, his gaze resolute. Very well, I'll go back to rest, Song Yunxia said, casting a tender glance as she turned. Observing the exchange between the two, Su Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable unease stirring within her heart. Chapter 22. Foraging for wild fruits. Since the wild monkeys had attacked, the women spent sleepless nights filled with anxiety, fearing they might awaken surrounded by a troop of monkeys. Fortunately, the monkeys remained subdued in the latter half of the night. Time slipped quietly by, and dawn arrived. The scorching sun blazed fiercely, but the sea breeze brought a refreshing coolness to the group. Ye Qiu sitrichit lazili. Gazing upon the waves, inspiration struck him. After a long, tiring night, nothing beats a refreshing dip in the sea. With that decision made, Ye Qiu dashed to the shoreline, removed his short-sleeved shirt, and immersed himself in the seawater. Nearby, Xia Jie was the first to emerge from the tent. Looking up, she caught sight of Ye Qiu's sun-kissed bronze skin. Unexpectedly, my old classmate possessed a remarkably well-developed musculature. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu also emerged. Likewise, upon beholding Ye Qiu's robust physique, she was overcome with an indescribable sensation. Aunt Su, what are you looking at? Yang Jinfeng inquired, somewhat surprised to see Su Xiaoyu intently gazing at Ye Qiu's back. Could it be that Aunt Su harbored feelings for Ye Qiu as well? After soaking for half an hour, Ye Qiu rose and returned to the tent, soon falling asleep. The women hastily prepared a simple breakfast. Aunt Su, what shall we do now? Xia Jie pondered, hoping to make use of Ye Qiu's rest period. They cannot simply sit idly and waste precious time. How about we explore the vicinity and see if we can gather some wild fruit? Song Yunxiao proposed. Stranded on this island, although they had scavenged some food from the sea, the biscuits and other provisions would not last long. I agree with Sister Xia's suggestion. Yang Jinfeng was the first to voice her approval. I believe our priority should be to establish contact with the outside world. Yang Xiaoan offered a differing opinion. TCH, that is easier said than done. We have no phones now, so how could we possibly reach out? Besides, even if we had phones, this desolate place might not have any signal. Xia Jie was quick to oppose. Indeed, I think our immediate concern should be to stockpile food. Consider this. 6 of us consume a substantial amount daily. With our meager reserves, we won tea last a week, Su Xiaoyu reasoned. Ultimately, the women reached a consensus based on Su Xiaoyu's suggestion. Aunt Su, why don't we split into 2 groups to search for wild fruit? Song Yunxiao proposed. I object. Ouyang Shaowan immediately interjected before Song Yunxia could finish. Having been bitten by a spider recently, she feared that dividing into groups might expose them to dangers, such as the wild monkeys or other threats. And a mere 1 or 2 women would be ill-equipped to handle such perils. Ouyang Shaowan, what do you mean? Do you oppose me at every turn? Whatever I say, you just contradict me, don't you? Song Yunxia, who had long harbored resentment toward Ouyang Shaowan's haughty demeanor, finally unleashed her suppressed anger as her suggestion was rejected. What do I mean? Am I not entitled to express my opinion? Moreover, what if we separate and encounter danger? Haven't you heard the saying strength lies in numbers? Ouyang Shaowan retorted. Oh, I forgot. You're Miss Ouyang, educated abroad. How could I possibly compare? Shall we all become your bodyguards then? Song Yunxia sneered. As the two women bickered, Su Xiaoyu hastened to intervene. Shaowan, Xia, could you both please cease this quarrel? I understand that being stranded on this island has unsettled everyone's emotions, prompting a desire to vent. However, since this is our reality, we must face it with composure. We are a collective now and must support one another. Only through unity can we hope to survive. If we continue to harbor animosity, we become scattered and vulnerable. Aunt Sue, I will follow your guidance, one agreed. Aunt Sue, whatever you say, I will do, another pledged. Fortunately, the two women reconciled. Very well, Su Xiaoyu decided. We shall still divide into two groups, but the members must remain within each other's sight at all times. Upon hearing the others' agreement, the women commenced their quest for wild fruits on the island. They searched diligently, and fortune smiled upon them as they ventured 2 kilometers from their tent to discover a small grove. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon 2 fruit trees, laden with over 100 fruits, which filled their hearts with joy. Aunt Sue, do you think these fruits are edible? Asked Xia Jie, plucking the fruits with curiosity. Indeed, but we must consider the possibility of them being poisonous. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits, expressed Ouyang Shaowan, her brow furrowed with concern. Let's gather them first. The question of toxicity can be addressed later. Responded Aunt Sue. Orai, Aunt Sue. After approximately 20 minutes, the women returned, their arms laden with their bounty. However, hidden deep within the grove, a pair of blue eyes was fixated on them. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Qin Wan seemed to notice something amiss. Instinctively, she tugged at Ouyang Shaowan's clothing. Ouyang Shaowan paused, bewildered. Shaowan, look over there. Following Xia Jie's pointed finger, she caught a glimpse of a tail. Heavens! That's a wolf's tail. Instantly, their expressions shifted to alarm. Xia Jie, on the verge of screaming, was silenced by Ouyang Shaowan's hand over her mouth. Ye, do not make a sound, and above all, do not panic. If you rise, that wolf will pounce immediately. Ouyang Shaowan then quietly alerted the other women. The group, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. What should we do? What can we do? Listen carefully. We will move together shortly. Do not fear and pretend you have not seen it. If the wolf attacks, we will run and use the fruits to strike it, aiming for its eyes and abdomen. The women nodded in agreement. 2 minutes later, they began to retreat in an orderly fashion, while the wolf rose and followed suit. Aunt Sue, what should we do? It is right behind us, Xia Jie exclaimed, terror-stricken, as it was her first close encounter with a wolf. Su Xiaoyu recalled the traps set near the tent and quickly devised a plan. Run swiftly to the tent. The women sprang into action, occasionally glancing back to hurl fruits at the wolf. Though they struck a few times, the wolf remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing them. Ye Qiu, Ye Qiu, Song Yunxia cried out, desperately calling for Ye Qiu. Thus, the chase ensued, resembling a game of cat and mouse, with the distance between them gradually diminishing. Just 100 meters from the tent, Ouyang Shaowan suddenly stumbled and fell onto the sandy beach. Shaowan, Shaowan! Su Xiaoyu exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush to her aid. Aunt Sue, don't be reckless. Xia Jie and Yang Jinfeng restrained Su Xiaoyu. At that moment, Ouyang Shaowan lay on the ground, her hands scraping against the sand as she inched backward. Ye Qiu, Ye Qiu, please wake up. Song Yunxia called again. Inside the tent, Ye Qiu jolted awake, hearing the cries for help from Xia Jie. He dashed out, only to be startled by the scene before him. In the distance, a black wolf was menacingly fixated on Ouyang Shaowan, who appeared pale and trembling with fear. Several women were in a state of desperation. Ye Qiu, please save Shaowan. Su Xiaoyu implored, her eyes brimming with tears. Aunt Sue, do not fret. I shall devise a solution, Ye Qiu replied, fully aware that if he did not act swiftly, once the black wolf pounced, Ouyang Shaowan would either perish or suffer severe injury. Even a bite could lead to a fatal infection in the absence of medical supplies. Upon seeing the fruit in Xia Jie's hand, an idea struck Ye Qiu. He seized the fruit and dashed forward over 50 meters. Ye Qiu, are you out of your mind? Yang Jinfeng and Song Yunxia exclaimed in unison. The island, seemingly tranquil, was fraught with peril, having already been besieged by wild monkeys and now confronted by a black wolf. Come here and play with me, beast. Ye Qiu shouted, deliberately whistling to attract the wolf's attention, allowing Ouyang Xiao the opportunity to escape. She glanced back and saw him. Ye Qiu. In that moment, warmth flooded her heart. She had not anticipated that this man would rise to the occasion in her hour of need. Simultaneously, she cast a resentful glance at Xia Jia and Song Yunxia. Just moments prior, Aunt Sue had endeavored to rescue her, yet it was these two women who obstructed her. I shall find a chance to settle this score. Ye Qiu, please save me. At that moment, Ouyang Xiao felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, placing her sole hope in Ye Qiu. How ironic that she once held herself above him, yet now she relies on him in her time of danger. Song Yunxia thought indignantly, fearing for Ye Qiu's safety. Xia Jia, I cannot abide that woman either. Let her taste hardship this time, Yang Jin Feng muttered softly. Oh, for heaven's sake. Can't you two refrain from making snide remarks at a time like this? Su Xiao, you sighed in exasperation. Why must women complicate matters for one another? Could they not coexist in harmony, rather than vying for superiority? Hey, beast, I am here. Come and face me one-on-one. Ye Qiu waved his hand and hurled 3 fruits. Unfortunately, the cunning wolf saw through the ruse, focusing instead on Ouyang Xiao. Perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, the helpless Ouyang Xiao removed her upper garment, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it at the black wolf. In an instant, the sight of her black straps against her snow-white skin captivated the onlookers. So fair, so tempting, Ye Qiu thought, momentarily distracted. How can I be admiring such things at a time like this? Suddenly, the wolf advanced a few steps. This is bad. Should it charge? Ouyang Xiao would have no time to react. In a panic, Ye Qiu bent down, picked up 2 stones, and hurled them with all his strength. Fortunately, both struck the wolf's head. The creature howled in response, and Ye Qiu's heart raced. What if this beast is signaling its companions? If more black wolves arrive, it could spell doom for us all. Beast, come here and play with me. Ye Qiu gesticulated wildly, striving to capture the attention of the wild wolf. Soon enough, the wolf turned its gaze upon him. At that moment, Ye Qiu hurled 3 stones. Enraged, the wolf lunged toward him. The women were aghast. Xiao Qiu, be careful. Ye Qiu, watch out. Meanwhile, Xia Jia traced the sign of the cross upon her chest, praying fervently for the safety of her old classmate. Undoubtedly, Ye Qiu's fate gripped the hearts of every woman present. Although terrified, Ye Qiu had no option to retreat. As the wolf charged, he swiftly seized a sharp branch. Clutching it tightly, Ouyang Xiao was paralyzed by fear, rooted to the spot. Xiao run. Su Xiao yu Xiao divergently. Yet Xiao's legs weakened beneath her dread. Yeah. Let us help Xiao back. 2 women hastened toward her. Suddenly, the wolf sensed something amiss, halting and turning its gaze toward Ouyang Xiao. Beast, come on. Ye Qiu shouted again, throwing stones relentlessly. The wolf stirred once more. Beast, I'm going to fight you. Ye Qiu charged, fists swinging. Though frail in appearance, he had trained in karate for 5 years, granting him agile reflexes. The wolf extended a foreleg, baring its fangs as it lunged. Just as it was about to seize Ye Qiu, he dropped to both knees. As the black wolf passed overhead, Ye Qiu seized the moment, plunging the sharp branch deep into its belly with all his strength. The wolf writhed on the ground in agony. Ye Qiu knew he had to finish the battle in one decisive strike. Leaping into the air, he pounced on the wolf, pinning its head down and repeatedly smashing it with stones. 1 blow, 2 blows, 10. The wolf struggled desperately. Come help, Ye Qiu called out. Hearing this, several women rushed over in a flurry, wielding branches and stones, attacking the wolf from all sides. After roughly 10 minutes, the wolf ceased its struggles. At last, the beast was vanquished. Ouyang Xiao, still trembling from the ordeal, fainted soon after returning to the tent. Gazing at the bloodied wolf, Ye Qiu struck it a few more times to confirm it was truly dead, finally allowing himself to relax. We'll have roasted meat soon, Ye Qiu chuckled. If only we had beer, then we could feast and drink heartily. Ye Qiu, is this island home to only 1 black wolf? Xia Jia scanned the surroundings warily. It's hard to say. Everyone, stay alert. Sudendi. Ye Qiu remembered Ouyang Xiaozhan. By the way, how is she? Probabhumph. Xiao Qiu, do you find it beautiful? Aunt Sue, I didn't see it. You didn't see it? Dare you swear? If you lie, you will become a eunuch in the future. My goodness. This woman has a sharp tongue. Aunt Sue, if you can see it, why can't I? I am a woman, of course I can watch. You are a man. It's shameless to peek at others. While speaking, she pushed Ye Qiu out of the tent. Wolf, wolf. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaowan exclaimed. Chapter 24. Running a fever. Xiaowan. What's wrong? Su Xiaoyu was alarmed. She hurriedly embraced Ouyang Xiaowan. Aunt Su, do you need my assistance? Ye Qiu said with a smile. Su Xiaoyu shot him a glance and said irritably, Xiao Qiu, don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Are you trying to take advantage of her? Aunt Su, don't speak nonsense. I am a good man. You are a good man? How so? Don't you want me to prove it to you? Su Xiaoyu looked perplexed. What do you mean? Xiao Qiu wants to prove he's a good man. All right, enough banter. I am here. You should go about your business. Ye Qiu took a few steps, but turned back to look. Aunt Su, this seems to be my tent. I was exhausted last night, and without proper rest. How can I have the energy to work? Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that this was Ye Qiu's domain. Xiao Qiu, I apologize. You should rest properly. Aunt Su, why don't you stay? What if I fall asleep and Ouyang Xiaowan has another incident? I think I should leave. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu dared not look Ye Qiu in the eye. She always felt this guy had ulterior motives. Seeing Su Xiaoyu's anxious demeanor, Ye Qiu couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Qiu, what is so amusing? If you keep laughing, be careful, Aunt will hit you. Unexpectedly, Ye Qiu directly beckoned with his finger. Aunt Su, come on. Come hit me. Seeing Ye Qiu teasing her so boldly, Su Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in anger. Xiao Qiu, just wait. Upon seeing Ye Qiu's fiery gaze, Su Xiaoyu was so frightened that she fled the tent in a fluster. Coincidentally, Xia Jie and Yang Jinfeng were hanging clothes. Yeah. Did you notice how red Aunt Su's face was just now? How would I know? Xia Jie shook her head. Oh, I understand now. You didn't see. Aunt Su came out from Ye Qiu's tent. Yang Jinfeng immediately guessed the implication upon hearing this. Xia Jie, are you suggesting that Ye Qiu bullied Aunt Su? With Ye Qiu being so handsome, could it not be that Aunt Su bullied Ye Qiu? For a moment, Yang Jinfeng didn't know how to respond. Hearing the conversation between the two, Song Yunxia felt a surge of indignation. Vixen, at such an age, still desiring to indulge in young men. Time passed quietly. Before long, 3 hours had flown by. At this moment, Ye Qiu awoke. He stretched lazily, and upon opening his eyes, he noticed Ouyang Xiaowan was nowhere to be seen. Feeling his stomach, he realized he was indeed a bit hungry. Stepping out of the tent, he saw several women chatting. Xiao Qiu, you're awake? Seeing Ye Qiu, Song Yunxia joyfully ran over and even took his hand. Indeed, a brief respite has indeed replenished my energy. By the way, where is Aunt Su? Song Yin turned around and noticed the absence of Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Qiu, Aunt Su was just here chatting with us. How could she vanish in the blink of an eye? Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Quickly, let us search in every direction. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Jie hurried over. Old classmate, something is amiss. What is it, Xia Jie? Ye Qiu, Aunt Su has a fever. Jiao Ye. What did you say? Aunt Su has a fever? Ouyang Xiaowan looked at Xia Jie in astonishment. Instantly, Xia Jie's expression darkened. She shot a fierce glare at Ouyang Xiaowan. Miss Ouyang, could you please listen more attentively? I said Aunt Su has a fever. It seems certain individuals are accustomed to miscommunication. Hence their careless remarks, Song Yunxia retorted. Song Yunxia, say that again. Ouyang Xiaowan challenged. What of it, Miss Ouyang? What if I do say it again? Here, no one is inclined to pamper you. At this moment, Ye Qiu was deeply concerned for Su Xiaoyu. He chose not to intervene between the two and hurriedly made his way to Su Xiaoyu's tent. There, he found Su Xiaoyu curled up, her body trembling intermittently. Aunt Su, what is the matter? Xiao Qiu, I feel so cold, so very cold. Upon witnessing this, Ye Qiu crouched down and touched Su Xiaoyu's forehead. The heat radiating from her startled him. Goodness, she is burning up. Ye Qiu pondered on how to alleviate her fever. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu to get at Ye Qiu, nestling her head against his chest. Instantly, warmth enveloped her entire being. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu wore a blissful smile, tightening her embrace around Ye Qiu. Cold. I'm so cold. Yet, Su Xiaoyu continued to express her chill. What to do? I cannot merely stand by as her fever escalates. If only there were ice cubes. Just then, several other women gathered around. Although Ye Qiu was holding Su Xiaoyu, they did not express any discontent. Ye Qiu, I have an idea that might help Aunt Su lower her temperature. Jinfeng, what is this idea? Ye Qiu, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. Yang Jinfeng sprinted to the seaside with a short-sleeved shirt, swiftly soaking it in the seawater. A minute later, she returned to the tent, placing the damp shirt on Su Xiaoyu's forehead. Ye Qiu, I'm uncertain if this method will work. Jinfeng, thank you. Otherwise, I truly would not know what to do. Hearing Ye Qiu express gratitude for the first time, Yang Jinfeng felt as if she had tasted honey, her heart soaring with joy. Xiao Qiu, typically, individuals with fever suffer from extreme dehydration. Thus, we must ensure Aunt Su is adequately hydrated. Yun Xiaojia, I nearly overlooked that. She then added, all right, I will watch over Aunt Su. You all should attend to your tasks. And be sure to gather plenty of branches for later use. Water, water. I need to drink water. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu squinted, speaking weakly. Ye Qiu quickly opened a bottle of mineral water that he had retrieved from the sea. He supported Su Xiaoyu's back and began to pour the water gently. However, to his surprise, Su Xiaoyu tightly closed her mouth. Aunt Su, drink some water. Drink some water. Although Su Xiaoyu opened her mouth, she only took a few sips before spitting it out. Thirsty water. What to do? After pondering for 2 minutes, Ye Qiu devised a plan. Aunt Su, I hope you won't take offense. It is not my intention. He took a large gulp of water, but did not swallow it. Instead, he pried open Su Xiaoyu's mouth and directly pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 25. So cold Ye Qiu licked his lips, still savoring the sensation from moments ago. He swallowed again. Water, water. Just as Ye Qiu was lost in thought, Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips and weakly said, Aunt Su, don't rush, it will be here soon. He secretly rejoiced. Su Xiaoyu, it is not that I wish to take advantage of you, but you claim to be thirsty. I had no choice but to resort to this method of sharing water mouth to mouth. Suddenly, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. How shameless to take advantage of someone and justify it so grandly. Ye Qiu exhaled deeply and took another large mouthful of water. Gulping it down, Su Xiaoyu successfully consumed a significant amount. Aunt Su, I know you want more water. Don't worry. I will feed you slowly. The audacious Ye Qiu repeated his earlier actions. At this moment, images of Xiajia, Song Yunxia, Yang Jinfeng, and Ouyang Shaowan floated through his mind. Each of these women possessed unique charms. If only he could win over all 5 of them at once. How delightful that would be. With this thought, a rather lewd grin appeared on Ye Qiu's face. As Ye Qiu was lost in his fantasies, suddenly, Su Xiaoyu stirred. She extended her delicate hand, groping about like a blind person. Soon, she made contact with Ye Qiu's left hand. Cold, so cold, she exclaimed, her body shivering intermittently. What to do now? Aunt Su, please wait a moment. I will let you bask in the sun to warm up. However, he quickly realized an issue. While sunlight could indeed warm Su Xiaoyu quickly, she was currently burning with fever. Wouldn't exposure to the sun only raise her temperature further? With this thought, he had to abandon that idea. Aunt Su, I'm not sure how to keep you warm. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu drowsily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Ye Qiu, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her face. Xiao Qiu, Annie is so cold. Ye Qiu was taken aback. Su Xiaoyu, are you certain you aren't speaking nonsense? You want me to hold you? Su Xiaoyu tugged at Ye Qiu's clothing, seemingly saying, You little rascal, Annie isn't afraid? Why are you being all shy? Very well, I shall endure this momentarily. However, Aunt Su, do not take advantage of me. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu was so weak, she had the urge to kick Ye Qiu, taking advantage of someone and then pretending to be the one at a disadvantage. Naturally, Ye Qiu was unwilling to miss this rare opportunity and quickly laid down beside Su Xiaoyu. Thus, time passed second by second. Approximately half an hour later, Ye Qiu heard the faint sound of snoring. As he turned to take a look, he was taken aback to find Su Xiaoyu had actually fallen asleep, a blissful smile gracing her lips. This left Ye Qiu feeling both exasperated and speechless. Xiaojia, why has Ye Qiu been inside for nearly an hour without coming out? Song Yunxia occasionally glanced towards the tent. Hee, Sister Xia, are you worried that your man is up to no good? I'm not worried at all, she retorted, though inwardly, Song Yunxia was quite anxious. Even though Su Xiaoyu was 42 years old, her figure was undoubtedly comparable to any of theirs. Moreover, a woman of such maturity, possessing both charm and understanding of man, who could resist her allure? Sister Xia, rest assured, our old classmate is not that kind of person. At this moment, Yang Jinfeng leaned in. Shall we go and take a peek? She pointed towards the tent. All right, The three women stealthily approached the tent. As they drew closer, Ye Qiu suddenly heard footsteps. Fearing that the women would discern something amiss, he quickly stood up and casually walked out of the tent. "Oh, it's you all?" Ye Qiu greeted them with a smile. "Ye Qiu, where's Aunt Sue?" "Sister Xia, Aunt Sue is asleep," he said while stretching lazily. The three women scrutinized Ye Qiu, searching for any hint of what had transpired. Chapter 26, Jungle. Ye Qiu, be honest. What were you and Aunt Sue doing in the tent for so long? Just the two of you? Song Yun Xiao expressed her skepticism, feeling that something was amiss. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be stern. What have you done to Aunt Sue, Ye Qiu? The three women gazed at him as if he were a criminal. "Oh, you are all so boring. Although I may dislike Ye Qiu, I trust he would never take advantage of someone in need." At that moment, Ouyang Xiao once spoke up. To Ye Qiu's surprise, her defense of him was both unexpected and somewhat touching. "You." Xia Jie was so astonished she could hardly speak. Ouyang Xiao won. "We are questioning Ye Qiu. Why are you butting in? Besides, what exactly transpired in the tent? Did you see anything?" Yang Jinfeng shot back, leaving Ouyang Xiao once speechless. "Come on, ladies, am I really that lecherous? Furthermore, Aunt Sue is unwell. Even if I were a rogue, I would engage in mischief at this moment." Suddenly, a coughing sound emerged from the tent. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Su Xiaoyu slowly stepped out. She had heard every word of the women's conversation. To prevent any misunderstandings about Ye Qiu, Su Xiaoyu decided to clarify. "Xiao Qiu, thank you. I'm feeling much better now. I think my fever has subsided." The three women immediately gathered around her, expressing their concern. "All right, let us explore a bit. There might be more to discover on this island." Ye Qiu intended to seize the opportunity to gather as many resources as possible. After all, one could not simply rely on what was at hand. Thus, Ye Qiu, Xia Jie, and Song Yin Xiao formed one group, while Yang Jinfeng, Su Xiaoyu, and Ouyang Xiao formed another, each group setting off in different directions to search for supplies. Time passed quietly. Soon, an hour had passed, and Su Xiaoyu's group had almost nothing to show for their efforts. Exhausted and breathless, they sought a spacious area to rest. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu and his companions continued their descent through the grove. "Ye Qiu, are we really going to traverse this forest?" Summer Jia asked, her heart inexplicably racing as she gazed at the towering trees. "Yes, perhaps we might uncover some treasures within." Ye Qiu replied, "I am scared." Song Yunxia shivered, instinctively drawing back. "Sister Xiao, what is there to fear? With me around, I shall protect you. Have no worries." "All right, I trust you." With that, Ye Qiu took the lead into the woods, with the two women closely following behind. After a short while fatigue set in, "It's so hot. Too hot." The two women were drenched in sweat. "Shall we take a break?" It was then that Ye Qiu understood why many men preferred not to bring women along on mountain hikes. It truly was too troublesome. Summer Jie found a large rock and sat upon it, while Song Yunxia leaned against a sturdy tree. To remain vigilant, Ye Qiu kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, occasionally glancing around. Noticing Ye Qiu's lingering gaze upon Summer Jie, Song Yunxia felt a surge of irritation. Suddenly, as Summer Jie turned her head, her eyes met Ye Qiu's. "Ye Qiu unabashid admired, head, unperturbed." "Old classmate, what are you staring at? Keep it up, and I might just poke your eyes out." "Haha, Summer Jie, you've truly transformed. I never imagined, after several years apart, that your figure would be so splendid." Ye Qiu's enthusiastic praise left Summer Jie beaming with joy. "Haha, Ye Qiu, I remember back in school you were quite shy. You would blush when speaking with us girls. Who would have thought, after 7 or 8 years, that the once bashful boy has now become quite the charmer? Confess, have you flirted with a few girls?" "Summer Jie, do you not know my true worth? To be frank, I am still an innocent young lad." Song Yunxia could not help but laugh. Ye Qiu, still an innocent youth? The trio chatted for a while before resuming their journey. Suddenly, Ye Qiu felt a sharp pain. Turning around, he saw Song Yunxia gripping her arm tightly. "Sister Xia, what are you doing?" You lecher. Who told you to stare at her like that? Do you think I'm not attractive? So tell me, compared to your old classmate, who is more enchanting?" "Sister Xia, of course, you are beautiful and far more alluring." Song Yunxia stepped closer, placing her hands on Ye Qiu's shoulders, gazing at him with affection. At that moment, Summer Jie turned around and caught sight of the scene. "You too." Summer Jie felt a bit embarrassed and quickly turned away. "Haha, little Jie, do you not fancy Ye Qiu? We are stuck on this island. Whether we make it out alive remains uncertain. Live for the day, enjoy the moment, and leave no regrets. Ye Qiu gently pushed Song Yunxia away. All right, let's focus on our task. The trio walked for another 10 minutes when suddenly, Song Yunxia halted. Look over there. Ye Qiu and Summer Jia followed the direction of her finger. Not far away, approximately 500 meters distant, stood a cluster of coconut trees, laden with fruit. Laughter filled the air as the three companions brimmed with excitement and joy. Let's go and have a look. Soon, they arrived at the coconut grove. Ye Qiu, em parched. Song Yunxia pointed at the coconuts, unable to resist licking her lips. All right, wait here for a moment. I'll pick a few. Ye Qiu swiftly climbed the coconut tree with remarkable agility, effortlessly plucking 3 coconuts. So sweet, so delicious. After sipping the coconut water, the 2 women savored the refreshing taste. Suddenly, Song Yunxia felt a dampness in her hair. What is happening? Xiao Jia, is it raining? Xiao Jia looked up and screamed in terror. Chapter 27. The Great Bear? Perched on a 2-meter-high coconut tree was a monkey, its arm broken, a bloodied wound on its neck, and several bleeding injuries across its body. Song Yunxia screamed in fright. Suddenly, Ye Qiu leapt forward and covered her delicate mouth. Don't scream. If we attract other animals, we'll be doomed. Ye Qiu was certain that a ferocious beast lurked in the forest. Otherwise, the monkey would not have suffered such grievous wounds. Song Yunxia nodded repeatedly, still trembling. Once she calmed, Ye Qiu released her. Ye Qiu, let us head back now. Am scared. Xiao Jia was also frightened. Suddenly, a deep, heavy sound of running footsteps echoed nearby. Get down, get down. Ye Qiu sensed danger and pulled the 2 women to crouch in the grass. The sound drew nearer. Ye Qiu cautiously raised her head and saw a black bear vigorously shaking the coconut tree. A minute later, the monkey fell. The bear grabbed the monkey in its mouth and swiftly disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Oh my, a great bear. What? A big chest? The 2 women exchanged bewildered glances. Ye Qiu, did you just say you saw a big chest? Song Yunxia glanced upward, but saw no one. Song, my beauty. I'm in a black bear, not a big chest. Ye Qiu muttered in frustration. He wondered if she was doing it on purpose. My goodness, Ye Qiu. This island has monkeys, wild wolves, and now we encounter bear. I truly suspect we entered a wildlife sanctuary. All right, let us gather some coconuts and head back quickly. Ye Qiu was concerned the bear might return. 10 minutes later, each carrying 3 coconuts. The trio hurried back along the same path. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. When they were about 500 meters from the tent, passing a large rock, Xiao Jia casually glanced at something beside a small stone. Look, what is that? Ye Qiu looked up and thought it resembled iron. Approaching and bending down to pick it up, he discovered a rusty axe. Suddenly, Song Yunxia screamed again. Xiao Jia, what is wrong? Ye Qiu, look over there. About 50 meters to the right of the large rock lay a pile of white bones. It appeared the island had been visited before. Perhaps a shipwreck had stranded someone here? Song Yunxia shared her thoughts. Maybe someone came here to explore the island and met their demise. Xiao Jia presented a different perspective. Nevertheless, there is no need to dwell on this matter. Fortunately, with this axe in hand, we can accomplish a great deal. After a few minutes, the trio returned safely. Xiao Qiu, you're back. Yes, Aunt Sue, this is for you, Ye Qiu said with a faint smile as he handed the coconut fruit to Su Xiaoyu. Thank you. Aunt Sue, there's no need to be so polite. We are all like family. At that moment, Yang Jinfeng, Xiao Jia, and Song Yunxia gathered together. Listening intently as Song Yunxia recounted their encounter with a black bear in the jungle. The women were captivated by the tale. Only Ouyang Shaowan seemed somewhat detached, standing a bit farther away, appearing to listen while actually admiring the vast expanse of the ocean. The sea breeze brought a unique sensation. Suddenly, Ouyang Shaowan turned around and glanced into the distance. Oh, why are the leaves shaking? She then widened her eyes in astonishment. Heavens, it's a black bear. Ye Qiu, run. Quickly. What is the matter, young lady? Ye Qiu, still savoring the coconut fruit, was completely unaware. Ouyang Shaowan, in a panic, tugged at his shirt. The black bear is coming. Upon hearing about the black bear, Ye Qiu sprang to his feet. Looking up, he exclaimed, indeed, it really is. Ansu, Xiao Feng, Sister Xia, and Xiao Jia, quickly gather more branches now. Although the women did not fully grasp Ye Qiu's intentions, they complied with great enthusiasm. Time passed by swiftly. 2 minutes later, Ye Qiu issued another command. Let us move to the beach immediately. Thus, the group ascended to the vicinity of shore, climbing atop several large rocks. Just as they reached the summit, the black bear approached within a meter. At this moment, the bear bared its fangs, breathing heavily, and fixed its menacing gaze upon them. The women turned pale with fear. This was their first encounter with a black bear at such close range. Ye Qiu, are we going to die here today? Young Jinfeng's tears flowed freely. Xiaofeng, we will be fine. There are so many of us, and only one black bear. We can certainly handle it. Su Xiaoyu comforted her, pulling her into an embrace. What shall we do now? Xiao Jie asked. We shall remain still and let the bear come to us. It won't be so easy for it to attack us with our numbers, Ye Qiu replied. He then instructed everyone grasp a branch. If the bear approaches, throw it directly at its head and eyes. Also, gather more small stones. Beast, come here, let Grandpa play with you. However, the black bear remained rooted to the spot. Ye Qiu, this fellow is quite clever, completely unfazed. Song Yunxia sensed that such a stalemate was not a viable strategy. Since the black bear was not deceived, we shall continue our assault. Another round of stone bombardment ignited the bear's fury, although the stones temporarily slowed its movements. The bear's thick hide rendered the attacks mere irritations. As the bear began to climb the stones, Ye Qiu raised his axe, leaping into the air and striking fiercely at the bear's right paw. Fortuitously, a sharp branch pierced the bear's left eye. The black bear writhed in pain upon ground. Ye Qiu stealthily circled behind and aimed a blow at the bear's head. The successive ambushes left the bear battered and bruised. Ultimately, the black bear fled in disarray. We have triumphed. The women cheered exuberantly. Yet, Ye Qiu could not share in their joy. It appeared that this island was fraught with peril, a veritable minefield of danger. And they were unarmed. Had they ascended the rocks today, perhaps none of them would have survived. Soon a thought struck him. Chapter 28. Barbecuing the Black Bear. Ye Qiu. It seems this island is rife with dangers. We must exercise greater caution in the future. Su Xiaoyu, having survived the ordeal, felt a tinge of despair. She even contemplated that perhaps tonight or tomorrow, their lives could very well be forfeit on this island. Aunt Su, do not lose heart. As long as I am here, I will protect you, even at the cost of my own life. The women, moved by Ye Qiu's impassioned words, felt a surge of gratitude. And even Ouyang Xiaowan's fondness for him increased tenfold. Look over there. Su Dinli, young Jinfeng exclaimed loudly. The group turned to see a black box floating in the sea approximately 100 meters away. Let us go investigate. In light of their scarce resources, it was possible that the box contained valuable treasures. The women trailed behind Ye Qiu as they approached the tumultuous waters. Perhaps due to the recent bear attack, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any signs of wild beasts. A few minutes later, they arrived. Wait for me a moment. I will swim over to check it out. Ye Qiu plunged into the water, swiftly making his way to the box. Soon, he began to push the box back towards the shore. Suddenly, 500 meters behind him, the sea erupted into tumultuous waves. Ye Qiu, bijarifu. Ye Qiu was taken aback, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, a colossal tail broke the surface of the water. Ye Qiu, a shark. A shark is behind you. Song Yunxia screamed at the top of her lungs. Oh no, a shark? Could I be so unfortunate? Ye Qiu glanced back to see the shark fully emerged, its massive jaws agape, rapidly pursuing him. Just as Ye Qiu was desperately fleeing, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Damn, why am I so unlucky? With a shark on his tail, he now felt something biting his left foot. Ye Qiu distinctly sensed blood seeping from his soul. Perhaps sensing the scent of blood, the shark became frenzied, its pursuit accelerating. Ye Qiu, huri, sivim fastiv. Song Yunxia cried, tears streaming down her face in desperation. Should anything befall Ye Qiu, she resolved she would no longer wish to live. The other women were pale with terror. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. At that moment, Ye Qiu seemed endowed by divine grace with extraordinary strength, reaching the shore in just 2 minutes unscathed. As he stepped onto the sand, the shark lunged, its jaws clamping down on the suitcase. Help me! Ye Qiu shouted sharply when he saw the women frozen in fear. Suddenly roused, they summoned all their might, pulling with all their strength in a tug-of-war against the beast. Yet the shark's power was overwhelming, slowly dragging them into the sea. This stalemate cannot continue. We will perish, Ye Qiu thought urgently. Then, inspiration struck. He remembered the axe. Xiajia, bring me the axe quickly. All right, I'm on it. 2 minutes later, the axe was delivered. Ye Qiu took it, concealing it behind his back. Throw stones, aim for the shark's eyes, hit hard. The women hastily gathered stones. As the shark was momentarily distracted, Ye Qiu leapt into the air and struck fiercely with the axe, cleaving the shark's head. The creature, writhing in pain, loosened its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qiu reclaimed the suitcase. The shark glared malevolently, crawling a few paces toward the beach. Hesitating, perhaps fearing it would be stranded, it lingered for several tense minutes before finally retreating. Ye Qiu, are you all right? Song Yunxia asked anxiously. Smiling, Ye Qiu patted his chest and replied, Sister Xia, I'm Superman. How could I be hurt? Cut the boasting. Xia shot him a sharp glance. Opening the suitcase, Ye Qiu's eyes immediately fell upon a Swiss Army knife about 50 centimeters long. Beside it lay a blue notebook that captivated his attention. Upon opening it, he discovered a police badge. John Jobs? An American? Further rummaging beneath, some clothes brought an even greater delight. A handgun. Ye Qiu's joy was palpable. With the knife and the pistol, his chances of survival had undoubtedly multiplied manyfold. This time, his gains were plentiful. What shall we do now, Ye Qiu? Yang Jinfeng inquired. Glancing at his grimy attire, Ye Qiu responded, I'll take a dip in the seawater to cool off. Aren't you afraid of the sharks again? Old friend. Sharks usually dwell in the deep sea. I'm bathing in the shallow coastal waters, so it should be safe. Without waiting for their reactions, Ye Qiu plunged back into the sea, immersing himself fully. Watching Ye Qiu's expression of pure enjoyment, Song Yunxia could not resist. Haha, Ye Qiu, wait for me. Inspired by her, Yang Jinfeng, Xiajia, Su Xiaoyu, and Ouyang Shaoan followed, stepping into the sea to savor the joy of the ocean bath. Perhaps overwhelmed by tension and seeking to enliven the mood, the women even began playfully splashing water at one another. Yang Jinfeng cupped water in her hands and splashed it toward Xiajia, who in turn directed it at Song Yunxia. Could you all refrain from flitting about in front of me? Ye Qiu urged the 5 women to be mindful of their image. What is wrong with you, Ye Qiu? What is wrong? Isn't it all because of you? Ye Qiu replied irritably. Xiajia was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. What do you mean? We're just playing with water. We haven't provoked you. Su Xiaoyu seemed to discern the tension and smiled, saying, Ladies, shall we head back? We've only soaked for a little while. Let's enjoy a bit longer. Song Yunxia protested, clearly reluctant to leave. Let us return. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Ye Qiu interjected. As they passed a large stone, they stumbled upon the carcass of a black bear, which piqued Ye Qiu's interest. Ladies, would you care for some meat? The mention of meat stirred excitement among the 5 women. Ye Qiu, where on this island could we possibly find meat? Ye Qiu chuckled and pointed at the black bear. You wouldn't suggest we eat bear meat, would you? Ouyang Shaoan exclaimed in shock. You've never tasted bear meat before, have you? Today, I shall introduce you to a new delicacy. Ouyang Shaoan cast a disdainful glance at Ye Qiu and retorted, You all can eat it if you wish. I refuse. She continued, Ye Qiu, you're no better than a beast. Not only did you slay the black bear, but now you wish to consume its flesh. How are you any different from the animals? Song Yunxia glared at her in anger. Ouyang Shaoan, spare us your self-righteousness. As a pampered heiress, please understand one thing. This is an island, not your grand villa. You cannot simply have whatever you desire. It is fortunate we have meat to eat at all, yet you still find cause to be picky. Perhaps Ouyang Shaoan's words struck a nerve, inciting the ire of the others. They had all fought valiantly against the black bear, while Ouyang Shaoan maintained an air of entitlement, akin to a fragile flower, utterly incapable of contributing. Ouyang Shaoan, if you cannot speak sensibly, kindly remain silent. Fine. You want to eat, then prepare to starve. Yang Jinfeng timed. Then, Xiajia, visibly annoyed, remarked, Oh, she is just a rich heiress, accustomed to delicacies. Hearing the sarcastic tones of the other women, Su Xiaoyu felt helpless. This time, she chose not to speak. After all, everyone must learn to stand on their own, otherwise, how could they mature? All right, let us cease this bickering and get to work, Ye Qiu suggested, his mind preoccupied with visions of feasting on meat. Xiaofeng, pass me the axe. Xiajia, bring me the military knife. Thus, they each took on their roles. Ye Qiu, mimicking the techniques of butchers he had seen on television, began to process the bear. The gruesome sight proved too much for some of the women, who could not help but retch. As time passed quietly, after 2 hours, Ye Qiu finally separated the bear's flesh. Half an hour later, an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Wow, it smells so delicious. Yang Jinfeng couldn't help but salivate. I have yet to taste bear meat. Song Yunxia gazed fervently at the chunks of bear meat sizzling over the campfire. Ha! Fear not, today we shall feast. Ye Qiu exclaimed with delight, though he lamented the absence of fine wine to accompany the good meat. After a while, everyone gathered around, each holding a skewer of bear meat, relishing the flavors with great enthusiasm. This is absolutely delectable, Xia Jie praised, savoring every bite. Before she had finished one skewer, she reached for 2 more. Old classmate, look at you, so eager. No one is competing with you. She giggled. Thanks to Ye Qiu today. Otherwise, how could we have tasted such meat? Xia Jie continued her compliments while enjoying her meal. What can I say? I am a man. Ye Qiu patted his chest, exuding an air of pride. It's just bear meat. Is it really that good? Ouyang Shaoan muttered under her breath, suspecting that these women were feigning delight simply to vex her. How fragrant. Some people just can't keep their mouths shut when it comes to meat. Su Xiaoyu shot a glare at Yang Jinfeng. Ouyang Shaoan felt somewhat out of place among them. After contemplating, she decided to leave, heading towards the northern beach. Shaoan, where are you going? Su Xiaoyu, thinking that Ouyang Shaoan was feeling ostracized, worried that this privileged young lady might contemplate drastic measures, hurriedly inquired. Aunt Su, I'm just taking a stroll. Ouyang Shaoan replied. Shaoan, why not come over and join us for the barbecue? She shook her head, watching her figure disappear. Su Xiaoyu Saif. Aunt Su, I have no desire to engage with someone so inherently arrogant. Yang Jinfeng voiced her opinion. Indeed, Sister Xia said it well. Consider this. She is a young lady accustomed to luxury, traveling in fine cars and dining on exquisite delicacies, her monthly allowance likely surpassing our years of salaries. Wherever she goes, she is the center of attention. Yet now, she is trapped on this island, feeling disgruntled and attempting to interact with those of a different social stratum. Would she truly be pleased? Yang Jinfeng articulated her insights. Xia Jie and Song Yunxiao expressed their agreement in turn. Due to a plane crash, we have the fortune of meeting. Perhaps for a long while to come, we should support one another. People are like that. We become familiar over time. And I believe that with more interaction, we can all become good friends. Although Su Xiaoyu concurred with some of Yang Jinfeng's views for the sake of unity, she felt compelled to encourage the other women. Ye Qiu stretched lazily, having expended considerable energy battling the black bear. Now, satisfied and somewhat fatigued, he planned to take a good rest. Ouyang Shaoan said she would take a walk nearby, but it has been almost half an hour and she hasn't returned. Could something have happened? With this thought, Ye Qiu rose to scan the surroundings. Just then, a woman's scream echoed from a distance. As the crowd turned their heads, they were surprised to see Ouyang Shaoan. With a look of panic on her face, she waved her hands frantically, her feet darting about in the seawater. Help! Help! Ouyang Shaoan cried out desperately. Suddenly, she turned around and spotted Ye Qiu. At that moment, she seemed to have grasped onto a lifeline. Ye Qiu, please save me. Upon hearing her, Ye Qiu sprang to his feet and rushed over. Why does this woman always manage to stir up trouble? She's truly a harbinger of misfortune. She is so annoying. In just 2 days, there have already been 2 incidents. And each time it is Ye Qiu who comes to the rescue. What there is real danger? A few women murmured among themselves. Minutes later, Ye Qiu arrived breathless before Ouyang Shaoan. Miss Ouyang, what is the matter? Ye Qiu, there is something in the water. Ouyang Shaoan exclaimed. What? There is something in the water? I don't see anything. Ye Qiu scanned the water for a long while, but found nothing. Ye Qiu, it's right here. Ouyang Shaoan hesitated to continue. Miss Ouyang, where exactly is it? Can you please stop stalling at a time like this? Here. At that moment, Ouyang Shaoan raised her left leg. What's she trying to do? Ye Qiu thought. You naughty girl, where are you looking? Ouyang Shaoan felt both angry and embarrassed. Chapter 30. Trying to take advantage again? Come on, Miss Ouyang. How would I know what has bitten you without looking? Are you suggesting I should touch it? Ye Qiu felt somewhat speechless. When a woman becomes unreasonable, it truly becomes difficult to handle. Now, she was even accusing him of being a lecher. Ouyang Shaoan was furious, but she could not find a rebuttal to Ye Qiu's defense. A minute passed. Hey, Miss Ouyang, I still don't see what has bitten you. Did you perhaps misinterpret or misfeel something? He began to suspect that this woman was deliberately teasing him and trying to label him as a pervert. How crafty of Ouyang Xiaowan. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaowan let out another shriek. She hurriedly lowered her left leg and pointed to her right leg, saying, Ye Qiu, it's right here. Oh no, it's again on the lower part of my right thigh. Could it be that the biting creature also enjoys harassing beautiful women? Ye Qiu bent down to take a closer look. To his surprise, there indeed was a white marine creature resembling a jellyfish. At that moment, the jellyfish was clinging to her thigh, slowly crawling upward. Those who live by the sea surely know that jellyfish can sting, and once stung, the skin may develop swollen red patches and unbearable itching. In severe cases, it could trigger allergic reactions that pose life-threatening risks. Fortunately, Ye Qiu had a relative who fished by the sea and would spend the summer vacations at their home, so he was somewhat familiar with jellyfish. Seeing Ye Qiu remain silent after observing for a while, Ouyang Xiaowan grew angry, thinking he was trying to take advantage of the situation. Ye Qiu, why are you just standing there? Miss Ouyang, I'm devising a plan to remove this creature. The consequences of a sting could be dire. Ouyang Xiaowan gazed at him with a look of skepticism. Were you truly contemplating a solution just now? What else would I be doing? Gazing at your fair legs? Oomph. You were indeed looking. Do not feign innocence. Ye Qiu, with an air of disdain, chuckled and replied, Oh, Miss Ouyang, I have seen legs like yours more than 50 times. Do not indulge in such vanity. Were it not for the intent to rescue you, I would hardly be interested. Infuriating indeed. This fellow was clearly taking advantage while maintaining a facade of seriousness. Wait, he claimed to have seen them at least 50 times. My heavens. How many young ladies has he entangled with? What was even more exasperating was his audacity to mock her. At that moment, several women approached. Xiaowan, what troubles you? Su Xiaoyu inquired with concern. Su Yi, a jellyfish. Ouyang Xiaowan pointed to her left leg. The women lowered their heads, and indeed, a jellyfish resembling a medusa rested upon her thigh, seemingly at ease. Xiao Qiu, quickly think of a solution. Su I do have a plan, but what? Ye Qiu, when did you become so overly cautious? This is not like you. Their old classmate, Xia Jia, interjected. Have you not noticed the jellyfish's rather compromising position? How can a man like me handle this? The women looked once more and saw that the crafty jellyfish had extended its tentacles further. Ouyang Xiaowan, you decide how we shall proceed. Ye Qiu, feeling overwhelmed, relinquished the decision to her since the jellyfish had targeted her, not anyone else. Ouyang Xiaowan remained silent. She wished desperately to rid herself of that creature. However, should Ye Qiu take action, she would be at his mercy. Yet, these women feared the jellyfish, and only Ye Qiu was capable of handling it. Xiaowan, why the hesitation? Hurry. If you get stung, your skin will itch terribly, and you might even be left with a mark. Su Xiaoyu, what time was it? Was it life or a woman's dignity that matter more? Very well, Ye Qiu. Please assist me. All right, I shall fetch a military knife. 3 minutes later, Ye Qiu returned. Wait, can you all refrain from crowding around? With me here, your presence is of no help. If you all stare, it will only increase the pressure on me. What if I tremble and frighten the jellyfish? Ouyang Xiaowan provided a litany of reasons, ultimately wishing to shield her predicament from others. Let's return to the tent. Su Xiaoyu declared, leading the way. Ye Qiu, be careful. Song Yunxia cautioned. Sister Yunxia, I shall be especially vigilant. In the next moment, Song Yunxia gave him a quick kiss. Xia Jie and Yang Jinfeng were momentarily stunned. Song Yunxia's face flushed crimson as she hurried away. Old classmate, you are quite the charmer. Confess. When did you win Sister Yunxia's heart? Hey, Xia Jie, my relationship with Sister Yunxia is one of mutual affection. Winning her over sounds so crude. All right. You two fell in love at first sight. Is that satisfactory? Xiao Feng, let us depart. Once the two women walked far enough away, silence enveloped the scene once more. Ye Qiu, what are you doing with that knife? Nonsense, of course I'm going to slay the jellyfish. Ouyang Xiaowan was taken aback. Look at how frightened you are. I was just joking with you. Seeing herself once more bullied by Ye Qiu, she felt both anger and annoyance. Yet at this moment, she still had to rely on this lecherous man. Straighten your legs. Ouyang Xiaowan's face flushed a deep crimson. Ye Qiu slowly slid the military knife upwards. After approximately 10 minutes, the knife finally reached the side of the jellyfish. Ouyang Xiaowan, do not be anxious, it will be over soon. Suddenly, Ye Qiu exerted force, using the knife to lift the jellyfish and threw it with great strength. Another shriek echoed. Young lady, why are you shouting? I am simply scared. Ouyang Xiaoan looked down and saw the jellyfish had finally been dealt with. Miss Ouyang, rinse your left leg with seawater to disinfect your skin. This time, Ouyang Xiaoan obediently complied. Ye Qiu, thank you. Ye Qiu waved his hand, smiling as he replied. No need for thanks, we are friends after all. Ye Qiu, were you staring my thigh just now because you had ulterior motives? I'm sorry, but no, I have absolutely no interest. No interest? Upon hearing these 3 words, Ouyang Xiaoan was infuriated to the utmost. As the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family, a renowned young entrepreneur in Jiangbei, possessing both beauty and figure, with an impressive background to boot, she never expected this fellow would dare claim to have no interest in her. Ah, Ouyang Xiaoan, do not think your beauty can enchant every man. My little Qiu is an exception. Song Yunxia took the initiative to link arms with Ye Qiu, deliberately showing off to Ouyang Xiaoan and subtly warning her not to stir up trouble. At that moment, Ye Qiu looked up at the sky. The scorching sun beamed down on the beach, making it truly uncomfortable. Ladies, are you not leaving? Are you not afraid of getting sunburned? Upon hearing this, several women hurried back to their respective tents. After feasting on bear meat and tiring themselves out in the morning, the women soon drifted into slumber. At this time, Ouyang Xiaoan and Ye Qiu entered the tent in succession. Ye Qiu, I must thank you once again for your assistance these past few times. No need for such formality. We are in this together, after all. Ye Qiu managed a bitter smile. By the way, how does your skin feel now? Is it any better? Ouyang Xiaoan nodded, responding, it feels much better, but there is still a bit of itchiness. Yes, rinse it with seawater a few more times over the next few days, and it should be completely healed. Then he added, you should rest for a while. I will step out for a bit. Where are you going? Ouyang Xiaoan unconsciously asked this question, surprising herself. What is happening to me? Am I developing a slight dependence on this man who has saved me multiple times? We do not fully understand the current situation on the island. I will go on watch so you can sleep soundly. So, Ye Qiu is concerned for their safety. Ye Qiu, how about I accompany you on watch? Although I cannot do much, I can chat with Ye Qiu to pass the time. Thank you for your kind intention. But you should take a rest. As a robust man, I can endure a little fatigue and hardship without concern. Observing Ye Qiu's persistence, Ouyang Xiaoan had no choice but to relent. Upon exiting the tent, Ye Qiu secured his military knife at his waist, gripping the hilt with his right hand, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Shortly, the sounds of a woman's snoring, accompanied by the grinding of teeth, emerged from within the tent. Haha, old classmate. I never imagined you would grind your teeth while sleeping. Time slipped away quietly, and soon 2 hours had passed. Ye Qiu surveyed his surroundings with utmost caution. Xiao Qiu, why don't I take a break? I'll take over for a while, said Song Yunxia, rubbing her eyes as she stepped out of the tent to join him. Sister Xia, I can hold on a bit longer. Silly boy, I worry about you, Song Yunxia replied with a concerned expression, planting a gentle kiss on Ye Qiu's right cheek. Xiao Qiu, do you regret it now? Ye Qiu shook his head and smiled, saying, Sister Xia, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. If one day we can leave this island alive, I will formally propose to you. Hearing this, Song Yunxia was overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Qiu, I like you too. From the moment I first saw you, I dream of you every night. Ye Qiu chocolate. Sister Xia, you, as a woman, dreaming of a man at night. What do you suppose you dream about? Noticing Ye Qiu's mischievous grin, Song Yunxia realized he was up to no good, undoubtedly conjuring up all sorts of chaotic thoughts. I want to tell you. Sister Xia, are you really not going to share? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Ye Qiu responded, playfully tickling her underarm with his left hand. Song Yunxiao erupted in giggles. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from a nearby thicket. Ye Qiu inadvertently glanced up, noticing the leaves swaying. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was not due to the sea breeze. Could it be that something was stirring within the woods? Contemplating this, Ye Qiu's expression turned grave. Fearing an unexpected incident, he shouted, Aunt Sue, Xiao Feng, Xia Jia. Ouyang Xiaoan, come out quickly. Hurry, wake them up. He then instructed Song Yunxia. Although she was perplexed and unaware of the situation, she immediately dashed into the tent. Vigorously shaking Yang Jinfeng's soldier. Xiao Feng, wake up, there's trouble. She then rushed to the other 2 tents, employing the same method to rouse the other women. As the women emerged from the tents, 7 or 8 wild monkeys appeared in their line of sight. Ye Qiu, look at the leading monkey, Yang Jinfeng observed, noticing the anomaly. Oh no, it's the Monkey King. Could it be that this creature, having been provoked, has brought its entourage to settle the score? Quick, everyone gather some stones. If the monkeys approach, throw the stones with all your might. Ye Qiu warned the women to remain vigilant against a potential attack from the Monkey King, who was glaring at them from 100 meters away. Throw with force. Ye Qiu was never one to wait passively. He believed in seizing the initiative and denying the adversary any chance to breathe. To everyone's astonishment, the stone hurled by Su Xiaoyu miraculously struck the left eye of the Monkey King. The Monkey King howled in pain, clutching his eye and rolling on the ground. "Aunt Su, you are truly remarkable," several women exclaimed in unison. Su Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed, having thrown the stone rather casually. To her surprise, fortune had favored her. Capture the leader first. Continue throwing stones while I deal with the Monkey King. With the cover of the women, Ye Qiu stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the Monkey King, who remained oblivious to his approach. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Suddenly, a few more monkeys appeared nearby. Goodness, this group of monkeys is quite cunning. They suddenly understand the tactic of attacking in waves. In the next moment, wild fruits and stones rained down like droplets of rain. Ouch, that hurts terribly. Ye Qiu dodged back and forth, but still he was struck on the left leg. The intense pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "Xiao Qiu, what happened to you?" Upon seeing Ye Qiu injured, Song Yunxiao expressed her deep concern. "Stay back, I'm fine." Ye Qiu grimaced through the pain and quickened his pace. After around 20 seconds, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the Monkey King's back. The Monkey King collapsed onto the ground. Ye Qiu firmly held the Monkey King's head down while drawing his military knife, pressing it against the creature's throat, and stated menacingly, "Monkey, I was on a plane that encountered some trouble and inadvertently landed on this island. We merely wish to survive and do not seek conflict. Do you understand? If you agree to coexist peacefully and assist one another in times of need, just nod." The Monkey King turned its head and glanced at Ye Qiu a few times. 10 seconds passed, and the Monkey King nodded slightly. Fearing the Monkey King might change its mind, Ye Qiu kept a firm grip on the knife. "All right, you may take your monkeys and depart from here." Ye Qiu stood up and released the Monkey King. With a wave of its hand, the Monkey King and its companions retreated back into the forest. Chapter 32. The policewoman's plea for help. Ye Qiu. After all, monkeys are animals. Aren't you worried the Monkey King might renege? What if it launches a surprise attack in the middle of the night? Wouldn't we be doomed? Ouyang Xiaowan expressed her concern. In her view, humans can be untrustworthy, let alone beasts. Ye Qiu faintly. Truthfully, I have my doubts as well. The women were momentarily taken aback. "Come on, old classmate. Since you don't trust it, why not take the opportunity to eliminate the Monkey King? As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. If the Monkey King is dead, these monkeys will be leaderless and unable to organize a coordinated attack." Xiaojie made a valid point, urging Ye Qiu not to trust the Monkey King. "Xiao Qiu, you are overly confident in this matter." Yet, Ye Qiu shook his head. "Ladies, we are currently stranded on a deserted island with limited strength. Relying solely on our small group is insufficient to face the unknown dangers that lie ahead. Therefore, it is wiser to forge friendships. The more friends we have, the easier our journey will be. Furthermore, had I truly killed the Monkey King earlier, would you be concerned about that horde of monkeys retaliating against us? When animals become enraged, they can be terrifying." The women exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, you make a valid point," Xiaojie said, pouting slightly. "Xiao Qiu, what should we do next?" At that moment, Su Xiaoyu spoke up. Song Yunxiao raised her hand and glanced at her watch. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Ye Qiu, I forgot to mention something. This watch of mine has a real-time positioning feature linked to my sister's mobile phone. Unfortunately, there is no signal here, and my sister cannot track my current location. However, before the plane crash, she should have been aware of my whereabouts." The women felt a surge of hope. "Jia, do you mean we might be saved?" Yang Jinfeng exclaimed joyfully. "There is a possibility, albeit a slim one." Xiaojie's remark undoubtedly doused their spirits with cold water. 1,000 miles away, at the Xiaofilu police station, Song Yunmei had just returned from duty. Upon entering the office, she sipped her tea and casually took out her phone. "My sister must have arrived in Mardafa by now. My sister really should check in when she goes on vacation." With this thought, Song Yunmei dialed her sister's number. To her dismay, the call could not be connected. She tried 3 more times, but met with the same failure. "What on earth is my sister doing? How could her phone possibly have no signal? At that moment, Song Yunmei's eyelids began to twitch incessantly. Could something have happened to her sister? She hurriedly opened her phone application to check her sister's location. Upon inspecting it, she found the geographical information had not updated in a day. How could this be? According to the last displayed position on the watch, it was over 1,000 kilometers away from the destination. Coincidentally, at that moment, a news alert popped up on her phone. Last night, a plane en route to Mardefu lost contact. Isn't that where my sister was headed? Instantly, Song Yunmei was engulfed in panic. Upon seeing the flight information, she was left dumbfounded. Sister, sister. Song Yunmei fervently prayed for her sister's safety. I cannot remain idle. Soon, an idea struck her. She opened her contacts and found a person named Song Fei dialing the number. Hey, Song Da Menu, what brings you to contact me? On the other end, Song Fei was playing golf. Old classmate, I need your help. Song Fei signaled the caddy to leave upon hearing Song Yunmei's request. What is it? As a former crush. The school belle from high school, Song Fei had penned over 100 love letters to Song Yunmei throughout their 3 years together, only to be rejected. Years had passed, and Song Fei had become successful, amassing wealth in the finance and stock sector, emerging as a renowned investor in Jiangbei and a distinguished young talent. Song Fei, I would like to borrow your private jet. Old classmate, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to go abroad? Well, my sister went on a trip abroad a few days ago. As Song Yunmei recounted her story, Song Fei's expression grew increasingly grave. All right, I will make arrangements immediately. By the way, do you need me to accompany you? Song Fei realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, perhaps a chance to win over his old classmate. Old classmate, I can manage alone. I'll contact you if anything comes up. 2 hours later, Song Yunmei arrived at a small airport on the outskirts. Looking up, she saw a red plane emblazoned with the words Phoenix Investment Group parked to the north of the airport. Miss Song, greetings. After Song, Yunmei boarded the aircraft. A beautiful flight attendant approached her with a cup of coffee. Miss Song, our CEO instructed me to ensure you are well cared for. Thank you, Song replied. The captain conducted a thorough inspection, confirmed the aircraft was in optimal condition, and then closed the cabin door. Quick, gather more pebbles. Ye Qiu conceived another plan. Although uncertain of its efficacy, he was determined to seize any glimmer of hope. Several women dispersed to collect stones. Within half an hour, they amassed over 100 pebbles. Ye Qiu arranged them near the tent to form an SOS distress signal on the ground. Ye Qiu, do you think this will work? Ouyang Shaowan expressed skepticism. I'm not sure, but it's worth trying, he answered. Time slipped by silently. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Song Yunmei was aboard a private jet, heading towards the last location her sister's watch had signaled. After 2 hours of flight, the aircraft passed over an island. Miss Song, based on the information you provided, your sister lost contact here. The flight attendant gently shook the sleeping Song Yunmei awake. She stirred from her afternoon slumber. Thank you all for your efforts. Miss Song, are you truly going to parachute here? The attendant inquired. Yes, I have no other choice, Song replied firmly. But are you certain your sister is here? Song smiled faintly. I trust my intuition. She must still be alive. The flight attendant reluctantly handed her a parachute. Suddenly, the plane began to shudder violently. What is happening? I don't know, the attendant stammered. The aircraft swayed uncontrollably from side to side. The flight attendant's body tumbled helplessly down the aisle. Song Yunmei's expression paled. She clutched her head tightly and curled up in her seat. Ye Qiu, look. Ouyang Shaowan looked up and was instantly terrified. Damn, another plane crash. Ye Qiu suspected the area was ominous, reminiscent of the Bermuda Triangle. Meanwhile, Song Yunxia's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Could it be my younger sister? In the cockpit, the captain struggled desperately to regain control, but failed repeatedly. Minutes later, the plane plunged headfirst into the sea, sliding 2,000 to 3,000 meters underwater before the nose came to rest on the shoreline. A series of explosions thundered ominously. Chapter 33. Surviving catastrophe. Song Yunmei's eyes grew hazy before she lost consciousness. Damn, this island is cursed. Does every plane flying overhead crash? Ye Qiu muttered softly. Xiao Qiu, should we go check? Perhaps there are survivors. Su Xiaoyu gazed into the distance. Despite the thick smoke billowing from the wreckage, the midsection to the nose of the cabin had been submerged in seawater, preventing fire there. She speculated that passengers seated in the front rows might still have a chance. Yes, Aunt Sue, let us hurry over and take a look, Yang Jinfeng urged anxiously. Led by Ye Qiu, the 5 women ran swiftly towards the crash site. Concerned someone might lag behind, he frequently glanced back and urged them to quicken their pace. Approximately 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the site of the plane crash. As they approached, they discovered that the cockpit glass was entirely shattered. With the nose of the aircraft tilted downward and submerged in seawater, Ye Qiu was able to glimpse the interior of the cockpit. He saw the captain trapped in his seat, bloodied, with a piece of glass the size of a palm embedded directly into his chest. Ye Qiu understood that the captain was already deceased. "Aunt Sue, Sister Xia, please wait here. I will ascend to assess the situation first." Concerned about a potential secondary explosion, he was cautious about entering the cabin to rescue anyone. Any unexpected incident could have dire consequences. Thus, Ye Qiu resolved to investigate first. "Ye Qiu, please be careful," Song Yunxia promptly cautioned. Ye Qiu turned back with a smile. He then swam to the side of the aircraft, carefully climbing onto the cabin via the left wing. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the acrid scent of charred material. In the next moment, he felt a wave of nausea and could not help but vomit. Before him lay a charred corpse, its upper body visible, and the scattered clothing suggested it belonged to a woman. This was Ye Qiu's first encounter with such a scene, and he found it overwhelming. He longed to retreat, but did not want to abandon the possibility of finding survivors. What if there were any fortunate souls? Just like this time, when he and Sister Xia traveled abroad, they encountered a plane crash, yet a few of them miraculously survived among the over 100 passengers. With this thought, Ye Qiu pinched his nose and pressed onward. After traversing approximately 50 meters, near the emergency exit of the passenger aircraft, he spotted a delicate face. Leaning down, he discovered a woman lying beneath a seat, her face down, obscuring her identity. Although she was motionless, an intense feeling surged within him. This woman was alive. Fearing a secondary explosion, Ye Qiu dared not linger for a moment longer and quickly hoisted the woman, rushing back. However, on his return, flames erupted ahead. What should he do? He could perhaps sprint past, yet now, with a burden, he lacked that capability. After contemplating his options, Ye Qiu decided to use the escape door to reach the left wing side. Ye Qiu, Humpnoth. As the cockpit reignited, the hearts of the women raced anxiously. They were deeply concerned for Ye Qiu, fearing for his safety. Even the usually proud Ouyang Shaowan hoped for his safe return. Ye Qiu took a deep breath, hesitated for a few seconds, and then plunged into the sea. 10 seconds later, a violent explosion echoed. In the water, he struggled immensely, nearly losing his footing several times. He swam with all his might, finally managing to bring the woman to the shore. After laying her flat on the sand, suddenly, Song Yunxia let out a piercing scream. Instantly, Ye Qiu was left dumbfounded. "Sister Xia, what is wrong with you?" Seeing Song Yunxia's unusual behavior, Xia Jia was bewildered. "Old classmate, what is the matter?" "Xiao Omei, Xiao Omei," Song Yunxia exclaimed, shaking the woman's shoulders vigorously. "Song Yunmei?" Ye Qiu could scarcely believe his eyes. Alas, what a small world it is, for I unexpectedly encounter Song Jinghua here. "Do you two know each other?" "What? She's your sister?" Su Liu Yang Yin Feng De and Ouyang Shaowan were all momentarily taken aback. Ye Qiu, you must save Xiao Mei." Tears streamed down Song Yunxia's face. "Sister Xia, do not weep. Allow me to contemplate a solution. Currently, on this island, there is a shortage of doctors and an even greater scarcity of medicine. How could Ye Qiu possibly save anyone?" To prevent Sister Xia from descending into despair, he could only utter such words. "Ye Qiu, I surmise that Miss Song may have been rendered unconscious by the thick smoke. Why not attempt cardiopulmonary resuscitation, along with artificial respiration?" Ouyang Shaowan, having perused numerous medical texts, possessed slightly more knowledge than the average person. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu immediately pressed his hands upon Song Yunmei, applying firm pressure. He pressed for over 30 times, yet Song Yunmei remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that this woman truly perished? To ascertain this, Ye Qiu leaned down, placing his ear against Song Yunmei's chest. "Aunt Sue, what is Ye Qiu doing?" Yang Jinfeng, puzzled, assumed Ye Qiu was taking advantage of the situation. If my guess is correct, Ye Qiu is likely listening for her heartbeat. Time passed quietly. Several minutes slipped by. Ye Qiu glanced at Song Yunxia and said, "Sister Xia, I intend to administer artificial respiration to Xiao Mei. Do you mind?" Time was of the essence, and delaying even a second could lead to dire consequences. Without waiting for Song Yunxiao's response, he commenced. Artificial respiration. Who cannot perform it? Yet he does not even consult us, taking matters into his own hands. After a while, a cough was heard. At this moment, Song Yunmei slowly opened her eyes. To her astonishment, it was Ye Qiu. With a resounding slap, Song Yunmei struck him. Ye Qiu, caught off guard, felt a burning sensation on his left cheek. Song Yunmei, I just saved your life. Xiao Mei, it is I. Indeed, it was Xiao Qiu who saved you. How can you strike without discernment? Quickly, apologize to Xiao Qiu. Song Yunxiao's expression was stern, her tone serious. Xiao Qiu? Did my sister just refer to Ye Qiu as Xiao Qiu? Could it be that Ye Qiu is my sister's boyfriend? Sister, I. What do you mean, I? Hurry and apologize, or I shall be displeased. Witnessing her sister's genuine anger, Song Yunmei had no choice but to apologize. Song Yunmei, you slapped me, and you think a mere apology suffices? What more do you desire? Ye Qiu remained silent, scrutinizing Song Yunmei from head to toe. What are you staring at? If you did not observe me, how would you know I was looking at you? Song Yunmei seethed with indignation. Chapter 34. Sister's inquiry. At this moment, Ye Qiu was seething with suppressed anger. Damn it. The last time I saved Ouyang Xiaowan, I was mistaken for a lecher and received a slap. Today, I saved Song Yunmei and received another slap. It seems that the more beautiful a woman is, the more unruly she becomes. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, is different. She retains her charm and is understanding, always considering others. How can there be such a stark contrast among women? Xiao Qiu, my sister was rather rude just now. How about we let this matter rest for my sake? On one side stood her beloved younger sister, while on the other loomed the charming young man she admired. Caught in the middle, Song Yunxiao felt an overwhelming headache, unable to assist either party. Sister Xia, for your sake, I shall refrain from stooping to her level. What does it mean to refrain from stooping to my level? At the sound of those words, Song Yunmei erupted in fury. What does this guy imply? Is he suggesting that I am unreasonable and a troublemaker? Ye Qiu, I've already apologized to you. What more do you desire? Do not forget, I'm a police officer, and I have the authority to apprehend you. Ye Qiu chuckled. Oh, such grand authority? Officer Song, I am truly terrified. Come and arrest me. Observing Ye Qiu's brazen demeanor, Song Yunmei was seething with rage. Instinctively, she reached for her waist, only to realize she had forgotten her handcuffs. Otherwise, she would have certainly restrained him to teach him a lesson. Enough of this quarrel. It is time to make peace. Su Xiaoyu interjected hastily. Xiao Qiu, as a grown man, how can you stoop to arguing with a woman? She shot a glare at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu was at a loss for words. Having performed a good deed, he found himself embroiled in unnecessary trouble. Sister, I thought I would not see you. Song Yunmei cried. Xiaomei, what brings you here? Song Yunxiao embraced her sister, offering comfort. Sister, my phone allows me to track your location at all times, doesn't it? This morning, as her sister recounted the events, Song Yunxiao finally grasped the truth. Silly sister, I nearly put your life in jeopardy. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face our parents? Fortunately, fate was kind, allowing the sisters to emerge unscathed from this ordeal. If they were in Jiangbei, Song Yunxiao would have surely considered buying a lottery ticket to tempt fate. Sister Xia, you and your sister should share a tent, suggested Ye Qiu, as the addition of another person necessitated a redistribution of the previously assigned tents. And what about you, Ye Qiu? With 7 individuals and only 3 tents. How shall we allocate them? No worries. I will set up another tent shortly. Ye Qiu, why not squeeze in with us? Song Yunxia hesitated. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. The other women exchanged astonished glances. Sister, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that he share a tent with us? Song Yunmei could scarcely believe her ears. What has happened to my sister? What kind of enchantment has this fellow cast upon her? Xiaomei, I am merely feeling apprehensive. Song Yunxia hastily concocted an excuse. Yang Jinfeng and Xia Jie exchanged knowing looks, instantly discerning her true intentions. Previously, while the three had ventured into the woods in search of wild fruits, Yang Jinfeng had witnessed Ye Qiu and Song Yunxia embracing, their attention completely oblivious to her presence. If no one else were around, with one being kindling and the other fire, would they not ignite? Ye Qiu, it is quite warm. Perhaps we should return? Xia Jie glanced at the sky, the scorching sun casting a searing sensation upon her delicate skin. The other women were already perspiring profusely. Now that the individual had been rescued, there was no need to linger any longer. Indeed, let us depart. came the consensus as they swiftly made their way back to the tent. Ye Qiu was not idle either. He gathered several thick branches and began constructing his own tent. Ye Qiu, let me assist you. Xia Jie approached with a radiant smile. Old classmate, aren't you going to take a break? No, I'm fine. After all, idleness is still idleness. As they conversed, Yang Jinfeng and Ouyang Shaowan arrived one after another, joining the endeavor of tent building. Meanwhile, the Song sisters returned to their tent. Sister, be honest with me. What is your relationship with that Ye Qiu? Please don't tell me it's love at first sight. Song Yunmei was certain that the hotel encounter was their first meeting. However, within just a few days, she never imagined that her sister's relationship with this fellow would progress so rapidly. If it's not love at first sight, could it be a fleeting attraction? Sister, I'm asking you a serious question. Please don't jest. Xiao Mei, fate is a peculiar thing, intangible and elusive. I believe Xiao Qiu is the Prince Charming I have awaited for years. Knowing him brings me immense happiness. Happiness? My goodness. You two have been together for only a few days, and this is what you call happiness? Sister, is Ye Qiu bullying you? Song Yunmei even suspected that her sister might have some compromising evidence against that scoundrel. Otherwise, how could her usually proud sister be enamored with someone like Ye Qiu? A mere boy yet to graduate and inexperienced in the ways of the world? No, Xiao Mei, you're overthinking. I truly like Ye Qiu. If I can return alive, I will certainly marry him. Sister, are you speaking nonsense? Do I seem like I'm joking? At that moment, Song Yunmei found it hard to accept. Silly sister, when you encounter a man who stirs your heart, you will understand me. Sister, do you think we can survive and return to Jiangbei? I miss our mother. As she spoke, tears streamed down Song Yunmei's face uncontrollably. I don't know. Song Yunxia also appeared bewildered. Over here, with the assistance of several women, Ye Qiu completed a simple tent in just about 10 minutes. Xiao Jia, Xiao Feng, let us wash our hands, Ouyang Shaowan said, unable to bear her dirty hands, as she was typically fastidious about cleanliness. All right, the four women agreed and returned to the nearby beach. How refreshing, their feet soaked in the seawater. They relished the gentle sea breeze, feeling quite content. Su Xiaoyu bent down, cupping seawater in her hands, preparing to wash her face. Suddenly, she let out a shriek. "Aunt Su, what happened?" Xia Jie exclaimed in alarm. Su Xiaoyu stood up and examined her left hand. There appeared to be a small wound on one of her fingers, as if bitten by something, with a few drops of blood oozing out. Hearing the scream, Ye Qiu rushed over. "Aunt Su, let me see." Before Su Xiaoyu could respond, Ye Qiu was already beside her, grasping her left hand to inspect her injured finger closely. At that moment, they were merely a centimeter apart. A subtle fragrance emanated from Su Xiaoyu. Chapter 35 Annie, may I borrow your stockings? Notijing Ye Qiu na daze. Su Xiaoyu softikilidet hertroat. Prompting him to regain his composure. In order to conceal her intentions from the other ladies, Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Xiao Qiu, could you kindly examine my finger? Is it serious?" As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand. Ye Qiu pretended to inspect it thoroughly and concluded that it had been bitten by a small creature, though he had no idea what it was. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu suddenly raised her leg. "Xiao Qiu, there is something in the water. Just now, the thing crawled on my toes." The ladies, including Yang Jinfeng, who were playing in the water, were frightened and hurried to the shore upon hearing that there was a biting creature in the sea. "Suai, I'll take a look." Ye Qiu squatted down to peer into the water. After several minutes, he finally discerned the truth. Oh my, it turns out to be a few crabs. At that moment, one crab had already climbed onto Ye Qiu's left foot. He swiftly reached into the water, pinching the crab tightly between his fingers. The crab flailed its claws, struggling vigorously. "Suai, no worries, it's just some crabs." Suddenly, Ye Qiu had a thought and continued, "Suai, as for what bit your finger earlier, I cannot be certain it wasn't a crab. For safety's sake, I plan to do this." "What? Are you worried it might be poisonous?" Seeing Su Xiaoyu's alarmed expression, Ye Qiu secretly chuckled. "Hee, this is precisely the effect I desired. Xiao Qiu, what should we do then?" "Suai, you need not fear with me here." Before Su Xiaoyu could react, Ye Qiu grasped her injured finger and leaned down to suck out the blood. "Ye Qiu, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoyu realized he was trying to extract the venom. "Ye Qiu, is it done yet?" Her voice trembled noticeably at that moment. "Suai, how do you feel now?" "Not bad." Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu came to a realization. If she had indeed been bitten by a venomous creature, there would have been some abnormal sensations after a few minutes. However, she felt nothing aside from a bit of pain at the wound. Damn Ye Qiu, he had tricked her once again. At this moment, Ye Qiu looked at the crab in his hand, his mind racing. After contemplating for several seconds, an idea quickly formed. Suayi, could you lend me your stockings for a moment? What? Ye Qiu wants to borrow stockings? Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. Si mi la li, Yang Jin Feng, O Yang Xiao Wan, Xia Jia. And the Song sisters all turned their gazes toward Ye Qiu. Sister, is this the man you found? How shameless. Even with you. He still wishes to take advantage of Su Ai. Song Yunmei glared at Ye Qiu with disdain. Shao Jia, weren't you Ye Qiu's old classmate? He was studious and quiet back then. Has he turned into such a lecher? Yang Jinfeng inquired softly. Ye Qiu had been a student, pure and not very talkative. After several years without contact, she hadn't anticipated his transformation. However, Song Yunxia shook her head. I trust Ye Qiu. There must be a reason he asked Su Ai for stockings. Sister, you're finished, completely bewitched by this boy. Xiaomei, you don't understand Ye Qiu. He is certainly not that kind of person. Hearing the women's discussions, Ye Qiu had no chance to respond. Instead, he cast a grateful glance at Song Yunxia. Ladies, would you like to indulge in some crabs or grilled fish? Several women spoke in unison. Do you know why I borrowed stockings from Annie? Himipit, Ye Qiu. Are you trying to take advantage? I suspect you're up to no good. As she gazed at the crab in Ye Qiu's hand, Song Yunxia seemed to ponder a possible scenario. Xiao Qiu, are you planning to use the stockings to catch crabs? Sister Xia, you are indeed the smartest. I intend to fashion a simple crab trap out of stockings. The women were bemused. Stockings can catch crabs? Xiao Qiu, I will trust you this once. After a moment's thought, Su Xiaoyu reluctantly agreed. She bent down and removed 2 pairs of stockings. Ye Qiu soaked the stockings in seawater for a while and then gathered a dozen slender twigs, placing 2 twigs upright every centimeter along the length of the stockings. After a bit of work, the 2 rudimentary stocking traps were ready. Ye Qiu positioned the traps near the crevices of the rocks. Xiao Qiu, will this contraption really catch crabs? Su Xiaoyu expressed her skepticism. Ye Qiu chuckled, thumped his chest, and proposed, Annie Su, shall we make a bet? After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiaoyu glanced at the other women on the shore, seemingly wary of their ears, and lowered her voice deliberately. Xiao Qiu, if we were to bet, what are the stakes? If I win, you must grant me any one request. Any request? In an instant, Su Xiaoyu's mind raced to certain implications. This boy isn't trying to set a trap for me, is he? What's the matter? Ain't he afraid to gamble? Notijin Su Xiaoyu silenge. Ye Qiu deliberately guandit have. Who says I'm afraid to bet? What if you lose, Xiao Qiu? If I lose, I will leave my fate in Auntie's hands. Agreed then. The 2 reached an understanding and returned to the shore, waiting for the crabs to bite. Time passed quietly. After about 10 minutes, the women began to grow impatient. Ye Qiu, how much longer must we wait? Indeed, perhaps you should concede. The women chattered among themselves. Ye Qiu shook his head. Do you wish to savor grilled fish and crabs today? Patience is a virtue. Let us wait a while longer. Another 20 minutes slipped by. All right, I shall go check. Ye Qiu rose and walked toward the traps. The women wore expectant expressions, eager to discover the outcome of the wager. Ye Qiu approached the traps, bent down, and swiftly gathered the openings of the stockings. Upon lifting them, he exclaimed, Well, fortune favors me today. Inside the 2 stocking traps were 8 or 9 small crabs, along with a few fish. Haha, Su Xiaoyu, this time victory is mine. Instantly, a triumphant smile spread across Ye Qiu's face. Soon, he returned to the shore, deliberately swaying the contents before Su Xiaoyu. Annie Su, you have lost. Su Xiaoyu merely gave a glance and nodded, not uttering a word. This reaction surprised Ye Qiu. Xiao Qiu, I want grilled crabs. Song Yunxia chimed in, licking her lips. Old classmate, you are truly impressive. Who would have thought you could do everything? Ha, Xiaojia, I have many talents. Do you wish to learn? Shall we discuss it tonight? Upon hearing this phrase, several women cast disapproving glances at Ye Qiu. What a lecher. Not a single man is worth trusting. Men only behave when they are pinned against the wall. Ye Qiu remained unfazed. What do you mean? I merely suggested that an old classmate reach out to me when she has the time, so I could teach her. Why do you all jump to such conclusions? I am but a pure-hearted youth. Oh, still pure-hearted are you? Your audacity is truly remarkable, retorted Song Yunmei. Unlike her sister, she was not one to defend Ye Qiu. To her, Ye Qiu was nothing more than a blatant deceiver, charming her sister with his sweet words, essentially a gigolo to her sister. "Brother Ye Qiu, I am hungry. Please prepare the grilled fish," whined young Jinfeng playfully. "All right, Jinfeng, I shall do so immediately." Soon, Ye Qiu was kindling a fire with some wood. After approximately 15 minutes, the enticing aroma of fish wafted through the air. The women stared hungrily at the grilled fish. A few minutes later, the sea fish and crabs were finally cooked to perfection, and everyone relished the meal with great delight. Suddenly, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, dark clouds gathering ominously. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, but now it was overshadowed by a thick shroud of black clouds. "Xiao Qiu, this is not good. A torrential downpour is imminent," Su Xiaoyu expressed her concern. Looking at their makeshift tents, she felt uneasy, while the weather was fine. A storm would turn their shelter into a veritable waterfall. "Ye Qiu, what shall we do?" Ouyang Xiaowan echoed her worries. The consequences of getting drenched and falling ill were dire. "Everyone, hurry and finish eating. Once we are done, we must seek shelter from the rain." However, the women were no longer inclined to enjoy the fish. "Ye Qiu, I have no appetite. Perhaps we should act now? The rain could start at any moment," remarked Xia Jie, suddenly losing interest in the grilled fish. "Very well, let us split up. Su Ai, Yang Jinfeng, Xia Jie, and Ouyang Xiaowan will form one group, while I will team up with Sister Xia and Song Yunmei. We shall divide our efforts, and hopefully find a cave to shelter from the rain." The women all nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Song Yunmei raised a pertinent concern. "Ye Qiu, wait a moment." As Ye Qiu lifted his head upon hearing someone call his name, he halted in his tracks. "Song Yunmei, is there something on your mind?" Although she was older than him and should have been addressed as Mei Jie, Ye Qiu, lacking any fondness for her, opted to call her by her full name. "Have you considered what would happen if we all left and someone came to steal from us?" No one knew if there were other inhabitants on this island besides their small group. Indeed, Xiao Mei's analysis is quite astute. Song Yunxia was the first to support her. The other women pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Old classmate, I shall accompany you," said Xia Jie, before the others could respond. "Jiu, yeah. Do not try to take my place. I will accompany Ye Qiu," Song Yunxia said, casting a discontented look at Xia Jie. "I'm ya de. You are well aware of my relationship with Ye Qiu. How could you openly express your desire to accompany him in my presence? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to steal my man?" "Ye Qiu, I can accompany you." To everyone's astonishment, Ouyang Xiaowan, who had previously maintained an aloof demeanor, suddenly spoke up. Instantly, the three women exchanged glances, each unable to comprehend the thoughts of the others. Ye Qiu is such a lecher. I truly do not understand how you all seem as if you have never seen a man eagerly vying to accompany this scoundrel. At this moment, Song Yunmei looked at these women with a hint of disdain, believing they were acting foolishly, their intelligence plummeting at the mere sight of a handsome man and a few sweet words. "Well, since you all wish to go, but there's only one spot available, I suggest we draw lots to decide fairly." Xia Jie interjected, "Drawing lots is too troublesome. Let Ye Qiu choose. Whoever he selects will accompany him." Ye Qiu felt as though he was caught in the crossfire and wanted to slap this woman. "You want me to choose?" ISNT, that clearly putting me on the spot? As Ye Qiu remained silent, Xia Jie grew impatient. "Old classmate, are you even a man? You need to ponder this trivial matter for several minutes?" "What do you mean, Xia Jie? Are you implying that I am not a man? Shall we find a place to verify that?" Ye Qiu retorted. Xia Jie's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, glaring at Ye Qiu. You scoundrel. How dare you tease me in front of so many people? Just wait." At that moment, Xia Jie unleashed a torrent of insults at Ye Qiu's ancestors. Suddenly, Ye Qiu turned his gaze towards Song Yunmei. "What are you looking at me for?" Song Yunmei immediately grew wary, suspecting Ye Qiu was concocting some scheme to ensnare her. "Ladies, I have already chosen a suitable candidate," he declared while pointing at Song Yunmei. At this revelation, the women were momentarily taken aback. What does Ye Qiu intend? He has chosen the sister of Song Yunxia. Could he be attempting to pursue both sisters? Song Yunxia, slightly irritated, approached him and questioned loudly, "Ye Qiu, what do you mean by this? Why did you choose Xiao Mei instead of me? You don't harbor any intentions towards my sister, do you?" Ye Qiu quickly shook his head. "Xia Jie, am I that kind of person? You all must be curious as to why I selected Song Yunmei. In truth, I have my own considerations. This time, we must traverse that forest, and we cannot predict what dangers we may encounter. As a police officer, Song Yunmei has undergone professional training, and she possesses the strongest physical capabilities among you. Should we face any peril, she can assist me, and even if she cannot, she is capable of self-defense. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's reasoning, the women finally understood. Xiao Qiu, I apologize. I should not have jumped to conclusions. Song Yunxiao admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. Xiaojia, it's all right, as long as we can speak candidly. After giving a few instructions to Su Xiaoyu and the others, Ye Qiu set off with Song Yunmei to seek the cave. Chapter 37. The leopard Ye Qiu, stay behind me and do not wander off. Song Yunmei instructed, as they had only just begun their journey. Ye Qiu was taken aback. What does that expression mean? Are you disagreeing? Oof. A good man does not engage in conflict with a wicked woman. You have the final say. What? You dare to label yourself as a wicked woman? Song Yunmei, feeling somewhat irate, cast a glare at him and said with evident displeasure, Ye Qiu, I warn you to behave. My sister is not here right now, and if you provoke me, the consequences will be dire. Ye Qiu retorted, Song Yunmei, if it weren't for Sister Xia being your sibling, I wouldn't even bother with you. Do not forget, we are on an island. Put away your identity as a police officer. Despite her striking beauty, Ye Qiu thought it unnecessary to treat her with kindness due to her unfriendly demeanor. Song Yunmei remained silent and hastily walked ahead. Time elapsed quietly. After approximately 20 minutes, the two of them officially entered the forest. Suddenly, a large bird swooped down. Observing the bird's menacing talons, Ye Qiu felt as if a sword was suspended above his head. If the bird were to strike, it could inflict serious harm. Song Yunmei, be careful. Initially, the bird merely circled above them. However, after a few passes, it cunningly dove down when they were distracted. At that moment, Song Yunmei was bending down to tie her shoelaces. As the claws were about to land on her shoulder, Ye Qiu had no choice but to leap forward and push her aside. That was close. The bird's talons nearly grazed Ye Qiu's head. Meanwhile, Song Yunmei seemed oblivious to the danger. In the instant she was pushed, she instinctively grasped Ye Qiu's left hand. For a moment, she appeared dazed, as if her mind had short-circuited. It took her 2 minutes to regain her senses. At that point, Ye Qiu pointed to a nearby fruit tree. Hey, Song the Great Beauty, look over there. Those fruits are both fragrant and large. Song Yunmei sniffed the air but detected no aroma. Are you a dog? I can't smell anything. Ye Qiu replied, well, if you cannot smell it, that is your issue. Enraged, Song Yunmei gritted her teeth. This rascal clearly meant something else. Yet she could not find any evidence to refute him. Ye Qiu, get out of the way. Great Beauty, must you be so fierce? Look at how gentle your sister is. If you are too fierce, you might end up unmarried. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei became infuriated. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit down on Ye Qiu's left arm. Ye Qiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated this woman would retaliate in such a manner. Damn it, Song Yunmei, are you a dog? Why do you bite people at a whim? Who told you to provoke me? If you dare to take advantage of me again, I will bite you. Ye Qiu glanced at the wound. Fortunately, it had not broken the skin, only leaving a few teeth marks. What are you staring at? Hurry up, and let us continue our journey. At this moment, Ye Qiu felt a twinge of regret for having chosen such a hot-tempered beauty as his companion. The two continued on their path. Do you hear the sound of running water? After walking about a kilometer along the central path, Ye Qiu heard a faint sound of water. Great Beauty, do you hear that noise? Yes, is it the sound of water? I hear it too. Could there be a freshwater lake on the island? If that were the case, the issue of drinking water would be easily resolved. Let us go check it out. With this thought, Ye Qiu felt a surge of excitement. The two walked a few hundred more meters. Ye Qiu, look. Song Yunmei pointed to the distance ahead. To her surprise, there was indeed a small river, approximately 3 to 4 meters wide. After an hour of walking, coupled with the sweltering heat, Song Yunmei felt an overwhelming joy as her thirst intensified. She hurried to the riverbank, crouching down to scoop up water with her hands. Wait, Ye Qiu called out urgently. What is wrong? Do you intend to drink directly? What if the water is toxic? Song Yunmei gestured towards the river. If the water were poisonous, how could there be fish? Ye Qiu widened his eyes and, upon closer inspection, indeed spotted several tadpole-sized fish swimming about. The two of them quenched their thirst with the refreshing water. Ye Qiu, shall we rest here for a moment? I am utterly exhausted and can hardly go on. All right, shall we take a half-hour break? Perfect. There's a large tree nearby. The two leaned against the tree for respite. Suddenly, Ye Qiu heard a sound, seemingly coming from across the river. He turned his head to look. To his astonishment, there stood two leopards drinking at the water's edge. Yay! At that moment, Song Yunmei began to speak. The instant she uttered a word, Ye Qiu was drenched in cold sweat. He promptly covered her mouth, signaling her to remain silent. Startled by Ye Qiu's sudden action, Song Yunmei glared at him fiercely. Suddenly, one of the leopards seemed to sense a disturbance and lifted its head to gaze across the river. Damn it! Have we been discovered? Ye Qiu spit it. If you wish to live, keep quiet. At this, Song Yunmei was thoroughly frightened. Chapter 38. Quarreling in the cave at that moment. Ye Qiu was thoroughly enjoying the thrill of the situation. It was both perilous and exhilarating. He even felt a twinge of gratitude towards the two leopards. Without them, how could he openly seize this opportunity? 1 minute passed, then 2, and 5 minutes went by. Their bodies remained closely pressed together. Song Yunmei's face was darkened, as if it might drip with water. Ye Qiu understood that if this continued, she might very well explode in anger. However, when he looked up, he was astonished to see that after drinking, the two leopards had settled down on the riverbank for a nap. Miss Song, if I let go now, you must not scream. There are two leopards across the river. What? 2 leopards? Song Yunmei was initially startled, but she quickly regained her composure. You scoundrel! Taking advantage of me. Can't you come up with a more credible excuse? Leopards. Why not say there are tigers instead? At that moment, Ye Qiu slowly released his grip. Suddenly, Song Yunmei delivered a sharp kick toward his groin. Fortunately, Ye Qiu had anticipated this and dodged just in time. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Song Yunmei, are you insane? Why so harsh? I swear there are leopards across the river. You bastard. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Infuriated, Song Yunmei stood up, ready to teach Ye Qiu a lesson. Just then, 2 growls echoed through the air. Startled, Song Yunmei turned her head to the opposite bank and gasped in shock. There, the 2 leopards were baring their teeth and staring at her. Ye Qiu, you rascal. Why didn't you mention there were leopards? Song Damenu, I have warned you several times that there is a leopard on the other side. Yet you refuse to listen. Now, you blame me for this predicament. It is infuriating. It seems that whatever I say is deemed wrong. When a woman becomes unreasonable, she can be fiercer than a tiger. Fool, why are you still lingering? Run. Upon seeing the leopard move, Ye Qiu felt an ominous sensation creeping in. Although there was a distance of about 5 meters between them, he worried that the leopard might approach from another direction. You scoundrel, whom are you cursing? I am cursing you. If you do not leave, prepare to be devoured by the leopard. Ye Qiu chose to ignore the woman and sprinted northward. Ye Qiu, are you no longer a man? When faced with danger, you actually abandon a woman. Damenu, I am truly exasperated with you. The 2 dare not linger, racing while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. 5 minutes passed. Ye Qiu's eyelids twitched incessantly. It is over. I am surely doomed. As expected, sounds emerged from behind them. This is bad. The leopard is undoubtedly pursuing us. Ye Qiu, what shall we do now? At this moment, Song Yunmei was in a state of panic. Run. Find a place to hide. Thus, the 2 quickened their pace. After running for a kilometer, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Ye Qiu scanned the area. Soon, he spotted a cave. Let us take refuge in the cave. However, upon reaching the entrance, their expressions changed. It turned out that beneath this cave entrance was a deep water pit, and beside it was an open space of about 10 square meters. As they hesitated, a black panther drew closer. Ye Qiu realized that if they hesitated any longer, they would surely meet their demise. On one side lay a 5 or 6 meter deep pit, and on the other, a ferocious leopard. They had to make a decision immediately. Song Yunmei, jump now. Without waiting for her response, Ye Qiu leapt into the air. With a splash, the water pit erupted in waves. Fortunately, the water was not deep, and Ye Qiu made his way to the adjacent open space. Hurry, jump down quickly. Seeing that Song Yunmei was slow to jump, Ye Qiu grew anxious. If anything were to happen to her, Xia Jia would surely resent him. Ye Qiu, I am afraid. The water is shallow. You will not drown. If you do not jump down soon, you will be devoured by the leopard. After hesitating for a few seconds, Song Yunmei closed her eyes and jumped. Upon hitting the water, she flailed her arms desperately, struggling. Quickly, save me. Ye Qiu thought the water was shallow, and Song Yunmei should be fine. However, to his dismay, she began to sink slowly. What is happening? Ye Qiu. I cannot swim. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu wasted no time. He jumped into the water, embraced Song Yunmei, and paddled towards the open ground. Yet, her panic proved to be quite a challenge for him. Despite the distance being only about 20 meters, Ye Qiu took nearly 10 minutes to finally reach the shore, albeit with a sense of relief. At that moment, both were soaked through. It is all right, we are safe now. Unexpectedly, Song Yunmei began to cry. Dumeen, why are you crying again? None of your concern. Song Yunmei pushed Ye Qiu away and wiped her tears. Although they had evaded the pursuit of the leopard, descending into the cave was easy, but ascending proved to be quite challenging. Ye Qiu quickly devised a way to ascend. It's easy for you to say, without a rope. How can we climb back up? Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside, followed by a lightning strike that struck a large boulder within the cave. I am scared. Song Yunmei let out a sharp scream and instinctively clung to Ye Qiu. What? The beautiful Song is afraid of thunder? Yes, I've been afraid of thunder since childhood. Whenever I heard it, I would hide under the covers. Ye Qiu surveyed the cave once more, confirming that there was only this single exit. Well, since I can't get out, what now? Ye Qiu, are you implying that we are trapped here, waiting for death? Yes, that seems to be the case. Ye Qiu, do we have some grudge in our past lives? Why did you have to choose me of all people? How unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu was taken aback. Song Yunmei, what do you mean? When trouble arises, you place all the blame on me. You could have refused when I chose you. If you have come, you must bear the risks. I was just speaking out of irritation. Why do you react so strongly? I can't believe you're a man with such a narrow mind. I really don't understand what my sister sees in you. Ye Qiu cast a sidelong glance, waved his hand, and smiled. Would you like to know what Sister Xia sees in me? Come closer, and I will tell you. Unexpectedly, Song Yunmei actually leaned in. Ye Qiu whispered something in her ear, and in an instant, her face flushed crimson. You, shameless. If you don't believe me, ask your sister. Observing the woman's flustered and irritated demeanor, Ye Qiu found her somewhat endearing. Ye Qiu, we should really think about how to get out now. Glancing at the height of over 5 meters, Song Yunmei felt a sense of despair. Are we truly going to be trapped here? Ye Qiu remained silent, instead scanning the surroundings. Look over there, he pointed not far away. Upon seeing it, Song Yunmei realized that behind a large rock in this open space to the north, there was a narrow cave just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Shall we enter the cave? Perhaps we might make a discovery. All right. We have no choice but to give a try. Song Yunmei bent down and prepared to crawl into the small cave, but was halted by Ye Qiu. What are you doing? Her face turned bright red as he held her hand. Let me lead the way. If there is any danger, run out immediately and don't worry about me, understood? Ye Qiu's expression was serious. Seeing this man with his resolute demeanor, Song Yunmei felt a twinge of emotion and began to develop a slight fondness for him. Understood. However, she maintained her aloofness, merely responding with 3 words. Thus, the two of them crawled into the cave, keeping a distance of 1 meter apart. The cave was pitch dark, with rocks on either side and a bumpy ground. Several times, they nearly stumbled over loose stones. After about 10 minutes of groping in the dark, they finally emerged from the cave. The scene before them left both of them utterly astonished. Before them lay a picturesque landscape adorned with mountains and water, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. The sunlight illuminated the surroundings, and the air was refreshingly pure, evoking a feeling akin to a hidden paradise. The two individuals were enveloped in a wave of sheer joy. Suddenly, amidst their elation, they noticed a large tree 100 meters ahead, its branches mysteriously quivering and producing a rustling sound. Upon glancing up, Ye Qiu was taken aback to discover several monkeys perched above, observing them with keen vigilance. In that moment, Ye Qiu was reminded of the water curtain cave from Shiyuji, where Sun Wukong resided. Now that a cave had manifested and monkeys had appeared, where was the Monkey King? As if summoned by the very thought, a corpulent monkey descended from another tree, followed by 5 or 6 others, resembling a retinue of bodyguards. Ye Qiu was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this was the very Monkey King that had disturbed them just days prior? Monkey King, we meet again. The Monkey King scratched its head and circled around the two. What do they intend to do? Asked Song Yunmei, a hint of fear creeping into her voice as she quickly sought refuge behind Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu chaklet, ri suringli. It's all right, they won't attack us. The Monkey King nodded in agreement and extended a friendly gesture. Ye Qiu felt a surge of happiness. Unexpectedly, after their near escape, they had encountered an old acquaintance. Surely, they were not destined to perish here. The Monkey King gestured with its hands, seemingly inquiring how the two had found themselves in this predicament. With a wry smile, Ye Qiu recounted their encounter with the leopard in brief. Monkey King, we wish to leave this place. Initially, Ye Qiu had considered this location as a potential temporary refuge. But with the realization that it had become a haven for monkeys, he knew he must seek another cave. The Monkey King raised its hands flat, appearing somewhat helpless. What do you mean? Ye Qiu felt a sense of foreboding. Surely, there must be an exit. Otherwise, how could this troop of monkeys possibly venture out? The Monkey King pointed ahead, signaling for them to follow. After traversing approximately a kilometer, they arrived at a wooden bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, Ye Qiu was startled to find that a significant portion of the wooden planks was shattered, with some gaps nearly a meter wide. How are we supposed to get out of here? Song Yunmei exclaimed in panic, observing the damaged bridge. At that moment, the Monkey King patted Ye Qiu on the shoulder and gestured towards the east. Turning his head, Ye Qiu saw a dozen monkeys lifting logs one after another. Are you suggesting that you are repairing this bridge? The Monkey King thumped its chest and nodded in affirmation. Bravo, Monkey King, you truly are remarkable. Ye Qiu exclaimed with delight, not forgetting to flatter the Monkey King. Evidently, even animals appreciate kind words. The Monkey King grinned widely in response. Ansu, Ye Qiu and Xiao may have been gone for quite some time. Why haven't they returned? Could something have happened? Yang Jinfeng expressed her concerns anxiously. What do you mean, Yang Jinfeng? Are you cursing my sister and Ye Qiu? Song Yunxiao erupted in fury upon hearing this. Sister Xia, that is not what I meant. I am merely concerned about the two of them. All right, both of you, cease your quarrel. Xiaofeng only inquired out of concern, seeing the two about to argue. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly intervened. Aunt Su, are we just going to sit here doing nothing? Xia Jie was unwilling to remain idle. Jiao, do you mean we should seek out Ye Qiu? Ouyang Xiaowan spoke up. Yes, there is strength in numbers. However, Su Xiaoyu shook her head in disagreement. I do not concur. Consider this. Can you guarantee that everyone can traverse the woods ahead without incident? Furthermore, even if we all make it through, do you know where Ye Qiu and Xiao Mei are currently located? What if we become separated? If Ye Qiu returns and cannot find us, would he not venture out to look for us? If that happens, we are likely to become lost. On this isolated island, once we are alone, the consequences could be dire. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's analysis, they all found her reasoning compelling and quickly abandoned the idea. Well, I ponder that Ye Qiu and Xiao Mei will probably not return today. Let us prepare our own dinner tonight. Under Su Xiaoyu's suggestion, the women busied themselves. Without Ye Qiu, they began to realize the significance of having a man around. Beautiful lady, it seems we will be staying here for a few days. Ye Qiu, could you refrain from calling me beautiful lady? From today onward, refer to me as Mei Jie, okay? Very well, Mei Jie. You are quite obedient. It is a pity I did not bring any candy. Otherwise, I would treat you. Ye Qiu was left speechless. He had not anticipated that this woman would take the opportunity to tease him. Huh, I do not like candy. I prefer yogurt. Yogurt? Upon hearing those three words, Song Yunmei felt an odd sensation. Looking up, she saw Ye Qiu's exceedingly lewd smile and suddenly understood. Ye Qiu, you scoundrel. You lecher. Mei Jie, what do you mean? I have not said anything. Song Yunmei gritted her teeth in anger. Indeed, Ye Qiu had not uttered anything inappropriate, yet those three words were undeniably suggestive, especially coming from someone as seasoned as Ye Qiu. Claiming there was no innuendo would be utterly unbelievable. Monkey King, we have arrived in your territory. You must treat us well these few days. Now, please resolve the accommodation issue for Mei Jie and me. In the next moment, the Monkey King made no gesture. Ye Qiu and Song Yunmei were rendered speechless in shock. Chapter 40. Teasing the police flower. I can't believe this Monkey King has evolved to be nearly human. To pass the time, Ye Qiu led Song Yunmei around the water curtain cave several times. Ye Qiu, this place is truly splendid. Alas, it is unfortunate that it was claimed by the monkeys first. Why ponder so much? Live each day as it comes. Ye Qiu wore a melancholic expression, feeling increasingly lost about the future. He wondered if anyone was aware of this isolated island, when they might establish contact with the outside world, and how many of them would ultimately survive. The mere thought of this cast a shadow over Ye Qiu's mood. Ye Qiu, what are you thinking? Noticing Ye Qiu's discontent, Song Yunmei inquired softly. I was just thinking of you, Song, the beautiful lady. Ye Qiu forced a smile and did not forget to tease her. Cut out, you pervert. You wretched man. Having already captivated my elder sister, are you still not satisfied? What now? Do you intend to ensnare me as well? Do you truly aspire to possess both sisters simultaneously and indulge in the lavish, hedonistic fantasy of dual blossoms in one garden? Oh, this young lady reads my very soul. Naturally, Ye Qiu was far too astute to admit such a thing outright. He hastily shook his head in denial. Mei Jia, you're speaking nonsense. I'm merely an innocent, guileless youth. Please, don't paint me as some reckless, flirtatious rogue. Song Yunmei cast him a sharp, exasperated glance and huffed. Humph. You're nothing but a hopelessly fickle, love-struck turnip. As they chatted lightly, strolling idly about, neither noticed a small, protruding stone jutting from the earth just ahead. A minute later, suddenly, Song Yunmei stumbled sideways, and precisely beside her lay a shallow, crystalline brook, its waters so clear one could count the pebbles beneath. Ah! Ye Qiu lunged instinctively, hand outstretched, but he was a heartbeat too late. With a resonant plunk, Song Yunmei tumbled headlong into the stream. Instantly, her clothes clung damply to her frame, translucent in the sunlit water. Ye Qiu's gaze flickered just once, and his nostrils flared, nearly betraying him. Ye Qiu, you fool, what are you gawking at? Pull me out now. Her voice brimmed with mortification and indignation as she caught him staring. Oh, Mei Jia coming. He snapped back to himself, bent low, and reached down. Yet perhaps unbalanced, or perhaps because Song Yunmei tugged sharply upward, the moment his footing faltered, he lost his center of gravity and plunged in after her. Rather than dismay, a quiet, inward thrill surged through him. Feigning alarm, he seized her hand, and in that fluid, calculated motion, they ended up entwined, limbs interlaced, breath mingling in the cool, damp air. Song Yunmei frowned, her eyes narrowing. Ye Qiu, release me at once. Mei Yi emphasizing. He stammered, shivering deliberately. Truly cold? She studied him skeptically, intuition whispering that his tremors were less about chill and more about cunning. Yes, bitterly cold, watching his visible shudders, she reluctantly yielded, letting him hold her, if only to stave off the cold. He belongs to my sister. How dare I, vie for the same man? Just as her composure frayed at the edges, that last sliver of reason surged back, clear, commanding, unyielding. Ye Qiu, let go now. She shoved him hard. He released her instantly, so abruptly that off balance once more she swayed, teetered, and plunged once again into the water. Ye Qiu, you despicable wretch, did you do that on purpose? Dripping, disheveled, and seething, Song Yunmei glared up at him, her gaze sharp enough to flay skin from bone. Mei, what on earth have I done now? You ordered me to let go. I obeyed without hesitation, and now you accuse me? His eloquent, polished retort left her momentarily speechless. Words caught mid-breath, indignation suspended in air. You insufferable scoundrel, pull me up. Very well, Mei Jia, but this time, I swear, I shall not take undue liberty. Fine, just be quiet and do it. Ye Qiu grinned faintly, extended his hand, and with deliberate, feigned gentleness, grasped hers. Then suddenly he pulled. Hard and swift. Song Yunmei lurched forward, stumbling headlong toward his chest. He sidestepped, gracefully, effortlessly, leaving her teetering mid-fall. In panic, she seized the waistband of his trousers, fingers tightening in desperation. Mei Jia, what are you doing? He recoiled instinctively, stumbling backward several paces, his expression wounded, wide-eyed, utterly, impeccably aggrieved. I didn't mean to. At this moment, Song Yunmei's face blushed like a ripe apple. I am your sister's man. I warn you, do not harbor any thoughts about me. My heart belongs solely to Xiajia. Listening to Ye Qiu's self-righteous words, Song Yunmei rushed forward and bit down hard on his arm. Let go, you woman. I haven't offended you. You scoundrel. Let's see if you dare to bully this young lady again. Next time, I'll make you a eunuch. Monkey King, Monkey King. Someone is bullying me. Ye Qiu called out loudly. Moments later, the Monkey King leaped in front of Ye Qiu, glaring fiercely at Song Yunmei, baring its sharp teeth. Behind the Monkey King, several monkeys encircled Song Yunmei. Ye Qiu stuck out his tongue, wearing a smug expression. All right, Monkey King, I'm fine. Don't scare my Mei Jia. The Monkey King understood instantly, waved its hand, and departed with the other monkeys. What? Did he just say, my maid Jia? When did I become his? Song Yunmei gritted her teeth, vowing to reclaim her dignity. Maid Jia, could you perhaps learn from your sister and be a bit gentler? You lack any semblance of femininity. Bastard, why do you care? Hey, I'm just concerned you might not get married. So why not let me take you in? Chapter 41. Your sister is more beautiful. Ye Qiu, you scoundrel. Even if you were the last man on earth, I would rather live in solitude than marry you. Song Yunmei's blood pressure surged with anger. If she had a gun in hand, she would have shot a few rounds at Ye Qiu. Hey, maid Jia, don't be angry. Women who get angry too often age quickly. Get lost. No ivory comes from a dog's mouth. Knowing she could not win the argument with Ye Qiu, Song Yunmei chose to ignore him and remain silent. Time passed quietly. Before long, the sun began to set. During this time, Song Yunmei occasionally glanced at the wooden bridge. Watching a few old monkeys fiddling around, she thought of the phrase dawdling. With such work efficiency, she wondered when the bridge would be repaired. As for Ye Qiu, he simply lay on the wood and fell into a deep slumber. Before long, he drifted into a dream where he and Song Yunmei found themselves trapped in a deep water pool. After much effort, they managed to climb out, but Song Yunmei had caught a fever. So cold, so cold. She curled up, her body trembling uncontrollably, seeing the beautiful woman in such a pitiable state. Ye Qiu approached her with a smile, saying, Maid Jia, I need a way to warm up. Song Yunmei paused in surprise and quickly asked, Hurry up, what method? Ye Qiu leered suggestively, pointing at himself. Maid Jia, it seems I must endure a little discomfort, he. In an instant, Song Yunmei understood. Rogue, I'd rather freeze to death than let you take advantage. After several minutes, Song Yunmei could no longer withstand the cold. Her delicate body involuntarily leaned toward Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu squinted his eyes, pretending to be asleep. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. A few minutes later, Song Yunmei's body was pressed against him. Ye Qiu remained still, even feigning snoring. Why is this guy so serious now? Am I not pretty enough? Or perhaps, this fellow is not a man at all. Just as Song Yunmei's mind wandered into fanciful musings, suddenly, a pair of strong hands enveloped her. You're not asleep yet? Ye Qiu rubbed his eyes and yawned several times, his countenance marked by fatigue. Sister May, what's the matter? Nothing at all. Song Yunmei's heart fluttered anxiously. For Ye Qiu had yet to perceive her unease. Thus the two nestled closely together. Hey, wake up, wake up. Suddenly, Ye Qiu felt a tap on his shoulder. Opening his eyes, he found it was none other than the Monkey King, who held several pieces of fruit. Glancing again at Song Yunmei, she was busily munching on the fruit. Damn you, monkey. I was having such a beautiful dream, and you rudely interrupted it. Ye Qiu, Annoyed, took the fruit and bit into it fiercely, as though venting his frustration. Ye Qiu, what were you doing just now? Why is your mouth watering? Song Yunmei observed him while eating the wild fruit. Ha! I was having a marvelous dream about an incomparable beauty. With your sleazy look. You must have been up to no good in your dream. Sister May, how do you know? Do you want to know who I dreamed of? Song Yunmei's interest was instantly piqued. Tell me, who was it? Surely not me, right? When Ye Qiu shook his head, she scorned him once more. You fickle philanderer, never content with what you have. I dreamed of you just now. What? He actually dreamed of me? Her face flushed crimson anew. You lecher. Song Yunmei shot him a glare. TSK. Men must be a little wicked for women to love them. Sometimes, when men are too honest, women suspect their vigor. When they are too bad, women call them unfaithful. Stop your nonsense. I have no time to listen. Song Yunmei covered her ears abruptly. 3 hours later, within the water curtain cave, the light dimmed progressively. Ye Qiu, how shall we endure the night? Song Yunmei glanced around as the monkeys retreated to their rest. No sooner had she spoken than the Monkey King approached, patting Ye Qiu on the shoulder and gesturing toward a nearby spot. Ye Qiu rose and followed behind the Monkey King. After walking several dozen meters, they arrived near the cave's entrance where the light was still sufficient. The Monkey King pointed to the ground, lay down, then rose again. Ye Qiu, could it be that we are to sleep here tonight? On the ground lay a dozen or so wooden planks, each about 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide, arranged side by side. Both ends and the middle of each plank were bound with vines, atop which was spread a layer of leaves approximately 1 centimeter thick. Is this a bed? My goodness, it could not be more rudimentary. The Monkey King nodded and then departed. Sister May, let us make do. It's certainly more comfortable than leaning against a rock. Song Yunmei pouted, wearing a look of grievance. But this place is so narrow. How could it possibly accommodate 2 people? Well, I'll squeeze in here, and you can find somewhere else to doze for the night. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei's indignation nearly exploded. Ye Qiu, are you even a man? How can you suggest I sleep elsewhere? Sister Mei, didn't you just complain that this bed was too shabby? Song Yunmei was so furious that she was rendered speechless. This is mine. Before Ye Qiu could react, she lay down directly beside her. The next moment, Song Yunmei erupted in anger. Unexpectedly, Ye Qiu shamelessly nestled next to her. Ye Qiu, what exactly are you trying to do? What else could I do? Do you want me to do something else? The Monkey King instructed us both to rest here, not for you to monopolize the space alone. You bastard. You're just trying to take advantage, aren't you? Ye Qiu sukol futkoldi. Oh, Mei Jie, do you really think you're that beautiful? Xia Jie has the figure. The face, what do you lack? Why would I fancy you? Ridiculous. Hearing Ye Qiu claim he was inferior to his sister, Song Yunmei was infuriated. She grabbed his hand fiercely and snarled. Do you dare repeat what you just said? To prove her point, Song Yunmei deliberately shook her body. Why are you shaking? What did you say? Seeing Song Yunmei's murderous glare, Ye Qiu knew that if he continued teasing, she might do something wildly irrational. All right. You're more beautiful than Xia Jie, more feminine, adored by all. Happy now? He thought a few sweet words might pacify her, but Song Yunmei was relentless. Tell me, where exactly am I inferior to my sister? Oh, why do women always love to compare? Mei Jie, I admit I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Let us get some rest. I'm sleepy. Song Yunmei crossed her legs across the bed, fuming. You bastard, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer tonight. Don't even think about sleeping. Chapter 42. Having nightmares? Song Yunmei, what exactly do you mean? I already said you're more beautiful than Xia Jie. What more do you want? At this moment, Ye Qiu's eyes drooped with fatigue, but Song Yunmei, full of energy, insisted on pressing for a definitive answer. Simple. Tell me, compared to my sister, where do I fall short? Ye Qiu felt his head was about to explode. It seemed tonight would be sleepless. My dear lady, Haven T, I said enough. Your sister is gentle, mature, a regal elder sister type. You, on the other hand, are hot-tempered, carefree, lacking any ladylike demeanor. More importantly, Ye Qiu stopped mid-sentence, scanning her from head to toe. His gaze made Song Yunmei instantly realize. Bastard, is that the reason? What else could it be? Ye Qiu, you're so short-sighted despite your long hair. Though in some respects I may not match my sister, I'm agile, quick-witted, and tall. Besides, my sister isn't flawless either. I'll tell you, she snores at night, talks in her sleep, and grinds her teeth. What? Song Yunmei shamelessly divulged Song Yunxia's shortcomings just to outshine her sister. Mei Jie, after all you've said, what exactly is your point? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Ye Qiu, after explaining so much, you still don't understand? Seeing Ye Qiu shake his head, Song Yunmei grew angry. You bookworm. I really don't know what my sister sees in you. After a moment's hesitation, she added, I'm not inferior to my sister. I say we're evenly matched. Are you suggesting that I should favor you over Jiexia? At that moment, Song Yunmei's expression turned dark. You arrogant scoundrel. Many admire me, and I have no interest in you. Such needless chatter. Do not disturb my rest if you have nothing important to say. After much back and forth, it was indeed mere nonsense. Ye Qiu chose silence, turning to rest. Ye Qiu, wait a moment. What now? Why are you so full of queries? Song Yunmei retrieved a wooden stick and placed it in the middle of the wooden bed, warning, Ye Qiu, this stick marks the boundary. If you dare to cross it, I shall not show you any mercy. Rest assured, I have no interest in you. I also caution you not to take advantage of me while I sleep tonight. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's audacious words, Song Yunmei retaliated with a kick. Thus, the two lay on the wooden bed, separated by the stick. Xiaofeng, why hasn't Ye Qiu returned yet? In the tent, Xia Jie tossed and turned. Hey, Xiao Jie, do you harbor feelings for Ye Qiu? Do tell me. I promise I won't spill a word. Xiaofeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Ye Qiu is my old classmate. Is it not natural for me to care? Yet Yang Jinfeng remained unconvinced. Deny it all you want. Just a heads up, Jiexiao also has feelings for Ye Qiu. She is more attractive and mature. Which young man wouldn't be smitten? If you like him, act swiftly, or you may miss your chance. Xia Jie's mood soured upon hearing Yang Jinfeng's words. Back in high school, As the campus belle, she had never paid Ye Qiu any mind. Little did she expect that years later, due to this incident, they would meet again. What took Xia Jie by surprise was that after merely a few days of brief encounters, she had developed a slight fondness for this man. She found herself questioning whether this fondness was mere admiration or something deeper. Simultaneously, in the adjacent tent, Song Yunxiao was lost in thought. What on earth was Ye Qiu doing? The thought of him with her sister inexplicably stirred feelings of jealousy and concern within her. Ye Qiu, are you drawn to my sister's skills, or do you have other intentions? Outside the tent, Su Xiaoyu and Ouyang Xiaowan paced back and forth, engaging in conversation while observing their surroundings. Aunt Su, do you think Ye Qiu and the others will return tomorrow? Ouyang Xiaowan felt a sense of insecurity since Ye Qiu's departure. I do not know. Stop worrying. Overthinking brings no benefit. Aunt Su, may I ask you a question? Noticing Ouyang Xiaowan's hesitance, Su Xiaoyu sensed the question might be significant. Are you fond of Ye Qiu? Ouyang Xiaowan whispered. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback and shook her head. Xiaowan, do not speak such nonsense. I am an old woman in my 40s. How could a handsome young man like Ye Qiu possibly be interested in me? Ouyang Xiaowan smiled faintly. Clearly, Su Xiaoyu had not directly answered. However, Ouyang Xiaowan could discern that Su An held some affection for Ye Qiu, though whether this sentiment stemmed from a mentor's admiration or romantic interest remained ambiguous. Do not tell Annie that you also harbor feelings for Ye Qiu. Someone as fickle as Ye Qiu would hardly be interested in you. Ah, the youth of today, how they have become so sentimental. If you like someone, one should boldly confess. If you have affection, one should take the initiative. Subsequently, Su Xiaoyu recounted the tale of her late husband. This night was destined to be extraordinary, particularly for Ye Qiu, leaving an indelible impression upon him. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was midnight. On the wooden bed, Ye Qiu and Song Yunmei lay on either side of the wooden beams, comfortably curled up in slumber. At that moment, the Monkey King quietly approached. It stood before the two, observing them intently. Then, the Monkey King draped Song Yunmei's left hand over Ye Qiu's torso and positioned Ye Qiu's right leg atop Song Yunmei's left. After completing this arrangement, the Monkey King walked a few paces only to return. It gently shifted their heads closer together, taking several minutes to align them side by side. To an observer, they resembled a pair of enamored lovers. Approximately an hour later, Song Yunmei stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes, she felt a tingling sensation in her legs. Looking up, she was startled to find Ye Qiu's legs completely draped over hers. Even more alarming was her hand resting on Ye Qiu's body. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she attempted to push Ye Qiu's legs away, but despite several efforts, she was unsuccessful. Mom, please don't leave me, Ye Qiu suddenly murmured, causing Song Yunmei to jump in surprise. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Ye Qiu's eyes were tightly shut. Goodness, he was talking in his sleep. As Ye Qiu's whimpering filled the air, Song Yunmei noticed his body trembling slightly, a visage of fear etched upon his face. Could it be that he was having a nightmare? Just moments ago, he had called out for his mother. Perhaps Ye Qiu's background was not as simple as it seemed. While Song Yunmei pondered this, Ye Qiu stirred again. He abruptly wrapped his arms around Song Yunmei, crying out, Mom, please don't leave me. She contemplated waking him, but after a moment's reflection, she decided against it. In Chapter 43, Midnight Tenderness. Although Song Yunmei was unaware of the reasons behind Ye Qiu's sudden nightmare, it was clear from his earlier plea for his mother that this man before her must have endured a sorrowful past. Had his mother abandoned him in his youth? In that moment, a surge of maternal instinct welled up within Song Yunmei, prompting her to gently pat Ye Qiu's shoulder after a few seconds of hesitation. This scene evoked memories of a mother soothing her child to sleep. Gradually, Ye Qiu succumbed to slumber once more, observing the man before her, who, despite appearing fickle, bore a sense of responsibility. Song Yunmei felt a tumult of emotions. There was sympathy, admiration, and even a hint of affection. As time ticked away, the clock struck midnight. Though the night stretched on endlessly, Song Yunmei found herself wide awake, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at Ye Qiu. The way this fellow sleeps is indeed amusing. At this moment, perched upon a withered branch above, a blue spider, roughly the size of a 1 yuan coin, was spinning silk as if constructing its diminutive abode. The spider crawled beneath the branch, and suddenly it lost its grip, tumbling down and landing precisely beside Song Yunmei. Deeply engrossed in her admiration of the night sky, she remained blissfully unaware. After considerable effort, the spider finally managed to right itself and began to inch forward. A few minutes later, it had traversed to the rear of Song Yunmei. Another minute passed when she suddenly sensed something behind her. Instinctively, she reached back to touch it. To her shock, she discovered it was an insect. Even more unfortunate, her left hand inadvertently brushed against the spider's mouth, resulting in a painful bite. Gazing at her bleeding middle finger, Song Yunmei was horrified. She vigorously tapped Ye Qiu's shoulder. Ye Qiu, wake up quickly. After numerous taps, Ye Qiu finally stirred. Rubbing his eyes, he appeared somewhat displeased. Mei Jia, why are you awake at this hour? At this moment, Song Yunmei was on the verge of tears. Ye Qiu, hurry and get up. Just now an insect crawled onto my back and bit me. You must help me check. Seeing the tears streaming down her face, Ye Qiu could not hesitate and got up to investigate. Indeed, finding her finger bitten. Mei Jia, did you just say an insect crawled on your back? Yes, it was crawling upwards. As Ye Qiu moved to her back, he quickly spotted the spider. Goodness, it's still that blue spider. This is bad. It might be venomous. With this thought, Ye Qiu seized her middle finger and began to suck at it. Ye Qiu, what are you doing? Song Yunmei was utterly bewildered. Be quiet and do not speak. It's a spider, a blue spider. I suspect it could be poisonous. For safety's sake, I will draw out some blood. After a few vigorous pulls, he finally released her finger. However, Ye Qiu soon found himself in a predicament. Mei Jia, if I attempt to catch the spider, I may inadvertently touch your back. Song Yunmei, undeterred by such concerns, simply wanted the spider removed. Ye Qiu, what are you hesitating for? Quickly grab the spider. All right. Mei Jia, my apologies. Suddenly, Ye Qiu reached out, swiftly pressing down on the spider's head, lifting it, and then flinging it with force. The spider crashed to the ground. Its abdomen ruptured. Ye Qiu, is it done? She called out several times, but received no response. Ye Qiu, have once again you conceded earlier. How quickly a woman can turn hostile, even swifter than turning a page. Ye Qiu, I lay it down here. Should you fail to provide an explanation, do not expect a peaceful night's sleep this evening. Mei Jia, please speak your mind. What do you desire? Ye Qiu realized that this woman was excessively domineering and utterly unreasonable, leaving him no choice but to capitulate. From this day forth, you shall be my servant, and whatever I command, you must obey. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu flatly refused. Song Yunmei, do not overstep your bounds. I just saved you. And this is how you repay your benefactor? He continued. Do you know how individuals in ancient times expressed their gratitude to their benefactors? Do not talk about ancient times. Speak quickly. How shall we resolve this? I did not ask for your body in return. Do you still wish to be my master? Dream on. Suddenly, Song Yunmei smiled, and Ye Qiu felt a sense of foreboding. This woman is laying a trap for me. Indeed, Song Yunmei, with a sultry gaze, remarked, Ye Qiu, why not pledge yourself to me right now? What do you mean? Ye Qiu was taken aback, bewildered by her intentions. Something is amiss. Unusual occurrences always conceal underlying motives. As Song Yunmei spoke, she placed her hands on his shoulders. Ye Qiu found himself utterly bewildered. How could this woman, bitten by a spider, undergo such a drastic change in temperament? He simply could not comprehend it. Chapter 44. Poisoned? At this moment, Song Yunmei's face was as red as an apple, her hands incessantly scratching at her body. Water, I need water. Mei Jia, please wait. I will fetch you some water immediately. Ye Qiu was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. After great effort, he managed to gather some water in his hands, but even after she drank, Song Yunmei continued to cry out in thirst. Observing her painful demeanor, Ye Qiu felt deeply conflicted. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He carried Song Yunmei to a nearby spring and tossed her into the water. He thought that since Mei Jia was overheated, a dip in the spring water might help cool her down. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and soon 5 minutes had elapsed. Alas, the symptoms of Song Yunmei's fever state had only slightly diminished. She scratched at her skin with great vigor, leaving numerous marks. This cannot continue. Mei Jia may be in danger. Ye Qiu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Mei, forgive me. At that moment, he seemed to make a difficult decision. Time quietly slipped away, and dawn arrived. Song Yunmei stretched lazily. Ye Qiu, you rascal, rise at once. At that moment, Ye Qiu slept like a log, unresponsive to her calls. Enraged, Song Yunmei delivered 2 resounding slaps to him. "You scoundrel, Ye Qiu, get up now." These 2 slaps jolted Ye Qiu awake. "Mei Jia, why did you hit me? I'm still half asleep." "Ye Qiu, you rascal, what did you do to me last night? I will have my revenge." With that, Song Yunmei grasped his neck with both hands. Ye Qiu was momentarily taken aback. "Crazy woman, release me at once." In her fury, Song Yunmei exhibited an extraordinary strength. Ye Qiu, gripped by her hold, soon found himself struggling for breath. "Song Yunmei, I feel as though you are about to suffocate me. Release me at once." Yet, Song Yunmei, consumed by her fury, remained oblivious to reason. As Ye Qiu appeared to be on the brink of death, the Monkey King leaped forth, intervening between the two. With a swift motion, he summoned 2 monkeys to flank and restrain Song Yunmei. "Let me go! Let me go! Ye Qiu, today I shall end your life." Ye Qiu was utterly bewildered. "Mei Jia, I have done nothing to offend you. Why do you wish to strangle me upon your arrival? How dare you feign innocence? Did you not bully me last night?" At that moment, Ye Qiu grasped the situation. It was indeed her ire from the previous night that had ignited her wrath. "Truly, yesterday you were bitten by the blue spider, and while its venom may not prove fatal," Song Yunmei remained unconvinced, dismissing Ye Qiu's words as mere fabrications. "Ye Qiu, do you take me for a mere child? I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths." Ye Qiu felt a profound sense of injustice. After all, he had only acted to save her. Otherwise, why would he have behaved in such a manner? She was, after all, the younger sister Xiajia. If Xiajia were to discover this, their fates would undoubtedly be sealed. At that moment, the Monkey King approached, nodding in affirmation. "Are you suggesting that Ye Qiu did not lie about last night?" Upon seeing the Monkey King nod once more, Song Yunmei could no longer maintain her composure. How could this be possible? Yet, faced with the reality, she had no choice but to accept it. "Sister, I did not mean to." Song Yunmei's heart was torn, filled with guilt. After all, Ye Qiu was her sister's boyfriend, and she had unwittingly found herself entangled with him last night. How would she face her sister moving forward? "How do you intend to handle this?" Fearing that Song Yunmei might erupt, Ye Qiu inquired cautiously. "Ye Qiu, I warn you, the events of yesterday must remain buried within you. Do you understand?" "Very well." Since Song Yunmei seemed unconcerned, Ye Qiu felt indifferent. After all, he had gained significantly. Just as Ye Qiu began to feel a sense of relief, she spoke again. "Ye Qiu, from now on, you must protect me." "Certainly. I shall comply with whatever you say. Remember, if a third party learns of this matter, I shall take your life." "Mei Jia, I swear I will reveal nothing to anyone." "Humph. The words of a man are merely deceitful. What are you still standing there for?" "I am hungry." Ye Qiu regretted his decision, feeling as thug in the event that Ye Qiu encounters peril. "Perhaps we could offer our assistance." Xiajia also stepped forward to support Song Yunxia. "Xiao Xia, Xiao Jia, I understand your concerns for Ye Qiu. I too harbor worries. However, the island is fraught with dangers, and I believe it is prudent to observe the unfolding situation. Before leaving, Ye Qiu specifically instructed us not to act impulsively." Sensing the urgency in the 2 ladies, Su Xiaoyu felt compelled to invoke Ye Qiu's name in hopes of persuading them to reconsider. But, before Song Yunxia could finish her thought, Yang Jinfeng interjected, "Sister Xia, I believe Aunt Su is right. We are unaware of how many man-eating beasts lurk within that jungle. If we were to encounter a wolf pack, do we stand a chance against them? The outcome would only be one. We could all perish." "Yang Jinfeng, you are merely afraid of death and reluctant to search for Ye Qiu." Listening to Yang Jinfeng's reasoning, Song Yunxia became irate, retorting that she was a coward and selfish. "Sister Xia, who are you calling afraid of death? If you are unafraid, why not go alone? Why drag others into it?" "Yang Jinfeng, your words are somewhat excessive. Were it not for Ye Qiu, would we women still be alive to this day? You must understand that without Ye Qiu, we would be utterly helpless." Sister Xia is concerned for Ye Qiu and comprehends the gravity of the situation, unlike your short-sightedness. Unexpectedly, the usually aloof Ouyang Shaowan also sided with Song Yunxia. Upon noticing the glares from the other women directed at her, Yang Jinfeng hurriedly lowered her head in embarrassment. "Very well, let us wait another day. If by this time tomorrow Ye Qiu and Xiao may have not returned, we shall venture forth to find them." Su Xiaoyu finally resolved her decision. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming conviction that Ye Qiu would be safe. In the water-curtained cave, Song Yunmei indulged in wild fruits while Ye Qiu stood nearby, cradling several fruits in his hands. To an outsider, it might appear as though Ye Qiu was the servant. "All right, I am full." Song Yunmei patted her stomach and stretched lazily. My back aches. Come here and massage it for me." "How audacious." "Song Yunmei, do you truly consider me your servant?" Ye Qiu retorted. "What? You're dissatisfied? Humph. Shall I inform my sister of your actions last night?" Ye Qiu's disdain was palpable. "Last night was not my initiative. Besides, I was merely trying to save you." "Huh. What do I have to fear?" "Ye Qiu, if I tell my sister that you mistook me for her last night and took advantage of me while I slept, who will she believe? You or me?" Ye Qiu was taken aback. This woman was remarkably cunning, attempting to play the victim first. You are insufferable." Ye Qiu was rendered speechless. At this moment, he regretted his decision to rescue her. This time, he felt as if he could not clear his name even if he were to plunge into the Yellow River. Observing Song Yunmei's smug expression, Ye Qiu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What? Unhappy? Humph. Benefiting while pretending to be innocent. Sighing, he thought, a wise man does not engage in disputes with women. With no other choice, Ye Qiu dutifully approached Song Yunmei and began to massage her gently. Song Yunmei squinted her eyes in pleasure. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, the Monkey King approached briskly. It gently patted Ye Qiu on the shoulder, gesturing for him to follow. "Mei Jia, please rise quickly. Let us venture outside." Song Yunmei understood that the Hoang sought Ye Qiu for a matter of great importance. She hastily stood up and trailed behind him. The two walked several hundred meters until they arrived at the wooden bridge. "Wow, Ye Qiu, the bridge is repaired." Initially, it was thought that it would take 3 to 5 more days, but it was surprising how efficiently these monkeys worked. Song Yunmei could hardly contain her excitement. At last, they could leave this dreadful place. "Hoang, thank you for your care over these past few days. Should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Although the Hoang was merely a beast, these monkeys displayed remarkable intelligence, leaving a favorable impression on Ye Qiu. The monkeys watched as the two departed. Little did they know, an unforeseen event was about to unfold, perhaps out of concern for potential danger. The Hoang had specifically instructed 2 monkeys to lead the way to test the bridge's stability. The 2 monkeys quickly reached the midpoint of the bridge. Just then, 3 large birds began to circle ominously in the northern sky, though few noticed. Suddenly, one of the birds swooped down with alarming speed. By the time anyone reacted, the bird's razor-sharp talon had already ensnared one of the monkeys by its head. Ye Qiu looked up and saw the bird's talon piercing through the monkey's skin, delving deep inside. My goodness, it's a vulture. Many may be aware that vultures are even more formidable than eagles, capable of diving at speed sufficient to snatch away a child of 8 or 9. Even adults would find it nearly impossible to escape from their grip. The monkey struggled desperately. Moments later, the vulture pecked out the monkey's right eye, causing blood to stream from the Hoang's eyes as it emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Witnessing this, the Hoang charged forward with the other monkeys. However, they had barely taken a few steps before 2 more vultures swooped down. "Hoang, be careful. Come back," Ye Qiu shouted, pulling Song Yunmei behind him. "Mei Jia, stay behind me and do not run about." Yet the Hoang ignored him, pressing onward. The 2 vultures, cunning as they were, circled the sides of the bridge, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The Hoang shouted angrily at the vulture that had carried off the monkey, but that vulture merely perched on a nearby tree, clawing at the monkey's body as if to taunt the Hoang deliberately. Enraged, the Hoang raised his right hand, signaling for an assault. In the next moment, over a dozen monkeys charged towards the opposite side. At that instant, the other 2 vultures sprang into action, simultaneously diving towards the last 2 monkeys. A minute later, one vulture successfully captured a monkey. The other vulture had also seized a monkey. However, the monkey fought fiercely, even attempting to bite the vulture. In a moment of instability, the vulture lost its grip, causing the monkey to plummet straight down into the abyss below the bridge. "Hoang, return quickly. This is not a viable strategy. If this continues and more vultures arrive, the casualties among the monkeys will only worsen." The Hoang glanced up at the sky and then at Ye Qiu. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 10 monkeys retreated in an orderly fashion. Just as they returned to the cave, 8 vultures appeared. Ye Qiu cursed inwardly, realizing he had stumbled into the lair of vultures. Chapter 46. The Cunning Vultures. At that moment, the vultures deliberately flew back and forth at the cave entrance. After circling twice, suddenly, 2 vultures dropped a monkey from the air to the ground. Immediately, 7 or 8 vultures surged forward, mouths agape, eagerly feasting on the carcass of the monkey, while 3 others stood guard nearby. After 3 minutes, a few more vultures replaced the ones on watch. These vultures were truly cunning. Witnessing his subordinates being devoured, the Monkey King pounded his chest with his hands, as if to vent his pent-up frustration. Monkey King, you must remain calm. These vultures are crafty. They intend to provoke you into leaving the cave, where they will seize their opportunity. Fortunately, the Monkey King maintained his composure, not allowing anger and hatred to cloud his judgment. Ye Qiu, think of a plan quickly. These vultures are despicable. They clearly wish to trap us. Song Yunmei was frantic. She had thought that the wooden bridge was repaired, allowing her to leave the Shui Lian cave and reunite with her sister. However, the appearance of these ferocious vultures completely disrupted her plans. Mai, I'm not Zhuge Liang. Let us return to the cave and brainstorm together. Although the vultures could fly into the cave, its narrow confines were not conducive to their flight and assault. If they were to launch a surprise attack inside, it would be a one-way trip. Thus Ye Qiu was not overly concerned about this issue. As the Monkey King turned, he gestured to 2 monkeys, signaling them to guard the cave entrance. Ye Qiu smiled faintly, surprised by the Monkey King's caution. Upon returning to the cave, the atmosphere was tense. Ye Qiu, if only we had a gun. 1 vulture comes. We shoot it. 2 come. We take them down together. Ye Qiu shot Song Yunmei a glance. Oh, why don't you wish for a Gatling gun? A barrage would take care of all those vultures. I was just speaking casually. Why are you taking it seriously? Song Yunmei pouted, slightly annoyed. Ye Qiu stood up, pacing back and forth, his mind racing. Suddenly, he recalled the scene from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, where Guijing shot down a giant eagle on the grassland. Yes, if only we had a bow and arrow, it should suffice to deal with those vultures. But where could he find a bow? Ye Qiu fell into contemplation. Noticing his serious demeanor, Song Yunmei understood that he was devising a strategy. She propped her chin up, watching Ye Qiu with keen interest. This guy looks somewhat handsome when he is serious. Time passed slowly. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed. Ye Qiu furrowed his brow, then a smile broke through. Ye Qiu, have you thought of a plan? He nodded, though his gaze lingered on Song Yunmei. As he spoke, his eyes shifted toward her, causing her face to change instantly. You lecher, what are you staring at me for in broad daylight? Hee, Mei Jia, I would like to borrow something from you. Upon witnessing Ye Qiu's lewd grin, Song Yunmei concluded that this fellow certainly harbored ulterior motives. With a face full of vigilance, she scrutinized Ye Qiu. What do you want to borrow? I must warn you to behave yourself and not attempt to take advantage of me. Dear lady, from where do you think I could find such abundant opportunities to exploit you? Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei's anger flared instantly. What was this scoundrel implying? Did he mean to suggest that I no longer held any allure for him? You rascal, what do you mean by that? Speak clearly. Miss, the pressing matter at hand is how to drive away those vultures. Let us set aside other concern for now, shall we? Do you not wish to escape? Infuriated, Song Yunmei could only nod in agreement. Mei Jia, could you lend me your strap for a moment? What? Lend you my strap? Song Yunmei's face darkened with indignation. You big rogue, such words do not befit you. Dear sister, I have yet to finish my thought. Could you refrain from interpreting my intentions so lewdly? You are indeed a lecher. Ye Qiu, unwilling to dwell further on this matter with Song Yunmei, clarified. Mei Jia, I intend to use the strap as the string for a bow. Do you understand? He continued. In this cave, is there anything else more elastic than it? Upon hearing Ye Qiu's explanation, Song Yunmei finally realized that she had misjudged him. Indeed, Ye Qiu's assertion was correct. Ho Wang, could you please fetch 2 bamboo poles? Ho Wang nodded and departed with a few monkeys. Approximately 3 minutes later, Ho Wang returned, bloodied, followed by 2 monkeys, one of which had a chunk of flesh missing from its right arm, while the other bore a bloodied wound the size of a coin on its abdomen. Damn vultures! Ye Qiu surmised that it must have been those vile creatures that caused this havoc. Ho Wang gestured animatedly, occasionally pointing in a particular direction. Ye Qiu, does Ho Wang mean to say that the bamboo grove lies across the wooden bridge? Can you comprehend animal language? Just a guess. At this, everyone found themselves at a loss once more. Without bamboo, Crafting a bow and arrow proved impossible. Ho Wang, I shall venture forth to test the waters. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Qiu clenched his teeth. Ye Qiu, have you lost your mind? Are you courting death? Upon hearing Ye Qiu's intention to take a risk, Song Yunmei grew anxious. Ha, Mei Jia, are you concerned for my well-being? With a cold snort, Song Yunmei raised the corners of her mouth. Cut out. I have no time to worry about you. At that moment, Ho Wang began gesturing again. It patted its chest and pointed outside. What? You wish to try again? Seeing Ho Wang nod, Ye Qiu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ho Wang, you must exercise utmost caution. Should the vultures encircle you, retreat to the cave immediately. Thus, Ho Wang set forth again, accompanied by 2 robust monkeys to brave the wooden bridge. Ye Qiu followed closely to the edge of the bridge. Strange, I do not see a single vulture in sight. Where have they all gone? Could it be that they have ventured elsewhere, thinking the monkeys would not emerge? After scanning the vicinity and finding no vultures, Ho Wang waved its hand, prompting the 2 monkeys to quicken their pace. 100 meters, 50 meters, just 30 meters from the far end of the wooden bridge, suddenly, the sounds of birds echoed nearby. In an instant, 5 vultures swooped down from all directions. The Monkey King did not falter, leading his subordinates into battle. However, defeat was inevitable. The vultures simultaneously swooped down, surrounding the 3 monkeys. In the blink of an eye, 1 monkey was snatched away. A few minutes later, another monkey was viciously slashed open in public, blood gushing forth. Monkey King retreat. Ye Qiu shouted. To his surprise, the Monkey King merely glanced back before bravely charging forward. At that moment, another vulture swooped in, aiming for the Monkey King's right arm. The Monkey King opened his mouth, swiftly attempting to bite the vulture. Quickly, gather stones to strike the vultures. In a bid to save the Monkey King, Ye Qiu sprang into action. Chapter 47. The furious Monkey King Ye Qiu was the first to reach the middle of the wooden bridge, forcefully hurling stones. What are you standing there for? Hurry! Throw the stones. Seeing the dazed monkeys in front of the cave, Ye Qiu felt a surge of anger and shouted. Song Yunmei followed suit, rushing over to pick up stones from the ground and throwing them with all her might at the vultures. Soon, the monkeys sprang into action. Dozens of stones rained down upon the vultures. The few vultures, dodging and weaving, were still struck. The one that had captured the Monkey King became the primary target of Ye Qiu and the others. Initially, the vulture was hit several times on the head. Yet, unwilling to relinquish its hard-earned meal, it held on tightly. Infuriated, Ye Qiu sprinted over 100 meters, picked up a stone the size of his palm, and hurled it with all his strength. The vulture, terrified, immediately released its grip. Seizing the opportunity, the Monkey King made a swift escape. Monkey King, come back. Ye Qiu had thought the Monkey King would return the way he had come to recover. Unexpectedly, he leaped into the forest on the opposite bank, quickly vanishing from sight. Wow, this Monkey King is quite loyal. He disregards his own life for the sake of bamboo. Ye Qiu felt a wave of emotion. If only the Monkey King were human, how wonderful that would be. If so, the 2 of them would undoubtedly become brothers who share both joy and adversity. Mei, gather more stones. To prepare for a potential vulture attack at any moment, Ye Qiu resolved to take precautions. He was certain that the vultures would not spare the Monkey King. They were likely lurking nearby, waiting to launch a fierce assault the moment the Monkey King reappeared. All right, Ye Qiu. Song Yunmei led the monkeys in collecting many stones, piling them at one end of the wooden bridge. Before long, noon arrived. Inside the tent, Ouyang Xiaowan held a small bag of biscuits, taking a few bites, but finding them tasteless. Xiaowan, why aren't you eating? Su Xiaoyu inquired with a smile. Auntie, I just can't eat anymore. Xiaowan, given the current situation, having biscuits to eat is quite fortunate. I just counted, and there are still over 30 bags of biscuits. At the rate we are consuming them, they will last us no more than 5 days. Su Xiaoyu Saif. Her greatest concern was when Ye Qiu would return. As the 2 chatted, Yang Jinfeng, Song Yunxia, and Xia Jia entered the tent one after another. Ouyang Xiaowan was taken aback, sensing that the 3 of them must have something to discuss. Indeed, Xia Jia glanced at everyone and said, Aunt Su, we want to eat fish. How about we employ the method previously suggested by Ye Qiu, catching some small fish and crabs to enhance our meals? I'm utterly tired of eating biscuits every day, lamented Song Yunxia. Aunt Su, you must agree. Yang Jinfeng tugged at Su Xiaoyu's hand. beginning to act coy. Very well. It is indeed a splendid idea. Let us indulge in a feast. With Ye Qiu absent, Su Xiaoyu contemplated that should he have to leave for a few days again, they could not simply wait idly for his return. Today, let us engage in some practical activities to hone our skills. Hooray, let us go. Yang Jinfeng exclaimed with delight, being the first to dash out of the tent. Before long, the 5 women, armed with fishing tools, hastily made their way to the shore. Heje Dianye. I will set the trap, declared Song Yunxia, brandishing a trap fashioned from stockings. She approached a large rock, using branches to secure both ends in the water, propping open the entrance with several smaller twigs. In order to catch more fish, Ouyang Shaowan crumbled a biscuit into tiny pieces and scattered it near the trap. Having arranged everything, they settled on the shore to wait. The sea breeze gently caressed them, bringing a sense of tranquility. I hope we can catch a few crabs. I still haven't had enough of the grilled crabs from last time. I yearn for grilled shrimp. May the heavens bless us with an abundance of fish. Thus, the women chatted merrily while keeping an eye on the trap. Time passed quietly. After about half an hour, Su Xiaoyu stood up, brushed the sand from her pants, and cheerfully announced, "It's time to check the trap. Come, let us see what our haul is today." The women were filled with joy as they stealthily approached the rocks. Yang Jinfeng bent down, swiftly pulling the entrance closed, and with a sudden burst of strength, she lifted the entire trap with great speed. Hooray, this crab is enormous. Haha, I see several shrimp. Hee, and there are large shells too. Beholding their bountiful catch, the 5 women beamed with delight. Come, let us return to prepare for a barbecue. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand, and the group joyfully made their way back to shore. Yang Jinfeng and Xia Jie took charge of cleaning the shrimp and crabs, while Song Yunxia, Ouyang Shaowan, and Su Xiaoyu gathered firewood. After nearly an hour of bustling activity, their efforts bore fruit. It smells so good, I can hardly wait. The enticing aroma of the cooking meat made the women salivate. All right, let us feast. With Su Xiaoyu's call, the women began to savor their culinary delights, engaging in lively conversation that spanned various topics. Today, they felt a profound sense of happiness. Ye Qiu, look over there, Song Yunmei exclaimed, noticing movement among the trees on the opposite shore. What is happening? Ye Qiu looked up. Could there be other creatures hidden within the woods? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression grew increasingly serious, and he gripped the stone in his hand tighter. Meijia, if anything happens, we must flee back to the cave immediately. Do you understand? And what about you? Why ask so many questions? Just heed my instructions. Although his tone was stern, Song Yunmei felt a warmth emanating from him. Yes, Ye Qiu, you must be careful. I will be waiting for you. The simple phrase of waiting left Ye Qiu momentarily stunned. Ye Qiu, it is indeed the Monkey King. Before long, the Monkey King, struggling through the woods while clutching several bamboo stalks, caught the attention of nearby vultures. Within a minute, 3 vultures circled ominously above. Damn those vultures. Ye Qiu couldn't help but curse. His hatred for them was profound, wishing nothing more than to eliminate them all. As the Monkey King emerged from the thicket, one vulture swooped down. Fortunately, the Monkey King was quick-witted. He swung the bamboo pole with great force. The vulture, unable to evade in time, was struck on the head and tumbled to the ground. Seizing the moment, the Monkey King leaped and planted his feet on the vulture's head, mercilessly striking down with his arms again and again. Quick, throw stones. The other 2 vultures, witnessing their companion's injury, launched an attack from either side, attempting to rescue their fallen comrade. Ye Qiu immediately discerned their intentions and commanded the monkeys to concentrate their firepower. In an instant, stones rained down from all directions. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, in a fit of rage, slammed the vulture's body against the ground repeatedly. After a dozen blows, the vulture lay still. Monkey King, hurry over here. Fearing the approach of more vultures, Ye Qiu urged the Monkey King to return swiftly. Clutching the vulture's lifeless form and the bamboo, the Monkey King dashed across the wooden bridge. Suddenly, 2 cries echoed from the sky. Chapter 48, Chameleon. Not good. Ye Qiu sensit impending danger. Had the vultures summoned reinforcements? Although he did not understand their language, he was certain that the vulture hovering above had called for nearby companions. Meijia, Monkey King, quickly hide back in the cave. No sooner had he spoken than strange sounds erupted nearby, followed by a dark cloud filling the sky. Goodness, there were hundreds of vultures before. Song Yunmei was terrified. Ye Qiu, we are doomed. 7 or 8 vultures were already difficult to handle. What hope did they have against hundreds? Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Qiu. If these vultures surged into the cave, even if all the monkeys fought desperately, their chances of survival would be slim. Monkey King quickly blocked the cave entrance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Monkey King let out a few urgent roars towards the cave. Within seconds, hundreds of monkeys gathered together. The Monkey King pointed towards the entrance and communicated in beast language. Soon, the monkeys sprang into action. However, to Ye Qiu's surprise, the vultures did not storm in, but hovered cautiously above the cave entrance. It was evident they were being extremely wary. As long as the vultures remained, it meant that he and Song Yunmei could be trapped in the waterfall cave indefinitely. Of course, following the Monkey King would at least prevent starvation. But what about Su Xiaoyu, Xiajia, Xiajia, Ouyang Xiaowan, and Yang Jinfeng? Ye Qiu, what do we do now? What else can we do? We can only eliminate the vultures bit by bit. Otherwise, none of us will make it out. He then turned to the Monkey King. Monkey King, thank you for bravely retrieving the bamboo. The Monkey King thumped his chest, as if to convey that this was a trivial matter. Now, with the bamboo in hand, Ye Qiu began crafting bows and arrows, with Song Yunmei assisting and the Monkey King bending the bamboo. Time passed swiftly. Soon, an hour had elapsed. Ye Qiu finally fashioned a bow. Although its appearance was rather unsightly, he was content with his creation. Then, with the assistance of the monkeys, Ye Qiu crafted more than a dozen bamboo arrows. Satisfied, he proceeded to test their efficacy. Clutching the bow and arrows, Ye Qiu approached the wooden bridge. He deliberately let out a loud roar to attract the attention of the vultures, then feigned an attempt to cross the bridge. As expected, the vultures arrived. Seizing the opportune moment, Ye Qiu drew the bowstring to its fullest extent, aimed at a diving vulture, and released. The bamboo arrow shot forth with remarkable velocity. Fortunately, luck was on his side as the arrow struck the vulture's abdomen directly. The vulture struggled briefly, forced itself to fly several dozen meters, then plummeted vertically to the ground. Ye Qiu hurried over, retrieving the vulture's carcass and deliberately twirling it above his head. Nearby vultures fixed their gaze upon him. Ye Qiu, you are truly remarkable, Song Yunmei could not help but praise. I never imagined you could shoot so accurately. If this were ancient times, you might even become a general. Let us return, Ye Qiu said. Back in the cave, Ye Qiu conceived a new plan. Sister Mei, Monkey King, there are over 100 vultures outside. If I confront them alone, it will take at least half a month. Moreover, I cannot guarantee a one-shot kill every time. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. Therefore, I intend to produce more bows and arrows and teach everyone archery. Then, we will no longer fear the vultures. That is a sound plan, replied the Monkey King. But I have only brought back a few bamboo stalks, enough to make at most 5 bows. According to your estimate, we need 100 bows and arrows, and the slingshots are used up. Song Yunmei's keen eyes immediately discerned the problem. Ye Qiu fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he spoke. Very well, let us first make 5 bows and proceed step by step. Meanwhile, several women, having eaten their fill, were chatting merrily. Oh dear, I feel so full. I need to relieve myself, Xiajia said, somewhat embarrassed, and hurried to a large tree 100 meters away. If only we could eat roasted fish every day, how wonderful that would be. Ouyang Xiaowan sighed. Xiaowan, don't indulge in such fantasies. After this meal, who knows if we will live to see the next? Yang Jinfeng said with a face full of worry, utterly devoid of hope. Xiaofeng, don't be so pessimistic. As long as we unite as one, we can overcome any hardship. Answing Kitty, please don't try to console me, Aunt Sue. Everyone surely knows our situation without me saying a word. I have little hope left. I will take each day as it comes, Yang Jinfeng replied. Just as Song Yunxiao was about to speak, a sudden scream pierced the air. Trouble. Xiajia is in danger. The expressions of all present changed dramatically. They rushed to the scene. Behind the tree, they found Xiajia collapsed on the ground, her face pale with terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiajia, what happened? Su Xiaoyu asked as she and Ouyang Xiaowan supported her. Aunt Su, I saw a lizard just now. A lizard? The women exchanged glances and scanned the surroundings. Yet, after several minutes of careful observation, they found nothing. Xiajia, are you seeing things? Where is the lizard? Do not frighten us. Xiaojia, did you mistake a gecko for a lizard? Yet Xia Jie shook her head vigorously. Truly, I just saw it. A rather large lizard that even stuck its tongue out at me. After saying this, she began to cry loudly. Su Shao Yu Imbranjit her, Ganti Patink her shoulder. And kindly said, Shao Jie, I believe you. Do not be afraid. We will protect you. At that moment, not far away, a lizard appeared on the trunk of a large tree. After a few seconds, the originally black lizard surprisingly changed to the color of green leaves. With a crack, unexpectedly, the trunk broke. The lizard fell to the ground. The instant it hit the ground, it transformed back to black. Look quickly. At this time, Ouyang Shaowan, still on guard, inadvertently looked down and unexpectedly discovered the lizard. The several women were momentarily stunned. When they saw the lizard, they were all left speechless. A few seconds later, they were astonished once more. The lizard had turned green. Aunt Sue, is this a chameleon? Song Yinxia could hardly believe it. Previously, she had read about chameleons in her textbooks. She never expected to witness one with her own eyes today. How dare you bully Xiao Jie? I shall deal with you. Yang Jinfeng, who had a good relationship with Xia Jie, became infuriated upon seeing the lizard. To stand up for Xia Jie, she bent down to pick up a stick and poked the lizard several times with force. How dare you come out and frighten us again? I will crush you. After saying this, she picked up a stone and threw it. It struck the lizard squarely on the head. All right, it's over. Let us return to the tent. Noticing that Xia Jie's emotions had not yet stabilized, Su Xiaoyu intended to console her properly once they returned. Just as everyone turned to leave, a frightening scene unfolded. Chapter 49. The adorable wolf cub, Wolf King versus Black Bear. Unexpectedly, the lizard seemed rather defiant and blocked their path. At this moment, the lizard lay on its belly, flicking its tongue. I spared you just now, and you dare to be ungrateful. Do not blame me for what comes next. Seeing the lizard's arrogant demeanor, Yang Jinfeng became enraged, lifting her left foot to deliver a fatal blow. Just as she was about to stomp down, with a mere 3 centimeters between them, the lizard suddenly opened its mouth wide. A jet of green liquid shot out. Xiaofeng, be careful. Su Xiaoyu felt a sense of unease. Instinctively, she grabbed Yang Jinfeng and pulled her back with force. Unfortunately, a small amount of the green liquid splashed onto Yang Jinfeng's right leg. I will crush you. At this moment, Yang Jinfeng was furious. She pushed Su Xiaoyu aside and stomped down again. However, the lizard reacted too quickly and, in the blink of an eye, darted into the nearby grass to escape. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Yang Jinfeng shook her head. Aunsu, mifine. Yet after walking a few steps, Yang Jinfeng felt a burning sensation in a certain part of her body, akin to candle wax dripping onto her skin. She halted, raised her leg to inspect. Xiaofeng, what is wrong with you? As Yang Jinfeng stood in place, glancing anxiously at her thigh, Ouyang Shaowan approached, puzzled. Oh dear, why is it red here? She exclaimed, noticing the alarming redness near Yang Jinfeng's right knee. The skin appeared to be severely damaged, resembling a burn. Aunt Sue, please come quickly. What happened to Xiaofeng? Ouyang Shaowan was bewildered by the sudden change in Yang Jinfeng, who had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Xiaoyu rushed over to inspect the situation closely. Oh no, that lizard is venomous. Earlier, did you get some of its green saliva on you? Yes. It must be from here. Yang Jinfeng confirmed. That makes sense. If my guess is correct, the lizard saliva can corrode human skin, much like the effects of a blister beetle. If you touch it, it will leave a mark. Hearing this, Yang Jinfeng was struck with fear, tears welling in her eyes. The thought of a mark on her beloved legs was unbearable. What should I do, Aunt Sue? She cried, anxiously stamping her feet. Quickly, we need to go to the beach and rinse it with seawater. 5 minutes later, breathless, she submerged her entire leg in the ocean. Gradually, the burning sensation subsided. After another 5 minutes, the discomfort had completely vanished. Yet, as she surveyed the small patches of corroded skin on her right leg, Yang Jinfeng's spirits plummeted. Xiaofeng, modern medicine is quite advanced. This minor injury can be completely healed without a trace. Ouyang Shaowan reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. To further alleviate her worries, Ouyang Shaowan added, once we return, I'll help you contact the top beauty experts back home. I assure you, your legs will become even more beautiful. Really? Yang Jinfeng asked, her heart lifting as she considered Ouyang Shaowan's esteemed background. There was no reason for her to fabricate such promises. All right, Shaowan, let's head back. The group of women joyfully linked arms and made their way back to the tent. However, as they walked, Song Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. Everyone, get down and be quiet. The other women froze in confusion. Sister Xiao, what's wrong? Ye inquired loudly. Xia Jia, if you want to live, keep your mouth shut. They dared not hesitate and quickly lay down on the sand. Xia, did you see something? Su Ai asked. Aunt Su, to our northeast, about 300 meters away. It seems there's a wolf. What? A wolf is coming? The women were too frightened to speak. Su Xiaoyu cautiously lifted her head to look northeast. Goodness, there really is a wolf. Wait, it looks like two wolf cubs. Suddenly, she realized the implication. If there were wolf cubs, the mother wolf must be nearby, and, potentially, there were several adult wolves as well. Everyone stay silent and still. The wolf cubs haven't noticed us yet, but I suspect the mother wolf is close. Young Jin Feng whimpered. Aunt Su, I'm scared, I don't want to die. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyu swiftly covered her mouth. Xiaofeng, do you want to endanger us all? Song Yunxia shot her a fierce glare. All right, let us keep quiet. In times like this, we must remain composed. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, the she-wolf still failed to appear. Aunt Su remarked, I suspect those two wolf pups might have slipped out to play secretly. If the she-wolf were nearby, she would have shown up long ago. The wolf pups were indeed quite endearing. Upon hearing this, several women were astonished that Ouyang Shaowan would praise the wolf pup's charm. Shaowan, why not take the pups home and raise them as pets? One suggested. It's the first time I've heard anyone call wolf pups adorable. Another exclaimed. Miss Ouyang, perhaps you could accompany them for a while? Ouyang Shaowan snorted coldly, her temper flaring. Why are you all so excited? I was merely speaking in passing. Amid the women's banter, a startling scene unfolded. Not far off, about 100 meters from the wolf pups, a young black bear appeared, probably not yet fully grown. This is bad. The wolf pups are doomed. Let them be. That's their fate. Survival of the fittest. That's the law of the jungle. Ouyang Shaowan shook her head. But they are wolf pups. Wolf pups? When they grow up, they become ferocious beasts. If you pity the pups, why don't you play the hero? Ye Qiu. You think I'm afraid? Fine. I'll prove it to you right now. With that, Ouyang Shaowan set off barehanded. Shaowan, you're insane. Come back at once. Despite Su Xiaoyu's calls, Ouyang Shaowan paid no heed. Xiajia, why did you provoke Shaowan? Now she's risking herself unarmed to save the pups. Isn't that pure recklessness? Suauntius Goldif. I was just venting. Who expected her to take it seriously? Seeing Xiajia's obliviousness, Su Xiaoyu shook her head in dismay. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shaowan had reached the wolf pups. Rather than fleeing, the pups approached her, circling around. Suddenly, one leapt at her. Shaowan is doomed, someone muttered. Ignoring elder advice leads to immediate regret. Oh, Shaowan is just too sensitive, another remarked. Yet, to their astonishment, the pup did not attack, but nestled into her arms, lifting its head and hopping about affectionately, clearly seeking her favor. The other pup tried several times to leap onto her, but failed. Growing anxious, it crouched and nudged Ouyang Shaowan's left leg with its head. How unexpected. These two wolf pups are quite fascinating. Song Yunxiao remarked, touched by the tender scene. Ouyang Shaowan smiled faintly and gently gathered the other pup into her embrace. Unbeknownst to her, the juvenile black bear, its gaze fixed intently, had closed into within 100 meters. This is dangerous for Shaowan. We cannot stand idly by. We must find a way to save her. Although they thought Ouyang Shaowan rash, they were united and could not watch her perish silently. Seeing Yang Jinfeng and the others' determination, Su Xiaoyu felt reassured. Very well. We shall fight alongside Shaowan. Aunt Su, why have you all come? Surprised and deeply moved by their willingness to brave danger, Ouyang Shaowan asked. What is the matter? Don't you want to share the company of the wolf pups with us? One teased. Of course I do, she replied warmly. As the black bear approached step by step, there was no trace of panic or fear on their faces. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The black bear bared its fangs and brandished its claws, quickening its pace towards them. Suddenly, a chorus of wolf howls echoed nearby. Moments later, dozens of wolves burst forth from the northern woods. Instantly, the atmosphere became taut with tension. A few women succumbed to fear. With wolves to the north and the black bear behind them, they found themselves beset on all sides. Just as they were in a state of unease, The wolf cub nestled in Ouyang Xiaowan's arms let out several loud cries. Following this, the lead black wolf called out a few times. Ansu, could these two wolf cubs be the offspring of that black wolf? Ouyang Xiaowan pointed at the foremost black wolf. It seems likely. At that moment, the black wolf turned its head and let out a fierce roar at the black bear. The bear thumped its chest in response. The black wolf howled again, then charged forward, followed closely by a dozen or so wolves. In an instant, they surrounded the black bear. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, the black wolf initiated the attack. Although the black bear was robust in size, it found itself wounded after several rounds of assault from the black wolf and its pack. Ultimately, it fled. It's over. The black bear has been driven away. Now, it's our turn, Xia Jie said, her voice trembling with fear. I have a feeling they won't harm us. Ouyang Xiaowan had an instinctive sense of reassurance. At that moment, the two wolf cubs leapt down and sprinted towards the pack. They approached the lead black wolf and nuzzled its legs. The black wolf, in turn, licked the cubs' heads. Witnessing the scene, the women couldn't help but think of their own mothers. Whether human or animal, maternal love is universal. The black wolf howled 3 times, then lay down facing the 5 women, seemingly expressing gratitude for their intervention. 2 minutes later, the wolf king departed with the cubs, who glanced back occasionally. Xiaowan, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have mocked you. It's all right, Jia. As the two reconciled with a handshake, Su Xiaoyu and the others exchanged joyful smiles. Meanwhile, within the water curtain cave, an intense battle between humans, monkeys, and birds was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 50. Drawing the bow to shoot the great bird Ye Qiu. Do you think our plan will work? Although Ye Qiu's analysis held some merit, Song Yunmei remained apprehensive. After all, there are numerous vultures outside the cave, each more ferocious than the last. Seemingly starved and desperate to seize the opportunity to capture the monkeys they had finally discovered. How can we know if we don't give it a try? Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei felt a bit awkward. After a moment of reflection, she realized the implication. You rascal, are you teasing me again? Ye Qiu, could you be more serious and stop fixating on that matter? Ye Qiu feigned surprise, wearing a bewildered expression. Sister May, what do you mean by that? And what matter are you referring to? The more I hear, the more confused I become. Keep pretending. As Ye Qiu crafted arrows, he and Song Yunmei engaged in playful banter. To onlookers, they seemed like a couple playfully arguing. Time passed swiftly. After approximately 2 hours, the task was finally completed. Ho Wang, here are 4 bows and arrows for you. Subsequently, Ye Qiu demonstrated the technique 3 times. Fortunately, the monkeys displayed commendable understanding. Within half an hour, they had mastered the art of archery. Ye Qiu, what do you mean? Why didn't you provide me with a bow and arrow? Am I inferior to a mere monkey? Song Yunmei expressed her indignation. Sister May, please do not be upset. Such laborious tasks are best left to us men. You should merely cheer from the sidelines. In truth, Ye Qiu was concerned for her safety. Ho Wang, let us confront that group of vultures. Soon, they arrived once more at the wooden bridge. At that moment, dozens of vultures stood defiantly on the opposite side of the bridge, while several others circled overhead. These vultures are exceedingly arrogant, clearly dismissing us. Ho Wang, have 2 monkeys pretend to cross the bridge. As soon as the vultures make a move, instruct them to retreat immediately, and we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate the vultures. Ho Wang nodded and summoned 2 small monkeys, gesturing as he spoke. Minutes later, the monkeys commenced their actions. Indeed, as the 2 monkeys took only a few steps, the vultures on the opposite bank stirred, flapping their wings and preparing to launch an attack. Ye Qiu, why haven't they moved yet? Is this strategy ineffective? Observing the monkeys on the bridge, which had nearly traversed 50 steps, he noted that the vultures were fixated on them, yet made no movement. Sister May, these vultures are exceedingly cunning. They must be waiting for the right moment, anticipating that the monkeys will venture further before launching a coordinated assault, thereby increasing the likelihood of capturing them. How devious these vultures are! As Ye Qiu had predicted, when the 2 monkeys reached the center of the bridge, the vultures made their move. Both the vultures on the ground and those in the air simultaneously dove toward them. Ho Wang, quickly shoot them down. With Ye Qiu's command, 5 sharp arrows flew forth, successfully striking 2 vultures. Run, Ye Qiu shouted to the 2 monkeys. However, the vultures charged recklessly, disregarding the fate of their fallen comrades. Sister May, quickly take cover in the cave. Realizing the danger, Song Yunmei obediently retreated to the cave. Ye Qiu led Ho Wang, shooting arrow after arrow. The two monkeys, shielded by the arrows, managed to return unscathed. In this inaugural clash between humans and birds, Ye Qiu had slain 8 vultures. Following this encounter, the vultures, having suffered significant losses, dared not openly block the bridge, instead taking refuge in the trees. Ye Qiu, having faced defeat, the vultures will undoubtedly exercise greater caution. If we employ the same tactic, they may not fall for it again. Sister Mei, I have contemplated this issue as well. Do you have any viable solutions? Song Yunmei shot Ye Qiu an exasperated glance and replied, with someone as clever as you unable to devise a plan, do not expect me to have one. Watching the vultures on the opposite bank feasting on the remains of their fallen comrades, Ye Qiu shook his head in dismay. What should we do? What can we do? Inside the tent, Song Yunxia's eyelids twitched incessantly. Could it be that something dreadful has transpired? Instantly, she thought of her younger sister and Ye Qiu. They've been gone for 2 days already. Could Ye Qiu be in peril? With this thought, Song Yunxia rose hurriedly and approached a tent opposite her. Xiaoan, you must not act so recklessly in the future. You must understand that most wild wolves are extraordinarily ferocious. I know, Aunt Sue. Next time, I will be exceedingly cautious. However, if you had not risked your life to save the wolf cub today, I fear that several of us might have perished at the hands of the black bear. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaoan's heart ached sharply. Su Xiaoyu was startled and quickly supported Ouyang Xiaoan. Xiaoan, what is wrong? Aunt Su, It was just a sudden pang in my chest. Noticing her pale complexion, Su Xiaoyu grew concerned. Xiaoan, are you truly all right? Ouyang Xiaoan shook her head but murmured inwardly. Could it be that another misfortune has occurred? Over the years, whenever her heart inexplicably ached a few times, it signaled that a friend or relative nearby was in trouble, and it was always uncannily accurate. Aunt Su, Mei Komin? To her surprise, it was Song Yunxia. Xia, Komin. Song Yunxia sat cross-legged and glanced at Ouyang Xiaoan. Xiaoan, what is wrong? Why do you look so pale? Sister Xia, I'm fine. I just need to rest a moment. Xia, did you come to see me about something? After a brief hesitation, Song Yunxia whispered, Aunt Su, I have a feeling that Ye Qiu and my sister are in trouble. Perhaps we should set out now and search for them. Xia, how do you know Ye Qiu is in danger? My left eyelid wound stopped twitching just now. So Su Xiaoyu smiled gently and patted Song Yunxia's shoulder, softly replying, Xia, what era do we live in now, and you still believe in superstitions? Seeing Su Xiaoyu's disbelief, Song Yunxia grew anxious. Aunt Su, I trust Sister Xia. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaoan spoke. The two women were momentarily stunned and looked at her in unison. Xiaoan, what is this? Song Yunxia was puzzled as to why Ouyang Xiaoan would believe her. Sister Xia, how can I explain? Whenever my heart aches a few times, someone close to me encounters misfortune. I think that just now, your eyelid twitching and my sudden heart pain are not mere coincidences. Very well. Though I do not believe in such things, for Ye Qiu and Xiaomei's sake, I agree we should depart immediately. Then she added, let us prepare and set out. Soon, the women busied themselves. Some armed themselves with knives, others took spears crafted from wooden sticks, along with biscuits and other provisions. Let's depart. Under Su Xiaoyu's leadership, the 5 women ventured into the forest. Chapter 51. The pursuit of 2 serpents. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu surveyed the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Since it was her first time crossing the jungle, she remained fully alert to cope with any sudden dangers. Xiaofeng, Xiao Jia, you 2 form one group, Xiaoan and Xiaxia. You form the second. Maintain a 1-meter distance between groups. Do not speak loudly and keep watch on your surroundings. The 4 women nodded in agreement. Ouch, that hurts. Having progressed 100 meters, Yang Jinfeng suddenly could not suppress a cry. It turned out that in her short sleeves, she had inadvertently scratched her arm on the leaves of the jungle, causing a few drops of blood to seep out. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Simultaneously producing a prepared strip of cloth to administer a simple bandage to Yang Jinfeng. Thank you, Xiao Jia, I am fine. Let us continue, she replied. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 women had walked nearly 2 kilometers, and fortunately, they had not encountered any unforeseen circumstances along the way. All right, let us take a break. Su Xiaoyu suggested upon noticing that everyone was drenched in sweat. I'm exhausted. So many mosquitoes. Look at all the welts on my arms. Song Yunxia and the others exclaimed as they gulped down water, not forgetting to grumble and voice their complaints. Gazing at the densely packed trees ahead, Ouyang Xiaowan sighed. Xiaowan, let us endure a little longer. We will surely find our way out of this forest, Su Xiaoyu encouraged her, attempting to bolster everyone's spirits. Time passed quietly. After 10 minutes, the 5 women set off once again. After walking about 500 meters, they passed a large tree adorned with red leaves when the keen-eared Yang Jinfeng faintly heard a hissing sound. That sound seems somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? She soon recalled. Months ago, while visiting the zoo with her nephew and observing the giant python, she had indeed heard a similar hissing noise. Oh no, could there be a python ahead? The thought caused Yang Jinfeng to shudder. As the leading Su Xiaoyu lifted her leg to continue, she was suddenly tugged back. Turning around, she was taken aback. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Yang Jinfeng quickly made a shushing gesture and beckoned the other women closer, whispering, Aunt Su, I think I just heard the sound of python. What? A python? Song Yunxia and Ouyang Xiaowan, who had been terrified of snakes since childhood, would even shy away from harmless garter snakes, let alone a python. Both of them, frightened, quickly hid behind Yang Jinfeng. Xiaofeng, are you sure you didn't hear incorrectly? I didn't hear anything, Aunt Su questioned. I didn't hear it either. Xia Jia shook her head. I truly heard it. Based on my judgment, the python must be nearby. Should we wait a moment before proceeding? Yes. It is better to be cautious. The 5 women crouched down, intently watching the path ahead. Moments passed, and after 5 minutes, Song Yunxia grew impatient. Where is the python you mentioned? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Just as she stood up, preparing to move forward, there was a disturbance in the grass 50 meters away. Sister Xia, are you out of your mind? Quickly crouch down. Yang Jinfeng and the others almost immediately spotted the snake's head. At that moment, the snake cautiously emerged, seemingly assessing its surroundings. Only after ensuring safety did it fully reveal itself. The women widened their eyes in astonishment, for it was indeed a python, as thick as a person's neck. Song Yunxiao was so frightened that beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, and her legs trembled. Everyone held their breath in silence. This is a 3-meter-long python. Once discovered, it would become a delectable meal for the creature. The python slithered forward. Su Xiaoyu gripped her small knife tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Moments later, the python moved northward, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. Yet, before they could revel in their moment of joy, the python abruptly turned its head, scanning the surroundings as if it had sensed something amiss. Aunt Su, could the python have seen us? Song Yunxia's voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. It shouldn't be. If it had spotted us, it would have come over by now. Just as Su Xiaoyu finished speaking, a large patterned snake suddenly sprang forth from the southern thicket. The 2 snakes locked eyes, flicking their tongues at one another. They won't engage in a fight, will they? I hope they battle fiercely, she thought. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. If both snakes were to sustain injuries, they would have a chance to escape. After nearly a minute of stalemate, the python charged forward. The patterned snake responded with equal ferocity. In the next moment, the 2 serpents were entwined, fiercely biting at each other's heads. After several minutes of struggle, they finally separated. While the group of women was wholly engrossed in the serpentine duel, a 10-meter-high pine tree overhead suddenly cracked, and a branch the thickness of a chopstick broke off and fell unexpectedly. Coincidentally, it struck the backs of Yang Jinfeng and Song Yunxia. Both women cried out in unison. Yang Jinfeng sprang to her feet, flinging the branch away, which landed squarely in the space between the 2 snakes. Xiaofeng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, horrified, as she hurriedly pulled Yang Jinfeng back. At that moment, both snakes turned their heads towards them, locking eyes with Yang Jinfeng. Aunt Su, we should flee at once, she cried, overwhelmed with fear. This was it. They were doomed. What are you waiting for? Run, Su Xiaoyu urged, dragging Song Yunxia along. Thus, a scene of pursuit unfolded in the jungle, with humans fleeing from serpents. We must think of a way. Those snakes are too fast. Xia Jie realized that if they continued to run until exhaustion, they would become mere lambs to the slaughter. Su Xiaoyu scanned her surroundings, desperately seeking advantageous terrain in hopes of shaking off the python. After running for a kilometer, they could barely continue. A glance back revealed the python still in pursuit, but thankfully, the large patterned snake was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaowan stumbled over a stone and fell awkwardly, her knee striking the rock, drawing blood. Xiaowan, Xiaowan. Song Yunxia halted, turning to rush back to assist her. Sister Xia, don't come over. Ouyang Xiaowan shouted, not wanting to put Song Yunxia in danger as the python closed in. Yet, Song Yunxia, undeterred, bravely approached. At that moment, the two women were less than 10 meters away from the python. Quick run, Yang Jinfeng urged, on the verge of tears. It was over. Su Xiaoyu had already lost hope for both Xia and Xiaowan. Sanmi, Liangmi, Yimi. Xia Jia, I am truly sorry. It is I who have brought you harm. Song Yunxia offered a faint smile. Xiaowan, what nonsense are you speaking? Who said we are not good friends? At this moment, the python halted just a meter away from the two, coiling itself high, its forked tongue flicking out, exuding an air of arrogance. Chapter 52. The battle between humans and python. Xia Jia. I will hold this python at bay. Yu seized the opportunity to escape. Facing the python, which was as wide as a bowl, Ouyang Xiaowan, typically pampered, now appeared remarkably composed. Jiaofeng Diaoye Zhuri. We must devise a way to divert the python's attention. Only then do they stand a chance of survival. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, trembling with fear. Yang Jinfeng and Xia Jian nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Yang Jinfeng dashed to a patch of grass 30 meters away from the python, bent down to pick up a large stone, and hurled it at the creature's belly. Hey, great python, I'm over here, come at me. She shouted loudly while throwing stones. What are you doing, Xiaofeng? Come back. Xia Jie cried in distress, her heart racing. Su Xiaoyu immediately discerned her intention. However, her actions were undeniably reckless. Run, run, do not worry about us, Song Yunxia shouted to Yang Jinfeng. Yet, Yang Jinfeng paid her no heed, persistently drawing the python's attention. Indeed, mere seconds later, the massive python turned its head to look behind. Upon spotting Yang Jinfeng, it opened its jaws wide. Come here, coward, I shall crush you. The python was enraged, coiling its tail and moving swiftly. Yang Jinfeng, being astute, quickly retreated while weaving an S-shaped path in her escape. Run. Seeing this, Song Yunxiao pulled Ouyang Xiaowan and prepared to flee southward. However, the python halted after pursuing them for several seconds. Suddenly, it whipped around, swiftly turning to chase after Song Yunxia and her companion. It seemed the python had seen through their ruse. This is bad. The python is cunning. Su Xiaoyu panicked, desperately searching for a solution to their predicament. Time ticked away mercilessly. Regardless of how Yang Jinfeng shouted and disturbed the python, it paid her no mind. Relentlessly pursuing Ouyang Xiaowan, seemingly intent on not stopping until it achieved its goal. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The distance between them closed ominously, leaving Ouyang Xiaowan and Song Yunxia with nowhere to retreat. Xia Jia, whether we live or die, we cannot allow this beast to triumph. Xiaowan, you are right. No matter what, even if it leads to our demise, we must find a way to severely injure this python. Otherwise, once it has us, Aunt Sue and the others will be in grave danger. The two exchanged a resolute glance, each embracing a mindset of facing death unflinchingly. Armed with wooden sticks, they prepared to fight the python to the bitter end. Aunt Sue, can you think of a way? If this drags on, Xia Jie and the others will truly be doomed. As the distance between them dwindled to less than 5 meters, Xia Jie wept in desperation. Diaoye, I do not know what to do. For the first time confronting a fierce python, Su Xiaoyu was utterly lost, her mind in chaos. Diaoye, we must find a way to divert the python. Xiaofeng, do you have a plan? Yang Jinfeng nodded affirmatively. In this manner, I shall quietly circle to the rear of the python and eavesdrop on her plan, leaving the two women astounded. Xiaofeng, are you out of your mind? Once ensnared by the python, your demise is inevitable. I cannot condone such recklessness. What difference does your scheme make from a death sentence? Both Su Xiaoyu and Xia Jie expressed their vehement opposition. Do not waste time. Although this plan carries immense risk if we do not attempt it, Xia Jie and the others are doomed. I wish to take a chance. Before the two could respond, Yang Jinfeng snatched the small knife from Su Xiaoyu's hand and then crouched down, proceeding to crawl on the ground. Xiaowan, what does Jinfeng intend to do? Soon, Song Yunxia discovered Yang Jinfeng's actions. Xia Jie, could she be trying to? Indeed, just as I surmised. We must distract the python to provide Jinfeng with an opportunity. Only then can we hope to survive today. Meanwhile, Song Yun-xia and Ouyang Xiao employed every tactic to divert the python's attention. Despite their close proximity, they were fortunate to have a small hill with an elevation of over 10 meters behind them, allowing them to exploit this advantageous position. Engaging in a game akin to eagle catching the chick, time passed quietly. A few minutes later, Yang Jinfeng successfully maneuvered to the back of the python. She continued to crawl forward. Once she neared the python's abdomen, she gripped the knife tightly and with all her strength thrust it into the flesh, twisting the handle in a full circle. The python writhed in agony upon ground. Seizing the moment, Yang Jinfeng swiftly retreated. However, after running a dozen meters, she stumbled over a dry branch. Losing her balance, she fell to the left. In the next moment, searing pain engulfed her body. Looking up, she gasped in horror as a sharp twig had pierced near her knee, penetrating approximately 5 millimeters deep. Yang Jinfeng bent over her knee, emitting a cry of distress. Meanwhile, the injured python turned its gaze towards her, charging furiously. Xiaofeng, be careful, the python is coming. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinfeng hastily got up, preparing to flee. Yet, after taking 2 or 3 steps, another cry escaped her lips. It hurts so much. Tears streamed from her eyes. Hey, I'm over here, come and get me. In a bid to save Yang Jinfeng, Ouyang Xiao shouted loudly. Indeed, the python turned its head once more. This time, it moved with even greater speed. In less than a minute, the python had reached Ouyang Xiao's side. Before she could react, her body was ensnared by the python. As the python tightened its grip, Ouyang Xiao felt her breath becoming increasingly labored. Xiao, Xiejia, do not come closer. Ouyang Xiao shut her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Just when despair overwhelmed her, a sudden howl of wolves echoed through the air. Soon after, dozens of wild wolves surrounded them from all directions. Ouyang Xiao opened her eyes to see. At the heart of the pack, a wolf cub. Why is it here? The wolf cub nuzzled against the wolf king's nose. After the wolf king howled 3 times to the heavens, it sprang into action, charging towards the python, with the other black wolves following closely behind. Soon, they surrounded the python. Sensing danger, the python relaxed its body, causing Ouyang Xiao to fall to the ground. Suddenly, the wolf king lunged forward. Under the wolf king's command, dozens of black wolves charged at the python from 3 directions, baring their fangs and viciously tearing into it. The python fought back desperately, ensnaring one black wolf with its coils and inflicting wounds on several others. Nevertheless, the black wolves continued their relentless assault. Gradually, the python began to weaken, its body covered in injuries. It contracted its form, preparing to slip into the underbrush and escape. However, the Wolf King offered no respite. After a few more minutes of struggle, the python was ultimately defeated, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. At that moment, a wolf cub approached Ouyang Xiao and licked her face with its tongue. In Chapter 53, The Python Plays Dead, Ouyang Xiao embraced the wolf cub, planting a gentle kiss on its forehead and expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Seeing that they were safe, Su Xiaoyu was overjoyed, hastening towards them with Xia Jie and Yang Jinfeng. Ansu, having escaped a perilous situation, Song Yunxia, upon spotting Su Xiaoyu, rushed into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Child, it's all right. It's all right, Su Xiaoyu softly reassured her, patting her back. At that moment, one of the black wolves approached the python and pawed at it a few times. But the python remained motionless. A few minutes later, the Wolf King, along with the wolf cubs, prepared to leave. Suddenly, the large python moved, lunging towards the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King had no time to evade. Just as the python was about to strike, another black wolf leaped into the air, positioning itself before the Wolf King. In the next instant, this black wolf was mortally wounded, blood gushing from its neck as it writhed in agony. The Wolf King was enraged. With a long howl, it charged at the python. The other black wolves, filled with fury, attacked the python frantically, biting at various parts of its body. The python writhed in pain. This time, the Wolf King learned from its previous encounter, tearing at the python for over 10 minutes until it nearly severed the python's abdomen, revealing its gallbladder, before finally stopping. Another series of long howls echoed, laced with sorrow and oppression. All the black wolves, led by the Wolf King, gazed at the heroic black wolf that had sacrificed itself. This scene deeply moved the women present, casting a heavy atmosphere over the surroundings. After approximately 5 minutes, the Wolf King led the pack away. Xiaowan, let us depart. Ouyang Xiaowan said, watching the wolf cub with reluctance. All right, Aunt Sue, let us quicken our pace. The 5 women turned and proceeded along the northern path. Wait. Just a few steps later, Xia Jie spoke up. The group looked at her in unison. What is it, Xia Jie? Aunt Sue, have you all yet tasted python meat? We have expended considerable energy on our journey, and after the struggle with the python, both Xiap Jie and Xiaowan must be utterly exhausted. Why not take a moment to rest and prepare some roasted python meat to sample? Initially, Yang Jinfeng was not hungry, but upon hearing Xia Jie's suggestion, her stomach immediately began to rumble. Xia Jie, that is a splendid idea. Since the python was slain, it would be a waste to discard its flesh. Song Yunxia, too, yearned to savor the taste of roasted snake meat. Ah, you gluttons, Annie truly cannot contend with you. Very well, as you wish, she relented. Upon Su Xiaoyu's consent, the women were elated. Soon they busied themselves. Yang Jinfeng and Song Yunxia, braver of spirit, took charge of carving the snake meat, while Xia Jie and Ouyang Xiaowan gathered firewood, and Su Xiaoyu tended the fire. Each woman fulfilled her role with cooperative efficiency. Within a quarter of an hour, they were seated by the fire, engaging in light-hearted conversation as the snake meat roasted. Meanwhile, at the water curtain cave, the detestable vultures remained stationed opposite the wooden bridge. Cunning as they were, they employed a siege tactic, encircling without assault to wear down their prey. Once the food within the cave was exhausted, the monkeys would be forced to emerge in search of sustenance, presenting an opportunity. Ye Qiu, this prolonged standoff is futile, Song Yunmei observed. Sister Mei, I understand that dragging this out only worsens our predicament, but what choice do I have? Ye Qiu lamented, his mind fraught with frustration as Song Yunmei pressed him for solutions. The pressure mounted until his vexation erupted. I was merely inquiring, why are you so harsh? Seeing Song Yunmei's aggrieved expression, Ye Qiu's heart softened, and he offered a contrite apology. Humph, this time I shall not hold it against you, she replied, mollified. Amid Ye Qiu's contemplations, the Monkey King arrived, placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder and gesturing eastward. Monkey King, do you wish for me to accompany you? Ye Qiu invited. The Monkey King nodded fervently. Though puzzled, Ye Qiu complied. They journeyed eastward for 15 minutes until they reached a narrow cave entrance. The Monkey King labored 7 or 8 minutes to squeeze inside. At the cave's end lay a small river coursing from east to west. Following the river downstream should lead beyond the water curtain cave. Yet, if the Monkey King had discovered this path, why had they not escaped thus? Ye Qiu approached the riverbank, intent on gauging the water's depth. As he lifted his leg, the Monkey King restrained him, gesturing repeatedly towards the river's center. Could a ferocious creature lurk beneath the surface? Suddenly, the Monkey King bit his finger and immersed it in the water. Bewildered, Ye Qiu watched as bubbles surfaced at the river's heart. Then, a colossal head breached the water. My goodness, a giant crocodile, he gasped, finally comprehending the Monkey King's stratagem, to lure the beast forth with the scent of blood. Crocodile, crocodile, Song Yunmei exclaimed. Though she had glimpsed crocodiles in zoos before, none had been so formidable. Terrified, she plunged into Ye Qiu's embrace. I had hoped this river might offer escape, Ye Qiu muttered ruefully. Alas, that hope is dashed. The Monkey King pointed toward the crocodile, then drew a finger across his neck in a grim gesture. Ye Qiu pondered the meaning behind the Monkey King's ominous sign. If my guesses are correct, the Monkey King intends to inform me that there is but a solitary crocodile in this small river, and he wishes for me to eliminate it, thereby granting us the opportunity for escape. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's translation, Song Yunmei's expression darkened. Goodness, such a large crocodile, and the Monkey King expects you to confront it alone? What a cunning plan. She then grasped Ye Qiu's hand and said earnestly, Ye Qiu, I forbid you from playing the hero. Do you hear me? All right, I promise. Is that sufficient? Monkey King, this strategy is unfeasible. Let us consider alternative methods. Noticing Ye Qiu's intention to depart, the Monkey King held on to him tightly. Monkey King, what do you mean? Do you wish for my man to take such risks? Since you have long discovered this cave, why not venture forth yourselves? Song Yunmei expressed her discontent. The Monkey King bared his teeth in a glare at Song Yunmei. What are you staring at? Did I say something incorrect? Fearing to provoke the Monkey King, especially given that they were on his territory, she contemplated the dire consequences should the Monkey King turn hostile. Sister Mei, Please do not say more, he signaled to Song Yunmei. He then patted the Monkey King's shoulder and added, let us return, we shall ponder other possibilities. However, the Monkey King was exceedingly irate and completely disregarded Ye Qiu. Suddenly, a monkey hurriedly approached. Could it be that trouble had arisen once more? The Monkey King cast a glance at Ye Qiu before hastily retreating to the cave. In a short while, they arrived at the wooden bridge. The messenger monkey pointed towards a large tree on the opposite side. Ye Qiu and Song Yunmei looked up, and in the next moment, they were utterly astonished. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Woman, Primitive Person. Upon that large tree, there were indeed 2 vultures, each pierced through the abdomen by a sharp arrow. Even more shocking was the sight of these vultures, skewered like kebabs, firmly affixed to the trunk. My heavens, what immense strength this requires. Ye Qiu, could it be that hunters have appeared in this vicinity? Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to strike 2 vultures from such a height. Ye Qiu nodded in agreement with Song Yunmei's assessment. Monkey King, you have resided in the Water Curtain Cave for perhaps 3 to 5 years. During this time, have you not observed any hunters in the vicinity? The Monkey King SCR thus, we must remain ever vigilant. A moment's carelessness could lead to our demise upon this island. Oh, I am so full. Xia Jie patted her stomach, feeling its swollen fullness. Alas, I cannot bear it any longer. I must relieve myself. Yang Jinfeng exclaimed as she hurriedly dashed outside. The other women erupted into laughter. Aunt Sue, what shall we do with the remaining snake meat? Xiao Wan suggested. Why don't we each take a bit for the journey? That sounds agreeable. The 4 women commenced slicing the snake meat into manageable portions for easy transport. After 20 minutes of diligent work, they finally completed their task. Where is Xiao Feng? She has been gone for quite some time. Why hasn't Shi returned? Song Yunxia scanned the surroundings. Noticing Yang Jinfeng was nowhere to be seen. Instantly, unease settled among the women. Let us disperse and search for her. Remember, do not stray too far. Thus, Xia Jie and Ouyang Xiaowan formed one team, while Su Xiaoyu and Song Yunxia comprised another, one heading north and the other east. Xiaofeng, where are you? Come out quickly. Fearing the attraction of other creatures, they dared not call out too loudly. Aunt Sue, if Xiaofeng went to relieve herself, she should not have wandered far. Yet we have searched for quite some time without a trace. Xia, your analysis is astute. Shall we return and search again? The 2 women retraced their steps, walking over 100 meters when suddenly, Su Xiaoyu halted. Wait, Xia, do you hear something? It sounds like Xiao Feng's voice. Song Yunxia paused, immediately straining to listen intently. Indeed, she confirmed that the voice belonged to Yang Jinfeng and was quite close. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaowan and the others returned. Zhou, Ban, Ye. We just heard Xiao Feng's voice. It is nearby. Let's hasten our search. Quickly, they sprang into action. Aunt Sue, come quickly and see. At that moment, Xia Jie discovered a clue. The women gathered around her. They looked down and gasped in shock. Xiao Feng. It turned out that when Yang Jinfeng went to relieve herself and squatted down, the ground unexpectedly caved in, causing her to fall and injure her leg. What is this? At that moment, Yang Jinfeng's left hand inadvertently brushed against an oval-shaped object. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a white-shelled egg. Initially, she was unaware of what kind of egg it was. It was only a minute later when a red-patterned snake slithered in that Yang Jinfeng comprehended these were snake eggs and that she had likely fallen into a snake's nest. Fearing discovery by the patterned snake, she dared not make a sound. She waited and waited until the patterned snake left to hunt for food, at which point Yang Jinfeng felt safe enough to call out loudly. Fortunately, her companions heard her. Sister Xia, quickly think of a way to pull me up. There are snake eggs all around, and the mother snake will return soon. Xiaofeng, just wait. We will certainly rescue you. The women reassured Yang Jinfeng while rapidly brainstorming solutions. Time slipped by imperceptibly. After 3 minutes, Ouyang Xiao once spoke up. Aunt Sue, if only we had a rope. A rope? Suddenly, Xia Jie seemed to have an epiphany. She pointed toward the nearby vines entwined around the ancient tree and said, Aunt Sue, we could use these vines as ropes. The women conferred briefly and found the idea quite ingenious. Xiao Wan, stay behind to watch over Xiaofeng while we go and cut the vines. Since the enigmatic swordsman had appeared, the vultures at Shui Liandong had lost their previous arrogance, no longer daring to gather in groups guarding the wooden bridge. At that moment, the Monkey King arrived and immediately grasped Ye Qiu's hand, pulling him outward. Monkey King, what are you doing? Ye Qiu waited. The Monkey King gestured toward the forest on the opposite bank. Ye Qiu surveyed the area and noticed the branches shaking violently, accompanied by intermittent noises. I feel as if animals are fighting over there, he mused. Yet the Monkey King shook his head emphatically, pointing at Ye Qiu and then back to the woods. Do you mean there are people there? Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Qiu. Could it be that mysterious female hunter from before? This was troubling. She might be in danger. Monkey King, keep an eye on those vultures while I go investigate. Song Yunmei intended to follow, but was stopped by Ye Qiu. 2 minutes later, Ye Qiu crossed the bridge and reached the small grove. As he pressed forward, a muffled grunt echoed, and a woman was hurled backward. Immediately, a black panther lunged toward her. Startled, Ye Qiu quickly assessed the woman. Her skin was a golden hue, her large eyes alert, her muscular arms prominent. Her clothing was peculiar, woven from dozens of branches, reminiscent of a primitive tribal woman. Before Ye Qiu could fully react, the panther's forelegs were pressing down on her chest. The beast opened its jaws, licking her face repeatedly. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help, someone shouted. To Ye Qiu's astonishment, the woman spoke fluent Chinese. Damn it, do you want me to be devoured by this panther? She roared again. Beautiful lady, how can I save you? Ye Qiu stammered. This is a black panther. In speed and strength, I'm no match. If you want me to save you, how am I supposed to do that? Though these thoughts raced through his mind, Ye Qiu kept them to himself. I'll just help you kill a few vultures. If I'm in danger, you would just stand by and watch? Are you even a man? She challenged fiercely. Ye Qiu dared not offend this stranger. He knew well that a woman in a rage could be far more formidable than any boy. At that moment, the panther bared its fangs, its forelegs still pinning the woman's chest. She cupped the panther's jaw with her hands. Damn it, do you really want to see me killed by this beast? She snarled, then shouted, Hey, shoot it with the bow, an arrow. Only then did Ye Qiu notice the bow and arrow lying to the panther's left. All right, you hold the beast. I'll get the bow. The woman nodded in agreement. While the panther and the woman struggled, Ye Qiu swiftly moved to the left, bent down to retrieve the bow and arrow, drew the string taut, and aimed at the panther's abdomen. After a brief pause, he released the arrow, targeting the panther's left eye. Fool, are you mad? Came a sharp retort. Hey, how do you think I shoot arrows? You don't have to boss me around. Ye Qiu retorted defiantly. As a seasoned hunter, the woman believed that only a shot to the leopard's abdomen could ensure its demise. However, to her astonishment, the fellow aimed for the creature's eye instead. Clearly, hitting the eye posed a greater challenge than targeting the abdomen. In that moment, the leopard suddenly turned its head, just as a sharp arrow struck, piercing its eye. The next instant, the leopard rolled over, covering its face with its paws, writhing in agony on the ground. Ye Qiu looked at the woman with a smug expression, exclaiming, Well, what do you think? My archery skills are quite impressive, aren't they? The woman retorted, Oomph. This is merely blind luck, like a blind cat catching a mouse. Seizing the opportunity while the leopard was still disoriented, she drew a dagger from her waist and lunged towards its abdomen with fierce intent. Yet, the leopard deftly evaded her attack with remarkable agility. You bastard, come help. Seeing Ye Qiu standing idly with his hands in his pockets, merely enjoying the spectacle, the woman felt a surge of anger. I thought you had some skill. Why do you still need my assistance? She shot him a fierce glare. Can you not resist the urge to bicker? Ye Qiu retorted, but he promptly sprang into action. Monkey King, come over and assist. The Monkey King rushed over, and the group of monkeys surrounded the leopard. Together, they launched a coordinated assault on the beast from all angles. Despite the leopard's desperate resistance, it found itself outmatched. After a fierce struggle lasting several minutes, the leopard began to falter. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ye Qiu turned to see the leopard's left paw had slashed across the woman's right cheek, blood gushing forth. Overwhelmed by pain, she cried out, You bastard, don't worry about me, just kill the leopard. As she hurled her dagger away, Ye Qiu executed a roll, retrieved the weapon from the ground, and maneuvered behind the leopard. Gripping the dagger tightly, he propelled himself forward, plunging it deep into the leopard's abdomen. This time, he struck true. Monkey King, hold the leopard down. He twisted the dagger forcefully. Within a minute, a gaping wound the size of a coin appeared in the leopard's belly. At that moment, the beast, once proud and fierce, was now reduced to a lamb poised for slaughter, battered by the relentless assault of the monkeys. Stop hesitating, Kill the leopard now, the woman shouted, her eyes darting nervously around. She feared that the leopard's anguished cries might attract its companions. If more leopards arrived, they would all be doomed. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu and the other women tied together some vines to fashion a rope, which they then tossed into the more than 5-meter deep pit. Xiao Feng, climb up quickly. Yang Jinfeng grasped the vines and pulled with all her might. Fortunately, the vines held firm. Just as she clutched the vines and pushed herself upward, an unexpected event unfolded. Xiao Feng, be careful. At that moment, Xia Jie abruptly noticed a large red snake slithering towards them from the eastern side of the pit. Oh no, the mother snake has returned. What should we do? What should we do? If the mother snake spotted Yang Jinfeng, she would undoubtedly perish. Ouyang Xiaowan's mind raced. Aunt Su, I have an idea. Xiaowan, quick, what is your plan? Ouyang Xiaowan pointed at the snake eggs and said, we can take a few snake eggs to divert the red snake. Only then will Xiao Feng have a chance to escape. Indeed, this plan is feasible. Without further contemplation, Yang Jinfeng immediately picked up 3 snake eggs and hurled them forcefully to the ground. 1, 2, Xia Jie and Song Yunxia successfully caught 2 of the snake eggs. However, the third egg slipped from their grasp and shattered upon hitting the ground. Hey, over here, come quickly. Xia Jie ran to the front of the red snake, deliberately waving the snake egg. Meanwhile, Song Yunxia smashed her egg. As expected, the red snake became furious and fixed its gaze on the 2 girls. Dionyia, I will run north. You head south, and we will meet there. All right. Thus, the 2 girls split up, while the red snake relentlessly pursued Xia Jie. Why does this beast keep fixating on me? Observing Xia Jie slowing down, Song Yunxiao realized that she might be running out of strength. If the red snake caught up and bit her, it would spell disaster. Hey beast, why don't you come chase me instead? Song Yunxiao waved the snake egg enticingly. Yet, the red snake remained steadfastly focused on Xia Jie. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu and Ouyang Xiaowan were straining to pull the new vines, while Yang Jinfeng was laboriously climbing up. Suddenly, Song Yunxiao raised a snake egg and hurled it at the red snake. The egg struck the red snake's abdomen, and the violent impact caused it to shatter instantly. The red snake, seeing the broken egg, turned to attack Song Yunxia. Delighted, she escaped in an S pattern. Ye Qiu thrust his knife dozens of times, only stopping when the leopard ceased its movement. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Nearby, a woman stole glances at Ye Qiu. This scoundrel performed admirably at a crucial moment. Any prior dissatisfaction with Ye Qiu vanished, replaced instead by a newfound admiration. Song Yunmei rushed over and embraced Ye Qiu. Witnessing their intimate interaction, the woman's expression shifted slightly. After about 3 minutes, Ye Qiu glanced at the woman. What are you staring at? What? Why are you looking at me? By the way, how did you end up here? And you're not from my country, are you? Fool! I speak the same language as you, what do you think? Song Yunmei shot a furious glare at the woman. Hey, Ye Qiu is kindly asking you. What's with your attitude? If it weren't for him, you would have been devoured by the leopard long ago. You have no trace of feminine gentleness. Who are you referring to? I was speaking to him. What gives you the right to interrupt? As the 2 women began to argue, Ye Qiu felt compelled to mediate. All right, stop bickering. By the way, what is your name? Ye Huan. Ye Qiu was taken aback. You also share the surname Yi? The woman nodded and continued. I hail from Yijiawan in Matin Town, Jiangbei. What? You're from Yijiawan? Ye Qiu, you can't possibly be from that village too, can you? Ye Qiu. Chapter 56. The beautiful woman becomes bloodthirsty. Yi Huan was overwhelmed with joy, excitedly grasping Ye Qiu's hand. Ye Qiu, I finally encountered a fellow townsman. They say that when fellow townsmen meet, tears are bound to flow. In the next moment, tears streamed down Yi Huan's face. However, Ye Qiu shook his head. Sister Huan, I have resided in Yijiawan for several years. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan's expression visibly shifted to one of disappointment. By the way, Sister Huan, what brings you here? Suddenly, Yi Huan's sobs grew more heart-wrenching. Sister Huan, what troubles you? Ye Qiu found himself at a loss on how to comfort the distressed woman. Just as he was in a daze, Yi Huan unexpectedly threw herself into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his back. Nearby, Song Yunmei clenched her teeth in anger. Yi Huan, what do you mean by this? Have you been so lonely on the island that you instinctively cling to any man you see? As she spoke, she strode over and forcefully pulled Yi Huan away. Who are you to speak? Yi Huan was furious. Ever since her misfortune on the deserted island, She had longed for the day she could return home and see her parents. However, after 2 years of mere survival filled with constant fear, whether from wild beasts or venomous snakes and spiders, she had only managed to endure through her unwavering willpower. To her astonishment, she encountered Ye Qiu, a fellow from Jiangbei. And all her years of repression and frustration erupted at that moment. Her embrace of Ye Qiu was merely a desire for solace, devoid of ulterior motives. On what grounds? Because Ye Qiu is my man. You dare to touch my man in my presence, and I am not entitled to intervene? Yi Huan shot a glance at Ye Qiu. She is your woman? I suppose so. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei's anger flared. Ye Qiu, what do you mean? Last night, you took my body, and now you dare to refer to another woman as yours. All men are worthless. Mei Jia, you misunderstand. Ye Qiu appeared exasperated. He had only known Song Yunmei for a mere 2 or 3 days. Last night's incident was purely accidental, and thus he did not believe he had said anything wrong. Hurry, Xiaofeng, exert a bit more strength. Ouyang Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu struggled to grip the vines tightly, while Yang Jinfeng climbed upward bit by bit. At this moment, her hands had been scraped and were bleeding from the friction against the vines. It hurts too much. She could not help but cry out. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Suayi, Iem Mifine. Ouyang Xiaowan turned to look and saw from afar that Song Yunmei and Xia Jia were desperately battling the large red snake. Zhou Xian. Yang Jinfeng understood that her good friend was risking danger to divert the large red snake, and she could not afford to delay any longer. Gritting her teeth, she climbed upward with renewed determination. Initially, the large red snake was pursuing Xia Jia. After chasing for 700 or 800 meters, it suddenly veered and charged towards Song Yunxia. Startled, Song Yunxia hurriedly turned around, but in her haste, she stumbled over a protruding dead branch on the ground. She lost her balance and fell forward, her knee striking against the tree root. In an instant, a 2-millimeter gash opened, and seeing the blood seeping out, she had no time to attend to it. She quickly got up and retreated. Hey, beast, come here, I'm over here. Oh no, Sister Xia is in danger. Realizing this, Xia Jia picked up a small branch from the ground, waving it and shouting toward the large red snake. Yet, the large red snake continued its relentless charge toward Song Yunxia. Sister Xia, run. Song Yunxia sprinted over 100 meters, but her knee was injured, causing her speed to diminish. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. 2 minutes later, she found herself ensnared by the great red serpent. Beast, let me go. She struggled desperately. Yet before the great red serpent, she was as insignificant as an ant. Sister Xia. Upon witnessing this, Xia Jia recklessly rushed forward. Song Yunxia weakly waved her hand, signaling her to stay back. Meanwhile, Yang Jinfeng finally caught up. This is bad. Xiao Xia is in danger. Without a moment's regard for their fatigue, the 3 women surged towards Song Yunxia with the speed of a 100-meter dash. At this moment, the great red serpent intensified its grip, entwining Song Yunxia ever tighter. She was gasping for breath, her face flushed. Seeing Su Xiaoyu, Ouyang Xiaowan, and Yang Jinfeng approaching, Xia Jia felt a surge of joy. Aunt Su, think of a way quickly. If this continues, Sister Xia, she might. Xiao Jia, don't panic. Let us devise a plan together. Encountering such a situation for the first time, and with a few delicate women, they were momentarily at a loss. I really can't believe you all. Even at this moment, you're still wasting time. Ouyang Xiaowan exclaimed. Then swiftly drew a small knife from Su Xiaoyu's waist and dashed toward the great red serpent. Has Xiaowan gone mad? Yang Jinfeng exclaimed in sulk. Let us follow her. Su Xiaoyu suddenly felt a newfound admiration for Ouyang Xiaowan. Unexpectedly, this pampered young lady proved herself capable at a critical moment, showing no hesitation. Soon, the 4 women reached the tail of the great red serpent. Without a word, Ouyang Xiaowan raised the small knife, leaped into the air, and plunged it fiercely into the serpent's abdomen. The other women either lifted small stones to strike at the serpent or grabbed sticks to batter its tail. Under the relentless assault of several women, the serpent was compelled to loosen its grip on Song Yunxia. At that moment, Ouyang Xiaowan leaped onto the serpent's back, sitting astride it, then, with the knife's tip pressed down, slid down as if on a slide, carving a 2-meter-long gash along its back. The great red serpent writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Jia swiftly carried Song Yunxia to safety. On su Ye. Let us work together to subdue the red serpent. The two women nodded in agreement. At this moment, the red serpent was enraged. Despite its injuries to the back and abdomen, it still possessed the strength to fight. Zhou bit careful, just as Xia Jie bent down to pick up a stick. The red serpent surged toward her with precision. When Xia Jie looked up, the serpent was already before her. By the time she reacted, a piercing pain shot through her left leg. She glanced down to see the great red serpent's mouth wide open, biting into her thigh, its fangs embedded in her flesh. It hurt so much. The pain was excruciating, causing Xia Jie to cry out. Xiao Jie, don't cry. We're coming to save you. Even Song Yunxia, who had just survived a life-and-death ordeal, rushed forward upon seeing Xia Jie in trouble. Ouyang Shaoan frantically stabbed with a small knife, while Song Yunxia lifted a stone and charged directly at the serpent, striking its head with all her might. After enduring for several seconds, the serpent finally released its grip, but not before biting Song Yunxia as well. In a fit of rage, Song Yunxia declared, "How dare you bite me? I shall slay you." At that moment, she was consumed by fury, disregarding her pain as she lifted a stone to strike again and again. Sensing imminent death, the red snake recoiled, attempting to flee. Sister Xia, do not let this beast escape. Monster, come meet your demise. Chapter 57. The Five Sisters' Oath. As the red snake attempted to escape, several women desperately obstructed its path. In a bold move, Song Yunxia lunged directly at the creature. Sister Xia, do not act recklessly. Ouyang Shaoan exclaimed, filled with concern. Shaoan, I fear nothing. Having been bitten once by this beast, what is a few more bites to me? Determined, Song Yunxia resolved to eliminate the red snake at all costs. Inspired by her bravery, Ouyang Shaoan also steeled herself, and they both charged at the snake. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu and Xia Jie continued their assault from the flanks. After a fierce struggle lasting several minutes, the red snake was ultimately defeated. Recalling the earlier incident with the python feigning death, Ouyang Shaoan delivered a powerful kick to the snake's head, then bent down to deliver a final strike. By this time, the women were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the grass. Gasping for breath, today was truly perilous. Had it not been for Sister Xia and Shaoan, we might have. Xia Jie expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the two. Ouyang Shaoan could scarcely believe her own valor, as she had once been afraid to even slaughter a chicken. Yet today, she had stabbed the red snake numerous times. Shaoan, you were truly magnificent today. Su Xiaoyu praised, giving her a thumbs up. And Sister Xia, you are indeed a woman of unmatched prowess. Su Annie, it is merely my duty. At that moment, Song Yunxia stared intently at the wound inflicted by the red snake. Shaoan, how do you feel? Since being bitten, she had been plagued by anxiety. If the red snake bore venom, would she not be doomed? Ouyang Shaoan shook her head. Sister Xia, I feel fine. What about you? Shaoan, do you think that snake was venomous? I cannot say for certain. Regardless, I have been bitten, so I shall simply leave it to fate. Su Xiaoyu approached the two, gently patting their shoulders, her expression serious. Shaoan, Xia, what if that red snake was venomous? Annie Su, what do you mean? Well, if the snake is indeed poisonous, amputation may be the only option, but here on the island, that would be a death sentence. Ouyang Shaoan grasped Song Yunxia's hand and said light-heartedly, Hee, Sister Xia, let's leave it to destiny. How about we take this opportunity to swear sisterhood, not seeking to be born in the same year and month, but rather to die together in the same year and month. Agreed, Shaoan. The two knelt on the ground, mimicking the ancient ritual of oath-taking. Wait for me. Xia Jie rushed over. Humph, Sister Xia, Shaoan, how can you be so inconsiderate as to form a pact without me? Hee, count me in. I wish to join as well. Following suit, Yang Jinfeng and Su Xiaoyu voiced their eagerness. Very well, today we five shall become sisters, sharing both fortune and adversity. Near the wooden bridge of the water curtain cave, a few vultures occasionally circled overhead. Ye Qiu, how shall we deal with this detestable group of vultures? Song Yunmei has no desire to spend her life hiding in the water curtain cave. Yi Huan, with a disdainful expression, seemed utterly unconcerned about the matter at hand. Ye Qiu, what is that expression on your face? If you have the ability, then prove it. She already harbored a great deal of resentment towards this woman. Now, with the vultures causing distress, her irritation only intensified at the thought of Ye Qiu engaging in lively conversation with Yi Huan just moments ago. Thus, Song Yunmei directed her anger towards Yi Huan. Your inability does not imply that I am incapable. Ye Huan let out a cold laugh and raised her bow, loosing 3 arrows in quick succession. The subsequent scene astonished everyone present. 2 arrows struck 3 vultures, 1 arrow achieving the feat of bringing down 2 at once. The Monkey King clapped his hands vigorously, giving a thumbs up. Sister Huan, you are truly impressive. Ye Qiu held deep admiration for Ye Huan's archery skills. What is there to gloat about in being able to shoot? Can you handle that flock of vultures? This is it. This woman must surely be envious. Ye Qiu subtly tugged at Song Yunmei's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from escalating tensions. What? Are you feeling sympathy for your fellow countrywoman? My maid Ye. It is not sympathy, I assure you. We must unite. Only in doing so may we hope to escape from here. Do you truly believe that? To convince Song Yunmei, Ye Qiu raised her right hand and swore to the heavens. I, Ye Qiu, vow today that every word I speak is true. And should there be a hint of falsehood, may the heavens strike me with lightning. I shall take your word for it this once. Ye Qiu exhaled in relief, believing the matter settled. Little did she know at that moment, Ye Huan spoke up. Ye Qiu, are you still a man? To let a woman lead you by the nose is a disgrace to our Yi family's ancestors. Ye Qiu, what do you mean by that? If you wish to know whether Ye Qiu is a man, why not try and find out for yourself? You are unaware of how impressive Ye Qiu was last night. Instantly, Ye Huan's face turned crimson. Enough, you two. At this juncture, Ye Huan pointed to the sky and declared with a smile, are they not just vultures? I can handle them. You, Sister Huan, are you suggesting you intend to confront dozens of vultures with just a bow and arrow? Who said I possess only a bow? Ye Huan pouted and blew a sharp whistle. Everyone was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Sister Huan, what is going on? Xiao Qiu, do not rush. You'll understand shortly. Time slipped away unnoticed. Once the 5 women completed their oath of sisterhood, they rose to proceed. However, an unexpected guest arrived. Not far away, in front of the corpse of the red snake, approximately 300 meters distant, a black bear emerged. Damn, what a stroke of bad luck. Just after dispatching the red snake, now a black bear appears. Xia Jie couldn't help but curse. Quickly, everyone lie down. Ensure the black bear does not see us. Su Xiaoyu urged everyone to drop to the grass without delay. Hurry, let us take cover behind the tree roots. Furthermore, there's a decayed tree root, approximately 50 centimeters high, that offers perfect concealment. Remember, not a sound must escape our lips. Su Xiaoyu reiterated her warning. Soon, the black bear discovered the red snake. Upon sighting its prey, it swiftly approached. Within 3 minutes, the black bear had reached the red snake's lifeless form. It crouched down, inhaled the scent, baring its fearsome teeth. Then, with a powerful bite, it tore a large chunk of flesh from the snake's abdomen. After savoring a few bites, it appeared thoroughly delighted by the taste. Just as the bear was reveling in its feast, an unexpected visitor arrived, the tiger. Upon seeing the tiger, the women were gripped by despair. They might have had a chance against a solitary bear, but the simultaneous presence of both bear and tiger left them hopeless. Yet, what followed rekindled their hope. Chapter 58. The bear confronts the tiger. The tiger, noticing the bear indulging in its meal, immediately charged forward. Would they engage in combat? I once read in a book that fierce animals like tigers and bears possess strong territorial instincts. Surely they will fight. Xiaowan responded, if what you say is true, our chances of survival increase considerably. Song Yunxiao was delighted, thinking, if they wound each other, it would be a boon for us. Quiet now. Stay low and do not let them see you, Su Xiaoyu repeatedly cautioned. The bear, engrossed in its meal, soon sensed danger. It turned to find the tiger. Yet, the bear showed no sign of panic, seemingly dismissive of the tiger's presence. After 2 minutes, the tiger halted 50 meters away. It fixed the bear with a fierce gaze and circled, as if seeking the optimal angle to strike. The bear, cautious, intently monitored every movement of the tiger. For several tense seconds, neither dared to make the first move, as neither was confident of swiftly defeating the other. Not far away, 5 women hid behind a gnarled tree root, each filled with anxious anticipation. Fight! Hurry and fight! They urged silently. Suddenly, the tiger let out a piercing roar. The women rejoiced, believing the attack was imminent. Yet, for the next minute, the tiger remained motionless, its gaze locked onto the bear. Are you two serious? Both eager to kill, yet unwilling to strike first? Are you just going to stare each other down forever? Isn't the tiger supposed to be the king of beasts? Why does it seem intimidated by the bear? Just like those spineless men. Yang Jinfeng muttered under her breath. Xiaofeng, you can't say that. The bear isn't weak either. They're well matched, came a quiet reply. As time slowly passed, the bear's patience waned. Suddenly, it let out a mighty roar, straightened its posture, and thumped its chest. In the next instant, the bear charged. The tiger leaned forward slightly, adopting a ready stance. When they were 10 meters apart, the tiger sprang into the air. The bear swung its claws, while the tiger bared its fangs. They clashed fiercely, biting and clawing with relentless ferocity. In an instant, the bear and the tiger became entangled, rolling back and forth upon the grass. Suddenly, the bear delivered a powerful slap to the tiger's face. The tiger, caught off guard, suffered a laceration on its visage, blood oozing forth, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. The searing pain compelled the tiger to emit a long, anguished roar. My goodness, how embarrassing for the tiger. Could it truly concede so swiftly? I find myself hoping for a tiger victory. Oh, Shao Jie, if the tiger triumphs, we would be in grave peril. In my opinion, it would be best if they both perish together. Just as Yang Jinfeng, Xia Jie, and Song Yun Xia engaged in hushed discussions, the tiger erupted in fury. Look, Ouyang Shao, one exclaimed, pointing at the tiger with a raised thumb. Remarkably, the wounded tiger did not retreat. Instead, it seized the opportunity while the bear was distracted, sinking its teeth into the bear's left paw. No matter how the bear struggled, the tiger would not relinquish its grip. After 2 minutes, the tiger yanked with all its might, tearing away a significant portion of the bear's left paw. At this moment, the bear writhed in agony, its entire body trembling. Now, both creatures were injured, yet the bear had sustained the greater loss. Indeed, I suspect the bear will seek a way to reclaim its honor. It's uncertain. If the tiger continues its ferocious assault, it might very well vanquish the bear. Noticing their ongoing chatter, Su Xiaoyu made a shushing gesture, urging silence. To their astonishment, the bear suddenly swayed and collapsed onto the ground. What does this mean? Aunt Su, could the bear truly be so feeble? Did it succumb after just a few bites? Xia Jie could hardly believe her eyes. In her understanding, the bear could rival a lion. How could it be so easily dispatched by the tiger? I do not know. Alas, what a pity. With the bear defeated, Su Xiaoyu wore a grave expression, filled with concern. It is over. Next, the tiger will turn its attention towards us. Yang Jinfeng narrowed her eyes, gesturing across with her hands, fervently praying for a miracle. Everyone, do not panic. Next, let's consider how we shall respond if the tiger discovers us. Amidst the rising panic among the women, Ouyang Shao, one remained remarkably composed. Truly, the daughter of a prominent family had weathered many storms. Shao Wan was right. Whether we weep or pray, it serves no purpose. We cannot simply wait for our demise, can we? But Aunt Su, if such a formidable bear fell to the tiger, what can we, mere women, do to contend with it? Upon hearing Song Yun Xia's words, their confidence evaporated in an instant. Suddenly, the tiger sensed something amiss. It raised its head, sniffing the air. Soon, its gaze fixed upon a large, gnarled tree root not far away. Coincidentally, Xia Jie, having squatted for too long, revealed her head inadvertently. The tiger spotted her instantly. At that moment, presented with the prospect of a delectable human meal, it appeared far more enticing than the snake. It dashed forward as if invigorated. Yang Jinfeng cast a glance at Xia Jie. Shao Jie, what have you done? The moment she noticed Xia Jie's head emerging, an ominous feeling washed over her. Shao Feng, I did nothing. What do you mean by that? You all must listen to this sound. As Xia Jie stood there, bewildered, Song Yunxia faintly heard a voice. Oh no, we've been discovered by the tiger. At this, several women turned pale with fear. Xia Jie, this is all your fault. If you hadn't poked your head out, the tiger wouldn't have noticed us. Xia Jie felt a surge of frustration. In the face of Yang Jinfeng's accusations, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. All right, Shao Feng, Xia Jie didn't mean to. Su Xiaoyu quickly intervened. Right now, we face a grave danger. This is not the time for quarrels. We should focus on how to escape. Song Yunxia had already lost all hope. Escape? Where can we go? If we scatter, perhaps 2 or 3 of us might survive, but once we are isolated on this island, it would mean imminent death. Indeed, Shao Wan's analysis is sound. I believe we must unite at this moment. Even if we cannot overpower the tiger, we should confront it together. If we must fall, Let us do so as one. Aunt Sue, we are not afraid. We shall face it head on. Ha ha. 5 women against 1 tiger. How exhilarating and entertaining. The confidence of the women surged. They had prepared for a fierce battle, even bracing themselves for sacrifice. But unexpectedly, a dramatic scene unfolded. Chapter 59. The mysterious great bird. As the tiger approached step by step, cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the 5 women. In her heart, Song Yunxiao whispered, Ye Qiu, I hope we can meet again in another life. Strangely enough, aside from her, Su Xiaoyu and Xia Jie also had Ye Qiu's image flash in their minds. Perhaps this is what ancient poetry refers to as an unshakable longing. The tiger slowed its pace, approaching leisurely. To it, these women were akin to ants, incapable of escape. Just as the tiger reveled in its arrogance, it remained unaware that a pair of eyes were fixated on it. Moments ago, the black bear, lying still, suddenly sprang up and charged toward them with great speed. As the tiger turned, the black bear was upon it. The bear wasted no time, lunging at the tiger and biting furiously, akin to a rabid dog tearing at the tiger's abdomen. The tiger fought back desperately, striking the bear's belly with its mighty claws. For a time, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle. This time, the black bear remained vigilant, not daring to let its guard down. After a fierce bout lasting 5 or 6 minutes, both had sustained injuries. However, the tiger suffered greatly. Its face scratched, and its back marked with deep claw imprints from the bear's blows. As for the bear, its left paw had been bitten off halfway by the tiger. Goodness, this tiger is cunning, relentlessly targeting the bear's wounds. Xia Jie found herself increasingly disdainful of the tiger. Let them fight fiercely. The more they do, the better. Xiao Feng was right. It would be best if both these beasts were to perish. Su Xiaoyu signaled for everyone to quiet down. At that moment, Song Yunxia suddenly thought of a question. Aunt Sue, have you considered what we should do if either the black bear or the tiger wins? We can't just lie here and watch a battle between animals, can we? I believe Sister Xia is quite right. How about we take this opportunity to slip away quietly? Ouyang Shaowan proposed her idea. The women pondered for a moment and ultimately reached a consensus. Soon, they crawled on the grass, their bodies pressed against the ground. After approximately 3 minutes of arduous movement, the 5 women took refuge in the woods. Let us rest for a while before continuing our journey, Su Xiaoyu suggested. Concerned that they might exhaust themselves and be unable to keep up, she decided it would be prudent to conserve their energy while also surveying their surroundings. Look quickly, exclaimed Xiao Feng. What is the matter? Wow, the black bear and the tiger seemed to be motionless. Yang Jinfeng responded joyfully. The group looked up, and indeed, the black bear and the tiger lay on the ground, caught in a perpetual struggle. Haha, splendid. Ouyang Shaowan clapped her hands in excitement at the sight of the 2 beasts' demise. All right, we have already wasted considerable time. Before darkness falls, let us endeavor to exit this forest. Once night descends, if we have not escaped, we will be like blind men groping in the dark, which poses an even greater risk. Thus, they hurried onward. Huanjie, what are you up to? It's been a while, and there is still no sign of movement. Ye Qiu remarked, gradually losing patience and implying that Yi Huan was merely putting on a show, in essence, trying to deceive them. If you lack any genuine skills, refrain from boasting. Now look, your grandstanding has backfired, hasn't it? Upon hearing Song Yunmei's sarcastic remarks, Yi Huan appeared dangerously calm. Hee, why is everyone so hasty? Haven't you heard the saying, a rushed heart cannot enjoy hot tofu? As if you're the only one who knows that saying. You act as if no one else has been educated. Ye Qiu is a graduate of a prestigious university, yet he doesn't brag. Sensing that these 2 women were about to clash, Ye Qiu felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, the Monkey King stirred. What on earth is happening? Why are they all fleeing like swallows back to the water curtain cave? Ye Qiu exclaimed. Look, there's a bird in the sky. Mei Jie said. It's just a bird. What is so exciting about that? Ye Qiu replied, nonchalantly without looking up. Mei Jie tugged at his sleeve, her voice somewhat stammering. Ye Qiu, look quickly. That is not an ordinary bird. At that moment, Yi Huan laughed. Ha, my old friend has arrived. Ye Qiu sensed something amiss and looked up, instantly alarmed. There, 500 meters ahead, a bird larger than an ostrich was diving towards them. Damn, I'm really in trouble. First a vulture, and now this giant bird. It feels as if fate is conspiring to keep me here. If it weren't for the 2 women present, he would have cursed aloud. Mei Jie, we must flee. Considering the vulture's ferocity, this enormous bird would likely be even more formidable. Ye Qiu grasped Song Yunmei's hand, preparing to retreat into the water curtain cave. Huh? Ye Qiu, look at your cowardice. It's merely a large bird. Why are you so frightened? You really aren't behaving like a man. What do you mean by that, Huanjia? I'm merely being resourceful. You're bold, so don't follow me. Upon hearing Yi Huan's taunts, Ye Qiu pulled Song Yunmei and turned to dash into the cave. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Within less than a minute, the massive bird landed steadily by the wooden bridge, merely 3 meters away from Yi Huan. Observing the bird's intimidating talons, Song Yunmei felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Has this woman lost her mind? Ye Qiu thought, believing that Yi Huan was simply acting out of spite to prove something to herself. Huanjia, hurry in. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Unexpectedly, Yi Huan turned around, winked at him, and then strode forward. Upon witnessing this, Ye Qiu attempted to rush over to stop her. Ho Wang, quickly restrain Ye Qiu. Song Yunmei panicked. She did not wish for Ye Qiu to be in danger. Nor did she want to see her man taking risks for a woman he had only known for less than 3 hours. What are you doing? Let me go. Ye Qiu protested. Even if you go over there, what can you do? To put it bluntly, you would only be walking to your doom. Despite Ye Qiu's struggles, Song Yunmei and Ho Wang held him tightly on either side. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Yi Huan walked briskly ahead. To their astonishment, the large bird knelt down, resembling a subject before an emperor. What on earth is happening? As Ye Qiu and Song Yunmei stood bewildered, Yi Huan unexpectedly reached out to stroke the bird's head and its feathers. Did this bird actually know Yi Huan? Huanjia, what is going on? Yi Huan merely smiled faintly and beckoned with her finger. Ye Qiu, come here and meet my good friend. She gestured towards a large bird. At this moment, Ye Qiu hesitated. What? Are you afraid to come over? It won't bite you with me here. Tetea joigne im agronman. Why would I be afraid of a large bird? Yi Huan was well aware that this was merely Ye Qiu's excuse. If it were anyone else, upon seeing a bird far more ferocious than a vulture, who wouldn't feel alarmed or frightened? Ye Qiu, please don't go over there. Mai, I trust Huanjia won't harm me. Ye Qiu pried her hands away and confidently walked forward. Bei, they're all my friends. You must not harm them. Do you hear? He added, gently patting the bird's head. The bird surprisingly understood and nodded. Chapter 60. The Divine Eagle and the Heroic Maiden? A scene unfolded that left Ye Qiu and Song Yunmei utterly astounded. The ferocious bird rubbed its head against Yi Huan's cheek, akin to a pet dog seeking its owner's affection. Wow, isn't this a bit too much like a sycophant? Soon, Ye Qiu approached the large bird. Huanjia, what kind of bird is this? Yi Huan paused for a moment before her expression darkened. Ye Qiu, what do you mean by that? You come in and immediately call Bei a foolish bird? I think you are the foolish one. The bird seemed to comprehend and immediately stood up, appearing quite irate, as if it wished to reprimand Ye Qiu with its beak. Fortunately, Yi Huan intervened just in time. Huanjia, you misunderstood. I wanted to ask, what kind of bird is this? What? How did bird become foolish bird? This is truly unfair. Ye Qiu lamented. Could you not rephrase your question? Must you cause such misunderstandings? Huanjia, why are you being unreasonable? Clearly, it was you who misheard, and now you're blaming me. Sigh, the more beautiful the woman, the more troublesome she is. Initially, Yi Huan intended to retort, but upon hearing Yi Huan indirectly compliment herself, she felt a surge of delight. TCH, do you know about Yonghua and Xiaolongnu? Song Yunmei looked utterly astonished. Why on earth is Yi Huan suddenly bringing up these two characters from period drama, the Divine Eagle and the Heroic Maiden? Could it be that this large bird is? Just as she speculated, Yi Huan, with a sense of pride, declared, this large bird belongs to the eagle family. If you don't mind, you may call me Shendiao Xiaolu. Pa, what a thick-skinned boast calling oneself Shendiao Xiaolu. Song Yunmei felt a wave of disgust. She had never encountered a woman like Yi Huan, who adorned herself with such self-importance. How I choose to address myself is my business. You have no right to meddle. I have a great eagle. What do you possess? A mere trifle? Don't think that just because you are beautiful, I will indulge you. Speak another word, and I shall summon the eagle to entertain you. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei hastily retreated behind Ye Qiu. Sister Huan, we are both women. Why must we resort to such hostility? Ye Huan cast a disdainful glance at Ye Qiu. Oh, I utter a few words, and you immediately feel pity for your woman? Sister Huan, this is utterly unrelated. At that moment, Ye Huan suddenly recollected something. She stepped forward and grasped Ye Qiu's sleeve. Ye Huan, what do you intend to do? Song Yunmei was terrified, fearing that Ye Huan was about to unleash her fury upon Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, when Bei Bei swooped down earlier, why did you only take her to escape in a cave? I was just nervous and my mind was unresponsive. No need to explain. An explanation is merely a cover-up. Ye Huan gently pushed Ye Qiu away and turned to leave. Sister Huan, where are you going? Of course, I am returning. Oh no. This woman is genuinely angry. Sister Huan, I was in the wrong before, and I sincerely apologize. Ye Qiu bent deeply, bowing profoundly. Instantly, Ye Huan smiled. Your attitude in admitting your fault is commendable. I forgive you. In that moment, Ye Qiu felt a sense of being played. Damn, this woman truly knows how to act. Employing a tactic of feigned retreat, impressive. By the way, how do we ultimately resolve that group of vultures? Ye Qiu, have you not realized that ever since Bei Bei appeared, that group of vultures has vanished? Ye Huan gestured around them. Upon inspection, Song Yunmei found that the vultures had indeed disappeared without a trace. Sister Huan, Bei Bei can only come for a moment, not for eternity. Once it leaves, those vultures may return. Ye Qiu expressed concern, recognizing that Bei Bei's presence was merely a temporary fix. Indeed, do you have any good ideas? After pondering for several seconds, he spoke with a solemn expression. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the king. If we can locate the vulture's lair and eliminate their leader, perhaps they will no longer dare to disturb us. Ye Qiu, why don't you both come with me now? However, Ye Qiu shook his head. Ye Qiu, are you mad? If we do not leave now, we will be trapped once the vultures arrive. Song Yunmei found it difficult to comprehend. It was indeed the optimal time to leave Shui Liandong, yet Ye Qiu was unwilling to depart. You must be curious why I refuse to leave now. Indeed, at this moment, with the Great Eagle's protection, we can safely exit Shui Liandong. However, have you considered what will become of this group of monkeys once we are gone? If it were not for the Monkey King's shelter, Sister Mei and I might not have survived until now. The Monkey King, standing nearby, raised a thumb in approval. Although it could not speak, it was deeply moved by Ye Qiu's words. Ye Qiu, I did not misjudge you. Now, we shall seek the vulture's lair and assist the Monkey King in resolving this urgent matter. Thank you, Sister Huan. Who could deny that we are all from the Yi family? Observing the lively conversation between the two, Song Yunmei pouted her lips, clearly filled with jealousy. What a shameless woman, who previously criticized Ye Qiu for lacking masculinity, now shamelessly seeks to ingratiate herself. Thus, under Ye Huan's guidance, Ye Qiu, Song Yunmei, the Monkey King, and 6 monkeys embarked on their journey. In the forest, the 5 women advanced while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Sigh, I'm so exhausted. How much longer must we walk? Ouyang Xiaowan was utterly worn out, her body drenched in sweat. I can't go on any longer. Aunt Su, shall we take a break? Yang Jinfeng gazed at Su Xiaoyu with pleading eyes. Very well, let us rest for half an hour. The women each found a large tree to lean against, closing their eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu took on the responsibility of keeping watch, although she was fatigued and wished to rest. As their elder sister in this perilous forest, her responsibilities were significant, and she could not afford any lapse in vigilance. Time passed quietly. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed. Aunt Su, you should take a moment to rest. I'll keep watch. Without waiting for Su Xiaoyu to respond, Xia Jie directly pulled her down to sit. Little Jie, you've worked hard. Just as Su Xiaoyu leaned against the tree, she remained unaware that, 20 meters above her head, a thick branch extended from which hung a beehive the size of a helmet. Dozens of bees hovered near the hive. Suddenly, 2 entirely red bees appeared to have spotted Su Xiaoyu, rapidly flapping their tiny wings. After several seconds, Yang Jinfeng, who had been resting her eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Xiajie, Xiaowan, did you hear any sound just now? It sounded like the buzzing of bees. Bees? Ouyang Xiaowan and Song Yunxia exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Little Feng, did you mishear? No, Xiajie, I truly heard it. No sooner had she spoken than Yang Jinfeng's eyes widened in alarm. Ye Diolan, you must look at this. In the next moment, all 3 pairs of eyes turned towards Su Xiaoyu. At that moment, a red bee had landed on Su Xiaoyu's left shoulder, while another buzzed incessantly nearby. They all held their breath, fearing to disturb the bees. Chapter 61. The Bee King Seeks a Life. Aunt Sue. Seeing Su Xiaoyu still with her eyes closed, the women became increasingly anxious. Xia Jie could only whisper. After a few seconds, Su Xiaoyu opened her eyes and stretched lazily. Coincidentally, a bee had perched on her nose, causing a slight itch. Aunt Sue, please don't move. Song Yunxia repeatedly cautioned. Generally speaking, when encountering bees in the wild, wise individuals would lie flat on the ground or remain utterly still should one suddenly run. The bees would pursue relentlessly. Time slipped by unnoticed. After several minutes, one of the bees flew away, while the one that had been on Su Xiaoyu's nose had now moved to her left shoulder. Xiaowan, what should we do? Yang Jinfeng anxiously sought advice from Ouyang Xiaowan. Yes, Xiaowan, you have seen much. Quickly think of a solution. We can't just wait indefinitely. By this time, it was around 11 or 12 o'clock in the afternoon. If the bees continue to linger and do not depart, they will surely hesitate to traverse this forest once night falls. I find myself at a loss. Turning to Su Xiaoyu, I express my sincere apologies, saying, Aunt Su, it is my inadequacy that I could not assist you. Su Xiaoyu offered a gentle smile, her demeanor one of serene composure. Xiaowan, fret not. For am I not well? Just as the group found themselves in despair, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, an eagle swooped down from the sky. The direction in which it descended sent a shiver of fear through the women. Sister Xia, do you think that eagle is coming for us? I do not know. Xiaofeng, alas, our luck today is truly wretched. We have yet to resolve the issue with the bees, and now we face an eagle. Several women felt a wave of unease. However, the eagle, upon reaching an altitude of 100 meters above them, unexpectedly ascended. Soon, it perched itself upon a tree trunk, beside which lay a massive beehive. The group heightened their vigilance, aware that the eagle was cunning, likely deterred by their numbers from attacking recklessly. Su Xiaoyu advised everyone to keep a close watch on the eagle's movements. Unbeknownst to them, a few bees emerged from the hive. In a short while, the bees settled on the eagle's back, buzzing incessantly. Initially, the eagle seemed unperturbed by the bees' harassment. Suddenly, a particularly reckless bee ventured into the eagle's armpit. In the next moment, the eagle emitted a harsh cry, flapping its wings and vigorously probing its armpit with its beak. It turned out that the bee had stung the eagle. Although a typical bee's sting would hardly faze an eagle, these bees were bright red, with long and slender stingers. In a flurry of chaotic pecking, the eagle inadvertently killed the very bee that had ambushed it. Just when things seemed to calm down, two more bees arrived, flitting about the eagle's head. Perhaps it was the persistent disturbance from the bees that ignited the eagle's fury. In the blink of an eye, the eagle approached the beehive, furiously flapping its wings and clawing at it, causing the hive to collapse in ruin. The hive plummeted from a height of several meters, shattering upon impact. After eliminating its foes, the eagle returned to the tree trunk, fixating its gaze upon Song Yunxia and the others, seemingly lying in wait for an opportunity. Yet, it remained oblivious to the fact that a few bees had escaped the hive and were heading north. Xiaowan, now that the bees have fled, shall we take a chance? Su Xiaoyu believed that united in their efforts, they could contend with the eagle. Aunt Su, let us proceed. Xia Jie, unable to contain herself, wiped her fists in anticipation. All right, everyone prepare. Gather as many sticks and stones as you can. When I count to 10, we shall act together. After approximately 3 minutes, Su Xiaoyu began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Just as she reached 6, a new development arose. Aunt Su, look over there. With her keen hearing, Yang Jinfeng detected a distinct buzzing sound, suspecting it to be a considerable swarm of bees. The women looked up. To their astonishment, a large throng of bees was approaching, likely numbering in the thousands. Look quickly. The leading bee must be the king bee. The keen-eyed Ouyang Xiaowan immediately discerned the situation. If my guess is correct, the bee that just fled must have gone to report back. Noticing the dazed expressions on the others' faces, Xia Jie urged them, quick, everyone lie down and do not move. There are thousands of bees here. If they fixate on us, we will be pierced by countless stings, and the outcome will be dire. The women lay flat on the ground, and soon the queen bee arrived. At that moment, the bees and the eagle were approximately 20 meters apart. Suddenly, the queen bee surged forward, charging at the eagle. Following suit, the swarm of bees ascended en masse. The eagle flapped its wings vigorously, creating a powerful gust that sent many bees flying and even crushed some. However, under the queen's leadership, the bees recklessly pressed on, targeting various parts of the eagle. After a few minutes of fierce combat, the outnumbered eagle beat its wings and retreated. Little did it know, the queen bee relentlessly pursued it. Goodness, these bees are extraordinary. Their speed rivals that of the eagle. I suspect these bees have mutated. Enough of this chatter. We must flee quickly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaoyu and the other 4 women hastened their escape. From the air, the anguished cries of the eagle echoed. At that moment, its body was covered in a dense swarm of bees. Suddenly, the eagle tilted and plummeted from the sky. Witnessing this scene, the women were utterly astonished. They never anticipated that the fierce eagle would succumb in less than 10 minutes against the bees. Just then, another eagle appeared. Everyone be cautious. It seems this eagle is coming straight for us. Yang Jinfeng exclaimed as she looked up to see this eagle diving at an even greater speed. Its claws extended and ready to strike. The women were filled with panic and fear. Xiaowan, Xiaofeng, Xiaojia, Xiaoxia split into pairs and flee quickly. Meet at that raised earth mound. I will hold the rear, Su Xiaoyu directed, pointing to a nearby hillock. Aunt Su, I'm staying with you, Xiaojia declared without hesitation, opting to fight alongside Su Xiaoyu. I will also remain. I refuse to be a coward. Watching them all so resolute, Su Xiaoyu felt a mix of gratitude and frustration. Oh, you children really do not understand the gravity of the situation. Aunt Su, there is strength in numbers. I refuse to believe that we, 5 against 1 eagle, cannot prevail. Ouyang Xiaowan clenched her fist, brimming with confidence. Just as they prepared to fight to the end, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the eagle approached, now only about 200 meters away, it suddenly came to an abrupt halt in midair. What was happening? The women widened their eyes in astonishment. Realizing it was the bees leading the charge, the swarm of bees positioned themselves between the eagle and the women. The eagle hovered cautiously in the air. Ha! I never expected this swarm of bees to aid us so significantly, Xiaojia exclaimed, elated to see the queen blocking the eagle. Xiaojia, do not celebrate too soon. What if they turn their aggression towards us? Su Xiaoyu expressed her deep concern. Aunt Su, we should hasten our escape. The fiercer their battle, the better. Instead of remaining here to witness the spectacle, it would be wiser to seek refuge in a safe place. Indeed, Xiaowan speaks truth. Song Yunxia nodded, gesturing towards the southwest. Look, there appears to be a cave. Shall we venture over to investigate? Although the entrance is quite small, its compactness affords greater concealment. Swiftly, the 5 women retreated in succession, with Song Yunxia leading the way and Su Xiaoyu bringing up the rear. As they progressed, each remained vigilant, wary of any unforeseen developments. Meanwhile, the queen bee, accompanied by her swarm, had engaged in fierce combat with the eagle. Despite the eagle's desperate flapping of its powerful wings, it managed to crush numerous bees. Nevertheless, the remaining bees pressed on, seemingly driven by a singular purpose, even at the cost of their own lives. They sought to drag the eagle down with them. After several exchanges, the eagle began to falter. Look, the eagle is on the verge of defeat. At this moment, the eagle swayed precariously. Unexpectedly, Yang Jinfeng felt a pang of sympathy for the eagle. It is merely a menacing creature. Its demise would be welcome. Had the eagle not foolishly sought to invade their nest, the queen bee would not have been driven to such bloodshed. As the women fled, they occasionally glanced back at the unfolding battle. During this time, Su Xiaoyu appeared particularly composed. Have you considered a pressing question? In under an hour, 2 eagles have appeared. What does this suggest? The women momentarily paused, then fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaowan's eyes brightened. Ansu, do you imply that there is likely an eagle's nesting ground nearby? Su Xiaoyu nodded. We must hasten to the cave. Should a troop of eagles arrive, these bees would stand no chance. Once they eliminate the queen, we shall be their next target. The women grasped the gravity of the situation. They quickened their pace towards the cave. Huanjia, we have traveled for quite some time, yet not a single vulture has been sighted. The journey has been remarkably smooth, almost unnervingly so. Ye Qiu, I too find it puzzling. Have the vultures vanished into thin air? Yuan shook her head. Could it be that the great eagle has frightened them away, forcing them to seek refuge elsewhere? At that moment, Song Yimei spoke up. Indeed, that is a possibility. Regardless, it is prudent for us to remain cautious. Sudendi, Ye furuit herbroth. Do not speak. Halt immediately. The group paused, uncertain of what had transpired. Ye Huan peered towards the southeast and whispered, "Did you hear anything just now?" "Huan Jia, I heard nothing. Are you overly anxious?" Then, Song Yunmei shook her head. However, the Monkey King and the Great Eagle nodded in affirmation. Ah, could there truly be commotion ahead? Ye Qiu perked up her ears, listening intently. Hun Junye. That hissing sound must be a snake. Yes, it is indeed a cobra. How do you know? Ye Qiu exclaimed in astonishment. Merely by attuning their ears to the sounds, they could discern the species of the snakes. This was nothing short of astonishing. Did you not see? Ye Huan pointed towards the swaying branches. As they widened their eyes to gaze, indeed, a snake's head emerged. My goodness, it was a cobra. Just as the crowd was engulfed in panic, another cobra appeared. Ye Qiu felt an urge to curse. Am I in a zoo? It is either monkeys, vultures, or cobras. When will it end? What shall we do now? Looking at the cobra flicking its tongue and glaring menacingly at them, Song Yunmei's legs turned to jelly as she leaned on Ye Qiu's left shoulder, retreating behind him. Observing Song Yunmei's evident fear, Ye Huan smiled faintly. Come on, it is merely 2 cobras. What is there to fear? It was evident that this statement was deliberately directed at Song Yunmei. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei retorted, "Oh, Yidajia, what's wrong with being afraid of cobras?" Unlike some, who are clearly terrified yet feign indifference. There's a saying, ISNT there, putting on a brave face. Ye Huan's expression darkened, her displeasure palpable. Song Yunmei, what do you mean? Are you insinuating that I fear them? Very well. Today I shall demonstrate to you what it means for a woman to stand equal to a man. With that, Ye Huan strode forward confidently. Sister Huan, what are you planning to do? Ye Qiu, alarmed, assumed that Ye Huan, in her indignation, intended to confront the 2 cobras unarmed. What do you think I'm doing? I am here to show you ladies. Oh, can you 2 refrain from bickering for no reason? Can't we all just get along? We cannot. To his surprise, both women echoed in unison. Ah, beautiful women are truly difficult to please. After taking a few steps, the large eagle beside her stirred. The eagle positioned itself in front of her, staring down the cobras. Bei, are you attempting to show off? Ye Huan gently stroked the eagle's head, her tone tender. The eagle nodded while unfurling its wings. At that moment, the Monkey King dashed to Ye Qiu's side, pointed at the cobras, and thumped its chest. Monkey King, what is your intention? Do you wish to showcase your prowess as well? Upon seeing the Monkey King nod, Ye Qiu suddenly understood. I never imagined animals could have a sense of rivalry as well. How about we let them both have a go at it? I am keen to see whether the Monkey King is formidable or if my Bei is superior. Very well, let the contest commence. 1 minute later, the eagle and the Monkey King charged toward the cobras. When they were 80 meters apart, the eagle soared into the air before diving down, while the Monkey King swiftly accelerated, circling around the cobras. In the blink of an eye, the eagle firmly grasped the cobra's abdomen with its talons, while the cobra struggled violently, twisting its head. Suddenly, the eagle released its grip. After the cobra crashed to the ground, the eagle dove once more, landing and pinning the cobra's head with its claws, then opened its beak to peck at the abdomen. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, unwilling to be outdone, leaped directly at one of the cobras, clutching its head with one hand, its abdomen with the other, and stepping on its tail with its feet. Then, with all its might, it pulled as if tearing apart a strip of spicy snack. In a brief moment, several monkeys, concerned for their king, rushed over to offer assistance. However, a single glance from the Monkey King sent these 3 retreating obediently. Chapter 63. The 2 women exchange barbs. Observing the Monkey King's serious demeanor, Ye Huan chuckled. Oh my, this monkey brother is rather amusing. Nonetheless, my Bei is truly formidable. Upon hearing this boastful declaration, Song Yunmei shot her a disdainful glance. Humph. Is your grand eagle really that impressive? Can you refrain from exaggerating? What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? If so, come and face me. Ye Huan provocatively beckoned with her finger, embodying a challenge. Seeing her brazen attitude, Song Yunmei felt a mix of anger and annoyance. She poked Ye Qiu's left waist and whispered, Ye Qiu, she's bullying me. Ye Qiu felt a headache coming on. With both sides being such formidable women, she could not afford to offend either. Mei Jia, she's just a rough person. It's best not to stoop to her level. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago, she had been frowning, but now her spirits were lifted. As the two women continued their banter, the grand eagle lost its temper. At that moment, it firmly pinned the cobra's head, raised its other foot, and pressed its toes against the snake's abdomen, then, akin to filleting an eel, forcefully sliced downwards. Moments later, the cobra was eviscerated. The gruesome scene frightened Song Yunmei, prompting her to cover her eyes and lean against Ye Qiu's back. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, unwilling to lag behind, continued to tug at the snake's body. After several more pulls, the cobra was split in two from the abdomen. Subsequently, the Monkey King extended its left hand into the cobra's belly and yanked it out with force. In the next moment, the snake's gallbladder appeared in the Monkey King's grasp. Cautiously holding the gallbladder, it shook it at the grand eagle, seemingly flaunting its prize. "Baby, go for it." Upon hearing its master's voice, the grand eagle appeared invigorated, using its left claw to poke at the cobra's belly. The grand eagle then thrust its beak into the cobra's abdomen. Approximately 7 to 8 seconds later, it directly swallowed the gallbladder. Observing this, the Monkey King approached Ye Qiu while cradling the gallbladder. It gestured towards the gallbladder, opened its mouth wide to mimic a gesture, then presented the gallbladder to Ye Qiu with both hands. "Monkey King, what do you mean by this?" "Ye Qiu, if I'm not mistaken, the Monkey King is offering you the gallbladder, hoping you will consume it," Song Yunmei interjected. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King gave a thumbs up to Song Yunmei. "Ha! My Monkey King is quite considerate. When it has something good, it knows to share with friends, unlike certain animals that hoard everything for themselves." Yi Huan was well aware that Song Yunmei was making veiled jabs at her. Although she intended to retort, she paused and realized that the latter had not spoken incorrectly. I have lived on the island for quite a while, and after catching snakes every day for some time, I've grown weary of gallbladder. Bebe truly understands me." At this moment, Song Yunmei laughed. "Haha, Yi Huan, keep spinning your tales." Realizing her thoughts had been exposed, Yi Huan was genuinely incensed and felt the urge to teach this woman a lesson. "All right, let us hasten our journey. Ye Qiu, I'm so tired. Can we take a break?" Song Yunmei exclaimed, utterly fatigued. If there were a bed at that moment, she would lie down and instantly drift into slumber. Ye Qiu suggested taking a short rest to regain strength. He agreed, yet his gaze lingered on the lifeless cobra. "What are you looking at?" Ye Qiu pointed at the dead snake with a smile and asked, "Sister May, Sister Huan, what are your thoughts?" "I crave some meat." Me too." "Very well. How about we try roasting the snake meat?" Song Yunmei, who had never tasted snake before, immediately approved enthusiastically. Ye Huan snorted disdainfully. If you want roasted snake, don't just talk. Go gather some sticks." "What do you mean, Ye Huan? Why don't you go fetch them yourself and stop bossing me around? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Sensing the tension, Ye Qiu quickly waved his hands. "Ladies, you're tired. Rest well. I'll handle the dirty and strenuous work, all right?" As he rose to leave, Song Yunmei followed him. "Ye Qiu, I'll accompany you." "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so good at winning a man's care." Ye Qiu is my man. Isn't it only natural to help him? Unlike some, stranded on an island for years, who go giddy at the sight of any man. Ye Huan se temper flated instantly. Song Yunmei, make yourself clear. Didn't he hear you? Sorry, you can go alone. With that, Song Yunmei pulled Ye Qiu to gather firewood, Monkey King trailing behind. Meanwhile, Ye Huan lay sprawled atop the great eagle, eyes half closed in rest. "Ye Qiu, that woman is truly vexing. Sister May, we are all castaways in this vast world. Why harbor hostility? With me here, no one will dare to bully you. If she and I come to blows, who would you side with?" The very question Ye Qiu dreaded had arrived. Why do women always pose such perplexing dilemmas, forcing one to choose sides? "Sister May, how could you two ever fight?" "Ye Qiu, I said if." "Answer me." I would of course support you." To placate Song Yunmei, he offered a half-hearted response. That is more like it." Pleased, Song Yunmei leaned forward, pressing a kiss to Ye Qiu's forehead. At that moment, Ye Huan witnessed the scene, pouting with a smile. Oh my. Such public displays of affection in broad daylight. What is the matter? Jealous or envious? Song Yunmei beamed with pride. Ridiculous. I've seen plenty of men before. Em exhausted. Xia Jie gasped, leaning against the rocky wall for support. Fortunately, they had all safely taken refuge in the cave. "Aunt Sue, what shall we do next?" "We can't just hide here and wait for death." Su Xiaoyu surveyed the cavern. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Come take a look. Aunt Sue, did you notice? Ouyang Xiaowan was the first to approach. Following Su Xiaoyu's pointing finger, they observed about 50 meters ahead at the cave's entrance. Two stones, each about a meter long, with a 30-centimeter gap between them. Is it the sound of flowing water? Yang Jinfeng pressed her ear against the wall, listening attentively. Shall we crawl through and see? Xiaofeng, perhaps it's best not to. Sometimes curiosity can be fatal. Xia Jia shook her head solemnly. Suddenly, Song Yunxia, who was on lookout duty at the cave entrance, rushed over in a flurry. This is bad. The Bee Queen is coming our way. Upon hearing this, the women shuddered in fear. Could it be? We have hidden in the cave. How could the Bee Queen find us here? Yang Jinfeng could hardly believe it. She even suspected that someone had informed the Bee Queen of their whereabouts. Perhaps the Bee Queen tracked them down by the scent lingering on their bodies. As they spoke, the Bee Queen, accompanied by her army, had already arrived at the cave entrance, with several bees buzzing into the cave. Chapter 64. The Dead End hearing the incessant buzzing. Yang Jinfeng's expression changed dramatically. You all look. This swarm of pesky bees has caught up with us. Her voice trembled with fear. With the Bee Queen blocking the cave's exit, there was but one way to escape, through a narrow crevice. Yet, what lay beyond the crevice remained a mystery to all. Xiaowan, you are clever and resourceful. Think of a way quickly, Song Yunxia urged, grasping Ouyang Xiaowan's hand anxiously. Ouyang Xiaowan appeared helpless. I am not Zhuge Liang. How can I conjure brilliant plans on demand? It seemed there was only one option. Su Xiaoyu pointed towards the crevice. Just as Xia Jia and Yang Jinfeng hesitated, 7 or 8 more bees flew in. What are you all waiting for? If the Bee Queen gets in, none of us will escape. Jiao Ye Jiao Feng. Are you more formidable than those 2 eagles? Why dawdle? If you hesitate any longer, you might end up in the Bee Queen's nest. Upon hearing this, the 2 women's faces paled. We must hurry, Yang Jinfeng exclaimed, pulling the still-dazed Xia Jia along. I will take the lead, Su Xiaoyu said, concerned about potential dangers ahead and intending to scout the situation first. However, just as she lifted her leg to take a step, she was halted by Ouyang Xiaowan. Xiaowan, what are you doing? Ouyang Xiaowan smiled gently. Aunt Su, we cannot let you take risks every time. Besides, we young ones are full of energy and in good shape. If danger arises, we can flee faster. Before Su Xiaoyu could refuse, she stepped forward toward the crevice. Xiaowan, be careful. Ouyang Xiaowan turned back with a smile. Sister Xia, don't worry. As they watched Ouyang Xiaowan traverse the crevice, the others felt a mix of anxiety and hope, silently praying for her safety. Suddenly, oh no, the Bee Queen has entered. Xia Jia, quick to notice the shift, realized the urgency. They had intended to wait for Ouyang Xiaowan to ascertain the safety of the path before crossing the crevice. Time was of the essence. Quickly, let us all hide in the crevice. At Su Xiaoyu's command, the group sprang into action. They were approximately 30 meters away from Ouyang Xiaowan. Time slipped by unnoticed. After about 10 minutes, Ouyang Xiaowan noticed a glimmer of light ahead. Instantly, joy surged within her. Aunt Su, Sister Xia, hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Upon hearing this, the women quickened their pace. 3 minutes later, Ouyang Xiaowan cautiously approached the end of the crevice. However, the next moment, her expression darkened. Seeing Xiaowan not only halt but also step back a few meters, Song Yunxia sensed something was amiss. Could this path be a dead end? Xiaowan, what is wrong? Sister Xia, you'll understand once you come over. Su Xiaoyu felt an ominous premonition. She and Song Yunxia arrived at the end, peering ahead. Upon doing so, the two were taken aback. It turned out that the end of this crevice led to a dead end, and beneath them, over 10 meters down, flowed a small river, its waters gushing forth from the valley across. Hearing the tumultuous sound of water, their legs trembled. Under normal circumstances, this place would be a delightful spot for recreation. However, in this moment, it undoubtedly forced them into a dire predicament. Sister Xia, what should we do now? At that moment, Xia Jia was terrified, gripping Song Yunxia's hand, fearful of slipping and falling. There are 2 options. We either rush out, risking being stung by the queen bee, or we leap down from here. Whichever choice we make, both are fraught with peril. The girls exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to decide. Bebe, come here, let's roast some meat. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu waited by the bonfire, devouring snake meat with great enthusiasm. Although only the aroma of meat filled the air, everyone savored it with delight. Yihuan glanced at the great eagle, picked up a piece of snake meat and tossed it to it. The eagle opened its beak wide and swallowed the whole piece in one gulp. I am so full. Song Yunmei patted her belly, quite pleased. Sister Huan, which path shall we take next? She gazed at 3 paths leading in different directions, not far away, suddenly feeling perplexed. Hi, you asked me? Who should I ask? Ye Qiu felt a surge of irritation. Come on, you said you knew this area like the back of your hand. How now do you claim ignorance? He decided to let it go, thinking that a gentleman should not bicker with a lady. Ye Qiu, I believe we should take the middle path. TCH, just because the middle path is easy to traverse? Ye Huan checked it. What? Is that not allowed? Earlier, I asked you, but you remained silent. Now you interject. Song Yunmei had long been displeased with this woman, and hearing her sarcastic remarks only fueled her anger. Am I not allowed to express my opinion? Are you the one who gets to decide here? She continued, Please, Miss Song, you are merely Ye Qiu's woman, not his wife. A wife is singular, while a woman can be replaced at any time. Today you, perhaps tomorrow someone else. At these words, Song Yunmei sprang to her feet, glaring at Ye Huan. Ye Huan, clarify your words. What do you mean by replaced by someone else? TCH, you mean someone like you, right? Don't think I'm unaware. Are you harboring feelings for Ye Qiu? If you wish for him, just say so, and I shall yield. Or shall we both share this fellow, allowing him to enjoy the blessings of many? You shameless. Ye Huan had not anticipated that Song Yunmei would utter such words. Simultaneously, a strange stir of emotions blossomed within her. Earlier, when Song Yunmei suggested sharing Ye Qiu, it was indeed an appealing notion. Goodness, what has come over me? Even if I were to entertain thoughts of a man, it should not be like this. What? Are you feeling stirred again? If you have any thoughts, speak them quickly. Once this village passes, the opportunity may not come again. Indeed, I almost forgot to inform you that Ye Qiu is my sister's boyfriend. What? Ye Qiu is your sister's man? Upon hearing this revelation, Ye Huan was utterly astonished. Goodness, this fellow is truly fortunate, surrounded by a pair of beauties. How shameless. Song Yunmei, have you stooped so low as to steal your sister's man? Observing the fury in Ye Huan's eyes, Ye Qiu realized he had landed himself in a grave predicament. Mei Jie, you are pushing me into the fire. Huan Jie, do not heed her nonsense. Nonsense? Ye Huan scoffed. Ye Qiu, do you take me for a mere child of 3? If there were no secrets between you two, would she dare to utter such words? Huan Jie, listen to me. My relationship with Mei Jie was purely accidental. Accidental? A mere phrase to absolve oneself of responsibility? I see you two are cut from the same cloth. Ye Qiu realized that there was no way to clear his name this time. You are truly amusing. Just a moment ago, did you not claim that I am merely Ye Qiu's woman, someone who can be replaced at any time? Ye Qiu is not married. Whom he chooses to be with is none of your concern. What is it? Unable to reach the grapes, you declare them sour? Chapter 65, a unique apology method. Dear ladies, could you not cease your quarrel? It is truly distressing. What business is it of yours? Stay out of it. To his astonishment, both women responded in unison. Ye Qiu was momentarily rendered speechless by their retort. Very well, I shall remain silent. You may continue. Since they had both spoken, he, having had his fill, reclined upon the monkey king, leisurely closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the great eagle stood faithfully in place, attentively surveying the surroundings. Oh, this great eagle is quite competent. Instantly, Ye Qiu felt a twinge of admiration for Ye Huan. He wondered what methods this woman employed to tame the great eagle so effectively. Ye Huan, do not think that just because you are Ye Qiu's fellow townsman, I shall show you leniency. We are not acquainted. Why do you persistently target me? Song Yunmei had reason to suspect that Ye Huan had developed feelings for Ye Qiu. After all, this woman had not been with a man in over a year since being stranded on the island. Now, having finally encountered a handsome young man like Ye Qiu, how could she possibly remain indifferent? It was evident that she had noticed the flirtation between herself and Ye Qiu, and thus, jealousy brewed within her. If I target you? What merits do you possess that warrant my attention? Utterly unreasonable. I cannot be bothered to converse with you. After bickering for quite some time, both parties ultimately parted ways in discontent. Neither side emerged victorious. Song Yunmei, irked, approached Ye Qiu, who was squinting his eyes in repose, and lightly kicked him with her foot, exclaiming, all you do is sleep. Ye Qiu dared not respond. The woman was clearly enraged, and should he misspeak, He would surely become her outlet for frustration. He continued to feign rest. Song Yunmei let out a cold huff and walked over to the Monkey King. Upon noticing her, the Monkey King scampered to the opposite grove, plucking a flower and presenting it to Song Yunmei. However, to his surprise, Song Yunmei smacked the Monkey King on the head. The Monkey King stood dumbfounded, rooted in place for quite some time. Nearby, Ye Huan could not suppress her laughter. "Oh, monkey, monkey! Being a sycophant is not as easy as it seems." Infuriated, the Monkey King hurled the flower to the ground and stomped on it fiercely. At this moment, Ye Qiu chuckled heartily, clutching his abdomen. "You rascal, pretending to be asleep!" Song Yunmei exclaimed in irritation, rushing over to pinch his right arm fiercely. "Ouch, it hurts! I admit my fault. Is that not enough?" Pray tell, what exactly is your fault?" "I should not have feigned sleep and ignored you." Observing the pair, a sense of envy washed over Ye Huan as he felt the ambience of a wife reprimanding her husband. He pondered, "Alas, will I ever leave this island alive? And when will that moment arrive? In the future, should I have the chance to return, I must seek a man who loves me, preferably someone as charming and witty as Ye Qiu. Is that all it takes to make amends?" Before Ye Qiu could respond, Song Yunmei suddenly yanked him closer, their faces nearly touching. A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within Ye Qiu as he wondered about her intentions. "I shall grant you an opportunity for apology," Song Yunmei declared, pointing to her right cheek with a smile. "Kiss me, and I shall forgive you." "What? Such a means of apology exists?" Ye Qiu was taken aback by Mei Jie's playful antics. Naturally, his heart rejoiced, since she had made her intentions clear. It would be unmanly to let such an opportunity slip away. "How disgusting," Ye Huan remarked with a solemn expression. "Hurry up," Ye Qiu exclaimed in disbelief at Mei Jie's eagerness, which rivaled that of man, unable to bear witnessing their affectionate exchange any longer. Ye Huan turned his gaze towards the horizon. "Why are you still dawdling? Jump already." The women, cornered by the swarm of bees, had but one escape route left. Facing the daunting height of several meters, Ouyang Shaowan felt a surge of fear. Yet, remaining still meant risking a deadly sting from the swarm. Gritting her teeth, she shut her eyes and leapt. A minute later, splashes erupted in the water. Gulping for air, Ouyang Shaowan held her breath and kicked her legs vigorously. "Antsu! Shaowan won't! Look at Shaowan!" Just as Xia Jie's concern peaked, Ouyang Shaowan's head broke the surface. "Come down, it's very safe." She waved her hand reassuringly. Soon, Ouyang Shaowan reached the shore. Next, Su Xiaoyu took her turn to jump. However, when it was Xia Jie's turn, her entire body trembled. "Xia Jie, jump now." Yang Jinfeng, positioned at the back, kept glancing behind anxiously. As the swarm of bees drew nearer and Xia Jie remained motionless, her anxiety escalated. Given the narrow gap that could not accommodate two people simultaneously, if Xia Jie did not leap, Song Yunxia and Yang Jinfeng would be left waiting. "Ye bebrave. Close your eyes. It will be over soon," Song Yunxia encouraged, patting her shoulder. "Sister Xia, I'm scared." "Xia Jie, if you do not jump, there is a significant chance that the three of us will perish here today." To assuage Xia Jie's fears, Su Xiaoyu and Ouyang Shaowan swam back to the center of the water, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. "Xia Jie, we will protect you down here. You can do it. You'll be fine." Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from Yang Jinfeng. "Xiaofeng, what happened?" Upon turning her head, Song Yunxiao immediately grasped the situation. As Xia Jie hesitated, gripped by fear, 3 bees approached, and 2 of them stung Yang Jinfeng. "I am fine." Yang Jinfeng endured the pain, tears welling up in her eyes. "Xiao Jie, you have seen it. Xiaofeng has been stung. If you do not jump down now, she may lose her life." Yet, Xia Jie remained motionless. At this moment, Song Yunxia grew angry. "Xia Jie, you're being selfish. Your fear of jumping cannot endanger Xiaofeng." "Sister Xia." Before she could finish her sentence, Song Yunxia pushed her with force. Xia Jie lost her balance and fell sideways. She never anticipated that Sister Xia would push her. "Sister Xia, Xiao Jie will blame you." Although Yang Jinfeng understood that Song Yunxia's actions were meant to help her, she worried that Xia Jie would hold a grudge. This has nothing to do with you." Following this, Song Yunxia jumped in as well. Moments later, Yang Jinfeng also leaped into the water. The queen bee hovered at the entrance of the hole before leading a swarm of bees away. After falling into the water, Xia Jie struggled desperately. I cannot swim. Please save me. Fortunately, Ouyang Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu were nearby. They swiftly swam over, each grabbing hold of Xia Jia. However, out of instinct, Ye Qiu gradually, both of them began to sink. At a critical moment, Yang Jinfeng and Song Yunxia arrived. The four of them worked together, expending great effort before finally pulling Xia Jia to the shore. Once on land, Xia Jia coughed up several mouthfuls of water. "Aunt Su, could you hold me up?" What followed was an act of madness from Xia Jia. Chapter 66. The spider blocks the path. Su Xiaoyu cautiously supported Xia Jia. Once Xia Jia steadied herself, she suddenly extended her right hand and punched Song Yunxia, who was not far away. "Sister Xia, be careful," Ouyang Xiaowan shouted, quickly embracing Xia Jia. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Song Yunxia froze for a few seconds. By the time she reacted, the punch had already landed on her left chest, causing her to stagger back several steps, accompanied by a sharp pain in her chest. "Xia Jia, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me?" Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing this, Xia Jia swung another punch. Fortunately, Yang Jinfeng, Su Xiaoyu, and the others restrained her, preventing any further movement. "Xiao Jia, why did you strike Xiao Xia? Tell me." "Aunt Su, you do not understand. It was she who pushed me down in front of Xiao Feng. Knowing I have acrophobia and cannot swim, she still did that. Is she not trying to take my life?" Xia Jia angrily pointed at Song Yunxia. "Song Yunxia, when Ye Qiu returns, I will certainly tell him about this incident, so he can see your true colors, you venomous woman." Upon hearing this, the others realized the context of the situation. "Xiao Jia, I believe Song Xia's actions were not entirely unfounded. Moreover, at that moment, both I and Xiaowan were there to support you. Even if you cannot swim, it was not overly dangerous." Hearing Su Xiaoyu defend Song Yunxia, Xia Jia's mouth twitched in disbelief. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Su Xiaoyu would side with Song Yunxia. "Xiao Wan and Xiao Feng, please come and adjudicate this matter. Who is in the right and who is in the wrong?" Yang Jinfeng and Ouyang Xiaowan exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Jinfeng took the initiative to express her opinion. "Jiuye, it is not that I am biased towards Sister Xia, but if I were in her place, I would act similarly. Have you not considered that the queen bee is within reach? If we continue to delay, the first to suffer will be me." To her surprise, Yang Jinfeng was also siding with Song Yunxia. As Ouyang Xiaowan prepared to speak, Xia Jia raised her hand. "Xiaowan, do not speak further. This matter is entirely my fault. Song Yunxia bears no blame at all, correct?" Sensing Xia Jia's agitation, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly attempted to soothe her. "Jiuye, please calm down. In this situation, Xiao Xia also holds some responsibility. We shall not favor either party." "Very well. Then I demand that she apologize to me immediately." Upon witnessing Xia Jia's aggressive stance, Song Yunxia became incensed. "Xia Jia, do not think that just because you're an old classmate of Ye Qiu, I will not dare to confront you. You refuse to reflect, yet you demand an apology from me? Not a chance." She continued, "If you do not wish to jump, do not drag others down with you. Had you been in Xiao Feng's position, whether you chose to jump or not would be of no concern to me. Say that again if you dare. Do you think I fear you?" As their quarrel escalated, the two began to grapple. To everyone's astonishment, the three present could not restrain them. With a forceful shove, Xia Jia knocked Su Xiaoyu to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, while Yang Jinfeng and Ouyang Xiaowan were assisting her, she dashed toward Song Yunxia and seized her collar. Unyielding, Song Yunxia retaliated by pulling Xia Jia's hair and yanking it fiercely. "Ouch, that hurts." The sudden pain in her scalp brought tears to Xia Jia's eyes. "Song Yunxia, I will fight you to the end." She lunged forward, tackling Song Yunxia to the ground. The two quickly became embroiled in a struggle. "Jiuye, Xiao Xia, stop this at once." "Aunt Su, this is a matter between the two of us. Do not interfere." Xia Jia intended to use this opportunity to settle her score with Song Yunxia once and for all. "Aunt Su, perhaps we should refrain from intervening. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have fought." "Ouyang Xiaowan policewoman aside. Xiaowan, do you think they will be all right?" "Do not worry. At most they will suffer some superficial injuries." Ouyang Xiaowan recognized that both women were harboring pent-up frustrations and sought an outlet. Perhaps this confrontation would even strengthen their bond. Witnessing the two become increasingly intimate before her eyes, Yi Huan felt a surge of anger. She tapped Jiao on the head and declared, "Bebe, we are leaving." "Sister Huan, where are you going?" I have no desire to play the third wheel. You two carry on. Sensing Ye Huan's displacere. Ye Qiu satu apeaseher. Sister Huan, how could you say that? Will you continue to indulge in your romantic dalliance here? Or shall we hasten our journey? I shall follow Sister Huan's lead. If you direct me east, I will not venture west. Hearing Ye Qiu's sweet words, Ye Huan's previously sullen expression transformed into a radiant smile. Suddenly, Ye Qiu felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he quickly grasped the situation. It appears that Song Yunmei, the jealous one, has succumbed to envy. See Ye Qiu, glancing at the pot while eating from the bowl, lamented that her presence was insufficient and that she had to provoke Ye Huan. How outrageous! Is this woman out of her mind? My interaction with Ye Huan was merely a casual conversation, yet I've been unjustly branded as a flirt. As the group traversed a kilometer, Ye Huan, who was leading, suddenly halted. Quick, stop! Look over there. Ye Qiu and Song Yunmei raised their heads to see two trees standing about 100 meters ahead, separated by approximately 2 meters. My goodness, what a massive spider web. What should we do, Ye Qiu? Sister Huan, we can either pass through or return the way we came. At that moment, the Monkey King began to bounce restlessly. Ye Qiu, the Monkey King must sense danger. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Ye Qiu cautiously surveyed the surroundings and pulled Song Yunmei behind her. Sister Mei, stay sharp. If any unexpected situation arises, do not concern yourself with me. Just flee immediately. Song Yunmei shook her head. Ye Qiu, I would never abandon you, even in danger. I wish to remain by your side. Ye Qiu felt touched and gently caressed her face. What on earth are you doing at such a critical moment? Ye Huan shot a glare at Ye Qiu. At that moment, the Monkey King bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it with force. With a resounding thud, it appeared to strike something. The next second, a gigantic spider, roughly the size of 2 adult rabbits, swiftly descended from the tree. The spider quickly climbed onto the web. An eerie transformation occurred. The spider, once black, now became transparent. From a distance, only the web was visible. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiao and Xia Jia had been engaged in a fierce battle for about 10 minutes. Exhausted, they both gasped for breath. Xiao Jia, Xiao Xia, feeling better now? Su Xiaoyu asked with a smile. The two exchanged glances and smiled in return. All right, let us hasten our journey. Fortunately, the river was not deep, and the 5 women crossed it hand in hand, the passage proving relatively smooth. Sister Xia, I apologize for biting your left leg. Will the wound be all right in the water? No worries, it's just a minor injury. Little did she know, this bean-sized wound would bring them immense calamity. Chapter 67. A frightening encounter in the valley. Haha. This water is truly refreshing. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, the moment the women stepped into the water, a wave of coolness enveloped their feet, providing great comfort. At that moment, Yang Jinfeng began to feel thirsty. Looking at the crystalline stream, she hesitated for a moment before bending down to scoop some water with her hands and tasting it with her tongue. Wow, this water has a hint of sweetness, akin to spring water. You all should try it. Seeing Yang Jinfeng drink heartily from the stream, the other women could no longer contain themselves and began to drink as well. Meanwhile, blood oozed intermittently from the injury on Song Yunxia's left foot, flowing downstream with the current. Ah, how delightful it would be to take a bath. Sister Xia, aren't you worried about bugs in the water? Ouyang Shaowan chuckled. Suddenly, Xia Jia splashed water towards Yang Jinfeng, exclaiming, Haha, how amusing. With a huff, Yang Jinfeng retorted, Little Jia, just wait, I shall deal with you. The 2 women engaged in a spirited water fight. Su Xiaoyu, Ouyang Shaowan, and Song Yunxia stood in the water, observing the lively scene. In that moment, each of their hearts brimmed with joy. Ever since they had been stranded on the island, they had felt a sense of gloom and oppression. And now, they finally had the opportunity to release their pin-up emotions. As they chatted merrily, a kilometer away downstream, a peculiar group of fish emerged from the heart of the mountains and waters. Each fish measured approximately 20 centimeters in length, resembling carp but with unusually large mouths and 2 sharp teeth protruding like human incisors. Suddenly, the previously tranquil school of fish stirred into a frenzy, darting upstream in unison, drawn by the scent of blood. Xiajia, look over there. There is an adorable little white rabbit. Ouyang Shaowan exclaimed with delight. There, on the opposite bank, a rabbit lay on a large rock. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A long, slender green snake appeared, inching closer to the unsuspecting rabbit. Oh no! The rabbit is in danger. Ouyang Xiaowan fretted, but the distance was too great, and being on the opposite side rendered her helpless. What should we do? What should we do? Her mind raced. Xiaowan, quickly throw stones. If we scare away the rabbit, the green snake won't be able to catch it. Ouyang Xiaowan's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Yes, how did I not think of that? Xiajia, you're brilliant. The two women immediately sprang into action, each gathering a handful of stones and hurling them with all their might. To their astonishment, the green snake, startled, slithered away. Meanwhile, the rabbit, sensing the presence of humans, made a desperate leap to reach the shore. However, its jump was not swift enough, and in a moment of misfortune, it fell into the stream. Ouyang Xiaowan could only watch helplessly as the rabbit was swept away. Xiaowan, don't worry. The water isn't deep. Perhaps the rabbit will survive. Seeing Xiaowan's somber expression, Song Yunxia rushed to offer comfort. As the rabbit was carried downstream by the current, the school of fish tirelessly swam upstream. After a few minutes, the two parties nearly crossed paths. Upon spotting the rabbit, the fish, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, turned and pursued it. In less than 30 seconds, the rabbit found itself encircled. What followed was a shocking scene. The fish, akin to ravenous wolves, lunged at the rabbit, opening their jaws wide and viciously tearing into it. In the blink of an eye, nothing remained of the rabbit but a pool of blood staining the waters. Having dispatched the rabbit, the fish continued their relentless journey upstream. Ye Qiu, we can only proceed once we take care of that spider, Ye Huan said, her expression grave as she warily fixed her gaze upon the spider, which lounged languidly on its web. At that moment, the Monkey King pointed to one of the monkeys. Ye Qiu understood that the Monkey King intended for his subordinate to test the waters. The designated monkey took the order and dashed forward. Halting 3 meters from the spider, it bent down to pick up a stick from the ground, perceiving it as nothing more than a simple task of striking the spider. Holding a wooden stick, the monkey had just risen, poised to attack, when a startling scene unfolded. The spider, which moments ago had been languidly resting, now stood firmly upon its web. As it opened its mouth, Ye Qiu felt an ominous premonition. He was about to alert the monkey, but it was too late. The spider suddenly expelled its silk, astonishing everyone as it shot forth several meters, perfectly ensnaring the monkey. The monkey struggled desperately, tugging at the web with its arms. Yet, the seemingly ordinary silk proved to be remarkably resilient. This spider is utterly monstrous. Ye Qiu could hardly believe his eyes. It was known that an adult monkey possessed formidable strength, capable of contending with wolves without losing ground. Yet, it was unable to escape a mere web. At that moment, the Monkey King grew furious. It approached the monkey, glaring at it with an expression of disdain. Huh, the Monkey King is in for a surprise. Ye Huan discerned that this web was anything but ordinary. Sister Huan, what do you mean by that? Ye Qiu, you'll understand shortly. The Monkey King extended its left hand and tugged mightily. To its astonishment, the web merely bent slightly. Suddenly, the Monkey King sensed something amiss. Upon opening its palm, it discovered a gash, as if inflicted by steel wire. The Monkey King, having suffered a setback, shot a reproachful glance at its subordinate, as if scolding it. Damn it. You knew this web was extraordinary. Why did you not warn me before I acted? Looking at its ensnared subordinate, the Monkey King hopelessly turned to Ye Qiu, hoping for a solution. Sister Huan, do you have any ideas? Alas, this is the first time I've encountered such a spider. Just as they were deliberating strategies, the spider moved again. It suddenly spat out silk once more, once, twice, a total of 10 times. Soon, the monkey's entire body was completely enveloped, resembling a cocoon, rendering it entirely invisible. Initially, its cries could still be heard, but after approximately 2 minutes, the sounds grew increasingly faint. It's over. It seems that monkey is doomed. Suddenly, Xiajie felt a strange sensation beneath her feet. She looked down, but saw nothing amiss. Unbeknownst to her, several fish had already swum close to them. Several women, soaking their feet and chatting, remained oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, Yang Jinfeng let out a scream. Xiaofeng, what is wrong? Ouyang Xiaowan, closest to her, assumed something had happened and rushed over. It hurts. Before Ouyang Xiaowan could stabilize herself, she felt a piercing pain at her left knee. Xiaowan! Xiaowan! Su Xiaoyu quickly realized that the stream was behaving strangely. Quickly, get ashore. No sooner had she spoken than Yang Jinfeng screamed again. The faces of the women paled. Xiao Jia, why are you still dawdling? Get ashore. Su Xiao Yu Xiao. Meanwhile, not far away, the shoal of fish surged forward, frantically charging towards them. Chapter 68, Piranhas? Watching the dark mass of fish approach, Su Xiaoyu felt a wave of panic wash over her. Quickly run to the shore. Yet, Yang Jinfeng and Xia Jia remained completely oblivious. Their thoughts were even occupied with the idea of fish therapy. At that moment, a fish swam right up to Ouyang Xiaowan once more. Ouyang Xiaowan had already sensed something amiss. She swiftly turned and made her way to the shore. Suddenly, that fish leapt out of the water, aiming for her left hand. Just as it was about to bite, Song Yunxia, beside her, panic-stricken, quickly removed a shoe and swung it like a baseball bat, striking the fish with great force. In an instant, the fish was sent flying several meters away. Hurry up to the shore. Why do I feel like these fish are a bit terrifying? The thought of their sharp fangs sent a chill down Song Yunxia's spine. Thank you, Xiajia. The two girls clasped hands and hurried toward the shore. Upon seeing Yang Jinfeng and Xia Jia still frolicking in the water, Su Xiaoyu grew anxious and turned back to pull them away forcefully. Aunt Su, I want to soak my feet a little longer. Yang Jinfeng complained. Her tone tinged with irritation. It's so much fun, so enjoyable. Clearly, they were unaware that a calamity awaited them. Yang Jinfeng sat in the water on a protruding rock, playfully swinging her adorable feet. Moments later, two fish approached from either side, charging toward her. The next second, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Oh, it hurts. Yang Jinfeng yanked her foot out of the water in agony. Looking down, she saw a fish clamped tightly onto one of her toes, blood immediately oozing forth. Even more terrifying, as the blood dripped into the water. The scent of it quickly attracted more predatory fish. What are you still doing? Quickly get up here. At that moment, dozens of fish surrounded the three girls, leaving them with no escape route. They had no choice but to scramble onto the highest point of a large rock, which rose about a meter above the surface. Initially, they stood at the lower edge of the rock, only 30 centimeters above the water. This is bad. Quickly climb to the top. Seeing the fish leaping high, Su Xiaoyu led the two girls upward. Witnessing this horrific scene, Song Yunxia, who had returned to the shore, felt her legs weaken with fear. That had been far too close. Had they been a minute later, she and Ouyang Xiaowan might have faced dire consequences. Xiaowan, these fish are so ferocious. I've never seen anything like them. Are they mutated? Ouyang Xiaowan chuckled. Sister Xia, have you watched too many zombie movies? Mutated? Let me tell you, if I'm not mistaken, they are probably the legendary piranhas. What? Piranhas? The mention of those words sent a shiver down Song Yunxia's spine. Xiaowan, piranhas can't really eat people, can they? What about Aunt Su and Xiajia? Watching the three trapped on the rock, surrounded by piranhas, Song Yunxia was filled with anxiety. Ah, Jinfeng and Jia are truly bothersome, dragging Aunt Su into this mess. At present, we find ourselves in a predicament, left to await the departure of the piranhas. Yet, what if the piranhas refuse to leave? This group of piranhas has fortuitously discovered a sumptuous feast. It is unlikely they would depart easily. Perched upon a rock, Yang Jinfeng gazed at her injured toe, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the piranha clung tenaciously to her foot. Xiaofeng, please do not cry. Su Xiaoyu, feeling flustered at encountering piranhas for the first time, was further unsettled by Yang Jinfeng's weeping. Aunt Su, you must think of a solution. Xia Jia joined in the lamentation. Enough of your tears. Does crying provide a remedy? The most pressing matter now is to remove this piranha. How can we do that? We have no knives. Otherwise, I would slay this beast with one swift stroke. Gathering a few small stones, Su Xiaoyu devised a plan. Yeah. Let us use these small stones to see if we can crush this piranha. Xia Jian nodded in agreement. Thus, the two girls picked up several larger stones. One aimed at the piranha's head and another at its abdomen. In the next moment, the piranha thrashed violently. It hurts! The piranha viciously bit into Yang Jinfeng's toe. Xia Jia embraced her tightly, offering continuous comfort. Xiaofeng, bear with it. It will soon be over. Beast, I shall put an end to you. Su Xiaoyu grasped a slightly larger stone, raised it high, and brought it down with force. In an instant, a bloody hole appeared in the piranha's abdomen. After a few more struggles, it fell still. Jie, cautiously pried, opened the piranha's jaws. In the next moment, all three women gasped in horror. My heavens! Yang Jinfeng's toe has been severed, barely held together by skin. On my toe! The beauty-conscious Yang Jinfeng threw her head back in a wail. Hearing her anguished cries, Ouyang Xiaowan and Song Yunxiao on the shore realized the gravity of the situation. Xiaofeng, what has happened? They shouted in alarm. Em mifine. Yang Jinfeng gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain, forcing a smile. Xiaofeng, sit down. Let me bandage your injury. Su shall you serviet haratire, hesitated. Then forcefully tore off a strip of fabric measuring 1 centimeter in length and 3 centimeters in width from her shirt. Aunt Su, you noticing the expanse of pale skin exposed on Su Xiaoyu's abdomen? Xia Jie whispered a reminder. It's nothing. Besides, there are no men here. After several minutes, the wound was finally dressed. With the comforting words of Su Xiaoyu and Xia Jie, Yang Jinfeng's spirits began to stabilize. Aunt Su, how do we escape from here? Watching the piranhas still prowling nearby, Xia Jie felt a profound sense of despair. Curse those piranhas. One day, I shall skin you alive and feast upon your flesh. Yang Jinfeng declared fieramente. Alas, we must wait. Perhaps the piranhas will grow impatient and seek sustenance elsewhere. Observing the audacious spider, Ye Qiu felt both anger and frustration. Ye Qiu, what if we burn it to death? Song Yunmei suggested softly. Burn it? This notion is quite commendable. Subsequently, Ye Qiu cast a glance at Yi Huan, as if seeking her counsel. It is worth a try, she replied, for at that moment, Yi Huan found herself devoid of alternative options. In no time, the group gathered a heap of firewood. Once ignited, Ye Qiu and the others hurled the burning sticks with great force. Beast, this time your demise is assured. Yet, Yi Huan doused their enthusiasm with a layer of cold water. Ye Qiu, do not celebrate prematurely. You are unaware that this island harbors numerous aberrant creatures. Are you suggesting there is a Chapter 69 foot-licking dog situation? Ye Qiu retorted with a chuckle, merely jesting. Yi Huan offered no further elucidation. Everyone, please step back. After the group retreated a dozen paces, Ye Qiu summoned the Monkey King, and the two of them carried a pile of firewood, advancing approximately 20 meters. Throughout this, the spider remained fixated on them. After setting down the firewood, they took a few minutes to ignite 2 heaps, incessantly tossing them toward the spider. Before long, beneath the web, 20 or so pieces would lay in a heap. Yet, astonishingly, the spider exhibited no reaction to the roaring flames. At that moment, it extended its forelegs, swaying them as if to boast and flaunt. Ha! You think you can incinerate me? That is impossible. Give up that notion. This creature is unafraid of fire? Ye Qiu it heartbroken. Sister Huan, do you have any other methods? We cannot simply retreat due to this beast, can we? Have you not heard of the 5 elements? Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, as espoused in Taoist philosophy? Since fire is ineffective, why not attempt an assault with water? Ye Qiu was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. Damn, I was inquiring about a means to vanquish the spider. Sister Huan, you are merely being cryptic and bringing up philosophical concepts. What? Do you think I'm spouting nonsense? Ye Huan laughed, patting the back of the giant eagle and whispering a few words into its ear. The eagle nodded and took flight. Sister Huan, are you sending the eagle for reinforcements? Do we truly need reinforcements for such a pitiful spider? As for where Bei Bei has gone, you shall find out shortly. Listening to Yi Huan's playful hints, Song Yunmei felt a twinge of irritation. Some individuals are naturally inclined to put on airs, relishing in the pretense of seeking attention. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan recognized that Song Yunmei was mocking her. However, she chose to disregard it. Time passed quietly. Approximately 5 minutes later, the giant eagle returned. It dove down, coming to a steady halt before Yi Huan. Gently stroking the eagle's head, Yi Huan smiled and said, "Go ahead, be cautious." In the next moment, the eagle ascended into the sky, circling for several seconds before suddenly diving at great speed. Sister Huan, what is Bei Bei planning? This is perilous. As the distance between the eagle and the spider diminished, Ye Qiu hastily alerted Yi Huan. Do not worry, Bei Bei will be just fine. When the two parties were merely 3 meters apart, the eagle suddenly opened its beak wide. Simultaneously, the spider sensed danger and prepared to spit silk. Moments later, the river water expelled by the eagle collided with the webbing unleashed by the spider. a bizarre scene unfolded. Upon contact, the extraordinarily resilient web began to dissolve slowly in the river water. What? The spider's web is vulnerable to river water? Ye Qiu never anticipated such a predicament. Huh? Ye Qiu, how do you feel? It's that simple. Ye Huan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, wore a self-satisfied expression. TCH, what are you so smug about? I suspect you know the spider's weaknesses. Otherwise, how would you have considered using water as an attack? Your earlier mention of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, was merely a ruse to mislead others. Song Yunmei, do I have a grudge against you? Why do you always target me? So what if I knew in advance? What did you do to me? Regardless of the process, the outcome is what truly matters, understand? Then, with a sarcastic tone, she added, oh dear, I am not like certain individuals who, when faced with trouble, can only act coy and seek refuge in a man's embrace. It's as if they cannot survive without a man. Song Yunmei, infuriated, realized that Ye Huan's words were directed at her. Heh, I cannot live without man. Unlike someone who is so alone that she doesn't even have a man. Ah, the classic case of sour grapes. Ye Huan, in a fit of rage, stamped her foot. She had originally thought to suppress Song Yunmei with this incident, but the woman was so sharp-tongued that Ye Huan found herself at a loss for words. Ye Qiu, they say when fellow villagers meet, they are moved to tears. We are both descendants of the Ye family. Can you bear to see me bullied by others? As she spoke, a few tears fell. What? Goodness. Ye Huan actually cried out of anger? Ye Huan, watch your words. What do you mean by being bullied by others? Am I not someone? I am Ye Qiu's woman. Do you understand? You are the outsider. Shameless, brazen. What is so remarkable about being Ye Qiu's woman? If he desired, I could also be his woman. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu was drenched in cold sweat. Goodness, how could such words be uttered? This woman is too fierce. Ha Ye Huan. You have finally admitted to having feelings for Ye Qiu. TCH, I thought you were pure, but it turns out you want to dig a hole in the wall. Dig your sister. With a belly full of anger, Ye Huan, seeing Song Yunmei chattering incessantly, rushed over to grab her by the clothes, ready to teach her a lesson. Seeing this, Ye Qiu hurriedly ran over to mediate. However, the Monkey King was one step ahead. With a leap, he arrived before the two women. Suddenly, the Monkey King struck, gripping Ye Huan's left hand, deliberately exposing his sharp teeth and assuming a fierce countenance. Ha Ye Huan, look! Even a Monkey King cannot stand by, coming over to assist me. Song Yunmei, do not revel too soon. You have an ally, but I have one too. Then, pointing at the Monkey King, she shouted loudly, you are nothing but a sycophant. Ye Huan blew a whistle. In the next moment, the great eagle took action. It flapped its enormous wings, quickly flying to Ye Huan's side, then opened its beak to attack the Monkey King. The Monkey King, frightened, took a few steps back. After waiting and waiting, half an hour passed. This group of piranhas continued to circle the large rock. Xiaofeng, are you feeling better? Su Ai, the bleeding has stopped, but it still hurts a bit. Su Xiaoyu, holding Yang Jinfeng's hand, looked at the throng of piranhas, her mind a blank slate. Just as the women were at a loss, suddenly, a muffled thunder echoed from the sky. Ouyang Shaoan lifted her gaze and observed that the sky, which had been clear with drifting white clouds moments before, had now become engulfed in ominous dark clouds. Soon after, a series of thunderclaps echoed through the air, their terrifying roar unsettling her deeply. Watching the sky crackle with lightning, Song Yunxiao instinctively shrank her neck in apprehension. She mused if only these heavenly thunderbolts could strike here. Perhaps they would frighten away this swarm of man-eating fish. Shaoan, cease these fanciful notions about celestial thunder, came the admonition. Suddenly, a piercing scream arose nearby. Aunt Su, I'm so frightened. Just seconds earlier, a bolt of lightning had descended from the sky, striking the valley's water directly from thousands of meters above. Instantly, the river's surface rippled with waves. Do not be afraid, Su Xiaoyu soothed, cradling Xia Jie protectively. The lightning had traced the edge of a rock, leaving the three women profoundly shaken. Shaoan, look! Song Yunxia pointed toward the river. By heavens, my wish has come true. At that moment, the corpses of more than a dozen man-eating fish floated to the surface. Su Xiaoyu and the others also took notice. Ha! Cursed man-eaters, may the heavenly thunder smite you. Let this be a warning to you never to harm others again. Chapter 70. Aunt Sue Borrow's clothes Xia Jia looked up at the sky with a joyous expression. Oh heavens, send down more thunderbolts to obliterate these vile beasts once and for all. No sooner had she spoken than 7 or 8 bolts of lightning tore across the sky, striking the water near the protruding rock and sending waves crashing. Yet 2 of these bolts struck the rock's left and right side simultaneously, and Yang Jinfeng happened to be seated on the rock's left side. With a crack, the rock split apart, fragments tumbling into the water. Suddenly losing her balance, Yang Jinfeng toppled and plunged into the valley's waters. Onsu, Ye Qiu. She cried out desperately, thrashing her arms to stay afloat. Xiaofeng, swim this way. Su Xiaoyu lay prone on the rock, with Xia Jia sitting on her hips to steady her. She stretched out her hands, attempting to grasp Yang Jinfeng. Alas, the distance was too great. Su Xiaoyu's left hand only brushed the tips of Yang Jinfeng's fingers. Meanwhile, the man-eating fish, having tasted the sting of the thunder, did not flee, but instead retreated a few dozen meters, circling as if seeking an opportunity. Oh no, Xiaofeng might. On shore, Ouyang Xiaowan and Song Yunxiao were overwhelmed with worry upon witnessing their friend fall into the water. I must rescue Xiaofeng, Song Yunxiao fretted, restless like an ant on a hot pan. She racked her brain for a solution, but found none. Just as she was about to plunge into the water, Ouyang Xiaowan stopped her. Xiaowan, what are you doing? Xia Jia, if you swim out there recklessly, it will be a senseless death. That one tea saves Xiaofeng, and you'll lose your own life, Xiaowan urged. I'm as anxious as you about Sister Feng's fall, but we must not act impulsively. But I can't just stand by and watch Xiaofeng be devoured by those man-eaters. Song Yunxia sobbed, tears streaming uncontrollably. Did you not see? Those fish have not dared to approach. I'm convinced they fear the thunderbolts, Xiaowan reasoned, gazing into the distance. Indeed, the man-eating fish had retreated far away. Aunt Sue, it's out of reach. We must devise a plan. I understand, but there is no rope here. What shall we do? Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu's gaze fixed upon Xia Jia. Under her intense stare, Xia Jia felt uneasy. Aunt Sue, why are you looking at me like that? Xia Jia was bewildered, glancing down at herself. Huh, nothing unusual here. Xiaoyu said, Xia Jia, I wish to borrow something from you. I wonder if you'd be willing. Xia Jia grew more puzzled. Aunt Sue, aren't we trying to save Xiaofeng now? Why suddenly ask to borrow something? Xia Jia suspected Su Xiaoyu was deliberately stalling, perhaps unwilling to rescue Yang Jinfeng. Hee. Xia Jia, borrowing this from you is exactly to save Xiaofeng. Then she pointed at the white coat. Quick, take off your coat. Hearing this, Xia Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Su Xiaoyu. Could it be that Su Xiaoyu intended? At that thought, her delicate frame trembled slightly, and she stepped back 3 paces, deliberately creating distance. Xia Jia, why are you so nervous? I'm not nervous at all. Su Xiaoyu realized she must have been misunderstood. We can't reach Xiaofeng, right? I plan to twist your coat into a rope. That way, Xiaofeng can climb up. Upon hearing this, Xia Jia's mind cleared instantly. She felt somewhat embarrassed. Soon, a rope fashioned from the twisted coat was ready. Xiaofeng, hold onto the rope tightly. Yang Jinfeng gripped the rope firmly, while Su Xiaoyu and Xia Jia exerted all their strength from above. Keep going, use more strength. Aunt Sue and Xia Jia, you can do it. Ouyang Xiaowan and Song Yunxia continuously cheered them on. Time slipped away silently. After 2 minutes of joint effort, they finally pulled Yang Jinfeng up. At that moment, the 2 women were breathless and exhausted. Oh my goodness, I'm exhausted. Xia Jia, you're so heavy. Looks like you need to lose some weight. Hearing their playful banter, Yang Jinfeng gave a wry smile. Meanwhile, Monkey King held the great eagle's head, and the eagle fixed its beak on Monkey King's abdomen. Huan Jia, could you make Bebe stop? Ye Qiu glanced toward Monkey King again. Seeing Bebe being bullied by Monkey King, Yi Huan was displeased. She swiftly stepped forward, drew her bow, and aimed at Monkey King. Witnessing this, Song Yunmei became angry. Hey, Yi Huan, have some decency. Monkey King and the Great Eagle are fighting. Why interfere? If you have guts, let them duel one-on-one. Song Yunmei was shrewd. If she didn't stand up now to protect Monkey King, he might not protect her in the future. Duel? Not a chance. If it weren't for you, they'd never be fighting. Honestly, you're the troublemaker. Who are you calling a troublemaker? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. No wonder you're almost 30 and still single. Hearing their quarrel, Ye Qiu simply covered his ears. Since you love fighting so much, I'll let you bicker all you want. Ye Qiu. Those man-eating fish must have been frightened by the recent thunder. I observed for a few minutes and noticed they dare not approach. Why not seize this opportunity and swim back to shore? Su Xiaoyu believed that continuing to wait was not a viable solution. It would be better to take a chance. Onsu, I am afraid. Yang Jinfeng, having narrowly escaped the jaws of the piranhas, was still trembling with fear. Xiaofeng, I think Aunt Su's idea is quite reasonable. Why don't we give it a try? I want to try. If you want to, you can go ahead. Seeing her firm stance, Su Xiaoyu glanced at Xiajia and said, You stay with Xiaofeng. I will scout ahead. To persuade Yang Jinfeng, Su Xiaoyu had to take the risk herself. All right. Aunt Su, please be careful. If anything seems off, come back quickly. I will keep an eye on them. Su Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously descended from the rock. As she saw Su Xiaoyu's body gradually submerge into the water, for reasons unknown, Yang Jinfeng's heart raced. Aunt, I'm feeling quite anxious. Why don't you come back? It's better not to take risks. Xiaofeng, I will be fine. Su Xiaoyu opened her arms and swam towards the opposite shore. As she swam, memories of 20 years ago flooded her mind, her husband and her swimming in the little river by their hometown. Now, time had flown and everything had changed. In just a few minutes, Su Xiaoyu reached the middle of the valley's waters. Aunt Su, go for it, go for it. On the shore, the others were intently watching the group of piranhas. Suddenly, Ouyang Shaowan furrowed her brows. Not far away, about 100 meters from the group of piranhas, a massive splash erupted inexplicably. This is not good. There is something else in the water. Judging by the size of the splash, it must be substantial. Chapter 71. The Terrifying Piranha King. Xiajia, look over there. What is that? Song Yunxiao looked up and saw, about 200 meters ahead, a tail emerging from the water surface. At that moment, the tail was moving with considerable speed. Shaowan, could it be a shark? Yeah. We are not connected to the ocean here. How could it possibly be a shark? If I'm not mistaken, it is likely related to that group of piranhas. Instantly, Song Yunxiao's expression changed. Aunt Su, Xiaojia, there's danger. You must climb to the highest point. Hearing Song Yunxiao's shout, the three women were momentarily stunned. Soon, Xiaojia noticed something was amiss. Quick, climb up. What is happening? Aunt, there's a monster ahead. Hurry. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoyu and Yang Jinfeng swiftly climbed toward the highest point of the rocks. Just as the three reached the summit, the large tail was already close at hand. That was close. We were just seconds away. Aunt Su, what is that thing? Xiaofeng, I do not know. We will find out once it shows its head. Meanwhile, Xiaojia was staring intently at the water surface. At that moment, the piranhas, which had been lurking nearby, suddenly grew bolder and surged forward in a frenzy. This is not good. Judging by their behavior, this monster is formidable. At that moment, on the water's surface, the piranhas formed a circle around the creature. Suddenly, a massive head burst forth from the water, sending waves crashing around. Upon beholding its remarkably sharp teeth and a pair of deep crimson eyes, the three women were taken aback, their legs trembling uncontrollably. My goodness, it is the king of piranhas. In comparison to ordinary piranhas, this particular specimen was significantly larger, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and standing 30 centimeters tall. It is over, we are surely doomed, thought Yang Jinfeng, her heart heavy with despair, having relinquished all hope. Xiaoyu, muster your spirits. We can certainly overcome the piranha, despite the terror that gripped her heart. She feigned composure, for in such dire moments, a disheartened spirit would render them mere lambs awaiting slaughter, indistinguishable from a death sentence. Aunt Su, you encourage us to rally. If we could hardly contend with ordinary piranhas, how could we possibly face their leader? What chance do three women have in such a battle? Yang Jinfeng's gaze was vacant, embodying a mindset of resignation. As ancient wisdom states, human determination can triumph over heaven. Although the king of piranhas is fearsome, I refuse to believe there is no glimmer of hope for victory. Declared Xiajia, unafraid. Xiaojia, if we are to perish, we may as well fight with all we've got. Su Xiaoyu clenched her fists and exchanged a determined smile with Xiajia. With that, she bent down to pick up a sizable rock and hurled it towards the king of piranhas. However, the creature did not flinch. Instead, it opened its mouth wide. What on earth does this beast intend? Could it be that it seeks to swallow the rock whole? Song Yunxiao was utterly astonished. Such audacity from the king of piranhas. Sister Xia, I have an ominous premonition. Since this beast does not evade, but rather invites the projectile, it must possess some form of confidence. Indeed, mere moments later, the rock found its way directly into its mouth. Haha, Xiaojia, I threw it quite accurately, Su Xiaoyu beamed with joy. However, her elation was short-lived as a shocking spectacle unfolded before them. After the rock was ingested, the king of piranhas began to chew leisurely, producing a series of crunching sounds that suggested it was relishing the experience. How can this be? Xiaojia exclaimed in disbelief. This king of piranhas is terrifying. It is but a stone, and yet it manages to crush it. Ouyang Shaowan was drenched in cold sweat at the thought. Should the king of piranhas take a bite, one might lose half a life. Within a minute, the rock had been digested. At this moment, the king of piranhas raised its head higher and began to playfully swirl its tail, circling the large stone. Aunt Su, what is this creature planning? Xiaojia was filled with dread, hiding behind Yang Jinfeng. What else could it be doing? This beast is undoubtedly searching for an opportunity. Then, Su Xiaoyu urged, Xiaofeng, Xiaojia, come to the center. Do not stray to the sides, for this creature possesses remarkable leaping ability. The two girls embraced tightly in fear. Meanwhile, Yi Huan and Song Yunmei had been bickering incessantly, yet neither could claim superiority over the other. The great eagle and the monkey king, eager to please their respective masters, engaged in playful antics. Ladies, have you resolved your quarrel? If we do not depart soon, darkness will soon descend, Song Yunmei remarked, casting a glance at Ye Qiu with a hint of annoyance. Humph, considering the favor of Ye Qiu, I shall grant you clemency this time, and will not hold a grudge. With that, she ran to Ye Qiu, linking her arm with his. Huh, I don't regard you at all, she scoffed, her tone dripping with derision. It's truly amusing that you expect me to yield. What's the matter? Are you unwilling to comply? Do you wish to engage in a further confrontation? As Song Yunmei spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, ready for a fight. Let us do this. Who's afraid? Observing the escalating tension between the two women, Ye Qiu longed for a place to hide. At that moment, he recalled a saying, why must women complicate matters for one another? Suddenly, from a thicket to the right, tufts of grass swayed vigorously. Could it be that an animal was approaching? Since arriving on this island, Ye Qiu had been exceptionally cautious. The slightest rustle made him vigilant, prepared for any unexpected events. Enough of the quarrel. There's something moving over there. In an instant, both women fell silent, their gazes instinctively drawn to the commotion. The grass continued to tremble violently. Ye Huan sivifli, no kedan aroth. Moments later, the swaying ceased. Monkey King, go take a look, Ye Qiu commanded. The Monkey King shot Ye Qiu a glare, as if to say, why don't you go? You want me to handle the dangerous tasks? It gestured to another monkey behind it, mumbling a few words. The other monkey darted into the underbrush. Just as it steadied itself, a dark figure lunged out, sinking its teeth into its neck. The monkey struggled desperately, its arms flailing against the assailant. This is bad. The monkey is in danger, Ye Qiu shouted, rushing forward, with the Monkey King hot on his heels. Hearing the monkey's anguished cries, Yi Huan furrowed her brow, sensing that the creature responsible for the attack was formidable. However, the dense grass obscured her view. After approximately 30 seconds, when Ye Qiu and the Monkey King arrived, all that remained on the ground was a pool of blood and a severed left paw. The monkey's whereabouts were unknown. Ye Qiu, concerned for his safety, Yi Huan also rushed over. Look, we can follow the blood trail. It should lead us to the monkey. Damn beast. Ye Qiu understood that the monkey was likely facing dire consequences. Monkey King, let us avenge our fallen companion. He vowed to personally slay the creature responsible. You cannot go. To his surprise, both Song Yunmei and Yi Huan simultaneously blocked his path. Chapter 72. I want both of you. Ye Qiu was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Had it not been for the Monkey King, he and Song Yunmei might have met a grim fate. Now, with the monkey in peril, how could he stand idly by as a man? Ye Qiu, please remain calm. We don't even know what creature killed the monkey. If you rashly pursue it, what if you encounter danger? Though Song Yunmei had a strong aversion to Yi Huan, viewing her as a rival, at that moment, she found herself in complete agreement with her. Fearing that Ye Qiu might recklessly rush into danger, she clung to him tightly, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Ye Qiu, please don't act impulsively. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't be able to go on. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing a woman in distress left Ye Qiu at a loss. Fine. I won't go. Mei Jia, could you please stop crying? Song Yunmei continued to feign tears, yet within her heart, she was elated. Ah! It seems this young lady has discovered a way to manipulate Ye Qiu. Gazing at the pool of fresh blood, Ye Qiu clenched his fists and patted the Monkey King on the shoulder, solemnly declaring, Monkey King, rest assured, I shall avenge you. The Monkey King beat his chest with his hands, as if releasing pent-up emotions. At that moment, two other monkeys were inspecting the surroundings. Suddenly, one of them halted, waving its left arm. Could it have made a discovery? The group rushed over and bent down to look. There, near a patch of weeds, lay a clump of black fur scattered about. Ye Qiu bent down, picked up the fur, rubbed it together, and even sniffed it. He realized this clump of black fur was remarkably coarse, and the scent seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Just then, Song Yunmei approached. She sniffed the air and exclaimed, Ye Qiu, this scent is quite similar to that of my family's teddy. Could it be a dog? Ye Huan found it hard to believe. If it truly were a dog, even a fierce one, it would hardly stand a chance against an adult monkey in combat. She took the black fur and sniffed it as well, confirming that it indeed bore the odor of a dog. How could this be possible? In Ye Huan's understanding, most dogs lived alongside humans. Yet on this island, were there others? Otherwise, from where could this mysterious, ferocious dog have emerged? Ye Qiu, from this moment forth, we must exercise utmost caution. I suspect there are other people on this island. What? Isn't this a deserted island? How could there be others? Indeed, Sister Huan is correct. It appears this island harbors many unresolved mysteries. Ye Qiu, what shall we do now? Should we retrace our steps, or continue searching for the vulture's lair? Song Yunmei pondered. It had only been a short while since they set off, first encountering the vile spider blocking their path, and now facing a mysterious, ferocious dog. She could hardly imagine what other dangers awaited them. Well, since we come this far, we might as well press on. Besides, we can't remain hidden in the water curtain cave forever. I wonder how Aunt Sue and Sister Xiao are faring. Aunt Sue? Sister Xiao? Upon hearing this, Ye Huan furrowed her brow. This fellow seems to know quite a few women. Could it be that in that plane crash, only Ye Qiu and several women survived, while the other men perished? Goodness, if that is indeed the case, Ye Qiu is quite fortunate in love. Heh, Miss Song, if you're afraid, you may return. No one will stop you. Ye Huan, what do you mean by that? I was merely asking, why do you cling so tightly to the topic? As long as Ye Qiu is by my side, what do I have to fear? My man will protect me. Hearing Song Yunmei's mocking words, Ye Huan felt her lips twitch in irritation. Having a man makes you special, Ye Huan retorted, briskly walking up to Ye Qiu with a smile, saying, Little Qiu, extend your hand. Ye Qiu was taken aback, unsure of her intentions. Nevertheless, he obediently complied. As he extended his left hand, suddenly Ye Huan grasped it, making a heart gesture with her fingers and shaking it playfully. Songda Menu proclaimed, From this moment forth, Ye Qiu is my man. Instantly, Ye Qiu was left bewildered. Could it be? I have yet to agree, and this woman dares to take such liberties? Is this not a tad too domineering? Huan Jia, is this truly appropriate? Ye Huan's expression darkened, her displeasure palpable. Ye Qiu, what do you mean? Am I unworthy of you? Do you find my appearance lacking? My figure insufficient? Or I did not mean that. He stammered. If that is not your meaning, then what is? This matter is mine to decide. Song Yunmei retorted, clearly displeased. Ye Huan, do you have no sense of shame? Ye Qiu has yet to consent. What right do you have to dictate his choices? TCH, as if I care. I do as I please. My goodness, this woman is utterly unhinged. Ye Huan, I know you are merely acting out of spite. Is that not so? Ye Huan scoffed. Song Yunmei, I am not being deliberately provocative. You simply wish to ascertain whether I am jesting, correct? Before her words could fully dissipate, she leaned in and planted 3 quick kisses on Ye Qiu's cheek. He secretly reveled in the unexpected fortune. How could one resist such an opportunity? Ye Qiu, you scoundrel. When she wishes to kiss you, cannot you at least dodge a little? Since Ye Qiu was so unprincipled, then let him wallow in his own depravity. I have witnessed shamelessness before, but never to the extent of Ye Huan. Song Yunmei's chest tightened with indignation. You're going too far. What of it? Ye Qiu is not married. I have every right to pursue him. Furthermore, if I succeeded, it is a testament to my own prowess. If you cannot manage, then step aside and allow me access to Ye Qiu. Shameless. I shall not let this go. Enraged, Song Yunmei charged forward without hesitation. As the two women prepared to clash, Ye Qiu hurriedly positioned himself between them, attempting to separate them. Ladies, could you please cease this commotion? Song Yunmei shot him a glare. Pointing at Ye Huan, she coldly declared, Today, you must choose. Her or me. Must it truly be an ultimatum? I desire both. You scoundrel, gazing at the pot while feasting from the bowl. There is no cat that does not stray. Song Yunmei spat vehemently. Ye Qiu, why not choose me? Rest assured, I'm not like some others who harbor jealousy. As long as you agree to be my man, I shall not mind how many women you flirt with outside. I understand, man. Vile woman, keep your distance from Ye Qiu. As the two women stood in an impasse, Su Xiaoyu remained encircled by piranhas. Aunt Su, as the ancient said, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If we eliminate the piranha king, the rest will be leaderless, and we shall have our chance to escape. Su Xiaoyu sighed heavily. Xiaofeng, this is a well-known principle. However, with just the three of us women, we are no match for the piranha king. Alas, we can only wait. As long as we remain still, these beasts cannot harm us. Perhaps they will eventually leave in search of food elsewhere. Very well. Aunt Su, let us wait and see. All three women acknowledged the dire situation they found themselves in. Meanwhile, within an underground laboratory spanning over 1,000 square meters, dozens of instruments were meticulously arranged in precise order. At that moment, a blonde beauty wearing glasses, appearing to be around 37 or 38 years old, glanced at the computer screen displaying a red signal source, then lowered her gaze to scrutinize various experimental data. Suddenly, a young man hurriedly rushed in. Director Jelen, something's wrong. A piranha has escaped from the laboratory. Jelen Anna's expression darkened as she sternly rebuked, incompetent fools. Are those damned security personnel utterly useless? They can't even guard a single piranha king? The young man was too terrified to utter a word. What are you standing there for? Immediately recapture the piranha. Yes, I will arrange it at once. The young man had taken only a few steps when Director Jelen called him back. Wait a moment, let me think. After a brief pause of over 30 seconds, she said coldly, since we have already obtained all the research data on the piranha king, there is no use in keeping it. Moreover, deploying a large number of security personnel risks exposing the laboratory's location. So, Director, you mean, we should kill the piranha king? Jelen Anna nodded. George Brown, didn't we install a global positioning device on that piranha king? This will be the perfect opportunity to test our newly developed beam weapon. But, Director, the beam weapon has never been used in actual combat and is still somewhat imperfect. Should we consult the boss first? At this, Jelen Anna furrowed her brows and suddenly slapped John Brown across the face. John, you must understand. I am in charge here. Have you forgotten that the boss expressly entrusted me with full responsibility while he is away? Your duty is to cooperate with me. Do you comprehend? John Brown's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn that woman, slapping me in public. Mark my words, one day I will repay this twice over. What? Do you have objections to my decision? No, I will execute it immediately. Although John Brown was seething with rage, the majority of the experimental base was under Jelen Anna's control, so he dared not entertain any other thoughts. Several minutes later, on the second floor of the underground research base, John Brown entered a control room and solemnly instructed a staff member, immediately locate the current position of the Piranha King and activate the beam weapon at once. Captain John, is there an enemy invasion? No. Enough questions, just follow my orders. Yes, Captain. After some swift operations, the staff member quickly pinpointed the real-time location of the Piranha King and prepared the beam weapon. Captain John, everything is ready. Ladies, are you done quarreling? For the first time, Ye Qiu realized that being entangled by beautiful women was not necessarily a blessing. Ye Huan, I won't argue with you this time. At least you have some self-awareness. Knowing you can't win, you admit defeat willingly. Upon hearing this, Song Yunmei clenched her teeth in fury. Enough. If you two keep bickering, both of you will go back. I'll take care of the Monkey King myself. Seeing Ye Qiu truly angry, the two women immediately fell silent. Song Yunmei grasped Ye Qiu's hand, playfully coaxing him with a sweet voice. Ye Qiu, I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. In an effort to placate him, Song Yunmei circled to his back and gently massaged him. So pleasant. Mei Jia, I never imagined your massage technique was so impressive. Hee hee. Ye Qiu. You might not know this, but a few years ago, I studied traditional Chinese medicine and massage with my grandfather for a year. If you marry me, I will give you massages every day, ensuring you are well taken care of. Ye Qiu hesitated to respond. After all, she was Xiaojia's sister. That night, in a moment of confusion, he had unintentionally become involved with Song Yunmei, and he had yet to figure out how to explain this to Song Yunxia. If not handled carefully, it might lead to the end of his relationship with Xiaojia. What's so great about being able to give massages? Song Yunmei puffed out her chest, wearing a smug expression. Well, what can you do? Hunt? Play with eagles? Every day? Are you two ever going to stop? Can we have a moment of quiet? I really don't understand what winning an argument accomplishes. You should be thinking about how to survive and leave this island. Initially, Ye Qiu was in a foul mood. After being pestered by the two women for some time, he finally exploded. Are you threatening me? Song Yunmei pouted, tears welling in her eyes. How could I threaten you? All right, let's hurry along. Concerned that Song Yunmei might start crying, Ye Qiu gave her a passionate kiss. Captain, our beam weapon is locked onto the Piranha King and ready to fire. At that moment, thousands of meters above, in the vast sky, a satellite was continuously adjusting its angles and positions. Simultaneously, the hatch of the satellite opened, and a long cannon barrel extended, filled with hundreds of thousands of beams. John Brown glanced at the time. Time passed quietly. Approximately 3 minutes had elapsed. Fire. A staff member pressed a red button. In the next moment, a massive beam shot towards the ground. At that moment, Ouyang Shaowan inadvertently looked up. What on earth is that? She gasped, tapping Song Yunxiao on the shoulder. Sister Xia. Quick, look up at the sky. What is that? Song Yunxiao widened her eyes to see. Shaowan, it looks like a beam, like a laser. Ouyang Shaowan looked at the sky and then at the ground, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Aunt Su Xiaofeng, Xiaojia, get down. Su Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, though confused. She trusted Ouyang Shaowan Wu and asked them to lie down without reason. She must have sensed something. Xiaofeng, Xiaojia, hurry down. Seeing the two in a daze, Su Xiaoyu yanked them down. Just as the three women lay flat against the rock, the beam descended from the sky, striking the water. No, to be precise, it hit the Piranha King. In an instant, it created a wave over a meter high. The waves continued for several seconds before dissipating. Staring at the river's surface, the women were left dumbfounded and drenched in cold sweat. Aunt Su, what on earth just happened? Oh, that's so disgusting. Chapter 74. Director and the women lifted their heads, beholding the very spot where the piranhas had appeared moments ago. Now a crimson pool of blood. Floating upon the river's surface were the shattered remnants of the Piranha King, surrounded by countless lifeless piranhas. Witnessing such a grisly tableau, Su Xiaoyu and the others were overcome with nausea, unable to restrain their retching. Yeah. What was that beam of light just now? Ouyang Shaowan remained engulfed in shock. Mere seconds earlier, the Piranha King had been arrogantly domineering. Yet now, these monstrous creatures seemed to have all met their doom. If that beam of light had struck a person, would they not have been utterly obliterated? It was terrifying beyond measure. Hundreds of nautical miles away, within a secret underground facility on an island, Director Anna sat upon a sofa, listening intently to George Brown's report. Director Anna, the Piranha King has been annihilated. Excellent. However, the Piranha King managed to escape this time, and since you are in charge of security, you must take full responsibility for this incident. Brown's expression darkened. Within this base, any mistake was met with severe punishment. Even as the head of security, if Anna pressed the matter, he would scarcely evade harsh consequences. Director Anna, Before he could finish, Anna waved her hand dismissively. Brown, why are you so anxious? Besides, isn't it I who decides how to apportion blame for accidents? Pausing briefly, she extended her delicate hand with a beckoning gesture, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Brown, come sit down. Standing is so tiresome. Now Brown was truly flustered. Meeting Anna's ardent gaze, he inwardly groaned. The base housed scarcely more than a dozen women, and Anna was undoubtedly the most enchanting, the dream woman of every man here. Yet Brown harbored no interest in her. Indeed, he felt a certain aversion. Seeing Brown remain rooted in place, Anna frowned, displeased. What is the matter? You want to even heed my words? Director Anna, you're the head of this base. I am but a humble security captain. Your exalted status demands only that I stand and listen. Anna's face darkened, nearly dripping with gloom. Yet Brown still did not move. Her countenance instantly turned ashen. Rising, she withdrew her phone and spoke coldly. Brown, you truly are a bookworm. Oomph. I gave you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Very well. I shall report this incident to the boss in full detail. Her gaze fixed firmly upon Brown. You know the boss's temper. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Your predecessor as security captain, due to a scientist's escape, was Director Anna. Please. What happened to him? Humph. The boss locked him in the ice vault, where he ultimately became a sculpture of art. Upon hearing this, Brown trembled violently. He implored Anna with desperate eyes. Director, I beg you, please do not inform the boss. As long as you keep this from him, I will agree to anything you wish. Anna's face blossomed with delight. That's better. If only you had been so straightforward earlier. Besides, do you not already know what I desire? Once more, she beckoned with a finger and patted the sofa. Brown understood now that no matter what he said, he could no longer prevail. After the two women finally ceased their quarrel, Ye Qiu felt a considerable relief in the tranquility of his surroundings. He lifted his gaze to the sky and said, Ladies, shall we continue on our journey? Unexpectedly, both women responded in unison. The group had barely traversed 200 meters when suddenly a rustling emerged from the grass on their right, observing the violently swaying foliage. Ye Qiu was seized by an ominous premonition. Could it be that the dog which had ambushed the monkey earlier had been lurking nearby all along, biding its time for another strike? This thought cast a grave expression upon Ye Qiu's face. Huan Jia, Mei Jia, you two stay at the rear. I and the Monkey King will lead the vanguard. Also you, let the Great Eagle guard the rear. Soon, they arranged themselves into a cautious formation and proceeded with utmost vigilance. After approximately 3 minutes, the Great Eagle suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, as if sensing something. Simultaneously, 2 monkeys within the group began to wave their fists frantically. Stop at once. Ye Qiu commanded, and silence swiftly fell over the assembly. Each member warily scanned their surroundings. Ye Qiu, look over there, Yi Huan pointed towards a patch of grass ahead to the right. The sight startled them profoundly. 2 heads protruded from the grass, partially obscured by the foliage, but their silhouettes unmistakably resembled a dog. Good heavens, how is this possible? A dog with 2 heads? Song Yunmei could scarcely believe her eyes. Suddenly, the 2-headed dog lunged forward, effortlessly leaping over a distance of more than 10 meters. As the gap between them rapidly diminished, Ye Qiu discerned the creature's grotesque nature. Its 2 heads aside, its eyes glowed red, and it possessed claws reminiscent of a wolf's. Instantly, Ye Qiu's mind conjured images from the film Resident Evil. Could this be a mutant dog? Was it a natural genetic anomaly, or the product of human genetic manipulation? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Ye Qiu, be careful. Just as he was lost in these grim musings, the 2-headed dog pounced towards him. At the critical moment, Yi Huan swiftly drew her bow and loosed 2 arrows simultaneously, both striking the creature's abdomen. The dog emitted a muffled groan and crashed to the ground. After struggling briefly, it lay motionless. Do not approach. Let us observe first, Yi Huan cautioned repeatedly, wary of the dog feigning death. 1 minute passed, then 2, and even after 5 minutes, the 2-headed dog remained inert. At that moment, the Monkey King exchanged a glance with the other 2 monkeys and gestured for one to approach. Within seconds, the monkey reached the dog's side, kicked it lightly, then crouched to examine its heads. Satisfied, it turned and nodded to the Monkey King, signaling that the dog was indeed dead. Suddenly, the 2-headed dog's eyes snapped open. Before the monkey could react, the dog gaped its jaws wide and lunged to bite the monkey's neck. Watch out, monkey! Ye Qiu shouted desperately, but alas, his warning came moments too late. The 2-headed dog clung fiercely to the monkey's throat, tugging with relentless force, while the monkey emitted a series of anguished cries. After a few desperate struggles, it soon fell silent, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Witnessing the tragic demise of its kind, the Monkey King was enraged and charged forward, closely followed by another monkey. Bei, hurry and assist. Concerned about unforeseen circumstances, Yi Huan gently patted Bei's head. Bei nodded and spread its wings, rushing to the scene. At that moment, the 2-headed dog remained preoccupied with its gruesome meal. The Monkey King leaped and swung its fist down, yet astonishingly, the 2-headed dog did not flinch, wholly absorbed in devouring the monkey. Observing the dog's blood-soaked jaws, Song Yunmei felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Igrike, I am scared. Mei Jia, fear not. I am here to protect you, he said, enveloping Song Yunmei in his embrace and gently stroking her head. Nearby, Yi Huan, noticing their intimate exchange, pouted and scoffed. What time is it for such affection? Sister Huan, isn't Mei Jia frightened? This is hardly an embrace, Ye Qiu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Sometimes, the irrationality of women left one speechless. At that moment, the Monkey King pressed down on the two-headed dog's head, while another monkey climbed onto its back. The eagle, too, was not idle, using its exceptionally hard beak to vigorously peck at the dog's abdomen. Time slipped away quietly. Approximately 3 minutes later, a fist-sized gaping wound appeared in the dog's belly, revealing its internal organs with startling clarity. I thought the two-headed dog was formidable. Is this all it can do? It was dispatched in mere minutes. Ye Qiu murmured. Do not celebrate too soon. Caution is the mother of safety. Yi Huan sensed that this two-headed dog was not merely weak and would not fall so easily. Monkey King, do not let your guard down. Ensure the two-headed dog is truly defeated. Drawing from past experiences, Ye Qiu cautioned the Monkey King against being careless. The Monkey King nodded, scanning the surroundings until it spotted a large rock not far away. It tapped the Monkey King's shoulder and pointed to the stone. What does the Monkey King intend to do? Mei Jia asked. If I am not mistaken, the Monkey King likely wishes to lift that stone and smash the two-headed dog to smithereens, avenging its fallen kin. Sure enough, the two monkeys exerted all their strength to move the rock, lifting it high before hurling it toward the two-headed dog's head. In an instant, the dog's skull shattered into fragments. This time, the two-headed dog was surely finished. However, Yi Huan shook her head. Ye Qiu, puzzled, inquired Sister Huan. The two-headed dog has been vanquished, so why the size? You're young, yet you seem aged. Ye Qiu, I feel an unease in my heart that I cannot quite articulate. Sister Huan, you worry too much. On a large stone by the valley, Yang Jinfeng and Xia Jia had not yet recovered from the horrific scene they had just witnessed. Aonsu, come quickly. At that moment, the majority of the piranhas had been dispatched, with only a small number fleeing in terror. At this moment, swimming to the opposite shore should be the safest option. Xiao Feng, Xiao Jia, let us hasten to the bank. Unsu, I am scared. Are there still piranhas in the water? Xia Jia said anxiously, her eyes fixed ahead. Ensu, I'll go first. Yang Jinfeng took a deep breath, carefully descended from the rock, and then leaped into the water. Xiao Feng, keep going. Although the large rock was merely 50 meters from the shore, the current was somewhat swift, compounded by the terror of the piranhas, which made Yang Jinfeng exceedingly nervous. A few minutes later, she successfully reached the shore. Xiao Jia, it's your turn. Xia Jia gritted her teeth and jumped into the valley water with her eyes closed. She swam and swam, covering more than 10 meters. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The icy valley water caused Xia Jia's legs to cramp. Soon, her body began to sink. Jiao Ye, hold on. We're coming to save you. Ouyang Xiao was the first to rush over. Following her, Song Yunxia and Yang Jinfeng also came. With everyone working together, they finally rescued Xia Jia onto the shore. Aunt Sue, what should we do now? Having experienced the incident with the Piranha King, everyone became more cautious. We can either follow the valley water downstream, or return the way we came to wait for Ye Qiu. Aunt Sue, let us go back. We only just came out and already encountered piranhas. We don't know what other monsters we might face ahead. The further we go, the more danger we encounter. Xia Jia was frightened and did not wish to take further risks. I agree with Xiao Jia's perspective. Since we've come this far, I believe we should continue searching. We cannot abandon our quest midway. Seeing the disagreement among the group, Su Xiao felt somewhat troubled. Well, how about this? We can vote. The minority submits to the majority? All right, I agree. Aunt Sue, let us begin. Good. Now, those in favor of returning, raise your hands. At this moment, Xia Jia and Yang Jinfeng raised their hands in succession. Now, those in favor of continuing forward, raise your hands. Seeing Song Yunxia and Ouyang Xiao raise their hands simultaneously, Su Xiao found herself in a dilemma. Currently, both options had 2 votes each, leaving the final decision in Su Xiao's hands. Aunt Su, which option do you choose? Yang Jinfeng looked at her with anticipation. I abstain. It turned out that Su Xiao wished to both return and seek Ye Qiu, making it difficult for her to choose at that moment. Aunt Su, if you insist on abstaining, that leaves us at a 2-2 impasse. What do we do now? At this moment, Ouyang Xiao once spoke up. It's simple. I'll team up with Sister Xia to search for Ye Qiu, and you two can return the way you came. As for Aunt Sue, she can join whichever team she prefers. Ouyang Xiao won. We are a united front. By doing this, aren't you just breaking us apart? Jiuye. What do you mean by that? We are at a stalemate. Neither side can win. At this moment, seeing the tension between the two, Su Xiaoyu hastily intervened. The Monkey King seemed uneasy, pressing against its abdomen to listen intently. Confirming the absence of a heartbeat, it finally turned to head back. At this moment, within the heart of the two-headed dog, there was a blue crystal the size of an egg. After the heart ceased to beat, the crystal flickered intermittently. A minute later, astonishingly, the two-headed dog's heart began to pulsate once more. Quick, everyone look! Oh my, how frightful! Following the direction indicated by Song Yunmei, they were all left agape in disbelief. They had never anticipated that a scene straight out of a movie would manifest before their very eyes. Chapter 76. The Mysterious Crystal. How is this possible? We distinctly vanquished the two-headed dog, yet it has somehow resurrected. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. Ye Qiu, what is happening? I feel as though that dog is indestructible. Song Yunmei rubbed her eyes and peered again. Indeed, the dog was lively once more. How can it still be alive when its head has been obliterated? Ye Qiu was utterly shocked. Everyone, be cautious. This dog is no ordinary creature, Ye Huan cautioned, his expression grave as he observed the beast. At that moment, the two-headed dog had transformed into a headless creature. Suddenly, the headless dog lunged forward with startling speed. Monkey King, be careful, dodge quickly. To their astonishment, the headless dog moved even faster than before. In the blink of an eye, the Monkey King had no time to react, and the headless dog was upon him, baring its teeth and sinking them into his back. In an instant, the razor-sharp fangs pierced his flesh with ease, embedding themselves 2 centimeters deep. The intense pain radiated throughout his body. Although it hurt tremendously, the Monkey King shook off the headless dog with a vigorous twist. Bei, what are you waiting for? Hurry and assist, Ye Huan bellowed. The great eagle soared into the sky, extending its sharp talons before diving down. Meanwhile, the headless dog remained on the ground, fixated on the Monkey King. The eagle seized the opportunity, swooping towards the headless creature. After a few seconds, it hovered in the air above its left front. Just as the talons were about to grasp the dog's head, the creature suddenly recoiled and mimicked the explosive start of a sprinter in a 100-meter dash. Bei, ascend quickly. Realizing the peril, Ye Huan shouted once more, but it was too late. The headless dog lunged forward with incredible speed, leaping towards the eagle. Although the eagle flapped its wings vigorously to ascend, it could not match the headless dog's velocity. In the next moment, the headless dog sank its teeth into the eagle's right wing. How dare that wretched beast injure my precious one? Ye Huan seethed with indignation upon seeing Bei wounded. You dog, prepare to meet your end. At that moment, Ye Qiu recalled a familiar phrase. It was reminiscent of the words exchanged between generals during the Three Kingdoms era, as they faced one another in battle. Just as he was lost in thought, Ye Huan charged forward, drawing her bow and releasing an arrow. The arrow struck the headless dog squarely in its left eye. Yet, even so, the creature maintained its grip on the eagle's wing. Such tenacity, he remarked, drawing another arrow. He prepared for another shot. Meijie, stay here and do not move. I will assist Huan Jie. Ye Qiu, you cannot leave. Song Yunmei tightly grasped Ye Qiu's hand. Unwilling to let go, she was filled with fear, particularly worried about Ye Qiu. The headless dog before them resembled a monstrous creature, an indestructible abomination. Be good. Listen to me. I will return shortly, said Ye Qiu, shaking off Song Yunmei's grip and pursuing the creature with a wooden spear crafted from a tree trunk that Ye Huan had given him earlier. With a second arrow, Ye Huan struck the headless dog in its right eye. Now both of its eyes were blinded, blood oozing from sockets. To their astonishment, the beast continued to hold on. The Monkey King, closest to the giant eagle, rushed forward and tugged fiercely at the headless dog's tail. After a few vigorous pulls, Ye Huan and Ye Qiu arrived at the scene. Ye Huan swiftly drew a sharp arrow and stabbed it forcefully into the left flank of the headless dog, while Ye Qiu directed his spear towards its right flank. The two attacked simultaneously, and with the Monkey King's cooperation, they managed to force the headless dog to release its grip after a strenuous 10 minutes. Upon inspection, they discovered that Bei had been bitten, A chunk of flesh torn away, and blood stained the surrounding feathers. Ye Huan was consumed with rage. How dare you harm Bei? I shall take your life today. Perhaps overwhelmed by fury, Ye Huan relentlessly stabbed the creature's abdomen dozens of times until her hands were drenched in blood, even splattering her face. Before she finally ceased her assault, Sister Huan, it has become a porcupine. It must be dead by now. The scene was gruesome, with the dog's intestines exposed and its heart clearly visible. It should not survive. However, due to its previous 2 revivals, Ye Huan remained uncertain. Ye Qiu, you and a Monkey King keep an eye on this beast while I tend to Bei's wounds. Earlier, the creature had taken advantage of their momentary lapse in vigilance to launch 2 surprise attacks, so they could not afford to be careless. At this moment, Ye Qiu pressed his foot firmly against the abdomen of the headless dog, while the injured Monkey King sat nearby, gasping for breath. Monkey King, let me tend to your wounds. A minute later, Song Yunmei arrived. She roughly tore a strip of fabric from her shirt and cautiously began to bandage the Monkey King's injuries. Ye Qiu remained intensely focused on the creature. To prevent it from reviving and attacking again, he decided to press his entire weight upon its back. Suddenly, Ye Qiu's eyes brightened. What is that? He had inadvertently spotted a blue crystal, the size of a coin, emitting a soft glow from a damaged area of the heart. An eerie scene unfolded as time passed. The crystal grew increasingly luminous, its flickering frequency intensifying. What could this mean? Just then, the tail of the headless dog twitched slightly. Could it have revived again? Ye Qiu observed the crystal closely, noticing that whenever the dog reacted, the crystal would pulse violently. Could it be that this crystal determined the headless dog's fate? In other words, as long as the crystal remained intact, the headless dog could resurrect infinitely? If that were true, it would be utterly terrifying. As he was lost in thought, Ye Qiu noticed that the heart of the headless dog began to beat once more. Sister Huan, Sister Mei, this beast is about to revive. A surge of alarm coursed through Ye Huan's heart. What? Even in this state, it can come back to life? Ye Qiu, how do you know? However, Ye Qiu merely smiled faintly. Ah, beast, perish. At that moment, as the headless dog struggled fiercely to rise, Ye Qiu swiftly executed a move akin to the celestial peach plucking, reaching for the creature's heart and pulling vigorously. To his surprise, after 2 or 3 attempts, there was no response. Sister Huan, hurry and lend a hand. Ye Huan was still trying to comprehend the situation. Damn it, if you don't want to die, come help me now. Ye Qiu, you rascal, can't you be a bit more courteous? If I have to help, you could at least show some respect. Ye Huan shot him a glare. Quickly, there's a crystal embedded in this beast's heart. If we extract it, it won't be able to revive. Chapter 77, Energy Block? Ye Huan's expression was one of skepticism. Hurry, put some muscle into it. When have I ever deceived you? At this critical juncture, it was infuriating that she was hesitating. Had it been a man, he would have undoubtedly slapped him. Oh, I believe you. Both exerted their strength simultaneously. Why has she stopped? A fleeting glance from Ye Qiu revealed that her cheeks had flushed crimson. Sister Huan, why is your face so red? Mind your own business. Let us work together. Ye Qiu felt a bit speechless. I'm just concerned about you. What else with that attitude? Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Come on. Ye Qiu, from a short distance away, Song Yunmei, witnessing their close proximity, felt a pang of jealousy and deliberately shouted encouragement. For some inexplicable reason, Ye Huan felt a flicker of anger. She turned to glare at Song Yunmei. Upon noticing her reaction, Song Yunmei's spirits lifted, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Song Yunmei, just you wait. And don't think that just because you become Ye Qiu's woman, you can act all high and mighty. I refuse to believe there's no wall that can't be dug around. Hey, Sister Huan, what are you thinking about? Ye Qiu lightly patted her shoulder. What are you patting for? If you want to take advantage of me, just say it. I'm not that stingy, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just agree. While speaking, she winked mischievously. What was even more outrageous was that she threw him a flirtatious glance. Ye Qiu, I'm here to help you. Sensing something amiss between the two, Song Yunmei, worried they might spark a romantic connection, rushed over and pushed Ye Huan aside. If you're not going to help Ye Qiu, don't hog the space. Then, smiling at Ye Qiu, she said, Dear, put in some effort. Ye Qiu could only smile wryly. Song Yunmei, what do you mean by that? I've been watching for quite a while. Why are you making eyes at Ye Qiu? Come on. If you're going to flirt, at least choose the right moment. A dramatic scene unfolded. The heart of the headless dog was no larger than a palm, and it should have sufficed for 2 people to handle it. Yet now, with three standing shoulder to shoulder, the space was exceedingly cramped. Two women engaged in a contest of strength, each shoving the other with playful determination. After 2 minutes, they finally managed to extract a blue crystal. Ye Qiu took the crystal, examining it meticulously again and again. This blue gem, somewhat resembling a diamond, radiated a refreshing coolness when held in hand. Astonishingly, it began to shrink gradually after being removed from the heart of the two-headed dog. Ye Qiu, what on earth is this? It's truly remarkable. Yi Huan mused, her mind flooded with questions upon witnessing a crystal that could emit light and alter its size. Ye Qiu shook his head. I have no idea, but I sense that this crystal is likely not a product of the island. It may have been artificially created. Artificially created? The two women exchanged glances. At that moment, Song Yunmei seemed to arrive at a potential realization. Ye Qiu, do you think it's possible that this dog has been genetically modified, akin to the gene warriors depicted in films? And this crystal, it gives me the impression of being an energy core. Upon hearing the term energy core, Ye Qiu's mind instantaneously conjured images of Transformers. Was Team Megatron constantly vying with Optimus Prime for energy cores? Come on, you're being overly fantastical. Have you been watching too many sci-fi movies? Yi Huan shot Song Yunmei a disapproving glance. What do you know? Technology has advanced at an astounding pace in recent years. Perhaps some scientists have stumbled upon certain cutting-edge technologies, such as gene warriors, Song Yunmei retorted, subtly mocking Yi Huan's narrow perspective. Mai, your hypothesis is not without merit. Regardless, from this moment onward, we must remain vigilant. Furthermore, since both the Monkey King and Bei Bei are injured, our pace may need to slow down. Curse that two-headed dog. If I encounter it again, I shall personally slay it. Hey, will you stop with the next time talk? Song Yunmei replied with irritation. In a secret base, within a vast laboratory filled with dozens of computers, numerous red dots flickered on the screens. Suddenly, one of the red dots in the lower right corner of a computer screen vanished. What's going on? How did 007 disappear? A stern voice inquired from a man in his 50s, wearing glasses. Professor Chun, 007 was just fine a moment ago. How could it disappear so suddenly? Foolishness. The disappearance of 007's signal means it is no longer here. Continue monitoring and expand the surveillance range. With that, Chun Gang hurriedly exited. He then entered an elevator, which slowly ascended after biometric recognition. Approximately 10 minutes later, it arrived at the 10th underground level. Just after stepping out of the elevator, a few patrolling security personnel blocked his path. Dr. Chun, what brings you here? I have urgent business. I need to see Director Anna immediately. The lead security officer, smiling, replied, Dr. Chun, I'm afraid we must conduct a body search. Please cooperate. In this base, regardless of the time, a body check was mandatory before meeting with Anna. Moreover, Anna's office is situated in the very heart of the entire base, housing all the research data and a considerable number of successful experimental specimens. To ensure security, this level is adorned with infrared monitors and patrolled continuously by armed security personnel. Chun Gang did not speak much and complied willingly with the search. After confirming that he bore no weapons, he was finally permitted to proceed to Office 101. After traversing more than 500 meters, he arrived at the office door. As he reached out to knock, he suddenly discerned a peculiar sound emanating from within. What could Director Anna be up to? After a moment's hesitation, he pressed his ear against the door to listen more intently. To his astonishment, he realized that Director Anna was engaged in a rather intimate exchange. Oh, be gentle. At that moment, a sultry voice resonated from the office. A man's voice, strangely familiar, struck Chun Gang's mind with rapid clarity. Soon, he deduced that it belonged to Brown, the security chief of the base. How infuriating. That wretched woman was entangled with Brown. Instantly, Chun Gang's expression darkened. Years ago, during a trip to M Country, he had encountered the alluring Anna on a plane. Just a fleeting glance at the enchanting blonde had set his heart racing. Observing Anna's noble demeanor and designer attire made him feel somewhat inferior in comparison. He yearned to strike up a conversation, but feared being publicly rejected by Anna, for he was a man who valued his pride greatly. Just as he hesitated, Anna unexpectedly initiated a greeting. To Chun Gang's excitement, she even changed seats with another passenger for the sake of convenience. Thus began their delightful conversation. They chatted animatedly for over 3 hours aboard the plane, discussing myriad topics. Anna admired Chun Gang's talents with sparkling eyes, while he was captivated by her beauty. Upon arriving in M country, the thought of their imminent separation left Chun Gang inexplicably forlorn. Yet, Anna not only willingly shared her contact information, but also her address, which thrilled and exhilarated Chun Gang. That very evening, Anna invited him out for dinner as a gesture of hospitality. "Mr. Chun, how about coming to my place for a visit?" Initially, they had planned to dine at an upscale Western restaurant. "To your home?" Anna nodded. "Mr. Chun, my culinary skills are quite commendable. Would you care to sample my curry rice? By the way, I can also whip up some dishes from your hometown, such as Di San Xian, Hong Xiao Ro, and Swan La Tu Do Si." "No way, you can truly make those dishes?" "Why not? I never deceive. To be honest, a fellow from your hometown once rented my place, and I often gather with her daughter at the same company. So over time, I learned a few recipes." Upon hearing this, Chun Gang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in admiration. Minutes later, they arrived at her home. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance of perfume enveloped him. Chun Gang glanced around, noticing that the living room was decorated warmly, imbued with a hint of youthful charm. "Mr. Chun, please have a seat," she said, retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. "I am delighted to have you as my guest. Come, let us toast." Chun Gang accepted the wine and took a hearty sip. "Mr. Chun, please wait a moment. I will prepare the dishes shortly." Meanwhile, Anna busied herself in the kitchen while Chun Gang sat on the sofa, sipping his wine and watching television. Time passed quietly, and half an hour later, several plates of delectable, home-style dishes adorned the table. Chun Gang casually sampled a bite. "Anna, your braised pork is exquisite. This is the best I have ever tasted." "Mr. Chun, you flatter me. You are always welcome to enjoy it whenever you desire." As the two dined and engaged in conversation, they frequently clinked their glasses. An hour slipped by in a flash. Chun Gang patted his stomach, feeling quite full. "Anna, thank you. You're not only beautiful, but also an excellent cook. I truly envy your husband." Anna smiled sweetly and then shook her head. "Mr. Chun, you are mistaken. I am not married yet." Upon hearing this, Chun Gang felt a flicker of joy within. "When will you and your boyfriend tie the knot? I must attend your wedding." However, Anna shook her head once more. "Mr. Chun, I do not have a boyfriend either." Chun Gang was taken aback. A woman as stunning as Anna, with a figure that could captivate countless men. How could she possibly be single? "What? Mr. Chun, do you not believe me?" No, that is not my intention." If that is not the case, then what exactly do you mean?" As she spoke, Anna slowly approached him. At that moment, they were less than half a meter apart. Chun Gang's heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, Anna extended her delicate, porcelain-like hand, gently cradling Chun Gang's chin, and smiled alluringly. "Dear Mr. Chun, do you think I am beautiful?" "Miss Anna, you are indeed beautiful." "Really?" Chun Gong nodded fervently. "Mr. Chun, you claim I am beautiful, yet I stand right before you. And there is no one else in the room. You exhibit no reaction at all. Am I not alluring enough? Or is it that I lack charm?" "Miss Anna, you misunderstand him. I do not believe you." Unless what?" Anna placed a finger lightly on Chun Gang's lips, her smile radiant as she said, "Unless you prove it to me." "Prove? How can I prove it?" How to prove it? Do you not know?" Seeing Chun Gang shake his head, Anna inwardly scolded him for being such a bookworm. To fulfill her task, she had to suppress her dissatisfaction and feign an enchanting demeanor. How annoying. They say that men are bad and women do not love. Therefore, you must be a bit wicked. Yet Chun Gang remained rooted like a statue. Anna took his hand and glanced around the room, smiling as she said, "Come, dear, it is time for you to demonstrate my allure." "Miss Anna, we have only known each other for half a day. Isn't this a bit too hasty?" "Mr. Chun, this is what we call love at first sight, all right?" By the time Chun Gang regained his composure, they had already reached the door. At this moment, he hesitated to enter. Mr. Chun, are you still not a man?" If it were any other man, he would have pounced by now. "Miss Anna, I am a bit frightened." Upon hearing this, Anna was tempted to slap him. She even began to doubt whether Chun Gang was truly a man. With her being so proactive, he seemed completely wooden. Suddenly, Chun Gang felt dizzy, and soon his body swayed, collapsing towards the ground. In a swift motion, Anna caught him. Looking at the man who had fallen into a drowsy slumber, she displayed a mischievous smile. Shortly thereafter, the two ascended to the innermost bedroom on the second floor. When Chun Gang awoke, 6 hours had already passed. Gazing at Anna lying beside him, he was genuinely startled. Miss Anna, what are you doing here? Anna rubbed her eyes, and upon opening them, realized her disheveled attire, bursting into tears. Mr. Chun, how could you do this to me? Chun Gang shook his head vigorously. Miss Anna, I didn't mean to. Didn't he mean to? So you meant to do it then? At that moment, Chun Gang felt as if he could not wash away the guilt, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After several minutes of silence, Anna spoke up. Chapter 79. The Secret Base. Mr. Chun, I'm already your woman, and you must take responsibility for me. Anna's expression was extremely serious as she spoke earnestly. Miss Anna, I have a wife and children. It was you who was so forward before. Upon hearing this, Anna's complexion darkened. What do you mean by that? You want to play without taking responsibility? Let me tell you, this is M country. If you don't provide an explanation, you won't be leaving here. It was over. They all say that the pursuit of desire is a double-edged sword, and Chun Gang deeply regretted it. Just then, Anna changed her tone and smiled, saying, Mr. Chun, you need not be so anxious. I'm actually quite easygoing. I was just teasing you earlier. We are both adults, and such matters are consensual. As long as we are happy, that is sufficient. Instantly, Chun Gang breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out this woman had been deliberately toying with him. Dear Mr. Chun, I have a small request. Could you assist me? Since Anna was no longer pursuing the matter, Chun Gang nodded immediately. It is like this. Tomorrow is my mother's birthday, and I would like you to pretend to be my boyfriend to surprise her. As long as you agree and help me fulfill this task, we shall bury the earlier incident and part ways amicably. To think that women in M country could be so open. The thought of Anna's alluring figure lingered in Chun Gang's mind. If they truly parted ways amicably, would he never have the chance again? With this in mind, Chun Gang smiled and said, All right, Anna, I hope we remain friends forever. Anna smiled faintly. From the passionate glint in Chun Gang's eyes, she instantly understood the man's intentions. Indeed, all men are driven by desire. Just a glimpse of a beautiful woman sends them into a frenzy. Time passed quietly, and soon the next day arrived. At dawn, while still nestled in his blankets, Chun Gang was roused by the enchanting Anna. At that moment, Anna was clad in a white nightgown, her slender figure fully on display. Darling, wake up quickly. I will take you to meet my family soon. All right, Anna. As Anna turned to leave, she was unexpectedly pulled into Chun Gang's embrace. How annoying. What are you doing so early in the morning? Chun Gang chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from downstairs. Stop it. Someone is coming. Damn. Who is this inconsiderate person arriving at such a time? Chun Gang felt a surge of frustration, wishing to reprimand the uninvited guest. All right, my dear. I promise to make it up to you tonight, Anna said with a radiant smile, planting a kiss on Chun Gang's forehead as she descended the stairs. 2 minutes later, in the living room downstairs, upon opening the door, Anna was greeted by 2 young men dressed in suits and sunglasses. Miss Anna, greetings. We're sent by the boss to escort you. Anna scrutinized the 2 men. I apologize, but for the sake of caution, I would like to see your identification. Of course, Miss Anna, they replied in unison, handing her 2 magnetic cards. Anna took out a special mobile device and scanned the cards one after the other. When the screen displayed the 4 large characters confirming their identities, she finally allowed them into the house. Miss Anna, where's Dr. Chen? One of them inquired. George. He is upstairs. Anna responded, then whispered something to the 2 men. They nodded in acknowledgement. Time passed quietly. 10 minutes later, a cheerful Chun Gang came downstairs. Upon entering the living room and seeing 2 unfamiliar men seated on the sofa, his brow furrowed. Anna, who are they? At that moment, Chun Gang was filled with suspicion, assuming they were rivals. Darling, they are my 2 cousins here to take us home, Anna explained, introducing them one by one. Chun Gang, reassured, greeted each of them. All right, let us be on our way, Anna urged with impatience after Chun Gang finished his morning routine. Soon, the group set off in the car. Half an hour later, Chun Gang noticed they were heading to an increasingly remote location, traveling along country roads. Anna, where are we going? My dear, we are heading to my home. First, we will visit my cousin's house, and then we will take a flight, Anna replied. The mention of a flight startled Chun Gang. Where exactly is Anna's family? Why do we need to fly? Is her family wealthy? While he pondered these questions, the SUV came to a halt. Darling, we have arrived. Stepping out of the vehicle, Chun Gang's eyes were drawn to a helicopter parked on a vast expanse of concrete 500 meters ahead. Wow, Anna, your cousin's family is quite affluent to have a helicopter. Anna smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Shortly thereafter, the four of them boarded the helicopter. As the blades began to spin, the helicopter gradually ascended. At that moment, the young man seated at Chun Gang's right glanced at Anna. She nodded and retrieved a small bottle from her pocket. Suddenly, she twisted open the bottle and sprayed a few puffs towards Chun Gang. You, moments latte. Shingon half an hour later, when Chun Gang awoke, he found himself lying on a bed. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Anna, he grimaced and sternly inquired, Anna, where's this place? Why did you render me unconscious on the helicopter? The woman who had been so compliant and charming just the night before now appeared cold and unfeeling. Dr. Chun, welcome to our secret base. What? A secret base? What do you intend to do? I have no grievances with you. Why have you targeted me? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Anna, was our chance encounter on the plane also orchestrated by you? Was our romantic evening merely a ruse? Dr. Chun, you are quite astute, and I enjoy engaging with intelligent individuals. The reason we selected you is that you are one of the world's foremost genetic experts, and our base requires your expertise. Chun Gang was consumed by rage, vehemently denouncing Anna as despicable and shameless. You capture me to alter my genes? Anna nodded. Absolutely not. You can forget that. Dr. Chun, lift your shirt and take a look at your abdomen before you dismiss my proposal. Chun Gang hesitated but ultimately complied. Upon inspecting his stomach, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 80. A Grand Illusion for Professor Chun. Chun Gang discovered a 20-centimeter-long incision on his abdomen, which had been sutured closed. Anna, what have you done to me? He realized that during his unconsciousness, this vile woman had arranged for him to undergo surgery. Could it be for that purpose? However, upon reflection, he deduced that they did not resemble human traffickers. Haha, Professor Chun, why are you so anxious? Rest assured, you haven't lost any organs. In fact, you now have a pea-sized explosive device implanted. If you dare to escape, I can press this button, and you will be reduced to mere dust. Ha ha ha. Seeing Anna's sinister grin sent chills down Chun Gang's spine. Anna, why are you treating me this way? Professor Chun, you benefit as well. Besides, within the base, your needs will be catered to, and you will be entertained each night by a blonde beauty. Chun Gang trembled with anger, his blood pressure soaring. Anna waved her hand, smiling as she commanded, Brown, arrange accommodations for Professor Chun. Ensure he receives the highest treatment. Also, assign personnel to protect him around the clock. If anything goes awry, we will all be held accountable. Yes, Director Anna. Subsequently, the head of security, Brown, led Chun Gang away. After a few steps, Anna called out again, Professor Chun, I never expected you to be more formidable than a youth. At that moment, Chun Gang had become a caged bird, fully aware that he had lost his freedom from this day forth. In such dire circumstances, how could he possibly entertain thoughts of romance? Observing Chun Gang's panic-stricken retreat, Anna covered her mouth and laughed. Just then, a red landline phone on the desk rang. Upon answering, Anna's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, straightening her posture. Anna, how is it going? Has the person arrived? Report to the boss. Professor Chun has safely arrived at the base. Excellent. From today onward, the base will officially commence operations. Remember, we must not neglect Professor Chun, and we should expedite our research efforts to obtain the first batch of experimental data within 6 months. Yes, boss. I assure you that the task will be accomplished. After hanging up the phone, Anna let out a sigh of relief. Each time she heard the boss's voice, an innate fear gripped her. However, she had never seen the true face of the boss. Anna suspected that the boss utilized voice modulation software for every call. As time quietly slipped by, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Under Anna's coercion, Chun Gang had conducted hundreds of experiments, accumulating a vast amount of data, and the two-headed dog was one of his experimental outcomes, albeit with some imperfections. Aunt Sue, what shall we do? On one side was the option to return, and on the other, the choice to press forward. After arguing for half a day, they still could not reach a consensus. Ultimately, Song Yunxia, Ouyang Xiaowan, Yang Jinfeng, and Xiajie all turned their gazes towards Su Xiaoyu, placing her in a difficult position. After contemplating for a few minutes, Su Xiaoyu said solemnly, I believe that instead of waiting for Ye Qiu to return, it would be more prudent to take the initiative while we have the time. Furthermore, even if we return to wait, we have no idea when Ye Qiu and Xiao Mei will come back. What if, hypothetically, they encounter trouble and cannot return for a while? Will we be left waiting for 1 month or two? Indeed, I concur with Aunt Sue's perspective. Song Yunxiao was the first to express her agreement. Soon after, Ouyang Xiaowan and Yang Jinfeng nodded in unison. Xiaofeng, why do you agree as well? Just moments ago, Yang Jinfeng was aligned with Xia Jia. Unexpectedly, she had now switched sides. Xia Jia, I believe Aunt Sue's analysis is very reasonable. And it also presents us with an opportunity for growth. As Aunt Sue mentioned, we do not know if or when Ye Qiu will return. Currently, our food supplies can last only a few more days. What will happen after that? Xia Jia fell into contemplation. Time ticked away, and after 5 minutes, Xia Jia seemed to arrive at a difficult decision. Very well, since you all agree, I have no objections. Seeing that everyone had finally unified their thoughts. Here, only through solidarity could they hope to survive and leave the island. Now, we have already delayed enough time. Let us proceed. With Su Xiaoyu's command, the 5 women continued onward. They followed the small river downstream, having become increasingly cautious after their encounter with the piranhas. Sister Huan, Sister Mei, let's depart. Having dealt with the 2-headed dog, Ye Qiu felt no desire to linger any longer. Ye Qiu, may I play with the crystal? Yi Huan had an inkling that the crystal was extraordinary, perhaps containing immense power. She pondered if the crystal could enable the 2-headed dog to resurrect infinitely. Could it also allow Bei to return from the brink of death in the same manner? Ye Qiu took out the crystal and glanced at it. What's wrong? Don't you want me to play with it? Are you worried I might borrow it and not return it? Ye Huan pouted, a hint of annoyance evident on her face. Sister Huan, I believe wearing this crystal might invite trouble. What if someone has installed a tracking device within it? Wouldn't that mean our every move is laid bare to others? TCH, Ye Qiu, you are overthinking it. A tracking device. Upon hearing Yi Huan's cold laughter, Song Yunmei, standing to Ye Qiu's left, grew displeased. Yi Huan, my dear Ye Qiu is merely trying to offer you a kind reminder. How can you be so ungrateful? Can you guarantee that the crystal is free of anomalies? Song Yunmei retorted, I wasn't speaking to you, so why do you interject? I advise you not to overreach. Alas, here we go again. These 2 women are about to quarrel. Ye Qiu, I ask you one thing. Will you give it or not? As she spoke, Yi Huan extended her left hand. Ye Qiu replied, the crystal is no trivial matter. It might even bring about grave dangers. Perhaps it will be better to hand it over? Very well, Mei Jia, I shall heed your advice. Ye Qiu tossed the crystal over. As they continued walking, they had unknowingly traversed a kilometer. At this juncture, 3 paths appeared before them. The central path was the widest, while the ones on the left and right were narrow and uneven, with fluctuating terrain. Sister Xia, which path should we choose? Asked Xiaowan. Typically, most would select the central route. However, I personally opt for the left path. To their surprise, all the women unanimously agreed. Yet little did they know, this choice would lead them into perilous situations, almost costing them their lives. To mitigate any potential risks, the 5 women held hands as they proceeded. Suddenly, they all screamed in unison. Chapter 81. Seeking an End? Yang Jinfeng led the way, while Su Xiaoyu brought up the rear. The 5 women treaded cautiously along the path. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. Yang Jinfeng walked along a stretch of soft earth, covered with layers of dried leaves, making it feel cushy underfoot. After taking about 20 steps, she abruptly halted. Xiaofeng, why have you stopped? Inquired Ouyang Xiaowan, puzzled. Xiaowan, something feels amiss. At that moment, as Yang Jinfeng's toes made contact with the ground, she distinctly sensed the earth becoming unusually soft, akin to stepping into muck. Something feels off? How did I not notice? Song Yunxia glanced around, thinking Yang Jinfeng had spotted a lurking beast in the thicket. Indeed, it is here. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden cry escaped Yang Jinfeng as her body tilted downward, and she fell. This unexpected turn of events caught Ouyang Xiaowan off guard. She had no time to react and was yanked down alongside Yang Jinfeng. Song Yunxia, situated behind Ouyang Xiaowan, followed suit and fell as if caught in a sticky trap. Fortunately, Xia Jie reacted swiftly, crouching down and grasping a nearby sapling, while Su Xiaoyu held onto her tightly. Xiaowan, are you all right? The first to fall, Yang Jinfeng, was terrified, convinced that she had plunged into a bottomless pit, and thus she kept her eyes tightly shut, preparing herself for the worst. To her astonishment, 2 minutes later, she felt a sharp pain in her rear. I'm not dead. Yang Jinfeng opened her eyes and discovered that she was seated upon the soft earth. Ye Qiu, what about you? The equally startled Ouyang Shaowan was overjoyed. To have fallen from several meters and emerged unscathed was indeed extraordinary. Ah, I'm perfectly fine. Song Yunxia examined her body. Noting that aside from a slight ache in her arm, she felt no other discomfort. The three women, overwhelmed with joy, embraced one another. Jiao Ye Diao Feng Diolan. Are you all right? Su Xiaoyu stood upon the cracked ground, calling out towards the cave entrance. Her voice echoed throughout the cavern. "Aunt Su, we are all safe." The hint of joy in the reply brought relief to Su Xiaoyu. However, troubles loomed ahead. All three, Song Yunxia included, had plummeted into a pit nearly 20 meters deep. How could they be rescued? Even if firefighters arrived, navigating such a soft terrain to safely bring them back would demand considerable effort. What to do? After much contemplation, she found herself at a loss for a solution. "Aunt Su, I think of a plan," said Xia Jia after a lengthy pause, pursing her cherry lips, as if she hesitated to share her thoughts. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Xiao Jia, have you truly thought of a way?" She grasped Xia Jia's hand in exhilaration. Yet, Xia Jia appeared somewhat bashful. "Aunt Su, I wouldn't call a plan." Noticing her hesitation, Su Xiaoyu shot her a stern look. "Xiao Jia, what time is it? Stop being coy and tell me, what is your idea? Since we cannot rescue them, perhaps we should both jump down to accompany them. Otherwise, we would just be waiting helplessly. We cannot disregard their plight." Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. "Jump down? Is it your idea?" However, upon reflection, it seemed there were no other viable options. "Aunt Su, you aren't angry, are you? I was just speaking off the cuff. Please don't take it to heart. Had it been anyone else, they would certainly have scolded Xia Jia for her insanity." Yet, Su Xiaoyu merely smiled gently. "Silly child, how could I ever blame you? If it weren't for your suggestion, I would still be standing here in a daze." She then glanced down again. "Jiao Ye." Since Xia and the others fell without injury, I believe it was not mere luck. After a pause, she continued, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" "Aunt Su, since the idea originated with me, I shall be the first to take the plunge." Observing Xia Jia's fearless determination, Su Xiaoyu gave her a thumbs up. "Jiao Ye, go for it. Auntie is rooting for you." Xia Jia stepped closer, took a deep breath, and shouted down. "Xia Jia, clear the way, I'm coming down." Upon hearing that Xia Jia intended to jump, the three women looked utterly bewildered. "Xiao Jia, are you mad? We're worried about how to get up. And you want to jump down? Is Xiao Jia really out of her mind? Why would she want to jump down? Alas, does she harbor no hope of emerging alive from the island, contemplating a desperate act?" The three women chattered animatedly. At that moment, Song Yunxia grew anxious. "Xiaofeng, Xiaowan, if Xiao Jia jumps down, we must find a way to catch her." The two women nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, she shouted upwards. "Aunt Su, Aunt Su." Quickly stopped Xiao Jia. She intends to take her own life. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu could not suppress a laugh. "Xiao Xia, you're overthinking it. Xiao Jia and I will come down to join you." "What? Xiao Jia is going to jump down? And Aunt Su too? And they say they want to join us?" This sounds like a line from a television drama. The three women found themselves at a loss for words. Regardless of their intentions, all that mattered was that they would catch her. With that, the three women extended their arms. "Aunt Su, I will jump first. Be careful." Jiao Ye leapt, her heart racing during the descent, accompanied by a gust of cold wind. A minute later, with a thud, she landed squarely on Yang Jinfeng's lap. "Ouch, that hurts." Yang Jinfeng felt a sharp pain radiate from her left leg throughout her body. "Xiaofeng, are you all right?" Ouyang Shaowan inquired, her expression filled with concern. "Fengjia, I didn't mean to." Xiao Jia kept apologizing, her head bowed. "Xiao Jia, I'm fine, just need a moment to rest." At that moment, she felt like crying. But to avoid adding psychological pressure on Xiao Jia, she suppressed her emotions. "What's going on with you and Aunt Su? Why does everyone want to jump down?" Song Yunxia asked, perplexed. Xiao Jia scratched her head awkwardly and replied, "I saw the three of you falling, and given the height, climbing back up seemed impossible. So I thought it would be better to come down and keep you company." The three women stared at her in astonishment. "Xiao Jia, I truly admire you. Now, if Aunt Su jumps down, won't we all be stuck here?" Yang Jinfeng remarqued, exasperated. She even began to suspect that Xiao Jia had been so frightened that she had lost her senses. Otherwise, why would she jump so foolishly? "Xiaofeng, I think Xiao Jia has a point. consider this. Even if she and Aunt Sue remained above, they would be unable to rescue us. Moreover, who knows what ferocious beast might appear next if we stay up there. It might be wiser to jump down and look out for each other. Song Yunxiao expressed her perspective. Xiao Xia, I am jumping. Upon hearing this, the four women dispersed, clearing a space in the center. Su Xiaoyu tightly closed her eyes. Her heart filled with dread. Would she die from jumping from such a height? Suddenly, she thought of her daughter and Ye Qiu. How was her daughter faring? Sigh. Ye Qiu had been gone for several days. Had he encountered any danger? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her rear. Ouch, that hurts. Aunt Sue, it's all right, it's all right. Song Yunxia and Yang Jinfeng hastened to support Su Xiaoyu. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that they had arrived within a cavern. Ah, descending was easy, but escaping will be arduous, murmured Ouyang Xiaowan. Xiaowan, don't be so pessimistic. When a boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten. Perhaps our fortune will favor us, and we might discover a shortcut to leave this place. Song Yunxia consoled Ouyang Xiaowan while surveying their surroundings. The other women also began to wander about the cavern. Suddenly, Yang Jinfeng noticed several peculiar engravings on the northwest wall of the cave. Time had draped them in dust, rendering them nearly invisible without careful inspection. Instantly captivated, she hurried over, tiptoeing as she examined the markings repeatedly. These are the rooster, dog, and pig from the 12 zodiac signs, she observed. Beneath these 3 zodiac images were 3 stone holes, each about the size of a fist. Aunt Sue, Sister Xia, come quickly. I have made a new discovery. Yang Jinfeng called out in puzzlement. As she spoke, Xia Jia also voiced her discovery. The group was momentarily stunned before gathering around. Look here, Xia Jia said. Looking up, they saw 3 more zodiac signs, horse, goat, and monkey, also accompanied by 3 stone holes on the stone wall. Aunt Sue, I have found some on my side as well. Another woman reported. Soon, the 5 women realized that on the 4 stone walls, arranged in a sequence from southeast to northwest, were engraved the 12 zodiac signs: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. Although they could not fathom why these zodiac images appeared here, one thing was certain. The presence of the 12 zodiac signs must hold significance. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaowan recalled a scene from a movie. Treasure hunters often encountered mysterious patterns in caves, and by deciphering their order, they could uncover extraordinary treasures. Do you think this cave might conceal an unparalleled treasure? She wondered aloud. Xiaowan, have you been watching too many movies? Unparalleled treasure? This desolate island is hardly a place where any sane person would hide treasure. Song Yunxia shook her head. Yang Jinfeng, however, was deep in thought. After several minutes, it seemed she had an insight. Aunt Sue, what do you think is the purpose of these stone holes on the 4 walls? She inquired. What purpose could they possibly serve? The women began to speculate. Yang Jinfeng then circled the entire cave once again. Do you suppose these 12 stone holes correspond to 12 keys? If we match them carefully, we might uncover a surprising revelation. She proposed. Sister Feng, I detect a hint of tomb raiding in your theory, Xia Jia chuckled. Quiet, everyone. I believe Xiaofeng's analysis is not without merit. Let us split up and search along the cave walls for any keys, Su Xiaoyu commanded. Thus, they commenced their search. Yet after several rounds, they found nothing. Sister Feng, continuing like this is futile. We might as well focus on how to get out of here. Xia Jia lost her patience. Let us try one last time. Yang Jinfeng insisted, firmly convinced that her intuition was correct. Otherwise, how could the 12 zodiac illustrations be etched upon the stone wall? Who, with nothing better to do, would come to this place to draw? She speculated that someone must have intended to convey a message to the destined through these zodiac illustrations. Very well, the final round. Thus, the 5 women once again searched the area. However, this time, they uncovered no valuable clues. Xiaofeng, it seems your idea is misguided. Aunt Sue, I feel that the way out lies within this cave. Observing Yang Jinfeng's unwavering determination, Su Xiaoyu could only offer a faint smile. Suddenly, Yang Jinfeng's gaze fixed upon a 2-meter tall stone in the center of the cave. Xia Jia, Xiaowan, assist me in climbing. At that moment, she felt a strong intuition that this stone might hold a surprise. Xiaofeng, what are you doing climbing that stone? Xiaowan. Xiaofeng is relentless until she reaches the Yellow River. The 2 women exchanged weary smiles. Soon, with their assistance, Yang Jinfeng exerted considerable effort and finally managed to ascend. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was overwhelmed with joy. The large stone was hollowed out in the center, creating a depression of several centimeters, within which lay 12 stone spheres. "Haha, I have found the stone spheres!" The four women exclaimed in delight. To their astonishment, they had indeed made a discovery. Yang Jinfeng carefully retrieved a stone sphere and handed it to Song Yunxia. 10 minutes later, the women began to examine the stone spheres. Before long, they discovered faint traces at the bottom of the spheres. It turned out that the bottoms of the 12 stone spheres bore the characters Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yusu, and Hai. Ansu. Could it be that our ancestors visited this place? It must be, otherwise those 12 characters would not exist. But how should these 12 stone spheres be arranged? At that moment, Ouyang Xiao once spoke up. According to the order of the 12 zodiac signs, they correspond to Zi, Chou, Yin. Why not give it a try? Yes, let us give it a go. Thus, the 5 women set to work. Just as Ouyang Xiao placed the last stone sphere into the stone hole within mere seconds, the previously upright, large stone began to descend gradually. A minute later, a staircase came into view. My goodness, how marvelous! It feels somewhat like a Tomb Raider's adventure. Xiao Feng, you are truly remarkable. Hearing their praise, Yang Jinfeng felt a bit shy. Xiao Feng, what shall we do now? Should we enter the secret passage directly? Yes, let's go right in. With that, she was the first to step forward. Chapter 83. The Mysterious Corpse. Xiao Feng, wait a moment. Just as Yang Jinfeng took a few steps, Su Xiaoyu called out to her. Ansu, what is it? She turned back with a hint of confusion. Xiao Feng, could it be dangerous to descend so recklessly? This secret passage is pitch dark. What if a monster lurks within? For reasons unknown, in this vivid scene, Su Xiaoyu recalled the tomb raiding film she had watched, where typically, once the male protagonist opened a secret chamber, danger lurked at every turn, whether it be traps or monstrous creatures emerging. Yang Jinfeng smiled faintly. A faint smile played upon my lips as intuition whispered that no calamity awaited us. Just as she lifted her foot to proceed, Ouyang Xiaowan's voice broke the silence. Xiao Feng, perhaps we should exercise caution. Wait a moment. Bending gracefully, Ouyang Xiaowan gathered several stones and cast them forcefully into the entrance of the secret passage. The stones echoed against the cavernous walls with a series of dull thuds. After what seemed an eternity of 5 minutes, the women pricked up their ears, discerning the absence of any stirrings within the passage, and finally exhaled in relief. I shall descend first to scout the path, declared Xiao Feng. I shall accompany you. Song Yunxia hurried forward, apprehensive that Yang Jinfeng might refuse. Grasping her hand firmly, she strode confidently into the darkness. They ventured forth, swallowed by an abyssal blackness. On several occasions, Song Yunxia nearly stumbled upon the uneven steps, yet Yang Jinfeng's swift reflexes saved her from falling. Manle su joyu dia. And Ouyang Xiaowan lingered at the entrance, their hearts pounding as the footsteps receded into the distance. Xiaowan, do you think they will be safe? Xiaojia's concern manifested in the incessant twitching of her eyelids. Alas, I cannot say. May the heavens protect them, Ouyang Xiaowan murmured, tracing a cross upon her chest in silent supplication. Ikras so thanks judgment, Suyo affirmed calmly. The two women exchanged glances, turning towards her with silent inquiry. A woman's sixth sense, Su Xiaoyu replied enigmatically. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. At such a critical juncture, invoking a woman's intuition seemed almost futile. The passage stretched for nearly 300 meters, shrouded in complete darkness. Gradually, a glimmer of light emerged ahead. Sister Xia. Look there, exclaimed Xiao Feng. I see it too, the other women echoed, their eyes fixed upon a faint illumination approximately 50 meters ahead. This confirmation bolstered their spirits, affirming that their venture was not in vain. After 3 minutes, the narrow corridor, which had been scarcely 3 centimeters wide, suddenly broadened. Upon reaching the source of the light, they were struck with a mixture of astonishment and dismay. Their initial elation was tempered by an undercurrent of despair. How could this be? They beheld a stone stele, atop which rested an eternal lamp, its flame unwavering. Yang Jinfeng could scarcely believe her eyes. Sister Xia, could it be that I was mistaken? She whispered. No, it is not so. Song Yunxia embraced her, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Do not lose heart. Perhaps there is still a pleasant revelation to come. Comforted by her words, Yang Jinfeng's composure was somewhat restored. Yet, as they circled the steel, a chilling sight awaited them. Ghosts! Song Yunxia gasped, startled by a heap of skeletal remains. Yang Jinfeng's mind raced at lightning speed. Could these bones belong to the creator of the 12 zodiac chart? But why had he met his demise here? Was this secret passage carved by his own hand? Despite her attempts to unravel the mystery, she was left confounded. Nonetheless, an unshakable conviction took root within her, that the cavern concealed a profound secret. Otherwise, why would such an enigmatic and intricate mechanism have been devised? Suddenly, Song Yunxia's piercing scream shattered the stillness. Sister Xiao, what has happened to you? I am unscathed, merely tripped. Then, another scream pierced the air. It turned out that Song Yunxia had fallen beside a pile of bones, her gaze fixated upon the remains. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, her eyes widening in shock. She astonishingly forgot her trepidation and reached out towards the heap of bones. After a few moments of fumbling, she unearthed a cross-shaped iron key. Witnessing Song Yunxia's rummaging through the bones, Yang Jinfeng was drenched in cold sweat. Sister Xiao, what are you doing? She inquired, her tone tinged with admonition. Just moments ago, Song Yunxia's actions were a profound disrespect to the deceased. Xiaofeng, look at this. Song Yunxia exclaimed, proudly brandishing the key. A key? How could there be a key in this place? Yang Jinfeng pondered once more. This key must hold significant importance. Otherwise, the owner of the bones would not have kept it close in their final moments. The existence of a key implies that there must be a door nearby. With this thought, Yang Jinfeng smiled. Sister Xia, let us search for that door. The two women swiftly set to work. They searched and searched, yet after a considerable time, they found nothing. Xiaofeng, we haven't found it. What should we do? Let us keep looking. Our only hope of escaping lies in this key. Thus, they began to argue once more. They've been gone for quite a while. Why haven't they returned? Xia Jie peered into the secret passageway repeatedly. Ansu, do you think Sister Xia and Xiaofeng might be in danger? Should we go in and look for them? Su Xiaoyu was equally uncertain about whether to venture inside. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke in a serious tone. Let us wait 10 more minutes. If Xia and Feng haven't emerged by then, we will go in. 10 minutes? Isn't that a bit long? How about 6? Ouyang Shaoan thought, if Sister Xia and the others were truly in trouble. Waiting for 10 minutes would be too late. All right, it's settled then. Yihuan took the crystal stone, examining it closely. When she lifted it, she discovered a hidden mechanism at the bottom of the stone. Ye Qiu, come quickly. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu hurried over. Looking at the bottom of the crystal, they noticed a small hole the size of a yellow bean. Through the hole, they discerned fine wires within the crystal, pulsating with red light. Sister Huan, this crystal must be artificially made, and that two-headed dog we encountered was likely genetically modified. If my assumption is eager to expedite the perfection of the dual-headed dog. Chen Gang clandestinely released it, only to be met with unforeseen consequences. He confessed everything truthfully. Then he continued, Director, I have already pinpointed the latest location of Lan Jingling 001. We will dispatch personnel immediately. However, Director Anna closed the door, pushed aside the drawer, and pressed a black button. No need. This matter ends here. Remember, you must not disclose anything about Lan Jingling 001 to anyone but me. Chun Gang was momentarily stunned, as if recalling something, and whispered, but what if the boss inquires? Anna shot him a piercing glance, her tone icy. Professor Chun, did you not comprehend my words? To put it in your terms, this matter is known only to you, me, heaven, and earth. Even the boss must remain uninformed. Should a third party learn of it? I hear your daughter is quite beautiful and currently a sophomore at a university in Jiangbei. Upon hearing this, Chen Gang's expression instantly turned anxious. Director, I swear I will keep this secret. Please do not harm my daughter. Anna then smiled. Oh, Professor Chun, I merely spoke casually. Why so tense? By the way, yesterday Brown and I were in the office. Were you secretly eavesdropping outside the door? Chen Gang's face abruptly changed. Director, I was not. She chuckled. Why would a grown man spy? If you wished, you could have spoken to me directly. I'm quite approachable. Besides, we have had our moments before, haven't we? Damn Brown. Young as he is, to be honest, he can't compare to you. As she spoke, Anna approached with a radiant smile. as the distance between them diminished. Chen Gang's heart pounded fiercely. Today, Anna wore a sheer white blouse and tight pants that accentuated her voluptuous figure, leaving nothing to the imagination. Chen Gang soon felt parched and swallowed hard. While Chen Gang was lost in thought, Anna reached him, extending her delicate, snow-white fingers to gently rest on his left shoulder, exuding tenderness. "Darling, am I beautiful?" The woman before him smiled enchantingly, causing Chen Gang to feel electrified throughout his body. "Beautiful, absolutely stunning." Anna teased then, "comparing me to your wife, who is more beautiful, more captivating?" She fixed her gaze intently on Chen Gang's eyes. After several seconds, his eyes grew dazed, seemingly devoid of their former vitality. "You are beautiful. You're the most beautiful." "Silly, then what are you waiting for? Must I make the first move?" In an instant, passion ignited within Chen Gang, and he embraced Anna, heading toward the bedroom. "Xia Jia, have you found anything?" Song Yunxia shook her head. Suddenly, Yang Jinfeng accidentally brushed her heel against the stone tablet while stepping back. Immediately, a thought crossed her mind. "Xia Jia, have you ever watched historical costume dramas?" Song Yunxia looked perplexed. Why would you suddenly ask such an unrelated question? "Of course, I've seen them, like the Return of the Condor Heroes. The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and so on." They laughed together. "Have you ever noticed a peculiar pattern? Whenever someone falls into a chasm, an ancient tomb is often discovered nearby, and the master of that tomb invariably possesses extraordinary skills. I recall a certain film where the male protagonist, unfortunate enough to be pushed off a cliff by villains, miraculously survives. After bowing before the tombstone's owner, he acquires a legendary martial arts manual and ultimately becomes an unparalleled warrior." Upon hearing this, Song Yunxia cast a sidelong glance at her companion. "Xiao Feng, please refrain from indulging in fanciful tales. That is merely a film, a performance crafted for our entertainment." She then pointed at the stone tablet and added, "Do not even think about emulating the male lead in that movie by bowing here." At that moment, Yang Jinfeng chuckled. "Haha, no one understands me better than you. Sister Xia, indeed, I am inclined to do just that." Before Song Yunxia could react, Yang Jinfeng knelt and bowed 3 times. A shocking scene unfolded once again. Upon completing her third bow, the rectangular stone beneath the tablet shifted slightly to the left. Gradually, as the stone fully moved aside, the 2 women were elated to discover a cruciform slot hidden within. "Ha, we found it! We found it!" The 2 ladies embraced in jubilant celebration. "Quick, let us insert it and see." Song Yunxia, unable to contain her excitement, urged Yang Jinfeng onward. Yang Jinfeng retrieved a key and inserted it into the stone slot. At that moment, both women held their breath, their focus unwavering. Seconds ticked by, and then, with a resounding thud, a stone wall behind them began to shift slowly. Upon glimpsing what lay beyond, the 2 of them gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, a floor strewn with glimmering silver." Yang Jinfeng rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Sister Xia, am I dreaming?" After pinching her own face and feeling a sharp sting, she confirmed the reality of their situation. "Haha, Xiao Feng, we have uncovered an unparalleled treasure. We are destined to be wealthy. Hee, I shall soon become a wealthy lady." Song Yunxia, already brimming with excitement, dashed toward the treasure. Sister Xia, wait. However, Song Yunxia paid no heed to her warning. Under any circumstances, anyone who beheld such a vast fortune would go mad with desire, disregarding all caution as they rushed in. Witnessing this, Yang Jinfeng sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash, just managing to pull Song Yunxia back at the very moment she was about to step inside. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing?" "Sister Xia, do you not fear the potential dangers of recklessly rushing in? Consider this. It is a treasure vast enough to rival nations. There may very well be traps." Song Yunxia was taken aback. "Do not frighten me. This is the modern era. Stop invoking the notion of traps. Do you not believe me? Very well, I shall demonstrate." With that, Yang Jinfeng gathered several small stones and hurled them at the ground and the stone wall. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of sharp arrows shot out from every direction. Upon witnessing this, Song Yunxia broke into a cold sweat. "Xiao Feng, thank you. Had it not been for you, I would surely have been riddled with arrows. Sister Su, the time has come. Let us proceed." Su Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 3 of them entered the secret passage in succession. "Xiao Feng, are you not tempted by these treasures?" Yang Jinfeng smiled wryly in response. What does it matter to be moved? I am uncertain whether I shall live to leave this place in the future. Who does not desire treasure? The crux lies in having a life to spend it. Xiao Feng, you are indeed correct. Gazing at the glowing crystal, Ye Qiu pondered and remarked, Sister Huan, I wish to destroy this crystal. Otherwise, our every move may be eavesdropped upon. That is reasonable, better safe than sorry, replied Yi Huan as she summoned Bei Bei to her side and whispered a few words in her ear. Subsequently, the great eagle soared away, carrying the crystal. Chapter 85. The mysterious coffin. Upon witnessing the crystal being taken away, Song Yunmei's expression shifted. She assumed Yi Huan intended to seize the crystal for herself. Considering its extraordinary nature, capable of granting the two-headed dog infinite resurrection. Thus, she exclaimed, Yi Huan, why did you allow the eagle to take the crystal? What are your intentions? Do you wish to claim it for yourself? Yi Huan shot her a glance, responding curtly, Song Yunmei, your long hair belies your short sight. How can you not believe me? Some individuals may be beautiful, yet they remain mere vases, their intelligence quite disconcerting. Realizing that Yi Huan was subtly criticizing her, Song Yunmei retorted sharply, Yi Huan, whom are you insulting? If you had no ulterior motives, why the anxiety? The crystal? That trinket holds no allure for me. Nevertheless, with your intellect, I doubt you will ever comprehend this. Today, I shall do you a favor and elucidate. Yi Huan paused before continuing. Did Ye Qiu not express concern that the crystal might contain a tracking device? Consider this. If we carry the crystal with us, it would mean that our whereabouts are entirely transparent to others. Should that be the case, we could find ourselves in grave danger. I instructed Bei Bei to carry the crystal far away, ensuring that even if someone were to search for it, they would not discover us. Do you understand? Song Yunmei nodded, somewhat comprehending. Oh, I see now. My apologies for being overly suspicious. Despite her disdain for Yi Huan, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Very well. Let us proceed. Agreed, came the almost unanimous response. Xiao Feng, may we in now? Earlier, Yang Jinfeng had used a stone to probe for traps, revealing a mechanism. And with over 100 sharp arrows scattered across the ground, Song Yunxia broke into a cold sweat, hesitant to enter recklessly. Sister Xia, to be honest, I'm also uncertain. However, our only chance of escape lies in entering. You mean we're placing a bet? No success, no survival. Yang Jinfeng nodded, inhaling deeply. Isn't this a bit perilous? I feel an intense twitch in my eyelids. Yang Jinfeng hesitated at the entrance for a minute. Sister Xia, how about this? You wait for me here while I venture inside to scout. If it is safe, I shall call you in. Song Yunxia's expression shifted slightly. The thought of a floor strewn with gold and untold treasures made her anxious. If Yang Jinfeng were to enter first and discover valuable items, would she not secretly hoard them? Her mind raced rapidly. Observing Song Yunxia's silence, Yang Jinfeng boldly stepped inside. With each step, as Yang Jinfeng was on the verge of disappearing from sight, Song Yunxia felt a surge of urgency. No, I must enter as well. I cannot allow Yang Jinfeng to seize the initiative. Xiao Feng, wait for me. I shall accompany you. It turned out that Song Yunxia had pretended to be distracted, deliberately allowing Yang Jinfeng to enter first to scout the path. Seeing that she had ventured several dozen meters without incident, Song Yunxia resolutely decided to follow. Ye Qiu, please wait a moment before you enter, Yang Jinfeng urged. Yet the more she insisted, the more Song Yunxia suspected ulterior motives, prompting her to quicken her pace. Aunt Su, it's quite dark ahead, Su Xiaoyu remarked as the three women traversed the dim passage for several minutes. Yeah. Unable to discern the end of the tunnel, felt a twinge of fear. Su Xiaoyu smiled reassuringly. Xiao Jia, it should be fine. We've already walked quite a distance. We cannot abandon our journey now. Ouyang Xiaowan chimed in with encouragement, feeling a strong intuition that a grand surprise awaited them ahead. Wow, so many jewels! Yang Jinfeng exclaimed as she advanced over 100 meters and stumbled upon several large red iron boxes, one of which was inexplicably ajar. Inside, an array of exquisite jewels gleamed with a luminous white light, illuminating the cavern even further. Just as she reveled in the overwhelming delight, Song Yunxia caught up to her. Xiao Feng, what do you suppose this place is doing with such a treasure trove? These gold and jewels could rival a nation's wealth. Yang Jinfeng shook her head. How would I know? I can only speculate. Perhaps these are treasures looted by pirates, hidden away on this deserted island to avoid detection. Or maybe they're the riches left behind by a bygone dynasty. Pirates? The mention of this word instantly conjured visions of the Caribbean pirates in Song Yunxia's mind. Could it be that these were treasures seized by them? Yet, why would they opt to conceal their wealth rather than divide it? After considering, she dismissed the notion as improbable. I believe it must be the wealth of a dynasty. If these were indeed looted by pirates with their character, they would have long since divided it amongst themselves. Your reasoning holds merit. Both women gazed at the scattered jewels, simultaneously elated and resigned. Alas, what good is it that we have discovered this place? We cannot take any of it with us. Young Jin Feng Siget, fear not. As long as we leave here alive, this treasure will belong to us. Then we shall become immensely wealthy, and I shall never have to work again. Song Yunxia laughed. Yeah. Let's explore further behind. The two women ventured around the back of the iron boxes, only to be taken aback. There, in their sight, lay a crimson coffin. Heavens! Why is there a coffin here? Song Yunxia gasped, retreating several steps in fright. However, Yang Jinfeng stepped forward, approaching the coffin to inspect it closely, circling it once. The coffin, crafted from premium golden silk enamel wood, showcased exceptional craftsmanship. The passage of time had left it seemingly untouched by decay. Centrally located on the coffin surface was an indented circular hole, within which rested an almost transparent white jade orb, its center adorned with a red relic. Yeah. What do you think this white orb signifies? And what purpose does the red relic within serve? Song Yunxia shook her head. To pose these questions to her would be akin to playing music to a cow, wouldn't it? Could it be that the contents of the coffin are not trivial? Yang Jinfeng murmured. Xiaofeng, what is the purpose of a coffin? It is merely designed to house the deceased. Thus, the owner of this coffin must be someone of considerable significance. Suddenly, Song Yunxia detected a peculiar fragrance, subtle yet elusive. One that an ordinary person might overlook if not for a keen sense of smell. Xiaofeng, do you catch a whiff of that scent? It's faint, reminiscent of the fragrance of osmanthus. Yang Jinfeng sniffed fully. Not that I can tell. Try smelling again. It seems to emanate from the seams of the coffin. At that moment, Yang Jinfeng pressed her nose against the coffin and inhaled deeply. Indeed, I can smell it too. The two women exchanged glances, simultaneously deducing the identity of the coffin's occupant. Chapter 86. Divergence. Gazing upon the antique wooden coffin, the two women found themselves momentarily entranced, standing in a daze for over a minute. Then, Yang Jinfeng gently tapped the coffin, her expression turning grave. After a couple of minutes, she glanced at Song Yunxia and whispered, Xiajie, since we have discovered this coffin, it signifies a connection between us and it. Why not pry it open and see which revered figure lies within? Observing the scattered gold and silver jewels, Song Yunxia quickly recalled the ancient practice of burial accompaniments. In antiquity, upon the passing of emperors and empresses, it was common to select servants and maidens to accompany them in the afterlife, as well as to enter valuable possessions. Could this cavern follow the same tradition? Xiajie, what are you pondering? It was only when Yang Jinfeng approached and tapped her shoulder that Song Yunxia snapped back to reality. Xiaofeng, what did you just say? You wish to pry open this coffin? Are you certain you are not jesting? Hearing Yang Jinfeng's chilling proposal sent a shiver down Song Yunxia's spine. For some reason, the mere thought of prying open a coffin conjured images of a zombie leaping forth from within. Xiajie, you aren't truly afraid of corpse, are you? Since we have uncovered the secret of the cavern and opened the stone door, narrowly escaping traps and dangers, we cannot let this opportunity slip away. My instincts tell me that this coffin harbors extraordinary treasures. I'm still somewhat apprehensive. Song Yunxia believed that approaching the coffin would be a significant disrespect to its occupant, so she hastily sought a rationale to dismiss the idea. However, Yang Jinfeng was resolute in her intent to open the coffin. Xiaofeng, the occupant has been dead for decades, perhaps even centuries. It would be unwise to recklessly pry it open, don't you think? Furthermore, is the wealth strewn about not sufficient? Song Yunxia's message was clear. She subtly urged Yang Jinfeng to recognize the value of contentment. This treasure before them could sustain several generations, so why covet the coffin? Are you truly prepared? If the coffin opens and treasures lie within, do not attempt to claim them. They are all mine. Fear not. I have no desire for the possessions of the dead. At this moment, Song Yunxia furrowed her brow slightly. She did not expect that Yang Jinfeng harbored a hint of greed, which significantly tarnished her impression of this individual. Mandanet and Ouyang Xiaowan ventured forth in the pitch-black secret passage for quite some time before finally catching sight of a glimmer of light. With Yang Jinfeng and Song Yunxia leading the way, the three women managed to enter the treasure trove in a mere 5 or 6 minutes. Upon their entrance, they were greeted by a sight of gold strewn across the ground, leaving them utterly dumbfounded, their hearts racing and breaths quickening. My goodness, have I stumbled upon a vault? Even Ouyang Xiaowan, a woman of wealth, could not contain her excitement at the sight of the towering piles of gold. Xia Jia, without hesitation, bent down to pick up a piece of gold and gently bit into it. Hey Su Ai Xiaowan, this gold is real. We are striking it rich. Not far away, about 50 meters behind an iron box, Yang Jinfeng and Song Yunxia heard the commotion and shouted, Su Ai, we are behind the iron box. Come quickly. There are treasures here. The three women, upon hearing this, were immediately filled with curiosity. Before long, they arrived in front of a wooden coffin. Sister Feng, are you referring to this coffin as a treasure? Upon seeing the blood-red coffin, Xia Jia was struck with fear, instinctively retreating several steps to hide behind Su Xiaoyu. Oh, Xia Jia, why are you so timid? It is merely a coffin. We are several people. Surely we are not afraid of a corpse? Yang Jinfeng Diaset. Suayi, how shall we deal with this coffin? Song Yunxia glanced at Su Xiaoyu, hoping she would persuade Yang Jinfeng. I did not mean to dampen your spirits. But even if we divided this treasure, can we actually leave? Can we transport back home? Perhaps we should consider how to escape from here, she lamented. The women, who had previously been filled with joy, now hung their heads in despondency. Su Ai, are you suggesting that we abandon the treasure? Su Xiaoyu nodded and explained, Dear ladies, I have more life experience than you. I believe that sometimes having too much money can be a burden. How many lives have been lost over wealth? Thus, I prefer a simple life. Material riches are but external possessions, and I hold little interest in them. Yang Jinfeng scoffed. Su Ai, you claim that wealth is merely external. Then let me ask you, what do we work for if not for that little bit of silver? In this world, money is power. Without it, one cannot move an inch. Since we have discovered this treasure, it is our destined fortune, and I do not wish to let it slip away. The women fell silent, exchanging glances, seemingly awaiting one another's decision. 1 minute passed, then 2. Realizing that no one was responding, Yang Jinfeng spoke again. I will not force you. This treasure is for those who find it. Whether you choose to partake is your decision, but I certainly will. I will too. Xia Jia chimed in. Yeah. You truly understand, Yang Jinfeng praised, giving her a thumbs up. Very well, I respect your choices. Xiaowan, Xiaoxia, what about the two of you? Song Yunxia and Ouyang Xiaowan exchanged glances, and both smiled. Subsequently, they approached Su Xiaoyu from behind. Auntie, regardless of the decisions you make, we will stand by you. Su Xiaoyu felt a wave of emotion. Now that we have settled the matter of the treasure, let us discuss the coffin, Yang Jinfeng said, pointing to the coffin. What I propose is to pry it open and take a look. Perhaps there are significant discoveries within. I am against it. Song Yunxiao was the first to voice her dissent. I oppose this as well. Following her, Ouyang Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu expressed their stances in turn. Sister Feng, I believe it is better not to open the coffin. What if a zombie were to leap out from inside? Yang Jinfeng shot a glare at Xia Jia and retorted. Xia Jia, have you been watching too many horror films? Zombies? Regardless of Xia Jia's opinion, Aunt Su, I, and Xiaowan all oppose opening the coffin. According to the principle of majority rule, before Song Yunxia could finish her sentence, Yang Jinfeng's expression shifted and she coldly interjected, Humph. Who decreed that the minority must yield to the majority? I see now that you all wish to have your cake, and eat it too, seeking virtue while avoiding the burden of guilt. Yang Jinfeng, what do you mean by that? Do not impose your own thoughts upon others. Sister Feng, I never expected you to be this kind of person.